Members of the Rob Corps. Members of the Rob Corps. For 24 years, I have been reading X-Men comics. The first comic I ever really bought on my own. For 24 years, I've been reading the X-Men comic. I've been reading everything that's happened with the X-Men over the course of the last 24 years, and then retroactively going back and reading most of Chris Claremont's run. Not all of it, but most of it. I could say without arrogance, I am one of the most knowledgeable X-Men people out there, and this story is amazing. All of you guys have to go and buy this story. This story is awesome. It is, oh my God, I can't wait to see how this whole thing ends. Okay, so the good thing about House of X is that you really don't need to have read the X-Men before to understand it, right? Because like along the way, Jonathan Hickman explains pretty much everything you need to know. But for those of you guys who were confused, you have me. So, so what this does, this picks up with a handful of different locations, right? So you basically end up having like Krakoa, you end up having Westchester, then you have the blue area of the moon, and then you have like Mars, and you've got Washington, DC, and it goes through like a chronological order, right? So like 4 months ago, running all the way up until the modern day. And it even goes as far as to pick up in the Savage Land. And what's happening here is like all these flowers are essentially being planted. And initially it kind of threw me off. I was like, why in the world are the X-Men going around the world, planting flowers? Are they like part of Greenpeace now, or are they like environmentalist groups, But it's kind of cool because what you end up learning is that there's this kind of organization called Orchid, more or less. But there's a few representatives who show up here to one of these sites that have basically been summoned here by the X-Men. And there's a handful of them there. For the most part, these are essentially new guys. They're not really old school. Instead, once they arrive in this location, they're greeted by Sophie and Esme of the Stepford Cuckoos. Now, for those of you guys who don't know who the Stepford Cuckoos are, they are part of the Weapons Plus project. We've talked about that before, right? The idea that Captain America was Weapon 1, all that stuff was covered under Grant Morrison's new X-Men run. But Grant Morrison basically established that like Weapons Plus began with Project Rebirth, Weapon 1, Captain America. He was originally designed to kill mutants, but the whole system didn't really work because Abraham Erskine was killed and so on and so forth. So he just went forward as a super soldier and then was frozen in ice. And then from there, you got Weapons 2 through 9, and then you got Weapon 10 or Weapon X, which is Wolverine. And then you got a handful of projects after that, Phantom X, Deadpool, different things along those lines. The Stepford Cuckoos were an attempt to clone Emma Frost and to basically create someone like her that could be used for their own ends. Now, ultimately, it didn't really work, but the Stepford Cuckoos are different from Emma in the sense that where Emma Frost in and of herself is a super high-level telepath, the Stepford Cuckoos individually are very powerful, but they have the ability to kind of share a hive mind. Like all of their minds can effectively work in unison, and then they turn into a situation where they're greater than the sum of their parts. So it's cool. Like they're a pretty interesting organization or a pretty interesting group, but then suddenly all these guys are met with the arrival of Magneto. Now, Magneto's arrival here is no small thing, and the reason why is because remember, for the most part, when it comes to this run on the X-Men, while you don't have to have read anything before it, it's not as though the X-Men are appearing for the very first time in Marvel Comics, right? I mean, they've been around for a long time, so there's a lot of history there, right? That's one of the reasons why it's so cool, is because there's a lot of callbacks here. But Magneto has always kind of been known as a mutant extremist, and so when he shows up here, it's kind of like, okay, so like, are things gonna go to pot? Now, what Hickman does here, this is cool, is he kind of interjects and throws in these flowers of Krakoa and basically tells us what they are. Now, this is where things start to get really, really interesting, and we'll talk about Krakoa here in a second because this is not new. So the way this works is that the flowers of Krakoa produce 3 different types of flowers for both mutants and humans, right? So for humans, you've basically got a drug. It's kind of a synthesized pill that can enhance human life or extend human life by 5 years. Then you've got one that's a synthesized pill yet again, or at least could be synthesized into a pill, and then it's basically a super drug for humans, right? Like a super antibiotic. And then the last one actually eliminates all diseases inside the mind of humans. Now for mutants, these flowers function with a totally different purpose. One of them produces gateways, right? Basically you can plant a flower and then it'll grow and it'll turn into a portal, essentially. The second one will actually grow into a habitat, which is totally self-sustaining. And then the third one will grow into a habitat that Krakoa doesn't know about. Now, why does that matter? Okay, so this is partially explained by Jean, but I think it also kind of involves a little bit more in-depth explanation here as to what's going on. With Jean Grey in this scene, she's basically bringing a young kid to pass through a portal at what used to be the Westchester Institute, the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, and they enter into like this whole new section with Cypher talking directly to Krakoa. So the way this works is that Krakoa used to be a living island, and recently Marvel changed that to basically say that Krakoa was an actual person. You can blow all that off. You don't really need to worry about all that. But the way this played out is Krakoa was a living island, and the way this happened was that the original X-Men by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby wasn't very popular, right? I mean, it didn't do exceedingly well, so it was canceled some 60 issues into its run, and then it was reprints for the next 30 or so issues. And so by the time you got around to the run of Chris Claremont, the prelude to that was called Giant Size X-Men #1. And what Giant Size X-Men #1 did is it basically blended the two groups, and it said that what had happened was the original X-Men group of Jean Grey and Cyclops and Iceman and Beast and Angel, they had all been captured on the living island of Krakoa, and the result was that Xavier had to form a new X-Men team. Now, there is a more recent story that introduces Gabriel Summers, also known as Vulcan, the character of Darwin, things like that, called Deadly Genesis, which tells us there was actually a secret X-Men team that Xavier formed that were all thought to have perished in battle, and that nobody really knew about it. He kept it really hidden. But with regards to this discussion, the island is a living, functioning island that's actually a mutant, right? So I mean, it's kind of tying into the way that was done by Marvel. But eventually, like the new X-Men team of like Colossus and Storm and Wolverine and Banshee and Sunfire, they were all brought in and basically rescued the original X-Men team, and then they all kind of merged into a singular group. Sunfire, I think, left. He took off. He's like, this is kind of stupid. But everybody else stayed around, and that formed the Chris Claremont X-Men team going forward. Now, Cypher as a character, he's basically a guy who can understand any language. So he's basically the only one that can communicate with Krakoa, with the island itself. But more so than that, it's kind of a cool moment because we also get this depiction of what Charles Xavier looks like, right? That like he wears this helmet with this X on it. He looks a lot like the Maker from Hickman's Ultimate Fantastic Four run in the Ultimate Universe. So it's cool. Like it's interesting. But what this also does from here is it basically brings in an organization called Orchis, but then also brings back Karima. I think it's Karima. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce her name. But basically Orchis is kind of like this clandestine organization that's composed of a bunch of different groups. What Orchis did is it essentially went around to Advanced Idea Mechanics, the technology arm of Hydra. They went to essentially what was left of S.H.I.E.L.D., because remember, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just kind of in shambles at the moment. They went and they grabbed Strike, they grabbed Sword, they grabbed Alpha Flight, they grabbed Hammer, Armor, as well as members of Hydra. They brought them all together under a singular team. And the entire basis behind Orchis is to analyze the mutant threat and to maintain, or I guess maintain itself as kind of a watchdog and essentially like observe mutant influence, right? Like financial influence, their influence in governments, their influence in how they work around the world. They're a spying program. They're designed to monitor the mutant threat. Now for Karima herself, it's interesting the way that Hickman does this, right? Because originally Karima was what was known as an Omega Prime Sentinel. Now there is a distinction here. What you have in Marvel is you had what were called Prime Sentinels, then you had Omega Prime Sentinels. Prime Sentinels were basically biological sentinels, right? So they were like if a human was grafted with cybernetic implants using nanotechnology and then kind of sent forward. Now, the way this played out originally, again, like in the events of Operation Zero Tolerance, was that it was a way for Bastion to kind of infiltrate the world, right? Like having these individuals who were bonded with cybernetic technology and then function as sleeper agents, right? So they would be essentially like masquerading as humans and nobody would know, not even they would know, right? Like they would be quote unquote activated and then they would just emerge and they would start carrying out the bidding of Bastion. Now, of course, those guys were defeated. The idea behind the Omega Prime Sentinel, behind Karima Shapandar, was that she was designed to be a character, designed to be a kind of sentinel that could basically modify herself and adapt to the various abilities of the people she faced off against, right? Like that's what made her so dangerous. Now, over the years, she really just kind of became more of a background character and she never really evolved or grew a whole lot. I mean, she was involved in some of the things that came out, but it was never like, she never really achieved like the same level of significance, I think, as she did originally during her introduction back in 2000. And so because of this, with what Hickman's doing here, you can either kind of choose to ignore everything that took place after Bastion, or you can go ahead and just kind of throw it in there. It really doesn't matter. Now, the other thing to bear in mind here too is that when it comes to Orchis and when it comes to everything that's going on, the reason why the Orchis protocols were enacted was in response to something called the Cro-Magnon problem. And the Cro-Magnon problem was a article, more or less, that was written by somebody named Dr. Alia Gregor. And what this did is, or at least what Hickman does here, is he actually establishes this and then rolls it over and really brings it out of the events of ES4 Extinction. Now, ES4 Extinction was the first story arc done by Grant Morrison back in 2001. And the way this played out is you had a villain named Cassandra Nova, who was essentially like initially like the twin of Xavier, but then it turned out she was like an alien called the Mummerdi or something like that. It was weird. But the overall gist of this is that she had essentially gone into the world and then activated what were called the Wild Sentinels. And these are Sentinels who were that were kind of created and engineered outside of the purview of the federal government. And then they were sent to Genosha. And Genosha ended up wiping out 16 million mutants, right? Like that's one of the big things, right? Like the deaths of 16 million mutants on the the island of Genosha. And so what this does, and it's a genius idea by Hickman, what he does is he comes back and he basically says, okay, so the way that that played out, because of the rate at which mutants were growing, essentially mutants would have like overpopulated, like there would have been more mutants on Earth than humans within 10 years of the ES4 extinction event had it not happened. And so what it did is it basically bought humanity 20 years. Now, one thing Hickman does not bring up here that I find is interesting are the events of House of M, right? Where like Scarlet Witch came back and wiped out or took away the powers of 98% of the mutant population. Now, the reason why I think he really did that is because those were simply removing their powers, and then eventually a lot of those powers began to come back. With ES4 extinction, those mutants were dead and gone, right? Like the population was significantly reduced by a pretty huge margin. And I would say, given the number of mutants who lost their powers versus the number of mutants who died during ES4 extinction, that the ES4 extinction event had a much bigger impact because more mutants were affected under that entire thing, right? Like they were all living on Genosha, a mutant island that was designed to be a refuge. And so with that being the case, essentially like humanity, like the reason why Orcus exists is because humanity's in panic mode. Humanity has 20 years until mutants overtake them on the population level, right? So there's more mutants than there are humans. And that makes them panicky because of the fact that if mutants under that circumstance decided to rise up and kill all the humans, well, what are the humans going to do about it? So again, like it creates kind of a finicky situation. Now, this leads into Mystique and Sabretooth and Toad, who are basically launching an attack seemingly based on the contested information or the contested database of Damage Control. Now, the way this works again with Damage Control is they were initially a contract group. They were a company that existed out there that would clean up towns and cities and essentially clean up after the catastrophes and involve like superhero battles and things like that. So Damage Control has been pretty seedy over the years, but more recently what Hickman establishes is that Damage Control has actually served as a means by which information is cataloged regarding the various superheroes around the world. And after the events of Secret Wars, when Reed Richards was missing for a number of years, and after the events of Civil War II, when Tony Stark was believed to have been dead, all the information they had at their disposal was taken by Damage Control and is now contested as to who it actually belongs to. But until that contestation comes to an end, and until a definitive person is established as being the individual that information does belong to, Damage Control holds on to it. Now from here, switching back over to Magneto, this is when humanity begins to make their intentions known. This is when they begin to kind of reveal the fact that there is some fear factor going on here. That when these representatives are talking to Magneto and they're talking about the ability to create portals and for the X-Men to move groups from one part of the world to the other, that is kind of terrifying, because what it can mean is that mutants could conceivably start moving their forces from one side of the planet to the next and move it around to different locations without anybody being able to track their movements, right? Like they enter a portal and nobody knows where they're going to come out. Now, of course, there has to be a twin on the other side, right? Like there has to be a gateway that you can come out of if there's a gateway you can go into. It's not like they suddenly appear. The entire stance of Magneto is, that's the problem with you guys. The problem with you guys is you assume everything we're doing is for the purpose of making war, but Xavier made a proposal to you guys, and that's kind of the big thing that happened here before the story picked up, is that Xavier made a proposal to humanity, and what he said was, we want an era of peace. Like we're tired of being hunted, we're tired of being chased, we want an era of peace. Essentially, like we are the rightful inheritors to the world. We are those individuals who are the next stage of human evolution, and historically speaking, the more evolved race conquers the less evolved race. It's the way things work, but we don't want a war. You know, in this situation that we're in, humanity in its base form is evolved enough that they could wage war against mutants and it would have mass casualties. And Xavier, of course, being the leader of the X-Men, wanting to be the guy who maintains the mutant population, maintains that sort of peace, has essentially adopted like the ideology of Magneto insofar as Avalon. Now, Avalon, or Asteroid M, or whatever you want to call it, Providence, any number of things, it's been called different things over the years. This was a concept that was created by Magneto as a way for mutants to actually leave Earth and then have a refuge off of the Earth itself. Xavier hated the idea, right? I mean, that's what led into the events of Fatal Attractions when Magneto ripped the adamantium out of Wolverine's body. But Xavier hated the idea because in his mind, it was abandoning the notion of like having peace between humans and mutants. And so of course that led kind of deepened the rift between himself and Magneto and led to the events of Fatal Attractions, which led into Onslaught and all that kind of stuff. But the overall idea here is that what Xavier is basically doing is saying, we can all cohabitate on Earth. It'll be one of these things where you stay away and we stay away. Now it's kind of a cool moment here because when all this happens, when you end up having like the forces of Mystique and the forces of Sabretooth and Toad, all of them making for the gateway, trying to get out as fast as they can, Sabretooth kind of stays behind, faces off against Ben Grimm, the Thing, which is kind of interesting to see because I don't know, even at his best, if Sabretooth, even back in the 80s when he was just like crazy and hardcore, I don't know if he would have been able to take on Ben Grimm. But here's the thing, I really hope Hickman brings back that version of Sabretooth, right? Like the 1980s Chris Claremont Sabretooth, who was just insane, right? Just like this mad beast that would just wipe out every, because here's the thing, if you took like 1980s Sabretooth and you threw him into stories today, well, he'd massacre people. It'd be like if kids these days went into like an Xbox Live lobby from like 10 years ago, right? Like they'd never make it. Like it's just, it's one of those interesting kind of scenarios. And so on his way to try to get out, he's suddenly captured by Susan Storm, and then we're met by the arrival of Reed as well as Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm. And so this is when things come into play, where Cyclops shows up and says, hey, look, we need Cyclops, or we need Sabretooth back. And Reed initially like rejects his offer. No, like he broke into a facility that has information that I've been trying to get back. He's broken any number of laws, and it's kind of a cool thing, right? Because what it does is it establishes this precedent that even from a superhero to superhero level, right? Like the Fantastic Four and the X-Men having fought against each other, having served together, like all these kind of creating these scenarios where the X-Men can't just sort of say, hey, we are now a sovereign nation, right? Like we are now a sovereign place living out on the island of Krakoa. We do our own thing, and then suddenly show up and say like any mutant that's captured by humanity is immediately taken by us. It doesn't work that way. That when international laws are broken, then suddenly things get a lot more complicated. And so it's not as clear cut seemingly as the X-Men would like it to be, that instead it's one of these things of you guys being a sovereign nation, now you have to deal with intertangling alliances. Now you have to deal with things like if an American citizen went to another country and violated their laws, well then what happens? You know, how does all that work? So again, it becomes a lot more complicated and a lot more difficult to focus on. Now, this is probably one of the biggest changes that Jonathan Hickman makes. Not really a change so much as a consolidation, as he starts to focus on the nature of Omega level mutants. Now, this is a cool thing because in Marvel Comics, Omega classification was something that was kind of teased by Chris Claremont over the years, but you never really saw it all that often, right? It would just be like, it was more of like a way to kind of name a person or say like this person's powerful, as opposed to actually organizing and structuring powers. And so the way this works is on a baseline level, you have like gamma based mutants, right? Like gamma level mutants which are like super weak essentially. After that, you have beta, which are a little more powerful. And then you have alpha, which is like most of the mutant population resides there. And then you have omega. Now, omega is as Hickman describes it here, and it wasn't really vague so much. I mean, it kind of was back in the day. It was just no undefinable upper limit. And that was it. There's a limit to their powers that cannot truly be defined, right? Like what's the limit of reality warping? Can you only warp so much of the universe, or can you warp all of the universe, right? Like on that scale of power, it doesn't matter. It's just an extreme level of power. And so because of that, what Hickman does here is he basically breaks it down and consolidates it. And he says, okay, so the way this works when it comes to omega level mutants is you effectively have those where we just don't know what the limits of their power are. And he literally compares Magneto and he compares Forge. And he says Forge's power could be surpassed, right? Like Forge is a character whose mutant ability grants him the ability to know how things work, right? So he's basically like a mutant version of Tony Stark. Now, if he lost his mutant power, he wouldn't be capable. He wouldn't be able to do anything. But Tony Stark is more capable than Forge. Therefore, Forge is not omega level because his power can be surpassed. Whereas Magneto, we don't know the limits of his power. All we know is he's just like this guy that can manipulate the entire electromagnetic spectrum. But how deep does that go? Is he manipulating the electromagnetic spectrum because he's manipulating all forms of energy? Is he doing it because he's manipulating things on the atomic level? If it has a form, it has atoms. And so if the form can be manipulated, presumably the atomic structure can be manipulated. These are the questions that we don't have answers to. And that's what Hickman is essentially saying here is we don't know the limits of Magneto's power. All we know is that they seem to have no upper limit, or if it does, we haven't discovered it yet. And so because we have not discovered it yet, Magneto is considered omega level. It's a pretty cool idea. It's a pretty cool concept. And what he says is usually like when mutants have multiple powers, only one of those powers is ever really going to be in omega level classification, right? So Jean Grey's got telepathy and she's got telekinesis, but she's only in omega level telepath. She's not in omega level telekinetic, right? Like she can't move a world with her mind. And so it's a cool moment here, because then what you have following that is this amazing discussion that goes on between Magneto and the guys that he brought here, these humans that he brought here, in order to show them everything that's happening. And you end up having one of the Stepford Cuckoos that basically says, hey, look, like all these people are like skeptical of us. And she goes through and starts reading their minds and revealing what it is that they're about, right? Like this guy, Ma Ming Du, I think is how you pronounce his name. He's basically a head of like the state science office, right? Like you got Jean-Pierre Cole, who's here because he doesn't really want to be. You have all these people who are basically in this position because they're kind of being forced to. But one of the big things that really like humanity is looking at, even from just a financial aspect, is they say, okay, so basically this island of Krakoa is creating these flowers that can be synthesized into pills that like extend longevity. Krakoa is making pills that like cure people of mental illness. Krakoa is making these pills that basically kind of seem to eliminate the need for like pharmaceutical industries, right? So like the entire pharmaceutical sector of the United States of humanity would come crashing down, because why would you buy a drug that may or may not help you with, schizophrenia or something like like that if all you have to do is pop this miracle pill and then suddenly you're cured. It would kill the entire pharmaceutical industry. What it also begins, really kind of drives them to ask the question of is, what if these mutants start taking these pills? Will it work on them? Do we need to worry about another Stamford, Connecticut, where they basically exposed to a mutant growth hormone that amplifies their powers, and then they're suddenly like giant wrecking machines? I mean, are these the things that we need to worry about? And it's kind of cool because as the Stepford go through, it's like, well, this guy's got a gun. Magneto takes the gun away from him, and he says, like when one of them say it's just for my protection, Magneto's response is, that's how it always starts, right? It starts with one group being afraid of another, and then trying to impose their will on the other so they can essentially eliminate their own fear, right? It always works out that way. It's, you are doing a thing that's different from what I'm used to. It scares me. Therefore, I'm going to take my belief, I'm going to impose it on you. And if you resist, then we just need to remove you, right? Like, it's my way or the highway. It's really kind of how that whole thing starts. And so it's cool because Magneto basically starts talking to them and says, look, the reason why I brought you here to Jerusalem, you're not going to Krakoa. You're not going there because it's our island. It's our safe haven. No humans. Man is not allowed there. But you can basically take this message and take it back to your leaders that the world has changed. You guys love your symbolism, right? I mean, it's one of the coolest things. Magneto says, you guys love your symbolism almost as much as you love your religion. So please, like, what I'm telling you here is to go back and to tell all your masters, tell your bosses, tell all the humans that you come across that you guys have new gods now. We are the ones running the show. It's the coolest thing, right? It's the coolest thing ever. Okay, so we're officially getting into Powers of X. Really, it's like Powers of 10, I think is what it is. One of them is, I think it's House of X, and then Powers of 10, I think is how this comes out. Anyway, Powers of X basically is what it's called, or at least that's what I'm calling it. And this is, man, let me tell you something. Dude, this story is really, really good. At least this first issue is amazing. All right, so in traditional Hickman fashion, what we get is basically this kind of time chronology that we're gonna follow over the course of this series, right? If you know how to read Hickman's stories, like if you know how to interpret what he does in the beginning, then you know how to basically navigate the waters of the story going forward, right? So we get basically year one, which is the current year right now, or I guess really in the past, right? Like, the idea of when the X-Men were first founded, essentially, which is the dream of Charles Xavier. Following that, you go into year 10, which could basically conceive or be assumed to be the present day, which is the world as it exists now. And then year 100, which is 100 years from now, the war that breaks out, and we'll talk about that here in a second. And then following that is when mutants basically ascend to their higher state of evolution. So it's really, really cool. It's really, really badass. But what this does is it initially picks up with Charles Xavier just kind of meandering around and just sort of looking at things. And then ultimately he's met by what appears to be Moira McTaggart. Now, Moira McTaggart in Marvel Comics, for those of you guys who are new, and I feel like this is really kind of an important thing to explain here. For those of you guys who are new to the X-Men, Moira McTaggart is not new. She's been around for a long, long, long time. But the basis behind her is that if Charles Xavier is the instructor for mutants, which is to say, the one who teaches them how to use their powers, then Moira McTaggart is a mutant geneticist who understands how their powers work. Now, the two of them often work hand in hand, and the way this played out is that she had her own group. For example, like the New Mutants, a lot of you guys have probably heard of that, if only because the movie's supposed to be coming out, which I'm probably not going to go see. The idea behind that is it was a handful of mutants that had been discovered by Moira McTaggart that she was keeping on Muir Island to understand their powers, how they work, how they function, to see if they're kind of like any significant danger. Now, with the two of them working hand in hand, what would happen here is that if Charles Xavier discovered a mutant who had really any powers that could be classified as dangerous, right? Like anything that was unpredictable or could cause all kinds of problems, and he didn't really know how they worked, he would take them to Moira McTaggart. And Moira McTaggart would analyze their powers and then give Charles Xavier an answer, and then Charles Xavier would cater his teaching process around the nature of their powers, right? So it's kind of cool in terms of how they function, but the discussion here is Charles Xavier kind of hitting at the idea to Moira McTaggart that like he wants to create a better world. Now, of course, he doesn't reveal to her here that he has telepathy. Charles Xavier kept his powers guarded for a long, long time, right? It was one of the big things about his character. The first time that anybody really learned about his abilities outside of his brother Kane Marco, who eventually became the Juggernaut, was Magneto, when the two of them got into a bar fight with a whole bunch of different guys, and they both used their powers, and they basically kind of revealed themselves to the other in terms of what they could do, what their abilities were, and then that kind of led to a rift later on when they had two different ideologies on how to navigate the waters between mutant and human relations. But the idea behind this is it's really, Moira McTaggart saying, hey, I went to go see a fortune teller, and this fortune teller came to me with a vision of sorts. She came to me with the magician, the tower, and the devil himself. And it's kind of cool to see these things play out because we'll actually find out who these characters are. So I'm not going to spoil anything right now. What she tells Charles Xavier Xavier here, where he says, well, you know, I had this dream of a better world and I want to create a better place and things like that. And what Moira McTaggart says is, it's not really a dream if it's real. And so what this does is really seem to hit at the idea that the basis behind why Charles Xavier pursued his dream of a peaceful coexistence is because of the fact that like Moira McTaggart sort of inspired him to do that. But then this is when we start to learn that not everything is what it appears to be. Now again, we're ballparking here when it comes to Moira. We're not explicitly told as her, we're just kind of left to assume that it is. But then she addresses him directly as Charles. And the fact that he doesn't know who she is, the fact that he's never met her, really kind of begs the question, how does she know who he is? And she says, well, we go back quite a ways, read my mind and see. And so it's just kind of like, okay, so like it's a mystery, like it's mysterious. And that's the nature of Hickman writing, right? Like we probably won't get an answer to that question until like Powers of X number 4. It's crazy the way the whole thing works out. Now, at this point, we basically pick up with the modern day, right? The X-Men year 10, what's currently going on right now. And this basically follows the aftermath of House of X. So if you guys haven't read that story or haven't seen that video, then make sure you go check it out, right? I'll have the link down in the description, or you can go and grab the comic or whatever the case is for you. But basically this follows the immediate aftermath of that, right? You know, Mystique basically showing back up to Krakoa, the current residence, the location that the X-Men reside in, or at least that a large majority of the mutants reside in, that only the mutants can access. She comes back, of course, with this hard drive of sorts, hands it over to Magneto, and then we get our first real display here of Charles Xavier. Now, again, it's not really Charles Xavier putting like the full totality of his power. He's just kind of there. And we really don't know the intentions of Xavier. All indications and the whole tone that's being put off here is he seems like he's kind of a dick now, like he's kind of a bad guy. And maybe he's not, we're not really sure. But when it comes to Xavier, it's always been trying to achieve a peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. But when you have phrases being thrown out there where Xavier says, "Dear humanity, while you slept, the world changed," it's just kind of like, okay. So it seems like Xavier is becoming a little more militaristic or a little more extreme in terms of pursuing his own goals. And that's kind of the crazy thing here, because as this happens, you end up having this you know, sort of discussion between himself and Mystique, you know, where she says, well, we have more demands because of what it is that's taking place here. So obviously Mystique isn't really doing this for the betterment of mutant kind. And Xavier says, well, that's fine, you know, because we also have demands too. Like we have things that we want to achieve as well. And in this world, if you're going to live here in Krakoa and you're going to be a part of it, then everybody here owes something. Everybody here is going to have to pay a price. And that's kind of the crazy thing, because we don't find out what that is. Instead, we jump to what I think is actually the coolest part of the story, the man-machine war. And this is awesome. So this takes place 100 years in the future, right? I mean, hopefully you guys can tell I'm excited about this. This takes place 100 years into the future. And basically a war is broken out between humanity and mutants. But the difference here is that the humanity has allied itself with machines. Now, what this appears to be is kind of like is almost kind of like the Days of Future Past film kind of being rolled into the comic book form. Not in the exact way, right? It's a lot more extreme here. And really, the indication as it was put off by Days of Future Past in the movie was that humans were working with the Sentinels, but really more because it was like, if you don't, we're going to eradicate you, right? So it was more of an undesirable alliance between these two groups. And this, it really looks like they're actually working in a peaceful coexistence with each other. And of course, what they're doing, you know, what really seems to have happened here is that these mutants have basically gotten their hands on something in particular. Now, what I also want you to take note of is one of these characters here that has a black brain. And we'll kind of follow up with that here in a second and find out what's going on. But of course, she's immediately captured by a combination of really the forces of like these massive Sentinels, and also with these super advanced artificial intelligence robots. Now, what you also have here is a young girl who looks like she's like the daughter of like Nightcrawler and Magic, and then somebody who also kind of looks like a spin-off version of Nightcrawler, right? So like these two people look like they're descended from Nightcrawler himself, and it's kind of weird in terms of how their physical depiction comes out here. But the way this is being done is that this particular mutant with the black brain is essentially being taken by humanity, right? I mean, like, you know, her chance of escape is virtually non-existent. But the idea is that with this young boy here, this red-skinned mutant guy, he doesn't really want to fight. He follows very much in line with Nightcrawler, where he's like, I'm really more of a peaceful guy. But this kid is really more of like a priest. He really follows a strong religion and truly believes in the act of pacifism. And so where you end up having, you know, this young girl who's addressed as being Rasputin, which we'll talk about that here in a second. But when she's addressed as Rasputin, and she basically jumps in, destroys one of the machines, and then tries to rescue this woman with a black brain, ultimately, it doesn't work out. Instead, this young girl is taken away by the Sentinels, and Rasputin is essentially just kind of left to survive as best she can. And that's when we start to get into what's going on here. And so what we end up finding out is that somewhere between the present day and 100 years in the future, that the villain Mr. Sinister became an ally, or at least seemed to become an ally of the mutant population. Now, the reason why this is important is because for those of you guys who don't know, Mr. Sinister is a guy named Nathaniel Essex, right? At one point in time, he was a human, but he was obsessed with the idea that the human genealogy was predicated predicated on change, that somewhere along the line the genes of humans were modified, and they were. He was correct about that, but he didn't really have the evidence to prove it. He didn't really know exactly how it had happened. Of course, we know it was due to the Celestials, but the result is that he believed that somewhere along the line that whatever these genes were would begin to manifest, and people would begin to develop powers, and he simply called them mutants. Now, eventually the villain Apocalypse approached Nathaniel Essex after learning about his discussions and his topics and research and so on, and Nathaniel Essex basically revealed to Apocalypse that he was a mutant, which was the first time that Apocalypse realized what he was. And so following that, Apocalypse basically used his technology to turn Nathaniel Essex into Mr. Sinister and give him an insanely long life, if not full-on immortality. And so ever since then, Nathaniel Essex has always been toying with the idea of messing with mutant genes and seeing if he could just create more powerful characters, right? I mean, mutants have always just kind of been an experiment for him. Now, because of the story, The Adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix, we ended up finding out the reason why it is a Sinister was so obsessed with creating a child based on the genes of Cyclops and Jean Grey. And we'll talk about that more in like a different video or something like that. But at the moment, what seems to have happened here is sometime between this 100-year window, the present day, and 100 years from now, that Sinister began the purpose when this war broke out. He began basically genetically modifying mutants. And so what he would do is he would take a mutant or he would like build a mutant from scratch, and he would give them the genes of like multiple characters. And so for this character, Rasputin, she basically has the telepathy of Quentin Quire, who's an Omega level telepath. She's got the powers of Mikhail Rasputin, who's the brother of Colossus, and he can basically manipulate energy. The powers of Kitty Pryde to phase through objects. She's got the healing factor of Laura Kinney. She's literally like a one-stop shop. Now, the way this worked is that you basically had like generations 1, 2, 3, and 4. And as these generations went on, the likelihood of survival for these generations began to drop off, in the sense that like there was more of a chance of destruction here. Now, what the mutants began to realize over time is that none of this was really being done by Sinister for the purpose of helping mutant kind. It was being done by Sinister for his own goals, his own nefarious purposes. And so eventually what seems to have happened here is Sinister was working for the purpose of developing kind of like this perfect mutant, more or less. And when that happened, he would hand it over to humanity for whatever that reason happened to be, right? Most likely because humanity had promised him the ability to experiment on mutants as much as he wanted to when they were captured and so on and so forth. What ended up happening is that when Sinister defected to the human side, he was publicly executed. We don't really know the explicit details of this. We just kind of know the project side of what Sinister's doing, or at least he was doing, and then most likely we'll find an answer to that later on down the line. But that kind of begs the question, if humans and mutants are working together, then who's running the show here? And that's when we get an answer to the question that the show is being ran by two people. The first is an evolved human who basically is going by the name Omega, and the second is Nimrod. And that's the coolest thing, because Nimrod is a character that we have not seen for a long time. Those of you guys who don't know, Nimrod hails from Days of Future Past, right? So the idea was that Sentinels had taken over North America during Days of Future Past, and they basically, they captured all mutants they could find everywhere, and even humans were thrown into internment camps. But what the Sentinels were working on was a perfect version of themselves, a perfect Sentinel. But what seems to have happened here is that Nimrod has been created yet again. The difference is that this version of Nimrod does not appear to be like the one that we're normally used to, right? Like the traditional version of Nimrod is pretty screwed up. Like he's pretty dark and pretty sadistic. We can assume this is the same version and just kind of evolved, or it's a new version. We don't really have any answers to that question yet. We're just kind of left to sort of make our own guess and just kind of go from there. But with these humans showing up with this black brain mutant who's now known as Sila Bell, what we learn is that they've gone through all kinds of like torturous systems in order to get the information out of her in terms of what Rasputin and these other mutants were after. And where she refused to reveal this information, what Nimrod basically says is like what they're going to do is they're going to take her and they're going to give her what's called a bath. And the reason why they call it that is because they're going to essentially put her in a tank where she's going to be broken down, not really broken down in terms of physical form, but where nanites are essentially going to enter and take over her body, and all the information that she has is going to essentially become a part of the Nimrod mainframe. And that is to say, like the machine mainframe, and all that information will be readily available. And it's kind of a crazy scenario because, Sila Bell initially kind of tries to put off this air of like, I'm not afraid, I'm not worried about this, and if you think threatening me is really gonna cause problems for me, you have no idea what I'm really about. But ultimately, none of it matters, because when she gets dunked into this tank, the nanites do their work, and she's a shell of her former self, just like that. She's essentially gone. It's a death that she can't really escape from, right? I mean, she's kind of stuck there for essentially all time. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because all the information she has is going to be extracted, all the information she has is going to be taken away, but her physical form is not going to be destroyed. She's just going to kind of be left there. Now, the indication here is that in terms of her consciousness and her sentience, it's still there. She's just kind of in a catatonic state, but also kind of seemingly aware of what's going on. I know it seems like a contradiction, but that seems to be the way these systems work, right? I mean, she's just kind of taken over, and that's the end of her. But one of the things that needs to be pointed out here is that Sila Bell was actually what's called a hound. Now, Jonathan Hickman is not making this up. This is actually something that existed from the events of Days of Future Past, and even to a degree, the Age of Apocalypse. So the way this worked, when you come out of Days of Future Past, and you kind of look at that scenario, one of the questions a lot of people had is, well, why didn't mutants just go underground? How is it the Sentinels were finding them? And the Sentinels were doing that by using hounds. They were using mutants to hunt other mutants. And that's the way this played out here. It was the creation of hounds designed to track down other mutants. Now, this seems to be an indication of like what Sinister was doing when he defected from mutant kind and then went over to humanity, was presumably creating hounds. There's no reason to believe that's entirely the case, but that kind of seems to be the case. The issue with this is that by the time, with the first wave, right, like the first generation of hounds that were created, they were designed for the purpose to elicit sympathy from mutant kind. The issue with this is that they weren't really effective hunters because they were designed to be more kind and more base in terms of their function, right? So following this came the second generation of hounds, and the second generation of hounds were designed to basically insert themselves into mutant encampments and then basically like wipe them all out. The issue with this is, as Jonathan Hickman tells us, because they were based on the design of being duplicitous, right? Like the design of basically betrayal, ultimately they betrayed humans and machines and joined the mutant population, right? So it's very similar to the concept of like Terminator, the idea that they were basically taking like human skin and sweat and hair and blood and all that kind of stuff and grafting it over a robot skeleton and then sending them in to infiltrate. That really kind of seems to be what's going on here with those particular folks. And so again, what we do is we pick up with Rasputin and this young guy in tail and basically show up with like what's left of the mutant population. And what you have here is you have what looks like Groot, Wolverine, and then you have, I think it's Zorn or Xian. I'm always confused on which one it is. And then you've got somebody who looks like Magneto. Now, this is something that I want to draw your attention to, especially when it comes to Magneto. There's no indication that it's actually him, especially if we're dealing with what's basically 100 years into the future. Magneto's powerful, but he's not really powerful enough to like, slow his own aging. And so because of the fact that the costume is different, the indication seems to be that like it's a wholly different form of his character, right? Like it's somebody else who's taken over the role, perhaps like another son that he had, because we know Polaris has the ability to manipulate magnetism, but again, this is obviously not a woman. And so it's interesting here because what we end up learning is that 100 years in the future after this war broke out, mutant kind took off to two different locations. One of the locations went out to what's called the Shi'ar Empire. Now, the Shi'ar Empire is basically a massive empire that exists out there. It's an amalgamation of different races, all swearing allegiance to the Magister or Magistrix, but they've also had a lot of dealings with the mutant population specifically, as well as Earthlings. And so the notion here is that because of the relationship between Charles Xavier and Lilandra, who was at one point the Magistrix or the queen or whatever you want to call it of the Shi'ar Empire, that relationships have always been maintained between mutants and the Empire itself. And so the result was that they basically offered safe haven. And so of the 10,000 surviving mutants who were left on Earth, 8,000 live with the Shi'ar. The other 2,000 actually end up living on the Shi'ar homeworld. Now, the 8,000 are kind of like on an orbiting satellite that kind of exists out there, but the other 2,000 are the most powerful of them. And they're basically those individuals who can be picked and chosen by the Shi'ar to join the Imperial Guard, the most powerful fighting force in the entirety of the universe. So again, there's kind of a lot that goes on there. For those mutants who exist now, who basically kind of reside within the population of Earth, there's only 8 of them left. That's really it. There's only 8 mutants remaining on Earth during the events of the Man-Machine War. And so what we end up doing is picking up 1,000 years into the future. Now, in this future, the scenario is pretty interesting in terms of how it's played out. And the reason why is because, of course, again, Silabel is still there, but what this also shows is that mutants seemingly have won the man-machine war. Mutants essentially took over everything, or at the very least, humanity evolved in the mutants, and now everybody's a mutant around the world. But the other thing that's kind of given to us here is that humans are still around, right? Like humans still exist. Homo sapiens are still there, but they're really kept more like zoo animals. The entire world, or at least this section is now called the preserve, right? And they call it that because like a nature preserve or an animal preserve, humans are kept there. They're monitored. They're really just sort of left to run around in this small little area, and everything else has been taken over. Nimrod has kind of evolved now to where he's a small little floating machine, more or less. And this person, whoever this person is, we're not really given a name or anything like that, seems to be a mutant of sorts, or at the very least evolved into something else. We're not entirely sure, but it looks as though mutants have basically achieved ascension. The mutants have taken over everything, and they've achieved their highest level of development, more or less. And so it's kind of crazy because the war's now over, everything is done, and mutants seem to have won it all. But again, this is only issue number 1. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered here. There's a lot of questions that we got to figure out, and we don't know. Like, we don't know the answers to these questions. And in reality, we won't find out until all 12 issues are done, right? Until House of X, the 6-issue House of X series is done, and the 6 issues Power of X series is done. We won't know until all those are finished what the answers to these things are. Okay. For 25 years, just about, maybe give or take a year, 6 months, 7 months, something like that, I've been reading the X-Men. And what Jonathan Hickman has done in this second issue is make one of the single biggest changes to the X-Men mythos that I think I've ever seen. to be honest. That's one of the funny things. The X-Men mythos doesn't really change, right? I mean, it never really changes all that often. Like, it's usually just kind of the thing, right? Like, mutants are persecuted, humans want to get them, and then they got to fight for their lives, and then on to the next volume. That's basically, you know, the form and function their stories follow. However, what Jonathan Hickman has done here is change the mythos of mutants who can reincarnate, which is to say they can live forever. And he does this by way of a character named Moira McTaggart. Now, this is why this is so huge. We've talked about Moira McTaggart multiple times, right? The idea that she was just a mutant geneticist. She was a person who would study mutants' powers if Charles Xavier couldn't figure it out, or if she discovered them on her own. And then she and Charles Xavier would work together to basically craft a kind of training program for how those mutants would function and so on and so forth. What we end up learning here is that Moira McTaggart has lived over and over and over again. She's actually lived a total of 10 lives. She's died and then been reincarnated multiple times. And it's kind of the crazy thing because that's her mutant power. And that's why that's so huge, is because Moira McTaggart was never a mutant. She was just a normal human with just the ability to understand mutation and so on and so forth. She never had anything special about her. One of the first things that we learn her, at least one of the first things that he tells us, is that in her younger years, Moira McTaggart, when she was around 13 years old or so, developed fever. Now, we're not really given an exact time frame here. We're kind of left to believe that it was in like the very early days of, not really the early days, but like maybe like 100 years ago or something along those lines. But basically she fell ill and then she was supposed to have died. Now, the result is that she actually woke up and she was right as rain the next day. And the reason why is because presumably her mutant power manifested. Now, how that affects reincarnation is not explicitly given to us, but what it does seem to indicate is tried and true immortality to a degree, or at least a slowed aging process. The issue with that theory, with that idea, is that she grew old and she died. It's kind of hard to argue immortality when you pass peacefully in your sleep at 74 years old. You can't really argue immortality in that circumstance because, you know, then you're not immortal. But when that happens, she was born again. The cool thing about this is that when she was conceived, when she was reborn, she basically ended up remembering everything from her past life. Now, Hickman is a bit ambiguous about this, and one of the things he doesn't answer is, how is it that she's reborn? Is she reborn to other parents, or is she reborn to the same parents and just kind of living the same life over and over again? The idea seems to be that she's just reborn, but in a different body every single time. And that's one of the things that he clarifies almost immediately, right? So she's born, and then she comes out in a totally different form than the way she looked when she was younger. Now, along the way in her life, Moira McTaggart eventually encountered Charles Xavier. Not directly, she had simply just heard of him. Now, the cool thing about this is that Hickman doesn't really go as far as to say Moira McTaggart is the reason why Charles Xavier is the way he is. She was really more of like a silent observer for a long time when he first got his name out there. But until Hickman comes along and changes things, we can largely assume the life and times of Charles Xavier are still the same. And so because of that, it's kind of funny because the way that Hickman describes it, when Professor X got on TV and basically said, hey, look, here's what's going on out there, and there are mutants out there are people with powers and so on and so forth. This is tying in directly to Charles Xavier's previous actions of like admitting that he was a mutant on national television, which was kind of a big deal when it happened. But the overall tone she got from Xavier in his early years is that he was arrogant, that he was a person who was overly confident, that he was kind of a dick. And so it was interesting because she didn't really see, you know, looking at her own life and how it functioned, she didn't really see Professor X's message of mutants being the next stage of human evolution and having powers as a blessing and, you know, their gifts and so on and so forth. She never really saw it like that. Instead, she saw it more as a curse. And so the result was that Moira McTaggart eventually developed a cure for the mutant gene. She successfully developed a way to eliminate mutations. Now, what this did is it led to the intervention of Mystique and Destiny. Now, a lot of you guys who were new to the X-Men probably don't know who Destiny is. And that makes sense. She, as far as I'm aware, I mean, I think she's come back recently, but there was like a 20, maybe 30-year gap in Marvel Comics when she just wasn't there. Destiny was really, and I don't even know if it was really hinted at so much as an absolute thing, but Destiny was the love interest of Mystique. And eventually Destiny was killed off by Legion, I think it was. And then that was the reason why Mystique went to go kill Legion. Legion woke up out of a coma. That kicks off Legion Quest, which goes into Age of Apocalypse. But the idea behind this was that Destiny had the ability to see into the future, right? She was a precog. Now, it wasn't really insofar as it's like, these are going to be the winning lottery numbers for tomorrow. It was one of these things where it's like a conflict is coming later on down the line. She really seemed more like a seeress or like a religious figure, you know, in terms of how her powers function and how they were depicted in Marvel Comics, as opposed to just kind of being like, make sure you go left when you get to the fork in the road, otherwise you're going to crash into a truck and die. You know, it was interesting the way that it worked. But for a long time, Mystique and Destiny were inseparable. They were the 1-2 punch of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, and in a lot of ways, the X-Men's villain group. Now, there was kind of a cool thing called Destiny's diaries, right? Like after Destiny died, there were all these diaries that she had where she had written out things that were going to happen, and it was like the hunt for Destiny's diaries. It's a really, really cool set of events in Marvel. But essentially what seems to have happened here is that Destiny, had a vision of sorts of Moira McTaggart and the future that her discovery would lead to, right? The future would lead to in terms of discovering a gene, or I guess a formula that could cure the mutant gene. The result is that Destiny says, what you've done here is set in motion a series of events that will lead to a war, that will lead to the destruction of all things. And that's why the Brotherhood is here, right? Because what Moira McTaggart's done here is she's basically laid in motion a set of events that's going to lead to the destruction of all the mutants. And so the Brotherhood basically consisted of Mystique and Destiny, Pyro, and I don't think there's anybody else. I don't think Avalanche is there. So this is back in the 1980s, presumably during the second iteration of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. What they do is they basically say, like, we're going to kill you, like we're going to destroy you, and we're going to destroy your cure, and then you're gonna die and you're gonna be reborn, right? Because Destiny knows about all this. She's a precog, but she's like, you're gonna die and you're gonna be reborn, and then take this knowledge into the future and know that if you do this again, it'll lead to the destruction of everything. And so one of the things they actually end up doing is burning her alive, right? And like doing it slowly, so she just kind of has time to think about what it means to truly die. And so the result is that when that happens, when she goes forward, the formula is still there. She still creates it, but doesn't advertise it. She doesn't go out and tell anything. Instead, what she does is actually start growing closer to Charles Xavier. She starts focusing on what it is that he's looking for. And so this is really kind of changing the history of it all, right? So like, chronologically, you go through the entire lifespan, or the entire time that Moira McTaggart has been in the X-Men comics. Originally, all you got was, boy meets girl, boy and girl fall in love, and then eventually they break up. That was basically what it was in terms of Moira and Xavier. What Hickman's doing here is coming back and changing everything and saying somewhere along the line, Moira McTaggart was born, and then she did some things, and then she died, and then she was reborn, and she did some things, and then she died, then she was reborn, and then she met Charles Xavier, and that kind of picks up with the modern era. If you start with Chris Claremont and you go through with Moira McTaggart, all the things that he did with her, then what you essentially are looking at is the third life of Moira McTaggart in Marvel Comics. It's cool, and that's one of the things that Hickman highlights. He says, like, she was there by his side when the original X-Men were formed, when the Giant Size and the new launch of X-Men was formed, when you were talking about Avengers versus X-Men and the death of Xavier himself, and then this future that Destiny said would come to pass when the humans would eradicate the entirety of the mutant population. This really seemed to be more akin to like Days of Future Past, but still, the deaths of all these mutants at the hands of humans, and then eventually Sentinels. And so really using this life experience she has, she tells Xavier, read my mind and see this future that awaits us, see what happens with these things that I do, and where she eventually achieves Xavier's dream by kind of having this biodome the various mutants reside in that cuts itself off from the rest of the world. Man attacks yet again, a war breaks out, and then all the mutants die. And so the result is that what she does is she looks at that and she says, okay, so basically this is all the fault of Bolivar Trask. Now, again, a little bit of history here. Bolivar Trask was introduced in Marvel Comics as part of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's run on the X-Men. And the idea was that he was the first one to create the Sentinels, right? These giant robots that would serve the purpose of whatever their makers wanted. Following Bolivar Trask and his defeat and presumed death at the time, although I believe he ended up coming back, what you got was Stephen Lang. And Stephen Lang, those are the Sentinels the X-Men were fighting that was the prelude to the events of the Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix saga, and really like a lot of the Sentinels that came after. Now, there were various people who invented them after that, but Moira McTaggart realizing that the entire Sentinel program, which is to say these giant robots being controlled by man set on the course of killing mutants, was all done at the hands of Bolivar Trask. She goes through and kills every single member of the Trask family so that hopefully none of this will come to pass. The result is that all of it does anyway. That at the end of the day, humanity, for whatever manner and whatever means, was hell-bent on creating Sentinels, and that leads to everything that kind of took place. And so what this does is point to the idea that a war between humans and mutants is inevitable, that it's going to happen. And the reason why is the same reason that those conflicts have always broken out. And that's one of the things I love about what Hickman's doing. He's introducing new things, but kind of saying all of this has happened before and all of it will happen again. The entire idea behind not really Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's X-Men so much as Roy Thomas, Arnold Drake, and then eventually Chris Claremont going into like Jim Lee, Scott Lobdell, Grant Morrison, Chuck Austin. The whole idea behind like the writings of these characters and the nature of the X-Men is the X-Men represent humanity in its current form being removed and replaced by something better. And what it does is it instills fear in humanity as it exists now, right? Because while they don't really rationalize it in the sense of I will achieve a higher state of being, they rationalize it in the sense of everything we know will change and it will go away, right? Like it's an inherent fear of change. And because because of that fear and not really being able to understand the mutant population, they in turn lash out against them. Now, other things sort of feed into that, the notion that like mutant powers manifest and there's no real way to know what kind of form they're going to take, right? So like some 6-year-old kid sitting in his class and then suddenly sucks the oxygen out of the entire room because his powers kick off because he's been bullied and he goes into a heightened state of stress. Or some girl is like 13 years old, she starts going through puberty and then like lets off a massive explosion and eradicates like half the United States. Like there's no way to know if that's what's going to happen. That's one of the other things that people are fearful about, is there's no way to be able to check and gauge what kind of powers a person is going to have. It's random, it's arbitrary, there's no real way to know. And so again, there's a lot of fear factors that go into the human perception of mutants and why it is that they're so angry. And so because of this, what Moira McTaggart does is she basically sides herself with Magneto, and she looks at this and she says, okay, so Charles Xavier has this idea of a peaceful coexistence, but that won't work because Charles Xavier doesn't have the balls to do what needs to be done in the face of such hate and such anger. He believes he can just talk people into doing the right thing when they won't. Magneto's more heavy-handed. Hey, if they don't want to correct their act, then I'll correct it for them. And that's what she does. She goes along with him and basically says like, here's everything that's going to happen. Here's how this world is going to unfold. Magneto lashes out, loses it, launches an attack by firing like nuclear missiles at the White House and the entirety of the X-Men and the Avengers and the various superheroes, Fantastic Four, the Incredible Hulk, and so on, all team up against Magneto and they all defeat him. So that is yet again another circumstance. Each one of these defeats, each one of these scenarios where she sort of goes down a different path, it's her having died somewhere along the line, being reborn and trying to correct her mistake. And so following this, then she basically goes along and says, okay, fine. If the dream of Charles Xavier doesn't work, if the actions of Magneto don't work, then what we need is a mutant with overwhelming force. We need a mutant with just an insane amount of power, an overwhelming amount of power that can essentially crush everything in its path. That anything that comes its way will be incinerated, destroyed, and that'll be the end of that. What she does is she allies herself with the villain Apocalypse. And this is one of the coolest things, right? Because Apocalypse is a being of Darwinism. He's social Darwinism. Only the strong deserve to survive. The weak will make way for the strong. It's the natural order of things. Now, here's the important thing to understand. What Hickman kind of says here is like, in this war that broke out between humans and mutants, this conflict as it takes place in this timeline of this life that she's lived, instead of humans making the first move, it was Apocalypse who made the first move. It was Moira McTaggart going to Insaban Nur and saying, hey, look, here's how everything's going to unfold. Here's everything that's going to happen. Here's all the things that I've tried. I need your help now. And then Apocalypse was more like, okay, so if what humans want is a war with mutant kind, then we will bring them a war. We will give them a war without end. We will test them endlessly. Like we will constantly put them in a situation where they're going to have to do whatever it is they need to do in order to win. The danger in that is that it basically presents a scenario where Apocalypse himself can be destroyed. And that's kind of what he's looking for, right? He's kind of looking for a scenario where like only the strong deserve to survive, even if that means that he becomes weak. That means that he becomes obsolete. Now, he would have to adapt and have to thrive in the face of that. But what you end up getting here is in the outset of this first conflict, when it all kind of came about in Apocalypse and his 4 horsemen faced off against humanity, they wiped them out on every level, everywhere they went, right? Like they killed all the superheroes. They wiped out every major city in the United States. And what you had was what was left of humanity banding together and then facing off against them. It created a whole new level of Sentinels, a whole new level of machines, and none of it worked. None of it worked at all. At the end of the day, Apocalypse, just like so many other villains before him, so many other mutants before him, ended up falling and ended up dying, and Moira McTaggart was reborn yet again. And so what this does is this wraps us back around to the modern day, to the beginning of House of X #1. And so what this seems to indicate is that this is the 11th life of Moira McTaggart. It's the 11th time that she's gone to Charles Xavier. It's the 11th time that she's tried to find a way to see if there's some kind of balance that can be struck between humans and mutants. It's the 11th time that she's gone down the path of presumably leading to a future where mutants and humans will go to war and all the mutants will be destroyed. It's the 11th time she's done this. And like the 10 times before it, she's trying to find a way to see if it's possible to make it work. Okay, so I am in Portland, Oregon right now. And I feel like there's gonna be some fans who are just like, how come you didn't do a fan meetup? Why didn't you tell anybody? Again, I'm actually on vacation here. And again, like the audio is probably gonna be kind of crappy. It's just really echoey in here. I mean, I'm in a hotel room, so you know, what all you can say? I don't have the sound treated space of my home. But in this one, we're picking up with Powers of X. Now, this one's kind of interesting because there is some cool stuff that happens here, but the big takeaway is actually one of the informational pages that Jonathan Hickman provides in the comic book itself. But one of the things this focuses focuses on is it focuses on how it is that we kind of got to the present day, right? Like Charles Xavier and Magneto teaming up and working together. And that's one of the cool things, is because when it came to this, it's really Hickman kind of reworking a lot of things, especially when you get to like, when you have X-Men Year Zero, which is when the X-Men initially formed, then you have the X-Men in the modern day, and then you have like the X-Men 100 years from now, and then like the end of all things, like, you know, society in like 1,000 years or 10,000 years, whatever it is. It's kind of cool to see this whole thing play out. But what we saw in House of X was Moira McTaggart showing up and basically like revealing the truth to Charles Xavier, that she had lived all these lives, and she had basically shown him like, hey, look, this is the future that awaits the X-Men, right? Like there really does not seem to be a scenario where like any of you guys win. The only way that seems to work is where you and Magneto basically work together, because at this point with these lives that she's lived, it doesn't look like she's experienced a reality whereby Xavier and Magneto came together. For whatever reason, really probably just the core of their differences and belief systems, it always led to like the destruction of the X-Men, presumably Charles Xavier first and then Magneto, or Magneto first and then Xavier, whatever the case happens to be. And so because of that, Xavier basically shows up at Island M, which is really more or less seems kind of be like a precursor to Genosha, and then essentially like reveals the truth to him and says, look, like in this world that we live in, there doesn't really seem to be a circumstance whereby our ideologies will work hand in hand, right? Like we have two diametrically opposing views on how it is that all of mutant kind needs to be dealt with in relation to like what's going on in the world right now. But at the end of the day, what Moira McTaggart showed me is that all of this really seems to just kind of be going to pot. That if we're going to survive, that we have to work together. And that's kind of the important thing that Xavier points out here, is that for him, it's not about survival, really. It's not about like, about Charles Xavier's survival. It's about basically creating a circumstance whereby the mutant population thrives and the mutant population continues to live on long beyond the two of them. And that's very far-sighted. It'd be very easy for him to kind of sit down and say like, I'm worried about right now, right? It's what most people do. It's what you and I do. It's what the average person does. Because of that, like it's a really, really cool concept when you look at this and then you kind of apply it to the nature of mutant kind, in the sense that it's not really about Xavier or Magneto, that it's about the survival of their race. And so that's when Xavier basically says, hey, look, let me show you these thoughts that Moira McTaggart gave me. And Magneto allows it to happen. And he's basically bombarded by like all these different scenarios, these scenarios where he's destroyed by Sentinels, these scenarios where he's captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and held in stasis. And so ultimately it's Magneto coming to grips with the fact that nothing he does matters. And that's a huge revelation to have to undertake. It's a huge revelation that ultimately everything that he does is for naught, that he basically ends up getting destroyed, that it's all just a giant waste. And that's kind of a big thing. It's a massive thing, right? Like imagine if you woke up tomorrow and you found out that like you never amount to anything in your life. How crushing would that be? Now it's kind of a really good way to speak to Magneto's resolve when he basically says, okay, fine, this is how things are, then yes, we'll work together, right? It's not rolling over, it's not giving up, it's not saying, well, yeah, whatever, I guess it's just the way it goes. It's saying like, okay, like we have to work together and we have to get this going. And so what it does is it jumps to year 10, jumps to the present day, and you end up having what's called the Mother Mold. Now, this is an interesting concept, because in Marvel, you had Master Mold for a long, long time. And Master Mold was basically a Sentinel that created other Sentinels, right? It was this great big huge thing. You guys saw it in X-Men the animated series, but it was this great, like this huge robot that probably stood 500 feet tall, and it basically just sat like in this kind of chair that was built for it and just pumped out Sentinels. That's all it did, was just create Sentinels. And the result was that it was a much faster and more efficient way of building them than what was originally done by Bolivar Trask, where it was just like building them in a giant factory and then taking a long time to assemble them and all that kind of good stuff. And so what this is basically it's Mother Mold, in a sense that it's a master mold that makes other master molds. And that's kind of a crazy thing, because what this means is that humanity is rapidly gearing up for a war with mutant kind. And that's what this means. That's really the big takeaway from this moment here, is that when they basically grab this information, when Mystique and company that we saw in House of X grab this information and brought it to the X-Men, it's that exact piece of data that's going on, that basically humanity is ramping up and stockpiling as many arms and armament as they possibly can. And that's basically the stance of Xavier, is we have to go here and we have to destroy the Mother Mold. Otherwise, we're going to be painfully outmatched, right? And it's kind of a cool thing, because this is very reminiscent of Days of Future Past, right? I mean, that's one of the things we've talked about. In Days of Future Past, the reason why the Sentinels were able to overpower the superhero community so readily was because there were just so many of them, right? I mean, if you were somebody like Magneto and you had this power of magnetism, then suddenly you'd be met by like a whole fleet, an armada of like plastic Sentinels, and they would just completely overwhelm you with unrelenting force. So instead of it being like, oh, there's a mutant down there and here's 2 or 3 sentinels, suddenly it's like 200 or 300 sentinels that just, or maybe like 20 or 30 or something like that, but they all just descend on you, and it's just a war of attrition, right? Eventually you just get worn down. And that's the nature of these things. That's why sentinels are so dangerous, is because they don't get tired. They don't wear out, right? I mean, you can destroy them, but like they don't get exhausted. They don't run out of an energy supply, right? They're all like nuclear power. Their energy can just kind of go on forever and ever and ever. And so again, it's kind of a crazy thing. But from here, we jump to the future, and we basically pick up with this piece of information that was gathered by the forces in the future, and they're in turn getting ready to launch their attack. And that's one thing I want you guys to notice, is that this is all about information being transferred from one person to another, right? So it's the information that Moira McTaggart has that's been given to Charles Xavier, which has now been given to Magneto, and that's how they work together. Then it's the information of, this governmental facility that was accessed by Mystique and the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, which was handed over to Cyclops and Charles Xavier. And now you have this information from the future, which is handed over to none other than Apocalypse. And it's kind of crazy, because now this means that Apocalypse is currently running the X-Men. And it really kind of begs the question of, what does that mean for the team? Because if this is 100 years from now, we can largely assume that the X-Men as we know them are basically dead, right? Like Charles Xavier's dead, Magneto's dead, they're all dead and gone. And it's kind of a cool thing here, because this information, which what they were sent in there for, was a particular bit of information, but the problem was it was like finding a needle in a haystack. In this huge catalog of data that exists out there, you have to go find this one thing, and that's like an impossible feat to achieve, right? So what they did instead of them going in there blind and searching through all these files trying to find a piece of information, they can steal the codex, decipher the codex, and the codex will say it's that way, it's right here, it's in this location. And once they break it down and once they decipher it, then in turn they realize where this piece of information is, and they have to go and access it. The problem is they had Blackout, a member of their group, the one who was basically whisked away. She was the one that basically made them invisible to the machines. And so now they have to go in there and then be seen. And so essentially they're going to go into this place, alarms are going to be blaring, they have to fight their way in, they have to secure the information and then fight their way out. And as Wolverine says, it's a death sentence. But then Apocalypse speaks up and says, no, I will lead you there. And so what this looks like is the precursor for the future that we saw with Moira McTaggart, where like Apocalypse is obliterated by the forces of humanity. And that's entirely possible here. It's kind of a cool and a crazy little thing here, because then what you do is you jump to 1,000 years into the future, and you have this kind of whatever this happens to be, whether it's humans or mutants or what have you, but basically like they're met by this giant dark sphere, right, that kind of shoots out this little black ink or whatever it is, and when it starts to speak to them, which is almost reminiscent of the Beyonders, for those of you guys who read Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, when it starts to speak to them, what this being says is, what we're looking for is ascension. And that's when things really begin to get kind of crazy, because what this does is it breaks down into how Hickman defines societies in Marvel Comics based on technology, right? It's one of the important things here. When he says, like societal intelligence 1, that's a machine. But notice all of this is tied into a machine. It's tied into like robots and so on and so forth. Now, this seems to be something that carries over to like humans, like biological organisms, and you probably could. But with regards to this, it's like a single machine, a robot that has average intelligence, right? So I think at this point he's kind of making the assumption, or just kind of going with the idea of like artificial intelligence, meaning a machine that can think for itself, or at the very least, maybe something just like a baseline sentinel. And then from there you have a hive, right? So like a collection of machines all sort of working together where it's greater than the sum of its parts. And then you have your intelligence. Now, intelligence is cool because this is basically his way of saying the Supreme Intelligence is basically a robot. And it's kind of a cool thing, right? Because the Supreme Intelligence really always was. The Supreme Intelligence was always a robot of sorts, insofar as it was an organism that was plugged into the brains of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of the smartest people to ever exist in the Kree society. And then in turn, it can make decisions accordingly. Now, it is biological insofar as like there's blood and there's flesh and different things like that, and like it can bleed and so on. But in terms of how it functions, it really is more machine, in the sense that like it's a singular organism that exists out there, and it's an amalgam of a ton of other minds that it can use for its own purpose to achieve a particular goal. Now from there, you move beyond planetary, and then you start getting into galactic, and this is when you get into things like the Technarch. Now the Technarch is a really, really cool change by Jonathan Hickman, and the reason why is because this ties directly into the Technarchy and then Warlock and Magus. And the reason why is in the 1990s, you had a character by the name of Warlock who was just kind of like this really crazy looking guy in terms of like, this stuff sticking out of him and so on and so forth. But the idea behind this was that it showed up and actually had the ability to convert any kind of substance into a Technarch, like something it could absorb, right? And so it was essentially the son of what was called, I guess, a being called Magus, who was like the super powerful being, and it was from a planet, I always call it Ketch. I don't know if that's really the correct way to pronounce it. And the result was that it just kind of went forward and then eventually became a good good guy and an ally of the X-Men and so on and so forth. And a lot of it was because of the fact that like originally Warlock was like fleeing the planet of his father and so on and so forth. What Hickman's doing is coming along and saying, no, none of that stuff that we've seen is what we think it is. Instead, Warlock and Magus and the planet Ketch and all that kind of stuff, that's one facet of a multitude of concepts that are called the Technarch. Basically, there's a lot of different variations of Warlock out there. There's a lot of different variations of Magus out there, and they all come from a planet that's seemingly called a Ketch, right? So the idea behind this is that they're not the only ones out there. The reason why we've never seen them is because no Technarch can see another Technarch. It's kind of weird in terms of like how they were designed and how they were created, but the idea behind this is they were made for the purpose of basically going through and like removing life on planets. And the reason why is because when it comes to the phalanx themselves, and this is kind of an interesting thing too, I want to talk about that here in a second. When it comes to the phalanx, the way that Hickman really sort of purports it is that it's a group of organisms that go around and essentially deem different planets as worthy of being incorporated into their group, into their collective. If you guys ever watched Star Trek, those who were deemed worthy are absorbed into it. Those who were not deemed worthy are wiped away by the Technarch. That's the purpose the Technarch serves. And the reason why that matters is because what Hickman says here is he doesn't say the phalanx is an interstellar society. He says a phalanx is an interstellar society. And that wording is particularly important because what this means is that it seems as though the phalanx is the highest state of intelligence that a particular organism can achieve, a point at which there is no differentiation between machine and man. Instead, it's just a super high level evolved organism. And the result is that when he says a phalanx, he may just simply be saying it for the sake of the explanation, and there really is only one phalanx race out there, or it could be that this is simply just a super high level of achievement, right? Only one group has achieved the level of phalanx so far, but others can follow if given enough time. And it's kind of a cool thing. It's a really, really cool concept because it's a way to sort of take this entire idea of like machines, intelligence, and so on and so forth, and just kind of roll it all into like this really nice packaged, organized bundle, and then send it off to us as the reader. I really dig it. I'm absolutely loving it. Okay, so getting into House of X Part 3, this story is amazing because what this does is this really gives us like the origin of the Nimrod from Powers of X, which really sort of changes everything that we've known about the Nimrod Sentinels, which is the other big thing. Hickman takes everything that we know about Nimrods and then turns it on its head. And it's a cool idea. Like I actually really, really dig what it is that he's doing here, but we'll make this all make sense, especially when we talk about master molds. When he gives us this kind of hierarchy, we'll do an explanation on him, on the concept of a master mold, different things like that. But this initially picks up with Cyclops. Now, remember, up until about issue number 2, or really issue number 3 of Powers of X, we didn't really know how everything unfolded. Like it was really Hickman just kind of setting the stage and showing us what was going on. The way this works here is it seems as though Powers of X basically feeds into House of X. They're not two distinctly different stories happening at the same time. It's not like one focuses on the future, the other one focuses on the present day and the past. Instead, you're talking about like two things, like one that feeds the other. And so Powers of X really seems to just kind of follow the lives of Moira McTaggart, right? I mean, issues 1 through 3 were basically showing us the future where Apocalypse launches an attack against the Sentinel bases of Earth in order to capture information or to attain information on the origin of Nimrod, which is handed over to Moira McTaggart. And because every time she dies, she goes back to the moment when she was reborn and lives her life over again, what it's done is it allows her to basically gather as much information as she can to ensure the future survival of mutants, right? So she ended up taking the partial information on the origin of Nimrod and then bring it back with her so that when she dies, she has that information when she reincarnates, and that's where we are right now in House of X. And so it's the X-Men basically taking the information that was gained by Moira McTaggart at the end of Powers of X number 3 and then launching an attempt to destroy Nimrod before he's ever really created, right? Like to prevent his creation. And it's kind of a cool thing because Cyclops is scared out of his wits, right? And that makes sense because what you're talking about here is you're talking about the ultimate Sentinel. It's a Sentinel designed to basically counter all form of superpowers and then destroy those superpowered beings, right? So while I don't necessarily agree with the idea that Apocalypse cannot defeat Nimrod, at the same time, it also kind of makes sense, right? Because it would defeat the purpose of Nimrod if Nimrod somehow encountered a Earth-based being that he couldn't defeat. But basically, it's Magneto trying to assure Cyclops, at the end of the day, you're an idea. The attempt to basically keep the mutant population alive. And so even if you go here and even if you die, you will never truly die because one, ideas never die, and as a founder of a nation, founders are never forgotten. If you end up perishing on this mission, for generations from now, people will remember your name. They'll remember the effort you put in. Now, for Cyclops, it actually works because what Hickman has done and what's been going on with Cyclops ever ever since his return after the events of Phoenix Resurrection, is that he's gone back to being the guy who champions the cause of Charles Xavier. And so it's a cool little moment here, because it's basically Cyclops saying, yes, like that works for me. And so what he ends up doing, of course, is walking through one of these teleporters and traveling to the blue area of the moon, and then in turn speaking with the X-Men and letting them know what's going on. And that what's happening here, of course, is, as we're aware, there's Orchis, right? This government organization composed of a myriad of different groups, Hydra, Advanced Idea Mechanics, things like that. It really serves a purpose of basically just like coming together and finding a way to control the mutant threat, right? So like Project Wide Awake at its most extreme, right? Like contain, control, and if necessary, eradicate the mutant threat. And so what humanity's been doing is they're creating a mother mold designed to create other master molds for the purpose of basically creating Sentinels at an exponential rate. And what Hickman does here is he basically gives us this progression from a baseline Sentinel to Nimrod. What he does is he kind of takes all the information that we've had and not really flying in the face of it so much as just kind of expanding it out. So in Marvel Comics, for years and years and years, Nimrod was considered the ultimate Sentinel, right? The idea was that in the Days of Future Past timeline, Sentinels were constantly improving on themselves, right? Like creating new versions of themselves until they got to the point where they could create Nimrod, a Sentinel that can shapeshift, a Sentinel that can basically detect the weaknesses of mutants and then use that to its advantage, that could detect their powers and then find ways to overcome their powers. It could adapt. It had all these different capabilities, all these things that it could do that made it like this living powerhouse. Now, the way it was originally designed, Nimrods were governed by their programming, right? Like that was it. It was simply their programming and that's all there was to it. That changed when Nimrod came to the main Marvel universe, left the Days of Future Past universe and came to the main Marvel universe. Then it kind of forgot its programming and went and started doing what it thought was the right thing to do, which I think for a little while was actually becoming not really a hero, but kind of an anti-hero. It was kind of weird the way that it played out back in the day. But all Sentinels were basically governed by programming and they couldn't deviate beyond that programming. What this does is it says, okay, so there's your baseline Sentinel, right? So these are the ones from Days of Future Past, the ones that you recognize from X-Men, the animated series. These are your straight line Sentinels, the most popular versions of this, this type of machinery. Then you go into master molds, and master molds basically are replicating machiners, right? Like they basically create Sentinels. That's their purpose, right? You go back and you look at X-Men issue number 15. They were created by Bolivar Trask, originally by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. And then in turn, when Bolivar Trask was defeated, the master mold and the Sentinel concept was handed over to Stephen Lang, and Stephen Lang started creating more Sentinels, right? And the idea behind this was that creating Sentinels by hand was too tedious and too time consuming. For Bolivar Trask, it simply just took too long. So why not create a giant machine that in turn will create Sentinels, create one like every 5 to 10 minutes or something along those lines, and basically just like crank them out as fast as humanly possible. It was basically a way to mass produce Sentinels at a very accelerated rate. Now, from the master mold, you go into the mother mold, which is what Hickman is giving us here. And a mother mold is basically a replicating adaptive Sentinel factory, right? It's basically a master mold, and it's self-aware like a master mold is, insofar that if there's a scenario of danger and the master mold cannot overcome that danger, it will leave and go somewhere else to where it can start, it can continue creating Sentinels. A mother mold will do the exact same thing. It'll do whatever it needs to do to eliminate threats to its existence so it can continue with its programming and creating Sentinels. The funny thing about this is that where a master mold can never do anything but make Sentinels, a mother mold, it's believed, can actually progress to the point where it can create something better than Sentinels, right? It can create like purely adaptable machines based on nano Sentinel technology. That's what Hickman tells us, that basically it can create Omega Sentinels, and it can do this by creating by using like nano Sentinel tech and putting it into human beings. Now, master mold was originally able to do that. It wasn't until the later years so I guess not really originally, but it wasn't until the later years when you got into like the late 90s and the early 2000s that a master mold was able to do that, create like Omega Sentinels, right? So really in the early to early 90s to the early 2000s. But this is something that really seems to be ascribed explicitly to the mother mold. The mother mold is the only one that can basically create like Omega Sentinels. Now from there, you go into the definition of an Omega Sentinel, right? And we've talked about that before. Omega Sentinels are basically humans that have been merged with nano Sentinel technology, right? So for those of you guys who ever watched Star Trek, think of the Borg. The difference is that there is a kind of progression when it comes to that. And we'll talk about that, later on in this video. But then you go into basically a Nimrod. And this is where Hickman is changing things, because instead of simply saying Nimrod, he's saying a Nimrod. And this is basically a pure nano Sentinel construct, right? So anti-mutant, adaptive, self-aware, self-replicating, virtually indestructible. What Hickman seems to be saying here is that an Omega Sentinel is the logical conclusion to a Nimrod, right? So like depending on what's going on, that you basically have a baseline Sentinel, which in turn is created by master molds, which in turn is created by mother molds, which are capable of creating Omega Sentinels, which will turn into Nimrods. What he does next is he basically says that a Nimrod is an end state. It's a conclusion to the progression of a Omega Sentinel is basically what that is. And so it's kind of a cool idea here, because when you look at this for what it is, it turns into this neat idea, like this really neat concept, because anyways, then he goes into the Omega Sentinel process, right? Like the system by which these Sentinels exist, right? And so a person is initially infected, and then the Nano Sentinels basically infest the human host, right? They basically start replicating all over the place and infest this person, and then they lay dormant for some time, depending on when it is they need to be activated, right? So like when they're infected in there, like the mother mold may create them and say, okay, these Sentinel genes or these Sentinel Nano Sentinel tech pieces are going to become activated in like 10 years, right? And then when that happens, they're basically activated. Or it can activate them right off the spot, like right off the bat. Whatever the case is, when activation takes place, then in turn, like the person starts to become converted, right? So activation happens, and then a union takes place, right? Where the human becomes aware of this, kind of voice in the back of their head, basically these Sentinel directives that are being given to the Nano Sentinel tech inside their body. And then in turn, the nanotech totally integrates into the human being, and it takes over them. And then eventually they're totally a machine state, right? They're completely and totally taken over by the nanotech, and there's no real shred of human being left. And they basically become a Nimrod. It's cool. Like it's a cool concept. But at this point, we switch over to what's called Project Achilles. Now, Project Achilles is kind of like this government sanctioned supervillain prison with regards to like mutants. It seems almost explicitly for mutants, but for individuals with superpowers, right? So like the next stage of the Raft prison off the coast of New York or whatever it was, before it was destroyed during the events of Brian Michael Bendis' New Avengers. And so what happens here is you basically have a mutant that's brought before the court, and essentially this is a kangaroo court, right? Like his guilt has already been determined. The court's kind of like, what does a public defender have to say? But it doesn't really matter, right? Because it's like there's a 12 strikes rule. And the 12 strikes rule is that if you commit an illegal act 12 times, then regardless of your intention, whether you were tricked into it or not, you're thrown in jail. And we end up learning, of course, that this mutant is none other than Sabretooth. And it's kind of cool because Sabretooth is like, yeah, man, I'm guilty. Like I've done all these things. Like everything you accuse me of, I've done. And I don't really regret it. Like I don't really feel that bad about it because what does it matter? Like, you got people here with guns, but I got a healing factor. Who cares? I could tear through everybody in this room. It's one of the reasons why I love Sabretooth. Hickman is doing 1980s Sabretooth. Let me tell you something about 1980s Sabretooth. That version of Sabretooth back in the day, he would have killed everybody in this room and been home in time for cornflakes. He was awesome. And so it's this cool moment here because as he's kind of sitting there, like his senses pick up on the smell of jasmine, and this entire court is met by the arrival of Emma Frost. And this is probably one of the coolest moments in the entire story because Emma Frost comes walking in, and this is kind of the cool moment. What I was expecting her to do was shut down everyone, right? Because Emma Frost is an Omega level telepath. I guess maybe now she's not really considered Omega level according to Jonathan Hickman, but she's an exceedingly powerful telepath. She walks in, she can dominate the minds of everybody in this room, but she doesn't. Instead, she uses the law on her side. And the reason why is because if she walked in here and dominated the minds of everyone and then took Sabretooth, it'd be a prison break. Instead, she comes out and she says, we as Krakoa are a sovereign nation. We enjoy diplomatic immunity. Every mutant on the face of the planet is a citizen of Krakoa. Therefore, every mutant on the face of the planet has diplomatic immunity in human court systems. Therefore, you cannot put Sabretooth on trial because he is outside your purview. He's beyond you, right? You can't touch this guy. To hold him on trial is to do this illegally. Like you're basically committing an illegal act by doing this. And so it's kind of a funny little thing because she's like, we have all the paperwork that you need, or at least the Stepford Cuckoos tell, her clones basically are like, we have all the information that you need. Like we have all the paperwork and everything. Everything that we're doing is above board. We're not cheating the law. We're not skirting the rules or anything like that. Everything we're doing here is in the confines of the law. So legally, you have to release Sabretooth, or what you're doing is defying the United States Defense Department, in which case we'll take the whole thing to court. It's using the legal system as a means to basically circumvent everything. And it's kind of funny because there's this chick here who points a gun at Emma Frost, right? And, she says like, under any normal circumstance, I would basically trick you into believing that, well, I won't go into that, but basically I would take away your ability to shoot me. For lack of a better word. And so it's this amazing moment, right? Because she's like, I've learned to understand that diplomacy is really the way to go. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to put your gun away and you're going to let me leave with Sabretooth, and I'm going to pretend like you could have stopped me. And like, that'll be it. Dude, it's one of the coolest things, right? Because like this chick never could have stopped Emma Frost. Emma Frost could have made this chick believe that she was a rabbit and have her spend the rest of her life hopping around on all four legs, right? Like eating carrots. Like that would have been her life from that point going forward, right? Like she would have spent the rest of her life believing she was SpongeBob SquarePants and walking around singing the theme song. Like Emma Frost could totally scramble this chick's brain. And that's why it's so awesome, is because I love the way that Hickman writes this. I love the way Hickman does these things. And so what we end up doing is transitioning to Orcus Forge. Now, this is one of the reasons why Hickman writing is so awesome, because everything intertwines. Everything ties into everything else. That's why, like, truthfully speaking, if all you wanted to do was read Jonathan Hickman, right? You start with his Fantastic Four run, and then you go into his Secret Warriors. You can read S.H.I.E.L.D. if you want like basically the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then you go into like Avengers and New Avengers. You read all those books. books, like if you read them in chronological order, it's one giant cohesive story and it all fits in perfect. You could literally ignore everything else in Marvel Comics and like you would be fine. You would not be confused. It would all make sense. That's why Hickman writing is so cool, because when you look at this, you have these panels that basically orbit the sun. Those are the panels that Tony Stark was working on during the incursions, during the events of Avengers and New Avengers. So it's kind of a cool thing here, because in turn, what you have is you basically have like all of this, like humanity's basically built this giant forge in the wake of Saul's hammer. That was basically the way it was. Like Saul's anvil was Fantastic Four. Saul's hammer was the name of the giant Dyson sphere that Tony Stark was building around the sun in order to like destroy and curse of Earths during Avengers and New Avengers. So again, all of Hickman's stuff builds onto itself. The issue with this is that while they're working on building this giant mother mold that's going to start creating master molds, the problem they run into is the X-Men arrive. Because what humanity did not count on was the X-Men getting information from Moira McTaggart from what was essentially the future in order to learn what it is that they're doing in the past. And so they really kind of panic and they really kind of freak out because they're like, we weren't expecting this. Now, remember, Omega is still here, which means Omega, of course, she's the chick that basically operates alongside Nimrod during Powers of X, the one that you see who's basically red with like the machinery looking stuff on her face. That's her. The real question to ask here, and this is the big question that I want to know if Hickman's going to answer, can you have more than one Nimrod? Is a Nimrod considered to be like a queen bee of a beehive, right? You can only ever have one queen. I wonder if that's the case. Like when it comes to Nimrod, there's only ever one Nimrod at a time. I'm curious if that's the case or not. So of course the X-Men basically trying to get the information they need, send in Nightcrawler, because Nightcrawler's the best bet, right? He can teleport in, teleport around. Humanity won't be able to catch up to him. He can grab the information he needs, and then you can basically find a way for the X-Men, like where they need to dock and where they need to get in. And then in turn, they can launch their mission. Now, the funny thing about this is that the X-Men are still trying to maintain this idea that there are innocents here, that they're basically like contractors, government workers, different things like that. And so not everybody on this facility is guilty. But the reality is that even if they're not necessarily guilty, like they're working alongside the guilty party. And so they're guilty by association. So you got to do them away anyway. It's kind of the nature of the beast. That's the way it goes. And so as a result of this, what you end up having here is you end up having a guy named Erasmus. Now, Erasmus Mendel is like a new guy here, right? Like we don't really know anything about him. Like, I mean, he's literally introduced in Hickman's House of X series. And so usually Hickman does things like this because they serve a particular purpose. In this instance, like Erasmus basically looks at that and says like, they're basically getting ready to board here. We have to stop them from being able to get information about like the mother mold, right? Because the mother mold is currently learning all these bits of information and all these things so that when humanity activates it, it doesn't do Days of Future Past where it sits around and says humans and mutants. Okay, so mutants come from humans, therefore mutants are human, hence all humans and mutants need to be subjugated under the power of the Sentinels because my programming says mutants need to be contained and controlled. When mutants are humans, all humans and mutants get contained and controlled. That instead of having to move to that logical conclusion, it can use what's basically called nuance. And so it's kind of a cool little thing here because what ends up happening is Erasmus basically says like, we can't let them win. Do not let the mutants get all this information that they need. And he basically blows himself up. And so what this seems to do, or at least he detonates and with the intention of destroying the X-Men ship, what this seems to do is set the stage for basically his wife becoming like this new rabid anti-mutant supporter and really kind of moving forward at a far more rapid pace and basically speeding up the creation of the mother mold. In effect, what this seems to do is that by the X-Men launching their attack and trying to find a way to overtake and to take out the mother mold, what they've done is sped up their own execution, like their own destruction, by creating a far more rabid enemy than they had before. It's kind of cool, and it's a pretty awesome concept. Okay, so we are getting back into Powers of X, and this is why I love Hickman writing, right? Because there's how you think everything is, and then there's the change, right? The shift that basically changes the way you think everything is. So initially, the way this all popped off, this seemed to be a future where mankind and machines, robots, had basically worked together and then in turn, like wiped out what was left of humanity. What Hickman tells us in this story is that it's not that way. That instead, what basically happened is somewhere along the line, it seemed as though man and machine had basically started working together, and then essentially machine took over. They all took over and they all started conquering everything, and the result was that mankind was forced into a situation where either they had to flee for their lives and survive as best they could, or they were converted into like cyborgs, which is cool because it didn't really seem that way originally. And this is a funny thing about that is you look at things like Nimrod and it seems to be like the most obvious circumstance, right? Like you go into this section and it basically talks about the Temple of Concordance and the Church of Ascendancy, and it's like you have to shed your humanity and you have to like basically become a better version of of yourself, you essentially have to become part machine. It's kind of a crazy scenario because there's a lot that's being borrowed here over the course of like the publication history of Marvel. For example, the idea of X Factor Endgame, the story where you basically had the son of Cyclops and Madeline Pryor, who went on to become Cable, who was basically exposed to the techno-organic virus, and then in turn became like half man, half machine, right? That's basically what's happening here, that human beings are being converted into machines. They're achieving quote unquote ascendancy is what this is called. And so you look at this and it's like, okay, so I guess this is basically where things stand now. And then you start seeing themes like the Summer's Rebellion. You start seeing themes like Days of Future Past. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what that means, a lot of you guys have probably heard of Days of Future Past, which is basically a story where you ended up having Sentinels who were sent on a mission to essentially capture mutants, right? You had the assassination of Charles Xavier, Moira McTaggart, and Senator Robert Kelly. That led to the president reinitiating the Sentinel program. The Sentinels became autonomous, they became self-aware, and then basically enslaved both humans and mutants. In an alternate reality that is really where the character Bishop comes from, you had the exact same process that led to the Days of Future Past. The difference is you had what was called the Summer's Rebellion. And the Summer's Rebellion, it was basically the humans and the mutants working together and then casting off the Sentinel threat. What seems to be, and with the little timelines that Hickman gives us, he doesn't really explicitly state it, it seems to be similar in that regard, insofar as Sentinels somewhere along the line took over, or at least machines and man started merging, and that's kind of where we are now. Now, again, it is a little more complex in terms of like hounds and things like that. We've talked about that in the previous video, but it is a cool little thing because in the middle of all this, suddenly you're met by the arrival of half the forces of what's left of the mutant population. Now, this is one of the things that Hickman runs over, right? He basically says the last surviving mutants that are left on Earth, that what you have here above them all is you have Apocalypse. Now, the way that Hickman describes this is exceedingly important because what he does is he lists Apocalypse as an external. And this has been debated multiple times over the years, right? Is Apocalypse truly an external? Meaning, is he truly a legitimately immortal mutant? Meaning he's immune to like aging and disease. He can be killed in the conventional sense. He will never age. He can't catch a cold. He can never catch a disease or anything like that. Is that truly what he is? And because Marvel never really specified that, because they never explicitly told us that, it was always just kind of left up to interpretation. What Hickman says here is no, this is now fact. Apocalypse is an external. And then from there, you start going into basically his new four horsemen, right? So you've got Wolverine, you've got Zorn, you've got North, and then you've got like Cypher, who's the new Famine. Now, again, when it comes to the Horsemen of Apocalypse, this is one of the ways that things sort of change here, right? Like the Horsemen of Apocalypse always seemed to play like an evil role, right? Like they were bad guys. They would do the bidding of Apocalypse, but they were only ever really bad guys by circumstance. Because they carried out the bidding of Apocalypse, and because the bidding of Apocalypse usually ran contrary to the X-Men's mission of being humanitarians, it basically made Apocalypse a bad guy. And therefore, by that extension, it made the Horsemen bad guys. At the end of the day, the Horsemen just do what Apocalypse tells him to. And so if Apocalypse became a good guy, then the Horsemen would be good guys because they would do what Apocalypse told him to. So, but then there also are basically a few who are dead here. So for example, Scylla Bell, she was a Black Brain. She died in the first issue of Powers of X. You've got Rasputin, who's a combination of different mutants. So again, like a chimera, meaning that she's basically a combination of Quentin Quire, who was an Omega level telepath, Rasputin, the brother of Colossus, as well as Bane, Kitty Pryde, X-23. You've got Cardinal, who's a combination of Nightcrawler. It seems like Jean Grey. These are a combination of these various characters, but then of course Percival's also dead. And then you've got Mother, who's simply called Akaba or Mutant. Now, she's called a pureblood, and this is very important because the initial indication was the only person to really attain the leader of the mother of the clan Akaba was Rachel Summers, the daughter of Jean Grey and Scott Summers from the Days of Future Past. And that was my initial thought. I was like, okay, so basically we have Rachel Summers here. Nope, it's going to be somebody totally different, and it's actually going to be a cool idea, and I'll explain what all this means. But what you end up doing here is picking up with like Nimrod and really kind of this discussion, with one of his folks, where they're basically talking about the notion of like the Church of Ascendancy being on fire and so on and so forth. And Nimrod doesn't really care, right? Nimrod's just kind of like, my job is to figure out what in the world it was these mutants broke into the facility in the first place for. I don't really care about something as small as the Church of Ascendancy. But it's one of these things where he really kind of runs over this idea that humans aren't really relevant anymore. And this is when we start to sort of get this discussion that there are kind of like small little bands of humans that still exist around on Earth, but there's no real connection between themselves and mutants. And so you would think in the aftermath of essentially this ascendancy, right? The aftermath of humans who are being forcefully converted into cyborgs, that what was left of humanity would band with what's left of mutant kind and then try to basically save the world. But the point is that none of that really works. That's one of the things that Hickman gave us in the timeline. Avengers World, meaning all the various Avengers teams around the world, they're all dead, right? Like Thor's gone, Captain America gone, Iron Man, all those characters, they're all dead and gone. All you have left is just a smattering of mutants here and there, and that's really it. It's really kind of humanity and the Earth's population in the traditional sense on its last legs. And so that's why things are kind of crazy, because when you have the forces of Magneto and all these guys basically showing up here and kind of wreaking havoc and really offering more of a distraction, suddenly they're met with like basically an entire entire armada, a fleet of Sentinels. Now, and that's when we end up finding out that, again, this is a distraction. The actual main brunt of the force here comes from Krakoa, the living island, right? The guy who looked like Groot, as well as Wolverine and then Apocalypse. And they're all here for the purpose of attaining this information, this archive that basically gives us the origin of Nimrod. And that's the cool thing, because with this origin of Nimrod, it basically explains where he came from and how he got here. Now, this is why I say this appears to kind of be the future, in at least in the traditional tried and true sense of the main Marvel universe, right? Because with Hickman giving us these timelines of Moira McTaggart, you know, the first life and the second life and the third life and so on and so forth, this all kind of seems to be the absolute life, either that or there's something else going on. And the reason why I say that is when it comes to the origin of Nimrod, again, this all stems from Days of Future Past, right? You have the Days of Future Past timeline, which was believed to have been changed when Kitty Pryde's mind was sent into the past, and then the assassination of Moira McTaggart, Senator Robert Kelly, and Charles Xavier never happened. And so the result was that when Rachel Summers completed her mission by sending Kitty Pryde's mind back, and Kitty Pryde's mind returned to the Days of Future Past universe, of course it became an alternate reality, right? Because, you know, it's an alternate future now since the main Marvel Universe future was fixed. But what this meant was that when they started going through and trying to find a way to destroy the Sentinel threat, they stumbled into a laboratory where Nimrod was being made. And so when Nimrod obliterated the two of them, Nimrod left that dimension and showed up in the main Marvel Universe, and he'd been there for quite some time, and he never went back, right? He never went back to the Days of Future Past universe. And so that's why you look at this and you say, if we're talking about a universe where at some point in the future, Nimrod basically initiates this ascendancy where human beings are converted into cyborgs, that mutants are taken and they're converted into cyborgs that hunt other mutants, then Nimrod's basically conquered the world. And if Nimrod's conquered the world, then this has to be Nimrod from Days of Future Past, meaning if he never went back to that universe, this is the main Marvel universe. Now, we won't know for certain until Hickman basically confirms it and verifies it and tells us definitively this is the case. But something that I want you guys to notice here, and it's kind of intriguing, I don't know if there's a direct correlation here, but there seems to be some kind of matching point between the number of universes that we've had that have ever existed, starting with the first firmament going forward, and then the lives of Moira McTaggart, right? I mean, I don't know if that's an absolute certainty. Technically, it's the 8th universe, but you can also consider the universe before all things to be the first universe, right? So start with 0 and then work your way forward. It's kind of interesting here in terms of how this all works out. But the fact remains here that what you're talking about is Nimrod basically showing up when he realizes that the X-Men have essentially captured this bit of information that contains his origin. And he absolutely unleashes holy hell on these guys, right? Like, they're destroyed by the Sentinels, right? I mean, Rasputin, she literally rips the mask off of Zorn, which reveals the singularity inside his head, right? The fact that he has a giant, you know, a black hole in his head. And when she pulls that off, it just starts sucking everything around it and basically destroys everything that's there. But with Nimrod and his guys, Apocalypse basically tells Wolverine, take this thing and leave, right? Like, take this artifact and get out of here. Get back to Mother Akaba. I will take care of everything. And it's kind of a cool thing because on the surface, you would kind of expect Apocalypse to be able to stand a chance, right? I mean, you're talking about a guy who can give himself any superhuman power, who can grow to any size, who can turn his arms and legs into any extremity. He's a telepath, he's a telekinetic, he's a powerhouse. And you would expect that, like, he'd be able to take this on. No, he's absolutely thrashed by Nimrod. I mean, and it's not even close. This guy could grow to like 2,000 feet tall. He could grow bigger than Galactus if he wanted to. You would expect him to be able to do something like that, but he's taken out like that, quick, fast, and in a hurry, and is totally obliterated by Nimrod, who basically creates kind of like duplicates of himself. Now, of course, Apocalypse is able to destroy one of them, but he's totally crushed here. And this is when you end up learning this universe is the universe where Apocalypse led the X-Men in their war against the mutant machine hierarchy, and ultimately Apocalypse and all the X-Men were defeated. And the Mother Akaba, the person who was running this whole show here, is actually Moira McTaggart herself, who's been injured and kind of just stuck in this catatonic state. And this is a cool thing, because what this does is it allows Wolverine to put this piece of information inside of Moira so that when she dies and she basically goes back and she lives her 10th life, she takes this piece of information with her. What seems to be going on here with Moira McTaggart, this is a genius move. What seems to be going on here is that she really is trying to find a way to ensure that mutants survive, you know, into the future and they're not wiped out by humanity. And so what she's doing is she's going through every single one of these lives that she's lived, and she's basically finding ways to amass huge quantities of information so that every single time one of these threats pops up, she immediately knows how to deal with it. She immediately knows how to cope with it, right? Because what they have right now is the origin of Nimrod. And so if her going through and preventing this origin from happening keeps Nimrod from arriving, something else may take place. But what it does mean is they know his weaknesses, they know how to take him out, so that by the time he pops up, it doesn't take them by surprise. And so it's awesome to kind of see this unfold. This is why I love Jonathan Hickman writing, right? I mean, I think this universe is probably the most interesting, you know, it's probably the most intriguing of the various lives that she's lived. Of course, we still don't know anything about Life 6, which I'm kind of curious. I feel like that's going to be Days of Future Past, but I'm not 100% sure, but it's still a pretty badass story. Okay, so we're getting into House of X Part 4, and here is the deal. If this is the 4th issue, I don't even want to see what the finale's like. Like, I don't even want to know, like, dude, the finale is going to be insane, because this is, Jonathan Hickman, this is amazing. Okay. So, man, let me show you something. All right, here's the thing. So this initially picks up with the other side of the mission to the mother mold, right? We talked about the mother mold being this sentinel that would create other master molds, right? It was a way to just exponentially create a huge amount of sentinels in an exceedingly short amount of time. What this does is where you have the X-Men launching the mission near the sun at the old Dyson Sphere as it was created by Tony Stark during Hickman's run on Avengers and New Avengers. What you have here is you have Storm and you've got Magic and you've got Xavier and you've got Magneto who are communicating with them from Earth, from the other side. And that's the big question that's asked here, because one of the cool things that goes on is you actually see a kind of melding of minds coming together. Now, this is not uncommon. What's going on here is they're basically daisy chaining everybody together, right? So you've got Magneto, you've got Beast, you've got Storm, you've got Magic, you've got all these different characters gathered together, and all their minds are going to link telepathically, and they're going to communicate with Jean Grey. And the reason why is because this is an astronomical distance for the most part. I mean, given the entire scope of the universe, it's a step out the front door, but in terms of the distance between the Earth and the sun, it's a huge amount of distance, especially for characters trying to communicate telepathically. Remember, when you're talking about someone like Charles Xavier, somebody like Emma Frost, and Jean Grey without the Phoenix Force, they're basically Earth-based telepaths, right? They can't really communicate to people on other planets. That's really reserved more for somebody who's in possession of like the Mind Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet or something like that. And so it really does take all this mental energy to be able to pull all this off and to be able to communicate with Jean. And what we end up finding out is that when the bomb was detonated by Gregor, the head of security at the time, that basically it's caused absolute havoc for the X-Men, right? Like they ended up losing Archangel and Husk, right? So both those characters are dead. Like it's crazy to see Archangel just die like that, but it gets crazy. Here's the funny thing about Wolverine. When I first looked at this, I was like, did Jonathan Hickman really show Wolverine's arm being cut off? Because he has adamantium. If you look close enough, there's a bone, so like his arm's not actually cut off, it's just mangled really bad. But basically, like the X-Men team, this field team has pretty much been decimated. And that's kind of a crazy thing, because Hickman is sort of looking at this and saying, okay, how can we make situation dire for this, right? Because if you go and you look at almost anybody's X-Men run outside of Chris Claremont would have done this. This is exactly what Chris Claremont would have done. He would have had the X-Men go on this ship. He would have had the people on the ship respond in kind, and then he would have shown the X-Men decimated, right? Like just their ranks, not really all of them being massacred, but certainly all of them being like severely injured or something like that. You don't really see that in modern day. Like it's kind of crazy. You look at certain things and you see it from time to time, but you don't really see a scenario where it's like, okay, so this is basically the last stand of the X-Men. You never really see that. And so it's kind of cool to see Hickman doing this, showing us how dire things really are for the team. But at the end of the day, the mission has to go on. And so when the question is asked of Jean Grey, or I guess asked of all the other X-Men through Jean Grey, who's being communicated to by, Professor Xavier using the minds of the other X-Men on Earth, can the mission go on? The response to Cyclops is yes. Now, this is where Jonathan Hickman shines when it comes to writing Cyclops. And this is where Cyclops fans get their due. Let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk about Cyclops. Cyclops fans have really just kind of been screwed for like the last few years or so. And I understand where they're coming from, because while I'm not the most hardcore fan of Cyclops, I am a fan of the X-Men. My favorite X-Men, I'm not going to tell you who my favorite X-Man is. I want you guys to guess who my favorite X-Man is. I'm curious to see if any of you guys can get it right. Because it'll probably end up being like a crazy guess. If anybody gets it right, I'll be amazed. But nonetheless, like Cyclops fans have been left hanging over the years, right? Because like Cyclops was killed, and like they got the crappy young Cyclops from the Bendis run, and nobody wanted him. That character sucked. People wanted like the old school Boy Scout Cyclops, and it was cool to see his character's evolvement, right? Where he went from being like the guy who always believed in Xavier's dreams to the guy who basically became the new Magneto. Like, I love that version of his character, but Cyclops fans have kind of been screwed. And this is a great moment, because this is a tribute to the Cyclops fans, because during the old school Chris Claremont era, and even during like the Stan Lee Jack Kirby era, the Roy Thomas era, the Arnold Drake era, Grant Morrison, you go to Chuck Austin, you go through like all these different eras of the X-Men, and this is classic Cyclops. And it's the one that people have really wanted to see come back for quite some time, because he is the guy who would say, we're all probably gonna die here, but so long as the mission succeeds, that's all that matters. Because more important than any one man is the mission and the future of mutant kind. That's what I love about the character of Cyclops. And so ultimately he basically says, we're going to split up. We're going to go to different locations, right? We're all going to go to different sections, and we're basically going to destroy these giant devices that are holding the mother mold in place, right? Because the idea is to release those devices, and the mother mold will just go crashing down into the sun, and that'll basically be the end of it. And it's pretty cool the way it happens, right? Because then you've got the wife of Gregor, who we talked about in the last video. You got her who's basically freaking out because her husband sacrificed his life. And so when this happens, and she's basically told, look, I can't really order you to do anything. I can't really tell you what you can and can't do, but what I can say is if you do nothing, then your husband sacrifices life for nothing. So do something, because it's the only way to really redeem your husband's sacrifice here. And so that's when this battle is fought on two fronts, because on the surface, we would say, okay, it'd be a silly move for her to go after the X-Men ship that's basically attached to the Mother Mold, Mother Mold satellite. It would make a whole lot of sense because none of the X-Men are really there. But what it does do is it gives them a place to basically retreat to and possibly an out or a place to make their last stand. Her response is get rid of it, scuttle the ship. So they're stuck here. There's no way for them to get back, right? And it's kind of cool because remember, Nightcrawler can't teleport that far. Nightcrawler can't teleport from like the Earth to the moon or something like that. His powers aren't that developed. But within the time frame that it takes for Gregor's wife, the scientist, to basically commune and figure out what it is they want to do, 2 of these brackets are deactivated. They've got 2 more left. And it's kind of crazy, and it gets super cool because what it does is it switches back over to the ship itself, and then it picks up with Monet St. Croix. Now, of course, we've explained Monet St. Croix in the Generation X video, so I'll link that down in the description, but she's basically 2 people in one. That's really what it is with her. But she also does have like that crazy penance look, right? When I think is when she becomes penance. Her history is so crazy and so murky. The reason why they did what they did with her was because they were trying to find a way to make Generation X relevant going into like everything after issue number 21. And so like it didn't work. She was cool for the time, but like nobody cared about Monet St. Croix. The long and short of it is she's exceedingly capable, right? So I mean, she literally puts Jean Grey in the escape pod and then scuttles the escape pod, sends it flying out into space, and basically says like she's going to take everybody else on her own. And of course, she's completely destroyed. This switches over to Mystique, and this blew me away, right? Because Mystique goes into that one section. They chose Mystique for that area because she can shapeshift, right? So she can just look like one of the scientists. The issue is as soon as she gets in, she's met by the doctor's wife, and what this chick does is open up one of the airlocks and suck Mystique out into space, right? So Mystique is gone, like she's dead. And it's just like dude, they're falling, dude, they're dropping like flies, man. Like the X-Men are just dropping like flies. And it's the craziest thing, right? Because like from there, like it's basically Hickman telling us like it's the last stand, right? Because what the scientist ends up doing is she brings Mother Mold online. Now, this is a dangerous game because remember, with these Sentinels, they are technically designed to be characters that have an artificial intelligence, right? Now, their artificial intelligence can't really deviate past its own programming, which really kind of seems to be it doesn't really seem to make any sense, right? It kind of seems to just be in direct contradiction with itself, but it's basically this idea that it can think and function within the realm of its programming. The issue with this is they don't know how its programming is going to like evolve and grow, right? I mean, like you're talking about a computer system. So all this thing needs to do is come online and in the span of seconds, lose its mind, destroy the entire ship, and then who knows what would happen after that. That's the fear they have. They don't know if it's going to be sane or if it's going to be insane. If it's going to be like, I am Mother Mold, I make master molds, and that's it. Or if it's going to be like, I am Mother Mold, everyone's gonna die. Like we don't know if that's what's gonna happen. We don't know if that's going to be the case or not. And it's a gamble. But the crazy thing about this is that with Mother Mold coming on in 10 seconds, the X-Men have to disengage this last device, right? But the issue is that the open airlock is on the other side, which means they have to find a way to get out there, deactivate it, to shut it down, and then leave. And it all comes down to Wolverine. It's the last stand of Wolverine. And this is the coolest thing ever, because if there's anything that Jonathan Hickman is good at, it's sending characters out on one hell of a bang. He is amazing at doing that, right? Like he did it during the Fantastic Four. He did it during Avengers and New Avengers. Like he did it during all these characters. Like do you guys remember from New Avengers when Hyperion and Thor died? Oh, dude, it was the craziest thing ever. It was like, dude, like Hyperion was like, we're gonna die here today, and Thor's like, yes, but if we're gonna die a warrior's death, and it's like it's the craziest thing. Hyperion's like, he's like, I will see you in Valhalla, and Thor's like, brother, today I will race you there. And they just go like racing up against these Beyonders. They get totally obliterated. It's like there was a crack of thunder and something else, and then silence, and it's just like, holy shnikes, man. It was it was insane. Like it was one of the coolest things. Hickman is so good about that, right? Because you end up having this conversation between Wolverine and Nightcrawler, and Wolverine's just kind of like, do you think there's anything for me after this? Like do you think there's anything in the afterlife waiting for me? It's a vulnerable Wolverine, right? Because the way that Hickman writes it is kind of Wolverine covering it up with, I'm just sort of curious, but he's not. He's kind of like, I'm gonna die here. Like I'm gonna die in this place. There's no real way for me to come back. I'm gonna be stuck out in space. I'm gonna be incinerated by the sun. There's not gonna be any way for me to return from this. So like, do you think there's an afterlife for me? And it's one of the coolest, most touching moments, because Nightcrawler tells him, when you wake from this earthly slumber, my friend, I will be there waiting for you, radiant and with open arms. And it's just like from that point, he teleports Wolverine out there, right? Because like Nightcrawler burns up in the sun. He's got to go there to get Wolverine to that location. So Nightcrawler burns up in the sun's heat. Wolverine's skin is literally melting off of his adamantium skeleton, which is going to be the only thing left. And he's just like hacking and slashing away at this thing, manages to destroy it, and falls into the sun. falls into the sun with the Mother Mold. And like, it's one of the coolest things. As that's happening, he's still like slashing away at Mother Mold's face as he crashes down into the sun. It's the most badass thing I've ever seen in my life. Man, let me tell you something. Man, let me tell you something. Man, this is Jonathan Hickman writing. Man, Jonathan Hickman writing. It's the craziest thing, because from that point, then it picks up on Cyclops trying to make his escape. Cyclops is shot in the back. The nanites end up traveling through his body and into his brain. And it's the craziest thing, because when he's basically saying, when he's talking to the scientist and he's like, capturing me doesn't mean anything. Her response is, we're not capturing anybody today. You guys killed my husband. You're gonna die. And Cyclops gets shot in the face and dies. All the X-Men sent on this mission die. Every single one of them die. It's the craziest thing ever, because now what we get, and this is going to be a sight to behold. Now what we get is the wrath of Charles Xavier and the wrath of Magneto, and I am hyped to see what that looks like. Okay, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me for a second. It might be a little bit echoey in here, and I'll try my best to reduce it, but I'm actually working on my sound recording space at the moment, so we gotta make do. But we are covering Powers of X. Those of you guys who are following me on Twitter, you guys know that I was taking a break for this week, but I'm doing Powers of X because I love House of Powers of X. Now, where House of X covers the 10th life of Moira McTaggart, basically, Powers of X covers not really a 10-year window, covers 3 different time periods, right? So the point at which the X-Men were being formed, or at least when Xavier was trying to bring the team together, before it really officially formed. And then the second era is basically the modern day. And then the third era is in the future. Now, one thing we've never actually done here is we haven't actually established a chronological time period of when this takes place, right? I mean, for the sake of the story, Hickman's just using a general period of time, like between this point and this point is basically when everything takes place. That way he's not really forced to narrow things down and force it into a chronological period, because then it would all kind of go to pieces later on down the line. Marvel also kind of makes an editorial mandate, as far as I'm aware. You can't really ascribe dates to comics, otherwise it actually puts a solidified date on them, whereas you can simply just say it takes place somewhere maybe around the modern day, who knows, and just kind of call it a day, which is what they really do now. Charles Xavier served in the Korean War, which lasted loosely between 1950 and 1953, right? I mean, it's give or take, a few months here and there in terms of the beginning and the end, but we can usually say at some point in 1953 is basically when it came to an end. And then from there, we basically have what's around maybe an 11-year window, not really an 11-year window, probably a 8 or 9 year window between the time the Korean War ended and the time Xavier started the X-Men. Now, before Hickman started writing the comics as they exist now, the explanation that Marvel gave us in terms of why Xavier started the X-Men in the first place was because of the fact that he met Amal Farouk, he met the Shadow King, and it was his first introduction into a mutant that was literally just malevolent, right? It was just an evil entity that existed out there and didn't want to do anything but inflict harm on people. And realizing that was, that it would make no sense to simply assume it was the only one, and drawing the logical conclusion that there's other mutants out there that would try to pursue the same goal, right? World domination or just inflicting harm or whatever, Xavier launched the X-Men. And so what we're looking at here is sometime during this 8-year window between 1953-54 running all the way up to around 1961-62, so we probably say around 9 years, when the X-Men were basically introduced in Marvel Comics, right? Or at least when the team was officially formed, right? Because when the comic first picked up, the team had already been formed. So we can kind of say somewhere along those lines, and this 8-year window is when all this takes place. But what this does, where it says X-Men 0, X-Men Year 1, this basically picks up with them going to visit Bar Sinister. Now again, this is Hickman referencing his own work. Bar Sinister was given to us as part of Secret Wars, right? When you had like Battle World and you had the realm where Sinister hung out, his base of operations more or less, it was called Bar Sinister. So it was kind of cool to see, because what you also get here are all these different versions of Sinister himself. Now, this is something Jonathan Hickman does not explain. Those of you guys who read Secret Wars and who read Avengers and New Avengers can harken back to this, but the only real conclusion we can draw from this is that either these are clones that Sinister made of himself, or they're the alternate reality counterparts who have just been here ever since. Now, you have these different versions of himself, and then you have the actual Nathaniel Essex, who seems to be the one sitting here. This is kind of a big moment here, and this is kind of a big thing, because what Hickman does is change up pretty much everything we know about Nathaniel Essex, and he says that he has a mutant gene. This is wholly new territory. This is Jonathan Hickman shifting things up entirely. But for Sinister himself, a little bit of backstory here, and you guys will find a link in the description for Mr. Sinister Explained, which again is part of our X-Men playlist, our X-Men Encyclopedia. To basically sum this up, Sinister used to be called a guy named Nathaniel Essex, and the idea was that he was obsessed obsessed with genealogy, right? He was obsessed with the idea that somewhere along the line that humans were going to give way to people with abilities, right? So it was basically the concept of mutants, but not really knowing what it was. It was simply just a theory that he had. But because of the fact that the villain Apocalypse didn't really even know what he was, and then overheard the theories of Sinister, and then was basically told, you're a mutant, right? You're the next stage in human evolution. In response, the question was asked, do you want to be able to do this kind of stuff forever? And when the answer was yes, then you ended up having Apocalypse, who uses technology to transform Nathaniel Essex into Mr. Sinister, right? So up until this point, this particular comic right now, the form and function of Sinister's powers is that they were bestowed on him by external means, by, Apocalypse using celestial technology to modify the genes of Nathaniel Essex. What Hickman is doing here is saying, no, that basically either he's going to reconcile the two and say that what Apocalypse did was wake up the mutant gene of Nathaniel Essex, or he's going to come back and he's going to say that never happened. But them basically meeting with Sinister is interesting here, because Xavier shows up and he basically says, we know that what you're doing right now is going through and cataloging the world's DNA, right? That's what Sinister does. He looks at the entire world's population and says, who's of particular interest here? Basically, it's Professor X and Magneto simply saying, we know that you catalog mutant genes, and even just human genes to a degree. We know that you're a collector. These are things that are of interest to you. So what we want to do here is we want to work with you. We basically want to bring you the entire catalog of the mutant genealogy as we discover it. You will be the one who will catalog it. You'll hold on to it. You'll examine it. You can do whatever you want with it. Just don't destroy the genes, and don't, do anything like nefarious. Don't like clone people or anything, which is what he did with Jean Grey. He made Madeline Pryor. But the fact remains, they're like, basically, you're going to be the database management for the entirety of the X-Men population, or at least the mutant population. And where this version of Sinister basically shuts it down and says, why would I want to work with any of you, on this particular thing? He's basically killed from behind, and we're met with the real Nathaniel Essex. Now, this is kind of like a big change in terms of Nathaniel Essex as we know him, because he's kind of depicted more as like there's really no better way to say it. He's sassy. That's basically what he is. Like, it's me, Mr. Sinister. I'm fabulous. It's kind of what it seems like, and I think it's kind of cool, actually. I think it's kind of interesting, but it's a pretty cool thing, because what this does is this sets the stage that where we previously looked at all the X-Men stories that came before Powers and House of X, and we saw Mr. Sinister as a guy who was collecting the DNA of mutants by using subterfuge, right? Like doing it in a very, very sneaky way, in a very underhanded way, basically doing what he was not supposed to do. What we're finding out here is that Xavier basically sent him on that path, and this has all been happening at the hands of Xavier, which is, again, a pretty cool concept. And so what this does is this switches over to Doug Ramsey, and it switches over to Xavier, and basically Xavier kind of, again, setting in motion all the things that are going on right now with the establishment of Krakoa as being a mutant haven. Now, up until this point, and this is kind of an interesting thing here, because when this happens, and we basically get, a few months ago, when we speed up to what's basically a few months before the events of the modern day picked up with regards to House and Powers of X, we end up finding that Xavier traveled back to Krakoa. Now, Krakoa had always kind of been an enemy island, more or less, of the X-Men, insofar that it was a giant-sized X-Men story, right? Like this story where they all kind of came together and they had to save the X-Men from Krakoa and all that kind of good stuff. One of the cool things that Hickman does about this is he actually says it's not really what we think it is, right? In the sense that Krakoa is there, but it's not really a malevolent island. It's not an evil place. It's an island that's there, and it never really had any true contact, or at least in its present form, never really seemed to have any true contact with beings that were out there, and was really more curious than anything else. And so what he basically does is he brings Cypher along for the purpose of being able to understand Krakoa. And the reason why this matters is because where Xavier can tap into Krakoa, and Xavier can understand the more empathetic tendencies, right? In the sense of what Krakoa is feeling and how it's perceiving things, Doug Ramsey, again, as a mutant that can basically speak any language, can essentially understand the language of Krakoa as it talks, and then turn it and, create an alphabet, more or less, and then pass that on in the form of Xavier absorbing it, and then setting it up so every mutant could understand it. That's really kind of how all that worked. That basically the way this played out is, in the modern day, the various X-Men who want to escape human persecution, more or less, who want to go to a safe place, will go to Krakoa. But the question was always asked, if Krakoa speaks a language that nobody on Earth understands, then how do they understand it? This is where that begins. That is Douglas Ramsey sitting down, it's Douglas Ramsey learning to understand the language, having a full-on conversation, spending about a year to really grasp how it is that Krakoa talks. It's like learning French or Spanish or something like that. And then in turn, what Xavier does is he takes that information and he copies it out of the mind of Doug Ramsey, and then from from there, the various telepaths stationed around Krakoa install that language, for lack of a better word, into the mind of New Mutants so they understand exactly what it is that Krakoa is saying and how the island functions. It's a pretty cool thing here. Now from there, it jumps into the origin of Krakoa itself in terms of what Krakoa was before it became the landmass that it is now. But what we're told here is that at some point in the past, there was simply just a land called Okara. And the way it's described here by Hickman is a little interesting, but also a little strange at the same time, right? Because this land is described as being ancient before the word existed, but not old in the way that, you know, that they were old, that like the world itself is old, meaning that this island existed, but like either it was artificially created or it rose up somewhere along the line. I would say this chunk of landmass probably rose up sometime during the Great Cataclysm, right? When the Celestials showed up during the Second Host, they wiped out most of the deviants, they sunk Atlantis, that somehow this popped up in the process, right? It's the only real way to make it make sense. And the reason why I say that is because somewhere along the line, this landmass of Okara was split in half and it became Arakko and Krakoa. And from this giant rift, more or less, between these two chunks of land, came these massive demons, right? This Twilight Sword basically came with them. Now, the Twilight Sword is interesting because on one hand, it kind of looks like the all-black Necro Sword, but it's not. So we know this is not Null the God, Null the symbiote god, right? And then my thought was, well, if it's being called the Twilight Sword, then maybe it's the Twilight Sword of Surtur. The issue is that the Twilight Sword of Surtur looks a little bit different. The reality here is we're not given an explicit explanation what these guys are. All we're told is that these demons, these monsters more or less, showed up out of this rift, and then ultimately they were fought by Apocalypse. And this is why I say this takes place probably somewhere around 4,000 to 4,500 years ago, right? Because Apocalypse was born 5,000 years before the modern day, and he didn't rise to prominence until around maybe 100 years after that, after everything that took place in Egypt, right? So maybe around 4,900 years ago is when this may or may not take place, right? So we've got an almost 5,000 year window between when this happened, right? So if we scale it down and go by what we're being told, maybe anywhere between 5 to 4,000 years before the modern day. But regardless, it took place a long time ago. And we don't really know what these beings are. And in fact, all we're really told here is that by virtue of Apocalypse defeating these forces and then casting them back down into the cavern and then cutting off that entire section of Krakoa from itself, that Krakoa's kind of been half an island ever since, and it always will be forever, right? It doesn't really seem to be super important at the moment, but that's the nature of Jonathan Hickman writing. He gives you something that seems pretty innocuous, right? It's just a thing that's there, and then suddenly it becomes super important in like 20 issues, right? So that's one of these reasons why when you're going out and buying and you're reading these stories, you have to pay attention to everything. Ultimately, what ends up happening here is Douglas Ramsey stays on Krakoa for about a year, and then basically goes through the process of understanding how it all works. And so what we do to this point is we jump to the future and we talk about this concept of basically ascension. Now remember, from what we saw in the last issue, ascension is basically like this sort of final step for those individuals who are essentially robots, right? Like the idea is that when a robot's created, you know, with a baseline sentinel is really where Hickman starts from. You go from a baseline sentinel, which is given a command, and the command is basically eliminate mutants. Now, it follows that command to the best of its ability and is given a little bit of leeway there, right? Insofar as like a sentinel would look at a mutant and say, okay, mutants are the enemy, but mutants stem from humans because they're the next step in human evolution. Therefore, all mutants have the potential to become mutants, and so all humans are enemies. Like that's the kind of conclusion that a sentinel would draw, right? But only insofar as the command that it's given, right? It wouldn't say like your job is to take care of like all mutants. Like a sentinel wouldn't look at that and extrapolate and say, okay, because there's humans, then there's humanoids, we should also take out humanoids. No, it's confined to that line of programming. Beyond that, you go into master mode, which is given a little bit more of leeway in terms of sentinels, in terms of how it creates them, as well as like getting up and leaving and going to a safe place if it's in danger, but it's still continually following the program of my job is to create sentinels. Then you go into a mother mold, which is a little more intelligent. Then you go into a Nimrod, which is artificial intelligence. And then you go into what are basically humans that are bonded with nanites and become like the perfect sort of sentinel. But the issue with this, and this is one of the things that Hickman kind of points out here, is that this ascendancy that's currently taking place right now, this landscape in, 1,000 years in the future, what we found out in the last video is that these aren't humans and they're not mutants. That humans and mutants have essentially been wiped out or pushed to the brink of extinction. Mutants, for the most part, seem to be gone almost entirely. What's left of them exists way out there in the far reaches of space as part of the Shi'ar Empire. Those who were left on Earth, and there's probably around 8 or 9 of them, they're the only ones really left in this part of the universe. From there, you basically look at humans, and what we were told here is that humans kind of exist in small little encampments, but they're more fleeing for their lives and trying not to be caught. That what you have now basically running the show are these human and robot hybrids, right? These sort of perfect beings, these Omega Sentinels, more or less is what they're called, that exist out there. The issue they're running into here is that when the Phalanx show up and they're trying to reach ascendancy, the goal of the Phalanx is to basically look around at all machine concepts, right? Like all robots who have achieved a higher level of artificial intelligence that basically allows them to transcend their programming and even transcend humanity, right? To think far beyond the means of a normal human, but to also somewhat function as humans and then absorb them into themselves if they're far enough along, if they're of interest, right? That's basically what it is. The issue with this is that they're not fully robotic. And so one of the ways they're trying to get around that, and this is kind of where this comic ends, one of the ways they're trying to get around that is they're actually trying to essentially take their consciousness and then put it inside a computer shell. And then when that's done, the Phalanx will see that computer shell and then say, okay, like we will absorb that because as far as the Phalanx are aware, this is a being that's achieved, or I guess a machine that's achieved a higher level of thinking. That really seems to be what's going on here. But again, this is classic Hickman, right? You get this little bit of information and then it's done. And then that's basically it. And then it wraps up. And it's a cool little moment here because the question is, are beings actually going to achieve a higher level of ascension? Is this really the fate of humanity? That humans and mutants are essentially going to be wiped out and they're going to be replaced by robot biological being hybrids. This is kind of an important thing here because if you go back and you look at Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, and I know I keep saying that, everything from his Fantastic Four all the way up until now is all one giant cohesive story, right? And so when you look at that, you say, okay, you have the portion of the story where Captain America and Black Widow and Hawkeye and I think somebody else, I can't remember, get flung into the future. And along the way, they basically start dropping off, but you get 50,000 years into the future and you basically end up realizing that like the Avengers transcend the Earth and become this universal protection force, right? So like there's a future there, but how do you get from point A to point B? And will that future come to fruition? That's really what's being presented to us here by Jonathan Hickman. And that's really the question that we have to ask. Okay, so we are picking up with House of X Part 5, and this is actually one of the coolest things because like a lot of crazy things happen in this and everything changes in its entirety, right? So like I just want to kind of dive right into this. So what we do here is we initially pick up with Lorna Dane and with Magneto. Now the cool thing about this is that remember, where Lorna Dane is exceedingly powerful and she has the powers of Magneto for all intents and purposes, there is still a lot of learning that goes on there with her insofar as the role that Magneto plays and how Krakoa works and all that kind of cool stuff. And so sort of passing this wisdom on is a bit of a cool thing because what ends up happening is she asks the question, is there any good to humanity? And Magneto responds to this by saying, well, there was a point when humanity was composed of hunters and gatherers, right? It was a nomadic setup where humans would just travel from one place to the next. They would basically forage for food or resources or what have you, and then move on to the next. It wasn't until humanity started settling near bodies of water and then started forming civilizations around those bodies of water and then expanding in an outward direction that they basically created society. And in doing that, they of course pass that on to mutant kind, not in a literal sense, but in the sense that mutant kind could basically follow the path of humanity and find a refuge unto itself, ideally the island of Krakoa. So again, like it's kind of interesting here because what ends up happening is you basically have what's called the coming together of the five. And it's a really cool concept because what this means is there are 5 mutants that have been brought here selectively by Charles Xavier himself. And the reason is because they serve 5 particular purposes. The first person here is Fabio Medina. Now Fabio Medina was a character, or is a character rather, who creates these kind of like golden balls, which nobody ever really seemed to care about. What you end up finding out is they were actually eggs. Now, what Hickman doesn't explain here is if these eggs are created and if these eggs are planted somewhere, will they gestate given enough time, or are they simply unfertilized eggs, right? Will they just sort of wither and die and go away as if they're never fertilized at all, or will they just sit there for all time waiting to be fertilized? We're not really given an answer to that question, but it's kind of cool because we don't need one. Instead, we're basically given this scenario to where you have Proteus, the son of Moira McTaggart, who can again manipulate reality in a localized space, right? We've made videos about him, we've talked about him, so you'll find those down in the description. But using the reality warping abilities of Proteus and then using, some of the preserved DNA, which we'll talk about that here in a second, as well as using Elixir, who can basically give life. What this does is it allows them to in turn use the powers of Eva Bell to manipulate time and then speed up the gestation process and essentially create new mutants. Now, this is one of the reasons why reading everything that Hickman does is exceedingly important, because when you look at this, you say, okay, well, where'd they get the DNA from? We got that last little tidbit from the last comic, right? Where like Charles Xavier basically asked Mr. Sinister to create a giant repository of mutant DNA. This is why, so that at a future point in time, he could start resurrecting X-Men. And that's basically what he does. He recreates all the X-Men who died on the facility, on the satellite, during their initial launch. Now, it may seem kind of like a hand-wavy thing and a way to just kind of be like, well, you know, it's whatever, you know, and just kind of like bring a character back from the dead in a really convenient manner, right? I mean, some people will look at it that way. Hickman is never that way, right? This is designed to introduce a concept. This is designed to introduce a way in which a mutant can return and do it in a fashion to where it'll become exceedingly important later on down the line, right? So to a degree, it is a bit hand-wavy, but this is also one of those moments where you have to keep this in the back of your head, because if you don't, then you'll basically get lost in the shuffle in however long it takes for Hickman to get around to it during Dawn of X. But it's kind of a cool little thing, because following that, what we also get is this explanation about Cerebro. And over the years, Cerebro had always been billed in Marvel Comics as this device that was developed through a combination of Charles Xavier and Magneto and so on, that would allow him to find any mutant around the world. What Cerebro can actually do is it's basically been copying the mental patterns of X-Men all across the entirety of its existence, right? And so what this does is it allows the DNA, as it was kept by Mr. Sinister, to resurrect the physical bodies of the X-Men. And then in turn, the information stored in Cerebro allows them to basically reinstall the mind, so to speak, of the person who was created, right? Now, again, this is not Hickman making this up. We saw this happen in the Iron Man comics. You know, so we've seen this happen a multitude of times over the years in Marvel Comics, whereby a person's mind can be more or less backed up. And when that person dies, if they're recreated, their mind can be reinstalled back into their brain, and they'll go back as they normally would, right? They'll go back completely functioning. And so it's kind of a cool thing, because what you get here is the return of all these X-Men who died, right? You get the return of Wolverine, you get the return of Nightcrawler, of Jean Grey, of Cyclops, all these characters, Monet St. Croix, the whole nine yards, all these characters that died have all basically been brought back. And so it's one of these cool things, because Storm basically goes out there and speaks to the people of Krakoa on behalf of Xavier and Magneto and all of them, and says, like, these people have been recreated, and I know there's some degree of distrust, right? You don't know if it's truly them. You know it's a mutant, but you don't know if it's truly them. So let me verify. And by kind of going through and testing each one, they all pass, in the sense that Cyclops makes reference to, I thought I knew what it meant to be like a strong leader, and then you showed me. That's a reference to when Cyclops battled Storm for leadership of the X-Men and Storm won, and then Cyclops basically left. So that was back during the old Chris Claremont and Luis and Walter Simonson and Bob Layton eras of Uncanny X-Men and X-Factor. In turn, you basically end up getting, like, you know, Jean Grey, who's tested. You have Monet St. Croix, who's tested. She's kind of like, get your hands off of me. Each one of these mutants are individually tested. Each one of them are tested in a way to verify that they are who they claim to be. And it's really a way for Hickman to tell us this is really them, right? It's not just like duplicates, or I guess it is to a degree, but they're not like false. It's not a false Cyclops, right? It's not a fake Monet St. Croix or a fake Jean Grey. This is actually them. This is really and truly them. And so it's kind of a cool thing, because where Xavier would be excited about this and where he would celebrate this moment, the reality is that they're all basically hinging on a vote from the United Nations to decide whether or not to see Krakoa as an actual sovereign nation, right? Like, is it its own island, like its own country where only mutants reside? Now, this is an important theme, because it's Magneto basically pulling a bit of history out of Marvel Comics. And the reason why I say that is that if you go back and you read X-Men Volume 2, issue number 87, that was a story whereby Magneto basically seized the magnetic poles of Earth and then basically blackmailed humanity into giving mutants their own island, which of course turned out to be Genosha. And so it's not the first time something like this has happened, and it's not Hickman just pulling things out of his backside. Now, there are vast differences between Genosha and Krakoa, right? Krakoa is a living island. Genosha was just a giant chunk of land out there somewhere. So again, there are big differences. This will be a far more safe place than Genosha ever was, but it is kind of a cool moment here, because what you end up doing is getting to like the actual day of the vote, and it's kind of a blessing but a curse at the same time, because the votes ultimately pass. You know, like you basically have Krakoa going forward as a nation. The issue with this and the way it worked was that Emma Frost essentially swayed the vote using her telepathic powers, and Charles Xavier basically says, hey, look, we appreciate everything you've done, just know things like this always come at a cost. And while it's not really made clear by Jonathan Hickman, what this basically means is that somewhere along the line, someone's going to realize people's minds were tampered with. And while the vote has really just kind of gone through and there's not much they can do to undo it, I guess they could try to vote against it, you know, and kind of ban them, you know, take away their nation. But what that would do, if that were the case, is it would lead to a war between humans and mutants, right? Because it would basically be humanity saying, all right, all you mutants now have a place of your own, and then saying, never mind, no you don't. and then taking it back, right? So I mean, here's a safe haven, never mind, now you have to flee for your lives all over again, and it just wouldn't work, right? And so what this does with Krakoa now being listed as an actual sanctuary, a livable sanctuary, an island that's governed and occupied only by mutants, and the only people that can get in that are non-mutants are those that mutants allow to get in, basically brings in a whole host of different people. And so you've got Mr. Sinister and his Marauders, you've got Bennett Duperry, which is actually really cool to see Exodus here, and you have Apocalypse. And this is one of the coolest moments here, because Apocalypse showing up is just kind of like, wow, like this is wow. Because remember, when it comes to Apocalypse, outside of what we saw in that future conflict where he was defeated by Nimrod, which I still don't agree with, I still think Apocalypse could have defeated Nimrod. I feel like he should have. I feel like Nimrod's just not powerful enough to defeat Apocalypse. That's me as the fan talking with no factual evidence to back that up outside of the powers that Apocalypse has, but I feel like Apocalypse should have won that battle. but Apocalypse showing up here is a big thing, because we would expect him to show up and then instigate conflict, to test those individuals who believe that they're powerful enough, when in reality he's actually showing up here fairly benign. Of course, he has history with Krakoa, we talked about that in the last video, and so he really shows up to this island more as a friend. And when he's speaking with Magneto and speaking with Wolverine, Magneto says, we need to hear you say that basically you're not going to cause trouble here, because if you are going to cause trouble, then we'll kick you out, right? We'll just have Krakoa banish you. And it's kind of cool because his response is, no, I'm not here to cause problems. You all turned out to be exactly what I wanted you to be. Over the years, over my entire existence, I've pitted the weak against the strong in an effort to eliminate the weak. Like, you guys in this point right now have become the strong. You've literally moved away from the point where you're falling prey to this ideology of, well, we can help them see the error of their ways. We can, if we're nice enough, we can get them to change their minds, right? I mean, that doesn't work, right? I mean, if you're nice enough, all you're gonna do is get conned. And so like in this instance, it's kind of like you guys have finally woken up to the reality of the world, that being nice is just not the way that it works, right? Like, the world's filled with nice people and none of them ever really get anything done, right? I mean, it's all those individuals who are willing to do whatever needs to be done in order to get things done that end up getting things done. And he's like, you've woken up to this reality now. Like, you've woken up to the way things are, to the way the world is. You have become what I always wanted you to be. You are now the strong. And so it's a cool thing, because when he finally concedes and says, from this day forward, I'm not Apocalypse standing alone. I am part of you. Basically, Apocalypse joins the X-Men. And it's the coolest thing ever, because what Xavier says is, if that's the case, then welcome home. Okay, so getting into Powers of X Part 5, like, we are getting to a point where the series is wrapping up. The series is coming to an end. And I am very much excited about this, because I'm really curious to see, I'm not really excited because it's ending. I'm excited because I want to know where it goes next, right? I mean, I'm kind of sad it's ending, to be honest, because like, it's been an amazing story so far. But what this does is it initially picks up with Forge. Now, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. I feel like only the most steadfast and staunchest of X-Men fans would know this, but Jonathan Hickman is not pulling this out of nowhere. And here's the cool thing. So initially, Charles Xavier meets with Forge to basically upgrade Cerebro. This is one of the reasons why Hickman writing is so good, is because it ties into everything, right? So if you come into this and you haven't really read the X-Men, or you're not really familiar with the X-Men, the idea is, okay, cool. So somewhere along the lines, like, Xavier asked Forge to basically upgrade Cerebro, and like, but Cerebro was originally made by Xavier, so like, Hickman's changing the past. No, that's not true. If you go back and you read X-Men Volume 2, issue number 5, there's a point where Xavier approaches Forge and basically says, you're a mutant with the ability to basically be Tony Stark, more or less, right? Like, that's his power, right? His power is that he can basically understand machinery and how it works and all that kind of cool stuff. That's why, like, Forge is basically the X-Men's version of Tony Stark. The difference is that Forge if he lost his powers, he'd be no more capable of understanding machinery than, you or me, like complex machinery than like you or me, right? I mean, we can't build an Iron Man suit. But the fact remains that during that second run of X-Men, like X-Men Volume 2, basically what ended up happening is, in the aftermath of everything that had happened with the Phoenix Saga, the Dark Phoenix Sagas and all that kind of stuff, that Xavier basically approached Forge and asked him to upgrade Cerebro using Shi'ar technology. And so what this shows is basically how we got to that point, right? Like, where Xavier basically walks up on Forge and says, I need you to show me how it is that I need you to upgrade Cerebro with Shi'ar technology. And the reason why is actually a little bit different here. So beforehand, it was simply just like, the system needs to be upgraded, right? Like, we need to have a better reach and a stronger understanding of everything. But beforehand, it was a way for Marvel to basically kind of bring the X-Men into like the modern age of storytelling, essentially, and really kind of upgrading everything across the board. The reason why it's actually happening here is because with what it is that Xavier wants to do, Cerebro's simply not powerful enough. But when it comes to the Shi'ar technology that's out there, it definitely is. That Xavier essentially wants to have a system of redundancy, right? He wants to have a system to where he can copy the minds of all the mutants in existence. Now, we know that from the last House of X video, but the question was, how do we get to that point, and how does it work, and how can it last for the long term? And that's what Forge says. Forge is like, well, what you're asking here is not something as simple as I want to copy the minds of all beings in existence. It's a lot more nuanced than that. Like, one, you need to be able to basically have an unlimited amount of storage, right? Because what you're talking about doing is backing up the minds of an individual person, and then in turn having to back it up on a regular basis, right? Because what happens if you back up the mind of someone and then they turn evil and then they die, but you want to bring them back? If the only version that you have is the most recent one, which was their evil version, you're going to bring back the evil version of themselves. Instead, you want to go back to like back in the day. You could pick which version of themselves that you want to bring back in this new body that you would essentially be creating for them. And so if you do that, like, you're going to need a vast amount of storage, because you're talking about mapping and storing the human psyche, which, as anybody will tell you, takes a little bit more than a thumb drive. And then from there, you're talking about having a system of redundancy, meaning that you're going to have multiple backups so that you don't have to worry about if one of them goes down or gets destroyed, that you've lost all your data. So what you're talking about is an unlimited amount of information stored on an unlimited amount of storage. Like, how in the world do you expect to pull this off? Nothing on Earth exists like that. And that's when Xavier says yes, but the Shi'ar aren't really, like, they're way beyond humanity in terms of technology. Like, they can store unlimited amounts of information and basically keep their technology going on forever. Hence the reason why they're an entire galactic spanning civilization that's conquered multiple civilizations and forced them all to worship them. So it's basically like, I want 5 backups for this whole system. It's cool. And it's really interesting to see this exchange between the two, because ultimately Xavier ends up asking, like, you're the only real mutant on our side that I can trust with this. Like, are you going to be able to make this work? Are you going to be able to pull this off? And ultimately, of course, as we know from X-Men history, Forge says yes. Now, here's the important thing to bear in mind. It could be that Hickman comes back and changes that. That's one thing to always bear in mind when it comes to what it is that Hickman's doing. Just because things were a certain way doesn't mean they will be that way now, right? I mean, the guy's basically rebooting the X-Men for really the modern age. He could change anything at any point in time. So take it with a grain of salt. It's not an absolute, form and function and structure or anything like that. Now, from this point, this is why I love Hickman world building, right? Because imagine this, but on like a much grander scale. And that's basically how Hickman writes long form stories, right? So like 3, 4, 5 year runs on the X-Men or the Fantastic Four or the Avengers and New Avengers. That's basically how this works. And so if you recall, one of the ways in which Krakoa was able to operate as a nation state and generate income was by using the various leaves of Krakoa, the various plant life that was there, to synthesize drugs that could do things like extend human life by 5 years or cure all mental illnesses and different things like that. Now, something else that's really intriguing is the way he shines a light on Xavier here, because Xavier basically travels to the Louvre alongside Magneto and usually, uses his telepathic powers, forces everybody to leave, and then meets with Emma Frost. And remember, this is kind of a cool concept, because the way it seems to be going right now, Emma Frost still has dealings with the Hellfire Club, right? So she's kind of on again, off again with the X-Men. It's not where she was during like Grant Morrison's run, where she's like a full-on member of the X-Men. She's kind of out doing her own thing at the moment. Now, a lot of this probably comes out of X-Men versus Inhumans and the fact that what she had done had basically been revealed, but Hickman hasn't really tied into that, so there's no reason to believe that's the absolute case. But the fact remains that what ends up happening is Xavier basically tells her, like, you're aware of the fact that Krakoa is basically creating medicines out there that can essentially shut down and really ruin the entire pharmaceutical industry in the rest of the world. Like, you're aware that that's what we're doing, right? Like, we're basically pumping out various medicines and cures that the pharmaceutical company doesn't really seem to be interested in doing, because they're putting profits over progression. And so because of that, like, we've basically stepped in where they failed, and we've essentially dominated the market now. And we've shut off pretty much every access point where anybody could topple us, right? Like, we own the means of production. We keep the means of production secret. No one gets in or out of Krakoa unless they let them. So it's not like humanity could send in a spy. It's not like the pharmaceutical industry could send in a spy and get all this information on how to duplicate these drugs and then in turn send them out there, because even then they would need Krakoa to make them. So any drug they created would be a half measure. Humanity would sniff it out fast, they would turn on it, and they would go back to using the drugs that are coming out of Krakoa, the various medicines coming out of there. And so it's like we've essentially dominated and cornered this market in its entirety. What we need is the means to be able to get into countries that have a mutant population and countries that have rejected our offer. And this is what's so really nefarious about what it is that Xavier's doing, because what he basically tells Emma Frost is, I need you to get back into contact with Sebastian Shaw. I need you to rejoin the Hellfire Club. And it's just kind of like, wow, because it's like, you will be the front face operation, right? You'll get 50%, sorry, you'll get a 50-year contract with a more than fair share of money that's generated here. And then in turn, she'll be the public face. She'll be the marketing face, right? She'll be the one you see on TV and the commercials. And I'm Emma Frost. You want to live 5 more years? Well, then take this drug from Krakoa, or different things like that. What'll really go on is with the Black King, with Sebastian Shaw, because of the fact that he is, by all intents and purposes, a criminal. He's a bad guy, but he still has a lot of contacts and a lot of reach due to the fact that the Hellfire Club really immersed itself in what was essentially world domination, albeit behind the scenes. That what Sebastian Shaw can do is get their drugs into these countries that have rejected the offers of Krakoa by using like Black Book operations, and then in turn get mutants out and get the drugs in. It's a pretty nefarious plan, because what it basically means is flooding countries with the Krakoan drugs, and it's pretty sinister. Like, it's pretty dark. Xavier's becoming like a drug kingpin now, is essentially what it is. Now, it's interesting because Xavier masks it behind the perception of, well, it's all in the effort of getting mutants out and basically getting them back home to Krakoa. But it seems even then it's pretty dark, and this is actually really cool. I dig this because what it shows is that Xavier is willing to do whatever needs to be done in order to get his mutants back home, right? I mean, that's one of the things we've talked about recently. The people who win the wars are the ones that do what needs to be done to win the war, not the guy trying to change the hearts and minds. That doesn't work. But it's cool. It works really effectively because at the end of the day, Emma Frost basically says, yes, I'll side with you on this. I'll help you make this happen. We will find a way to pull this off. And that's why it's so awesome here. That's why you see this really cool concept, because what they also do is they say, we want to bring you on. We want to give you 2 seats on the Quiet Council of Krakoa, basically a council of 12 that's leading the Krakoan mutant population, basically the entirety of the mutant population, all going to be led by a council of the 12. Magneto and Professor X, of course, with it being named after the seasons, Magneto and Professor X are going to be, 2 of the 3. We don't know the other ones. And then we know that Sebastian Shaw and Emma Frost are going to take 2 spots. And then Emma Frost is asking for a 3rd. We have no idea who that one's going to go to. It'd be awesome if it went to Hellion, if they brought him back. But nonetheless, at this point, it basically is kind of like this telepathic message sent out to Xavier, which gives us the reason why all these mutants appeared on Krakoa in the last issue. It's basically saying, like, we are working on a thing. Like, Krakoa will become your home if you choose to accept it. If you want to be here, you'll be safe from all prying eyes. You'll be safe from all forms of humanity's oppression. This will be a safe space for you. Notice here that what Xavier's basically doing here is Avalon, right? Avalon, Providence, whatever you want to call it, from Magneto's history when he created like Asteroid M and basically brought all the mutants, or as many mutants as would leave Earth. Xavier opposed him at that point in time and was like, that's a terrible idea. We have to have the peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. What Xavier seems to have recently done or done in recent years is understand that, like, sometimes you can't change the hearts and minds of people, and you never should have tried in the first place. That what you should have done was just said, hey, look, if that's how you want it to be, that's fine. Then we'll all just go over here. But understand, like, let me make this clear in no uncertain terms. You stay away, we stay away. If you come over to where we're at, then we're gonna bring everything you know and love to ruin, right? While everything that you know and love burns down around you in ash, you're gonna have to look and accept the fact you did this to yourself. At the end of the day, it's basically keeping all the mutant population safeguarded by whatever means necessary. Now, a funny thing that kind of goes on here, and this is why I love the way that Jonathan Hickman writes Namor the Submariner. Namor the Submariner gets a message, of course, from Xavier, because Namor's a mutant. And so as a result of that, Namor, of course, being a proud king, the king of Atlantis, is told by Xavier, why in the world would I accept your offer? You want to play king, and that's cute, and that's fine, but boy, I've been a king for eons. Like, I've been a king for a long time. So while it's nice that you want to do this, you hardly know what it means. So you don't really understand what you're asking. You don't know what you're creating. You're just doing a thing. Whereas I understand what it really means to be a king. So if you want to give me your offer, that's fine, but come back when you're serious. Come back when you actually mean it and you actually know what you're talking about. Dude, I love Namor. I love the way that Hickman writes Namor because he's so arrogant and so haughty. It's so awesome just to see Namor written in such a really cool way. But again, jumping 1,000 years in the future, in the last few issues or so, we had basically talked about how this new elevated form of what was essentially kind of a combination of humanity and machinery had basically moved in the direction of wanting to be absorbed by the phalanx, right? To kind of becoming part of this universal consciousness, to basically going out and becoming something greater, a higher state of enlightenment or entropy or whatever it is you want to call it. It was a cool thing because with them reaching this point and the phalanx arriving, the question was, if we essentially put our consciousness into a pure machine shell, as opposed to, part human and part machine, are you guys going to accept that? And the response of the phalanx is now given when they say, yes, we find this acceptable. We find it acceptable that because you were bred as a combination between whatever your biological race was, which was human, and machinery being merged together as a cyborg reaching its current form of enlightenment, you're not truly a machine. And we as the Phalanx only absorb like machine-based entities. So put your consciousness in a machine and you can come hang out. Like it's basically what it comes down to. And it works because as soon as that happens, the Elder is basically eradicated by the entirety, or at least by this particular Phalanx force. And when the question is asked by the librarian, when it's talking to this future version of Nimrod, why is it the Elder was destroyed? Nimrod basically responds by saying, when it comes to the Phalanx, there's simply just but one phase out there. And this is Hickman doing a huge amount of world building, because what Hickman basically says is that throughout the entirety of the universe, you have black holes. And where conventional wisdom would tell us that black holes are just giant gravity wells, right? Collapsed dead stars that suck in everything around it, including light, and nothing gets in, and it just gets broken down on the atomic level, and then who in the hell knows what happens at the center of it, because it's all theoretical, because nobody's ever been there before. But what he actually says here is that these black holes are essentially collapsed dead civilizations, right? Like entire intellectual civilizations whose entire overall knowledge and experience and everything just collapsed in on itself. Basically, it got so smart, it collapsed in on itself. And when that happened, it basically created a kind of fissure in space-time. But each one is not really alone. Instead, it's part of a greater whole. And this greater whole is this giant series of networks. And so essentially, every single black hole in the universe is one part of this giant collective consciousness. And so because of that, like it's all networked. And the Phalanx in turn come under that. You know, and it's a cool concept, because what it basically means is that it's literally the universe's own intelligence, more or less. It's a cool thing, because what this means is that this kind of higher level thinking, that it starts out that if you really kind of piece these things together, and this is why Jonathan Hickman is such an amazing writer, if you piece these things together, what you have are baseline sentinels. From baseline sentinels, you go to master molds. From master molds, you go to mother molds. From mother molds, you go to like actual like omega sentinels, right? So basically a blending between human and machine. From there, you go on to a higher level, which is the Nimrod, and then from the Nimrod, you go on to yet even higher levels. If they get high enough, they achieve if they achieve a state of enlightenment, they end up getting to their current form, and then from there, they merge with the Phalanx. And then merging with the Phalanx goes on to become an even bigger part of an empire, which the Phalanx themselves serve this absolute intelligence across the universe. It's an awesome sort of introduction, right? Because, you know, Hickman really breaks this down. You've got the Technarch, you've got the World Mind, you've got the Phalanx, you've got Titans, you've got the Stronghold, and then you've got a Dominion, right? So kind of going from like the baseline and then building it all the way back up here, there are multiple threats, right? There are multiple concepts that really all kind of seem to lead to this final level of super intelligence. It's a cool concept. I'm digging it. Man, let me tell y'all something. 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 All right, look here. Look, here's the thing, folks. All right, here's the thing. House of X is done. House of X is finished. And it is legit. Oh, hey, by the way, what is it right now? It's around 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. So that's 10:30 a.m. Standard Time, or Eastern Standard Time. So we'll say at about 11:30 a.m., give or take time for my editor to edit the video, for it to go up and for you guys to be able to watch it. We'll say 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be live on Twitch, twitch.tv/IamRobJefferson. Come hang out. We'll do like a live Q&A while I'm playing Destiny 2. It'll be pretty awesome. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Okay, so I am hyped for the conclusion of House of X. Like dude, this is, okay. Obviously Hickman set stuff in place for like Dawn of X, right? And I told people he was man, let me tell you something. I've been reading the X-Men for 25 years, folks. I know what I'm talking about. I told people this was going to happen, right? I told people this is exactly what's going to happen, that Jonathan Hickman is going to plant the seeds for like Dawn of X, right? It's not just going to end. It's not going to be a self-contained thing. It's like, it's basically like Dark Reign and the Fantastic Four, right? Like if you want to understand Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four run, you have to cover the Fantastic Four Dark Reign story. And maybe we should, right? Like maybe we should. But like if you want to understand Hickman's run, you have to cover that, because like that's the beginning of it all. That's how it all starts. So here's the thing, man. Like, okay, so initially this picks up down in like the Citadel, right? Because the big question people have had here is, where is Moira McTaggart, right? Like, where's Moira McTaggart in all of this stuff that we've seen in House of X? Because in all the other alternate realities, all the other lives that she's lived, whatever you want to call them, like she's always been there. Where's she at? We haven't seen her once this entire time. And there's been all these theories floating around. Like I saw theories in the comments section where people were saying that Professor Xavier is actually Moira McTaggart, like, which is a cool theory. It's wrong, but it's a cool theory, all right? Moira McTaggart is there. And here's a crazy thing. This is really kind of like this discussion between Mora and Magneto and Xavier, where they basically say, if we do this, if we start this process, there's no going back here. Like, if we do this, if we start this process, there's no going back. There's no unringing this bell, right? Like, we'll cross a line that we can't come back from. And Xavier's response is, I understand. Like, I get what it is. It's coming. So literally, it's the coolest thing in the world. See, this is why I love Jonathan Hickman, right? Because Jonathan Hickman is really, really good at doing these scenarios where like a character who's really powerful will basically go out into the world and just be like, you're all screwed. Like, you are all screwed. Dude, I love this. Okay, so you have to understand the X-Men history, right? Like, the X-Men have constantly been persecuted, cast off, been manipulated, been screwed over, been left hanging over and over and over and over again, constantly happening in the realm of Marvel Comics, right? Like, humanity's always stood idly by and either let them be attacked or actually gone after them themselves, right? The Friends of Humanity, the right? Like, all these different groups, the Purifiers and the Marauders of Mr. Sinister, like even the superhero community, like the Avengers and so on, even most of them have just kind of stood by and not really done anything. Cyclops made that point in Avengers versus X-Men, right? You guys remember that conversation between Cyclops and Captain America, and even talking to like Reed Richards, it's kind of like, you guys have willfully stood by and let us be persecuted. You guys have willfully stood by and let these groups come after us and eliminate our kind. And where were you during the events of ES4 Extinction? Where were the Avengers to help rescue us during ES4 Extinction? Where were the Avengers during the events during the story arc of God Loves, Man Kills? Where were you when we had the Purifiers coming after us, when we had the Right coming after us, and the Friends of Humanity coming after us, and Factor 3 coming after us? Where were you when all this was going on? And so it's so cool, because at this point, humanity's like, we've had enough. Or I'm sorry, Mutant Kind is like, we've had enough, we're done. So Xavier puts on his helmet, right? Puts on his helmet and addresses the world and says, world, humanity, here's the deal. In the coming days, in the coming months, in the coming period of time, you will learn that we here, mutants on the island of Krakoa, have basically created drugs here that are pharmaceutical fountains of youth, basically, right? They can cure people of most cancers. They can extend your life by 5 years. They can cure most mental illnesses. Now, there was a time when I would have just given you these drugs, because what I wanted was a peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. What I wanted was for us to be able to bond together. Now keep in mind, the whole of the superhero community and all of humanity is listening to this. He's like, there was a time when all I wanted was peace, but you didn't want that. The superheroes let us die time and time again. You as humanity either came after us or stood by and did nothing. So I'm not giving you anything. I'm not giving you any drugs. You're gonna have to live your life as best you can. If you want them, you have to pay for them. And it's just like, dude, this is legit, because it's Xavier just like sticking that knife in and just being like you could have had the life. You could have had this dream. You could have had things. Like, you could have had the perfect world, but instead you had to be idiots. Instead, you had to be selfish. You had to be vile, and you had to be cruel, and you had to turn your guns on us despite the fact that we'd really done nothing wrong. And so because that, if you want these drugs, if you want to be able to have these things, then there are two forms of payments that come into this. The first is you have to accept that Krakoa is going to be a nation state unto itself, that we're basically going to be autonomous, that we do not answer to any existing government out there aside from the United Nations. We are on par with China and the United States and all these various nations that exist out there that govern themselves, and so long as they don't violate things like the Geneva Conventions, then we're fine. The second is that at birth, the moment they are born, any mutant out there in the world can claim Krakoa as citizenship, which means if your child grows to be 13 years old and and his or her mutant powers manifest, and they're reading online about how the island of Krakoa is a nation state, that they can, at that point in time, say, I want to be a citizen of Krakoa, and leave, and there's nothing their parents can do to stop them. That any mutant anywhere can make that claim, and they are now protected under the laws of Krakoa, that the laws of man no longer affect mutants. It's a crazy thing. Like, if you want these drugs, if you want to be able to improve your life, you have to be able, like, you have to do this. Now, here's the thing, is it's kind of reading between the lines, is because it's sort of like, and if you decide to make a move against us, all hell's gonna break loose. It's one of the coolest things. You know, he's like, from this day forward, mutant kind is governed by mutant laws, not mankind's laws. These are not negotiable terms. There's no sitting down at a table and getting us to basically finagle and change our minds or anything like that. Like, this is basically how this is going to be. We're asking you for a better life, and in return, we will give you the same. Like, that's basically how this is going to work. And it's so like, this is the best part, right? This is the best part right here. He basically says, if you find yourself in a position asking the question, who are we as mutants to make terms like this? We're the future, right? Like, for countless eons, you as human beings have gone to bed and woke up believing the world would be the same, believing the world would be as it always was. That's not true. We are Earth's true inheritors. We are the next step in human evolution. So here's the reality of the world that you live in. While you slept, the world changed. And it's just like, dude, like it's one of the coolest things. Xavier's not pulling any punches, man. It's crazy. He really feels like Magneto here. It's like, dude, this is awesome, man. Like, this is legit. Here's the other thing too. We end up getting like the Quiet Council of Krakoa, like the full-on council of the 12, basically, albeit we're missing a single person, like a Red King, right? So we get Professor X, Magneto, and Apocalypse. This is gonna be the coolest thing, because here's the hit, like, man, let me tell you something, dude. Apocalypse, like, once you get to the end of this story, like the end of this issue, Apocalypse, dude, it's just kind of like, okay, Apocalypse, I see you, man. Like, I see what's going on. Like, it's legit. Then you get Mr. Sinister, you get Exodus, and you get Mystique, right? Now, Mr. Sinister is pretty self-explanatory. We have a video explaining him. We don't have a video explaining Exodus. Basically, Exodus is a super powerful telepath and telekinetic, right? Like, he's way up there in terms of his powers. It's nuts what all he can do. But he, like Mr. Sinister, was created by the villain Apocalypse. And of course, Mystique speaks for itself. You got Sebastian Shaw and Emma Frost, which I love those choices, because Sebastian Shaw is basically a guy who just turns any kind of energy or attack that's made against him into like physical strength. Not to mention he's got all kinds of fingers in different pies, you know, that he's been involved in over the years, and really has a lot of influence and pull throughout the world. Emma Frost is the exact same way. Storm, Jean Grey, and Nightcrawler. This is a cool choice because this is like the original X-Men basically, or at least not the original, but like the giant size X-Men more or less. So it's a great callback to that. And then of course you've got Cypher, who speaks for Krakoa, and Krakoa being the island they all basically reside on. Now, this actually goes directly into the first meeting of the council, the first meeting of the 12. And it's one of the coolest things, because as this all basically begins to go into discussion, what they end up doing is bringing out their first prisoner, their first act as a council, which is an action of judgment. And the person they end up bringing out is Sabretooth. Now remember, Sabretooth was the one who was sent on a mission by Xavier and all them into the world, and then basically kind of, you know, went forward with his own agenda. And once he was caught up to by Mystique and all them, they brought him back, right? We saw that earlier in the House of X storyline. And so it's crazy, because what you end up basically getting is kind of this debate that begins to run on between all these different guys, this kind of discussion that takes place. And the question is, if we are a nation that believes that it's wrong for humanity to take our lives, then we have to in turn believe the opposite, that it's wrong for us to take the lives of humans. Now, in reality, this is more of a safeguarding thing, right? If humanity begins to come to the belief that Krakoa is really nothing more than a warring nation state, it's one of these places where mutants are gathering forces so they can eventually launch attack against humanity, and there's credible reason to believe that, well, then humans will strike first. It's just the way that it is. But if they kind of uphold this rule that we are a nation that basically we don't attack humans and humans don't attack us, they stay away and we stay away, it creates an uneasy alliance. It still works and it still serves its purpose. But it's one of those things where it's kind of like, we can't basically decide, like we can't be the judge, jury, and executioner for a group of people out there who don't follow our laws. But at the same time, are we going to be the kind of people who execute our own mutants? Like, is that the role that we're going to play? Because if we create this place to safeguard the mutant population and then start executing them for crimes that they commit, is that okay? And so basically what they end up doing is kind of sitting down and creating these kind of laws of Krakoa, basically. These laws that they're all going to follow. These laws that they're all going to obey. And so where you end up having this sort of discussion taking place and Sabretooth watching it unfold, Sabretooth begins to come to the realization of the belief that the entire council begins to kill him. From there, it starts getting into a discussion of like, what's really home here, right? I mean, like from Storm's perspective and the way she makes the argument, home really is a matter of possession, right? You know, you possess your home, you own your home, therefore you live inside your home. But because of the fact that Krakoa is inherently a mutant and Krakoa is providing them with a dwelling, a place to live, it's actually Cypher who kind of makes that argument on behalf of Krakoa that technically it would be ownership of a mutant. And so because of that, it kind of begins to beg the question, if Krakoa is going to allow them a place to live, a place of residency of sorts, then can they truly in turn call it something that they own? And if they do, can they treat it like something that they own? That is to say, just treat it however they want to. And the answer to that question is no, that's not the case. And so by virtue of all these discussions that are going on, what they do is create 3 laws, the 3 laws of Krakoa. Make more mutants, which is to say, grow their ranks. Because right now, our numbers are severely limited. So somewhere along the line, humanity is going to make an attack. Humanity is going to strike. And when they do, we need to have a mutant population large enough to be able to withstand such an attack. The second thing is murder no man. Do not murder humanity unless they put us in a situation where we have to, right? So defending our land is just cause to murder a human. Murdering them willy-nilly like Sabretooth did, that's not okay. And then third, respect the sacred land. Respect the land of Krakoa. These are very 3 basic and fundamental, but exceedingly important laws, because it's really one of these things where by the grace of Krakoa goes the mutant population, right? They serve at the pleasure of Krakoa. At at any point in time, he could just kick them all out or just sink himself and they would have nowhere to live. Whatever the case is, any number of things could happen. He could turn on them. There's a whole bunch of things that could take place. And so it's respect the land of Krakoa, respect the house in which we're being given residence. That's basically how this whole thing goes down. So then they start asking the question, if one of the sacred laws is we cannot kill any man outside of defense, that is to say, you're basically trying to get away and there's no way for us to get away, meaning they corner us or something like that, or they attack our sacred land, then like, what do we do with Sabretooth? And the response is, well, we can't just kill him. Instead, we are going to exile him. And so what they do is really, really cool here, because the initial response would be, if we're going to exile him, just send him out into space. Just send him out into the world. The problem with this is that if they did that, one, they'd be basically like sending him to suicide. Somebody somewhere would try to kill him. And two, while that probably wouldn't work, what he could do is dump all his knowledge about Krakoa and the goings on in mutant society out into the highest bidder, give it to the government, different things like that, and literally become the means by which the entire island of Krakoa would just come crashing down around them. Literally just become the linchpin that gets pulled out and the whole thing comes crashing down. And so what they end up doing is exiling him deep down inside of Krakoa itself. They literally lock him away down inside of this living island. And so it's kind of nuts, because from there, they basically like celebrate their safe haven. They celebrate the place they're in now, right? It's just kind of like, okay, let us go forward from here. And mutants, like all these mutants who arrived here and mutants who are arriving every single day, all these mutants who are showing up here are celebrating this newfound freedom that they have. And it's interesting that Hickman's building it up, because he's building it up in such a way to where they're celebrating freedom. They're celebrating living in a place where they don't have to worry about being persecuted by humanity. And where you have like Xavier and Magneto who are talking with one another and who are basically sort of enjoying this moment and saying, look at this world that we've created. What you've got is Apocalypse watching it all go down. And here is my question. Here's my question, Rob Core. Here's what I want to know, because I feel like things are about to pop off. Here's what I want to know. Yes, Apocalypse is on the council. Yes, Apocalypse is there to observe. But is Apocalypse, is he going to step in? When the time comes when humanity shows up on the doorstep of Krakoa and just starts unleashing all kinds of craziness, is Apocalypse going to act? Or will Apocalypse stand down and simply just say, whoever survives this whole thing is worthy? Like, they're worthy of continued existence. Like, those mutants who were there, if you cannot survive and protect your own land, you were never worthy of living in the first place, right? His philosophy of social Darwinism, that's what I want to know. Or is Apocalypse, does he have more nefarious plans? It is legit. I love this story. All right, people, we are here, and let me tell y'all something. Man, let me tell y'all something. All right, I'm standing up in my recording space right now. I'm not even next to the microphone, man, like this soundproofed room. I'm standing in here and I've got the chair in my hand. And let me tell y'all something, man, let me tell y'all something, man. We are here. We are here at the conclusion of Powers of X. Man, let me tell y'all something. This is, man, let me tell y'all something. This is why I love Jonathan Hickman, man, is because you're like you read Jonathan Hickman, man, let me tell you, you read Jonathan Hickman's stories and it's like, man, I have it all figured out and I know what's going on. And then he's like, no, you don't either. Like, it's if God was writing the X-Men right now, this is what it would look like right now. It's amazing, y'all. Okay, so this picks up, God, I'm so excited to cover this. This picks up initially the exact same way Powers of X #1 picked up, and this is awesome, right? I love the way that Hickman does this, because it's one of the things I love the most about Jonathan Hickman, right? Like, everything kind of wraps around, and that's why like House and Powers of X is for the most part self-contained, but at the same time it also continues on, especially with the way everything popped off, right? So this starts off basically like back in the day, right? Like X-Men Year Zero is really what Jonathan Hickman calls it, and it picks up with Moira McTaggart basically meeting with Charles Xavier. Now, a lot of what you saw in Powers of X #1 is the exact same here, right? Like House of Powers of X #1 is pretty much the exact same. Insofar as like Moira McTaggart sits down, she basically greets Charles Xavier, somebody that she knows. Xavier doesn't know who she is, and then she's just kind of like, well, read my mind and find out what's going on. And so what we do is we jump to the year of X-Men, we jump to year 1000 with the X-Men. Now, this was the point in the story in Hickman's writing when we had Ascension, right? This idea that somewhere along the line, from what Hickman was kind of showing us, what seemed to be going on is that you had man and machine, which basically merged, right? The idea of nano sentinels, that initially you had sentinels created by man, and then sentinels created Nimrods, and then in turn, they started eventually creating nanobots, right? They could basically attach themselves to humans and then convert humans into sentinels, which really came out of like Bastion, right? When a single Nimrod machine merged with a master mold. Now that was back in the 90s, that was long before Hickman showed up, but he kind of took that concept and then threw it in there. So it's like, okay, cool, you know, I get what's going on here. And then as a result of that, essentially like humanity and robots or whatever it was, they basically achieved a level of ascension. What we're getting here is nothing like what we thought it was. And I was like, dude, this is amazing. Like this is awesome, because once you have the librarian, right? This guy that we'd seen in the previous videos, when the librarian enters into the preserve, right? This kind of like giant makeshift cage, more or less, with animals and different things like that. Of course, none of it's real. And he's immediately attacked by one of its inhabitants. And he basically says, like, how many times are you going to do this? Like, you're a primitive beast, right? Like, by the time you realize what you wanted to do, I had already prepared countermeasures, right? My mind is far beyond yours. Like, you just relentlessly attacking makes you look like a buffoon. And this is when we find out the person the librarian is talking to is Wolverine. He's been alive for 1,000 years. And it's like, dude, and he hasn't really aged that much, right? Now, this is an accurate depiction of Wolverine, right? Like, how we saw Wolverine appear in Old Man Logan, it was probably stress. Technically speaking, Wolverine should not look like he aged that much in the span of 50 years. It's also kind of an interesting thing here, because one of the things that Hickman kind of silently did when it came to House and Powers of X is that when he resurrected Wolverine, and you guys caught on to this like that, you caught onto it faster than I did. But when House and Powers of X, when Wolverine was resurrected, the implication seemed to be he didn't have adamantium in his bones, right? He didn't have adamantium bonded to himself. He just came back in his most pure form with bone claws. But like, this conversation between the two is really, really interesting, because what Wolverine says is that like these individuals here, like basically these mutants inside this preserve, they want to be free, like they want freedom. And the response of the librarian is these mutants don't know what freedom is, because for the most part, aside from you and the other, they were born inside this cage. This is the only world they know. So how could they possibly understand the notion of freedom if they don't know they're caged in the first place? And the response of Wolverine is, because I've been telling them. Because I've been teaching them about revolution, and I've been telling them about the world outside this cage, and they want something better. They want something more, right? And under normal circumstances, if Wolverine hadn't been there, this would have been their world. And so it's kind of a crazy thing, because what the librarian says is, I wasn't waiting on you, I was waiting on her, only for them to be met with the arrival of Moira McTaggart. Moira McTaggart has apparently been alive all this time, right? Like she's been in this future this entire time, and we don't know what she's been doing. We simply just know that she's been there. And it's kind of the crazy thing, because what we get is this full-on explanation of what's going on, right? I mean, the librarian basically tells them the phalanx are here, we're going to merge our essences with the phalanx, and they're in turn going to enter a black hole, and our entire collective consciousness is going to be dumped into one of those big black hole super gods, whatever it is, and that's going to be it, right? I mean, it's kind of like a higher state of entropy, more or less. Their physical forms will vanish, and that will basically be it. And it kind of comes as a shock, you know, a little bit to both Moira McTaggart and to Wolverine, right? Like, the world is going to end. It kind of comes as a shock to them. And it's interesting here, because what the librarian does is basically answer almost all the questions that we've had. That when the librarian looks at mutants, it says like, you're a primitive life form, right? Like, how funny it is that you thought you were going to be the next step in human evolution. And for the most part, they are, right? They're naturally occurring. That's what the librarian says. Mutants are a naturally occurring phenomena. Therefore, they're kind of like nature's response to the evolutionary chain. But at the end of the day, it's all rooted in the notion that like at any point, nature could have snuffed it out, right? I mean, that was kind of the whole idea. When the Celestials modified the genes of early man, and they planted in place an idea that these genes would manifest at a single point in time, nature could have rejected it. That was the grand experiment of the Celestials. Will nature go alongside it? Will nature reject it? Will it basically start exercising these genes out of the various humans that are procreating, or they'll just never activate? But because of the fact that they're the next stage in human evolution, mutants always sort of saw themselves this way. What the librarian says is, that's not true. The librarian is indeed human, but he's an evolved human. It's really kind of how they progress. And it's sort of funny, because in the face of all this, we were kind of like, okay, so basically humans and machines merged into like singular entities, and basically humans were more or less wiped out, and so were mutants for the most part. I mean, what's left of the mutant population is living in a preserve somewhere. That's what the indications seem to be. What we're being told here is that in response to the mutant threat and the increase in the mutant population, that humanity, in an act of desperation, basically started modifying the genes of other humans. The idea was that humans and machines simply merged together, and then ultimately started creating supermen. And that's really the response here, is of what concern were mutants to humans, when humans could basically start using biological engineering and create superhumans of their own. And so as a result of that, it seems as though a war more or less broke out between humans and mutants, and ultimately humans won. And so it's kind of a crazy thing, because like you see this and it's just like, wow, like we lost the entire time. Moira McTaggart, like they didn't know that. And so one of the cool things to come out of this is that you actually end up learning that like Wolverine does have adamantium bonded to his bones, right? So like he's returned with adamantium. Now we're not really given an explanation here. We're simply just told he has adamantium in his bones. And so in response to this, the librarian does not initially want to kill Moira McTaggart. And the reason why is because in taking them into whatever this conscious state is going to be, and then then keeping them there for all eternity, it would mean that Moira McTaggart would never truly die. And because she would never truly die, she would never be reborn as her past self and then be able to stop this future from happening. And so it's kind of funny here because the librarian ultimately leaves and then Wolverine does what he does best. And Moira McTaggart basically says, kill me so I can go back, I can be reborn, and we can stop this future from happening. Wolverine kills Moira McTaggart and thus ends the 6th life of Moira McTaggart. And I was like, dude, this was her 6th life. And it's crazy. Like it's nuts because it's like, okay, everybody's been wanting to know what the 6th life of Moira McTaggart is. Like some of you guys had theories that like it was Inferno. Somehow she was involved in the events of Inferno. Maybe like the one who kind of prompted and pushed Madeline Pryor to just kind of go crazy and make a deal with demons. Like whatever the case is, like there were all kinds of theories, right? That like Moira McTaggart, like the person running the show is not Charles Xavier, that is actually Moira McTaggart. Like everybody had theories on this and it was so cool. And I think that like everyone was wrong. I haven't seen all the theories, so I don't know, but it's kind of crazy because with this information, kind of jumping back to the moment when Xavier was reading the mind of Moira McTaggart, with this information, what Charles Xavier learns is the X-Men always lose. In every single circumstance, the X-Men always lose in these dystopian futures. It always plays out the same way. And it's the coolest thing ever, right? Because this has all really been spearheaded by the events of like Days of Future Past. That story that Marvel created back in the day set the stage for like dystopian futures and you know, regarding the mutant population and even the superhuman population as a whole in terms of humanity versus mutants. And ever since then, it's always been this kind of notion that like it seems that mutants always lose. And all the lives that Moira McTaggart's lived and all the experiences that she's had, whether she's been on the side of Apocalypse, who waged war against what was left of humanity and the evolved humans and whatnot, fought against Nimrod, all that kind of stuff, and every single one of these lives, mutants always end up losing, right? They always end up perishing. And that's kind of the funny thing is because in response to this, Xavier's like, well, there's still a chance for us to come out on top. There's still a chance for us to win here. And it's one of the funny things because you get these sort of journal entries from Moira McTaggart, right? We're not going to cover them all, but we get these kind of journal entries from Moira McTaggart. And what she does is she starts going through and basically highlighting a lot of the things that we've already seen, but doing it from her perspective, right? So like they've recruited Magneto. Magneto can be a lot more ruthless than Charles Xavier can, but she also is really kind of having this discussion of like this kind of revelation of the truth to Charles Xavier. Eventually the time will come when he will have to walk away from this idealized perspective of the world, right? You have to walk away from the notion of how he wants the world to be and focus on the way the world actually is, right? Like stepping into reality. And so it's a cool thing because what it does is it sort of highlights this idea that between the time that Moira McTaggart first encountered Xavier, or at least visited him at the beginning of the story and at the beginning of House and Powers of X, up until now in the modern day, there's been a gradual progression where Xavier has kind of become a little more extreme, right? Kind of walked away from this idea that we can find a peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, and instead has basically come to the realization humans can't be fixed. There cannot be any kind of peaceful coexistence because in every single attempt to create one, it inevitably fails, right? Because humanity gets scared, they ultimately create like arms and armament, they go through whatever steps they need to, even artificially engineering and improving on themselves in order to destroy the mutant threat. It always plays out that way. It's essentially one of these things where Xavier sort of comes to a realization that Magneto's known his entire life, that humanity cannot and should not be trusted, and you have to move forward accordingly. And so it's really crazy here because following this, what you end up doing is you end up having Xavier and Magneto who sit down with Moira McTaggart and say, here's where everything stands right now, right? I mean, the things that we've basically seen so far. The Quiet Council has been formed, which is to say the governing body of the mutant population. And Moira McTaggart really seems to look at it from the perspective of the work isn't done yet. But the reality of where Magneto and Xavier are coming from is that's true, but you have to relish the small successes here. Like with your work and our really kind of going forward, and despite the fact that we did things we weren't supposed to do, like getting Mr. Sinister on board, things like that, what we've done is create a safe space for the mutant population. We've created kind of a government unto ourselves that humans don't need to come to, that they really should not and cannot come to. We've engineered our own method of infrastructure in terms of economic growth, in terms of social policies in the form of government. We've basically created our own island nation. Now, the funny thing about this is like the same thing was done with Genosha, right? A safe haven. Magneto literally held the world hostage in order to get Genosha, and ultimately he did. And then it took one mutant, like it took Cassandra Nova showing up with Wild Sentinels, and like that, in the blink of an eye, 16 million of them were gone, right? So all it takes is one person, one thing to essentially find the chink in the armor to bring the whole thing crashing down. And so it's really, really cool there in terms of the possibilities that can come out of this. But at the moment, the mutant population doesn't care. The mutant population is celebrating everything that's going on. They're enjoying this moment. And so it's kind of a funny thing is because what they talk about is they had to make concessions, right? They had to make deals that they otherwise wouldn't have made. One of them was with Mystique. And this is one of the coolest things. In order to get Mystique onto the Quiet Council, Charles Xavier and Magneto had to agree to bring Destiny back. And that's a huge thing, right? Like Destiny, dude, Destiny's Diaries. I really hope we get Destiny's Diaries back. Oh my God, dude, that'd be so cool. Destiny's Diaries were a plot device in Marvel Comics that was basically kind of involved a series of stories where Destiny had written down these possible futures, these possible outcomes, and it was kind of like this mad dash to stop them from happening. It was a really cool concept that Marvel never really did anything with after it was all said and done, largely because Destiny was dead, and even the diaries came out after Destiny was dead, after she was killed off. But Destiny is a mutant who can see the future. She's a precog. It's not an absolute thing, but it's still a relatively strong thing. And Moira McTaggart is kind of terrified of this, right? Because she's like, look, if Destiny is brought back, then she'll tell everybody the fact that, like, we always end up losing. And so what it seems like is the entirety of the Quiet Council and the entirety of the mutant island of Krakoa is really built on deception. It's built on this idea that all these mutants were told, this will be your safe haven. This will be a place where you can reside and not have to worry about the threat of humanity. But what seems to have happened here is that Krakoa always plays out the same way. Krakoa is established by the mutant population, that it's used by the mutant population as its own nation, and then somewhere along the line, by whatever manner and whatever means, which changes based on the life of Moira McTaggart, war breaks out between humans and mutants are eradicated, right? So Krakoa is a safe haven, only insofar that humans have not attacked it yet, but ultimately they will always end up losing. And none of the mutants on Krakoa know this. This is so deceptive. It's not like Charles Xavier to do this, right? That's why, like, this new version of Charles Xavier is amazing. I love the idea of Charles Xavier becoming a new version of himself, right? It's awesome, because I'm tired of the same old thing. I liked Charles Xavier after House of M, when he was basically a dick, and like he was cast out of his own X-Men team, and the whole thing was led by Cyclops. Dude, like, the X-Men after House of M was amazing. It's cool to see that, like, the X-Men are finally getting their due diligence, right? It's cool to see that the X-Men are finally getting, like, back to prominence, man, because then we get Dawn of X, and Dawn of X, okay, check this out. It's like you get Dawn of X, like the actual launch, like the relaunch of the whole new X-Men thing. We get X-Men #1, or we get an X-Men title, we get a Marauders title, which I am so hyped about, because Marauders are the henchmen of Mr. Sinister, and I've been a fan of them for a long, long time. We get the return of Excalibur, which, yeah, I guess is kind of cool. We get X-Force, yes. We get New Mutants, which, it'll be cool. We'll see how it goes. And we get Fallen Angels. I don't even know what in the hell that's about, but I'm curious to find out. I haven't looked at any of the solicitations because I don't want to spoil anything for myself, but I'm hyped. Like, I'm very, very excited. Dude, man, let me tell you something, man. 25 years reading the X-Men, man, I'm so hyped. Man, man. I'm sorry I'm so excited, people. Okay, so it all starts here, and I'm really excited to see what Jonathan Hickman does with this. This is X-Men Volume 5, Issue number 1, also known as Dawn of X, and I am very excited about this. For those of you guys who are a little confused about this, here's an important thing to understand. Volumes in comic books are a weird thing, right? Like, technically, volume denotes an entire run, but it's like volumes within a volume, right? So you have, like, the overarching volume, which is, this is however many iterations of this comic we've had. Technically, we've had 5 iterations or 5 relaunches of the X-Men comic. The first one was Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. That was the original X-Men run that was canceled. The second one was X-Men Volume 2, Issue number 1, which came in 1991, and then there were a whole bunch of others after that, and we're currently on 5. You had, like, all new, all different Marvel, you had the post Heroes Reborn, you had the post House of M, the Heroic Age, you had, like, all kinds of different relaunches over the years in Marvel. That's why this is Volume 5. Within Volume 5, you'll have the first however many issues make up the first story arc, which will be like Volume 1, so it'll be X-Men Volume 5, Volume 1. I know it's kind of weird, it's a little strange, but nonetheless, this picks up with an attack on Orchis. See, this is why I say you have to read Jonathan Hickman from beginning to the end, right? Because Hickman is not gonna do House of X and then Powers of X and then treat Dawn of X like it's a whole new relaunch. No, the relaunch came with the prelude, right? So you just kind of keep on reading as if everything's just kind of always been. But the attack on Orchis is actually kind of interesting here, because it's not the X-Men launching an attack in the traditional sense, like, oh my god, there's humans here, we have to get them. It's the X-Men launching like really more of like a rescue mission than anything else. But I really like the way that Hickman is doing this, right? Because he depicts the X-Men as, we're going in there to achieve a mission, that's what the council calls for, whatever happens, happens. I like the brazen nature of the X-Men now, right? Because up until this point, and this is one of the things that I wasn't a huge fan of, up until this point, really coming after all new, all different Marvel, the X-Men always kind of seemed like a team that was on the defensive, right? Like they're always backing off, they're always, retreating or something along those lines. They're never really like launching an attack against someone, like making the first move. And I like this, the X-Men are kind of going in and they're doing their thing. It's very much a throwback to the old school X-Men comics. I know I sound like a comic book hipster, but I do kind of like the throwback to the whole thing. Of course, now the mission is led by Storm and Cyclops, and this is no accident when it comes to this. Like when Hickman really put together the council and you have Storm and Cyclops leading field missions, Hickman chose this for a reason, right? Because there's a lot of history here. Storm and Cyclops are kind of like the 1-2 punch when it comes to leading the X-Men team, right? Cyclops was a field commander for a long, long time until after the events of the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix sagas when he left. And then Storm became the new leader of the team after after she battled Cyclops for that role, and she won. And so as a result of that, Storm led the X-Men team while Cyclops led X-Factor. And then once the two teams merged back into a single unit again, you got X-Men Gold and X-Men Blue. Cyclops led one team, Storm led the other. So it makes sense that like Hickman's sort of bringing all that history in and giving us these two characters who are going out and doing their own thing. The other big thing about this is the arrival of Magneto. Now here's the thing, man. Hickman does an amazing job of writing villains. I think Hickman writes villains better than he writes heroes. If, like, believe it or not, go back and look at his publishing history, and it's like the villains are almost always written better than the heroes. And that's what I love about the way that Magneto is done here, because in the last 5 years or so, Magneto's almost kind of been like a background character. Cyclops sort of took on the role that used to belong to Magneto, right? Like it's kind of militaristic, we'll do whatever we need to do to win kind of situation. And it was cool to see the evolution of his character, to see him go from like the X-Men Boy Scout to casting Xavier out of his own team after House of M, taking the X-Men over, saying, I'm the one running the show now, falling more in line with Magneto's views. But Magneto kind of fell more to the background. And to see Magneto kind of brought to the forefront again and really kind of drawn and depicted in this way where he's like this imposing figure, like, crap, Magneto's here. Like, I like seeing that. Like, I love seeing that depiction, because it's just like, you're talking about this insanely powerful mutant, right? I think in a lot of ways, people sleep on just how powerful Magneto is. And I feel like before this all really comes to an end, before Hickman's run ends, we're gonna see Magneto shine in spectacular fashion. To say nothing of that suit, Magneto looks like a boss in that white silver suit. Dude, it looks legit. But nonetheless, you know, it's cool to kind of see him arrive here, because Polaris is like, let's take care of these humans. And it's like, no, we're here for a mission. We're here to achieve a mission for the council. Now, this is a big deal, and this is a very important thing to take note of, because what this shows is that at the end of the day, Magneto really does fall in line with the ideology that they're ensuing, right? Because one of the things he says here is like, there was a time when I would have just taken all these humans out, right? Like I would have just eradicated them all. And it's not a matter of annihilating humanity, it's a matter of achieving that goal right there. And that's one of the big differences. Back in the day, back in like the 80s and 90s, Magneto would have just taken them out, and that would have been the end of that, right? He would have just melted these guys and, or, you know, just kind of destroyed them, and that would have been the end of them. But to see him in a position now where he's just sort of like, we're here to achieve a particular goal, it's awesome to kind of see that progression. But with them showing up here, with the X-Men arriving here, that's what we end up realizing. The reason why they're here is because what they're doing is rescuing all these various mutants. But one of these mutants stands out. And when the system more or less opens up, right, this kind of, you know, cocoon, stasis pod, whatever it is, opens up, and this mutant pours out, then the initial analysis is, well, they're not really human, but they're not really mutant. They're kind of post-human, but something's going on here with regards to time. Now, if you're not familiar with Hickman writing, if you're not familiar with the stuff he's done in the past, you would just kind of be like, what in the world is going on here? But if you read the Ultimate Universe, if you read Ultimates by Jonathan Hickman, that's a child of the Vault. And it's just like, wow, dude, I can't believe he brought him back. Like, I can't believe he's bringing back children of the Vault. At least that's what it looks like. The only other thing I can assume here is that it's the Black Vault or something else going on there, but I don't think it's Black Vault. Like, literally they say like some kind of like temporal energy is coming off this girl. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Children of the Vault, dude, it was so cool. This was a concept. I've got the videos down in the description so you guys can go watch those. But the Children of the Vault was this concept created by Reed Richards in the Ultimate Universe. And what he did was create this place called City, this great big huge citadel. And what ended up happening here is that within the confines of City, time passed differently. And so what Reed could do is he could basically create life and then watch it grow over the course of however long. And it was something like 6,000 years passed within the span of like a few days or something along those lines. But basically he created like post-humans, right? People who evolved beyond normal humans. And this is awesome because what it means is the plot thickens. Because now not only do we have to deal with Omega Sentinels, we have all the stuff that we saw with regards to like the Nimrods and all those things going on in House and Powers of X. Now we've got post-humans making their return. And this is awesome because post-humans are basically superhumans. It's awesome to see Hickman bring it back. The downside of this is this child of the Vault immediately teleports out. She's just like, I gotta go. Like we got to bounce out of here. Keep that in the back of your head. Do not forget that will become important later on. I promise you, that will become insanely important later on. Do not forget that. Please, for the love of God, do not forget that. It will become important later on. But nonetheless, once they get back to Krakoa, it's kind of interesting there because Storm has more or less been running on fumes since she's been here, grabbing these mutants that were held inside the hub and bringing them back to this location. It's fine for what it is, right? Because it's kind of like, hey, they're going to get some medical treatment and they're all going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. Remember, Krakoa is a totally self-contained ecosystem, right? So they've got telepaths to deal with like any sort of mental anguish they've been through. Krakoa itself creates various medicines and things they can use in order to heal themselves or, you know, recover from whatever they're struggling from. But then following that, you've also got the return of Magneto. Now notice this, when Magneto arrives here, he's almost perceived as like a savior of sorts. And this is really Hickman tying into the history of Magneto, right? Like on the surface, you would look at it and say, well, Magneto, dude, this guy's a jerk, man. He's a glory hog. Like, yes, everyone, I freed you all. Me alone, by myself, I did it. And it's like, okay, Magneto, get a little carried away with yourself. But no. Magneto has always been viewed in a lot of ways by the mutant population as kind of a mutant messiah-esque character. Not insofar as they would follow him into oblivion, right? I mean, he doesn't always have everybody on his side, but the perception of Magneto and the way in which he operates is he's not really a bad guy. Magneto was a guy who was just kind of like, I'm doing what's best for mutant kind. I'll take the heavy-handed approach if I need to, right? But like first and forefront is the mutant population. He's a champion of mutants, right? And where Xavier was more of a half measure, more of like, well, let's see if we can't talk to them. Let's see if we can't reason with them. And, we can get them to listen. Like Magneto was like, no, you can't either. So like either they can listen or they can be made to listen. But ears are going to be listening to what it is we have to say. It's the nature of things, right? Like violence is not always the answer, but it is a answer, and it's a very effective answer, right? Magneto got stuff done, and it's a cool thing about his character. And so him showing up here, people are kind of like, well, what if they come back? And the response to Magneto, it's the most boss response ever. He says, let man run from me. Dude, Magneto is a boss. I love the way he's written in this. It's absolutely amazing. But it's a cool thing here, because what you end up doing is you end up having Scott Summers, who basically travels out to meet up with the rest of his family. But before we do, we've got Jonathan Hickman establishing, in a lot of ways, the current status quo of things, which is to say, the new villain who's on the scene. And this is a guy named Director Davo. Now, Director Davo is the one who really sort of spearheaded this whole Orcus system, right? At least that seems to be the case. He's the one that gathered together all these various scientists from like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Armor and Hammer and Hydra and so on and so forth, all for the purpose of trying to find a way to basically contain and control the mutant threat, right? So it's almost like a reworked version of Project Wide Awake. For those of you guys who never read comics back in the 80s and 90s, which technically I wasn't really alive at that point, but I went back and read them anyway. For those of you guys who weren't really reading when the events of the original Project Wide Awake were happening, it wasn't really like a one-shot. It was just like a page here, 3 or 4 pages there. It was just kind of spread all over the place. And when you go back and you read it, you read like the entirety of Chris Claremont's run, you get this great big huge cohesive concept that we call Project Wide Awake. This was very similar to that in terms of how this is being done and how it's being depicted. You get a couple pages here and then you move on, right? That's kind of how this whole thing sort of unfolded in the old Claremont stories. And it's cool to see that method of storytelling kind of being maintained here. But the idea is that this guy, Director Davo, is the one who's basically like, hey, look, this is the entire like creation of Mother Mold, all that kind of stuff. That's all me. And it's one of these things where he sort of ignores what it is that Karima's telling him, right? Remember, Karima is an Omega Sentinel. She's basically more machine than she is human. But the idea behind this is she's like, what you were doing was going to spark a response. You had to know that. You had to know that like creating a Sentinel that created master molds, which in turn would create other Sentinels, you had to know the X-Men were going to respond to that. You instigated a scenario where the X-Men were guaranteed to respond, and when they did, they ended up killing a handful of people who worked for you. And the response of Director Davo is, yes, but that's the step that needs to be taken. I'm doing the right thing. I'm fighting on behalf of humanity. Notice this, it's kind of an extreme perspective, but it exists opposed to Magneto's views, right? Where Magneto is steadfast protecting mutant kind. This guy, Director Davo, like so many villains before him, is steadfast protecting humanity. And this is cool. This is an interesting idea, because what he does is he basically says like the fall of like Mother Mold, that's nothing. Like we have a whole host of things that are working in the background, a whole host of things that we want to get done from here. And so it's cool because what it says is what we saw in House of Powers of X, that's not the end of it. It's nowhere near the end of it. It's a very small thing. Now, at this point, we transition over to Scott Summers along with like pretty much his whole family. You also get Gabriel Summers here. Now, here's an important thing to understand. Gabriel Summers died during and in the aftermath of War of Kings, right? He wasn't really killed. He was kind of yanked away into like a black hole, more or less, some kind of gravity well. Black Bolt ended up coming back. We never found out what happened to Gabriel. We never found out what happened to Vulcan. He was just gone. Now, a lot of that was part of the lead up to Secret Wars. And so Marvel, I imagine, if it was just kind of a thing where it was like, well, they're more or less gone, don't really worry about explaining it, just kind of leave it the way it is, and then whatever happens, happens. That kind of seems to have been a lot of the response with what was going on there. And so this is really like the first real time we're seeing Vulcan after the events of Secret Wars and all new, all different Marvel. But he's a good guy here, right? There's no semblance of like, I hate my brothers and I'm a bad guy and I conquered the Shi'ar Empire and I'm going to war with the Kree. Like, we don't really see any of that going on here. And there doesn't really seem to be any reference to it. It's just kind of a thing that's there. So I think Hickman's just sort of rolling with it and just kind of saying, hey, if you never really read anything about Vulcan before, don't worry about it. Just know that he's really powerful. He can control all forms of energy and he's Omega level. And that's really it. It's cool, but like, that's pretty much it. And it's interesting to see, and it works. And not only that, you have these small things to go on. For example, like you literally got Cable hanging out with Raza. Now, of course, Raza is like the weapons guy. He's almost kind of like the gunsmith, so to speak, of the Starjammers group. And it's interesting to see because like he's got like these super advanced weapons, and Cable, like little kid Cable's like freaking out, like, I've got to see that, and so on and so forth. For those of you guys who aren't really familiar with what's going on here, let me backpedal a little bit. Let me offer some explanation. So when it comes to the Starjammers, this was an idea introduced way back during Chris Claremont's run. And what he did is he said, said initially it was believed that Cyclops and his brother were thrown out of a plane, given parachutes, and they landed, more or less safely after their plane crashed, after their plane went down. Claremont came back and changed some of that and said, actually, the Shi'ar abducted his mother and his father, and they were just kind of taken out into space, and eventually his mom died, and Corsair, who's a leader of the Starjammers, formed the Starjammers as was essentially a pirate group out there, right? They're space pirates, right? So think of them as like a pirate version of the Guardians of the Galaxy from what you've seen in the Marvel Cinematic Universe in a lot of ways. Because of that, they're pretty capable, but these are the members that you're basically seeing here, right? Raza and Hepzibah, you're seeing like Chode, you're seeing a lot of these characters here who are just part of the Starjammers group. And the reason why they're here is there's a lot of history there, right? The Starjammers are like extended family for Scott Summers, right? Corsair is his biological dad, and then the Starjammers are part of the team. So it's like if Cyclops brought his own X-Men, to this kind of family thing. There's been a lot of history. These teams have fought side by side with each other. There's a lot of closeness that goes on between these guys. With regards to Cable being a kid, this was covered in the new X-Force run that I think was written by Greg Pak, although I'm not going to swear to it. But the idea is that you had Cable, who's been around for a long, long time, right? Like the adult version of Cable. Because of the fact that he's gone back in time and messed with the time stream so much, his younger counterpart killed him. He was just like, you've been screwing up time consistently since you've been alive, right? Like you're a walking retcon machine. Like the X-Men are like, hey, we want to do something, or the Avengers want to do something, and then here comes Cable jumping out of a crack in the ground. Don't do that, guys. You're going to screw up the time stream. You're kind of a hassle. So basically, like his younger self ended up killing him off. And it was a way for Marvel anyway to kind of remove the idea that Cable's just sort of going to fix everything all the time. And so that's why his younger counterpart is currently here. Now, we also talked about that in the Return of Cyclops, right? When Cyclops was resurrected, we covered that as well. So you guys are welcome to go check that out. But there's some cool discussion that goes on. Now, one of the important things that really takes place here is Corsair starts talking to Cyclops, and he says, look, man, I can't agree with everything that you're doing here. It's cool that you guys have formed your own island nation, but you have to understand humanity is coming from the perspective of fear. And so what you've basically done here is you've created an island, you've created a nation state unto yourself, and then you've gathered every single person that humanity is afraid of into a singular location. As far as humanity is concerned, you're making war preparations. You could be doing anything. You could be gathering all these mutants together and then training them to become military capable, and then you're going to send them out into the world and conquer humanity. You could be training them to become humanitarians, so they're going to go out and they're going to heal the world. But because humanity is governed by fear in this regard, they're going to deviate to the worst case scenario. So yes, it's cool that you're doing that, but you might also be creating more problems than you are benefits. At the end of the day, though, Cyclops' response is, we'll deal with that threat as it comes. For right now, we're doing the right thing. We're protecting our kind as best we can. So it's one of these things where it's like what the X-Men are doing on Earth has not gone unnoticed across the entirety of the universe. And it makes sense, right? Because some of the most powerful people are on Earth. And so Earth is constantly monitored by all these various extraterrestrial races, because who in the heck knows when things are going to pop off, right? So as a result of this, what we end up doing is we end up jumping back to the Orcus base, and we end up having this conversation that takes place with Director Davo. And one of the things about this is that Killian's wife, remember, she was a scientist who was on board one of the vessels when Killian himself was destroyed. The response to Davo is, where they're talking about that, and he's like, yes, some of this is my fault, but at the end of the day, we're doing the right thing. This chick is just kind of like, hey, look, I'm not too worried about that because we can bring my husband back. Now, this is a very easy thing to overlook because it's like, okay, so like whatever, she can bring her husband back. That's not the takeaway from this. Who cares if her husband comes back? Nobody cares if Killian comes back. What matters about this is that if she can resurrect her husband, she can resurrect anybody else. And that means that we could see the return of Bolivar Trask. We could see the return of like almost any of these characters out there who have or could possibly continue to be major threats against the mutant population, right? So like William Stryker leading the Purifiers, different things like that. Like imagine if that was the case, right? You have the Purifiers of William Stryker, basically this crazy religious fundamentalist, evangelical group who thinks God wants them to kill mutants, and they're backed by like some of the best science and technology in the Marvel universe, right? Like they have all this money and all this technology backing them. Who knows what kind of strikes they could launch against all of mutant kind? And so it's cool to see. There's a lot of possibilities that can come out of this, and that's why things like this are so important. Is because it's not the immediate statement that's made by virtue of I can resurrect my husband. It's all the possibilities that can come out of it, all the things that can come later on down the line, because that's the nature of Jonathan Hickman writing. Okay, so we are finally getting around to the Marauders, and I know I promised I would, or at least I said I would do it last week. I got super tied up and super distracted. A lot of you guys know there was a lot of things going on, but we're covering Marauders, right? Now, here's the thing. Here's what's going on with Dawn of X. Dawn of X may or may not have a singular cohesive storyline that unites everything. It may have that. They may end up kind of building up to that or whatever the case is. The reality is that at the moment, Dawn of X is a branding initiative, right? So think of it like Dark Reign. Dark Reign was not a story arc. I guess it kind of was a loosely based story arc surround, involving Norman Osborn basically taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. and then dismantling it and replacing it with Hammer, his own company, and so on and so forth. But by and large, Dawn of X is a branding initiative, meaning that it's basically designed to signify a relaunch of the various characters, right? So it's like Heroes Reborn from back in the day. And so the idea behind this is that this is designed to basically give us like whole new titles and whole new teams. And Marvel's dumping them like gangbusters. It's insane. Within the span of like 2 to 3 weeks, we got Marauders, and then we get Excalibur, we get X-Force, we get Fallen Angels, we get all kinds of stuff coming out of this. Like, it's insane, all the content that they're dropping. And it's going to be like something new is coming out every week. And so we're going to cover it every week, but it's kind of bonkers. Anyway, Marauders, this is kind of interesting because when I first saw this, my immediate thought was the exact same as pretty much everybody else who's been reading X-Men for any real measure of time. And it was like the Marauders of Mr. Sinister, right? It was like, okay, so like we're doing a book about Mr. Sinister's Marauders, but then they released the roster for it. And I was like, this is not Mr. Sinister's Marauders. This is about as far as you get from Mr. Sinister's Marauders. But I'm kind of down with that, right? Because they got 2 Omega level mutants on there, right? You got Storm and you got Iceman. And honestly, I kind of think Bishop can be Omega level if they adjust his powers, like if they tweak his powers a little bit. But then they have 3. They have Emma Frost on the team as well. So it's like, dude, this is kind of nuts. But what this does is this initially picks up with basically the mutants grabbing some mutants who basically gathered together in Central Park, New York, and then leading them into one of the gates of Krakoa. Now, remember, we covered this during House and Powers of X, so I'm not going to go super hardcore into this. But the idea here is that in order for the mutant land, right, the mutant country of Krakoa, to be able to like grab different mutants from different locations and bring them in, at any point in time, gates can be sprouted up. Now, a lot of those gates were created artificially by Krakoa in different locations just because of the fact that it was so huge, right? Like, Russia's a huge place. These gates crop up, they pop up in different locations, and then basically mutants are led through those gates into the island of Krakoa. Now remember, Krakoa can decide who gets in and who doesn't get in, but at the same time, the gates also function in such a way that if you're not a mutant, you can't access it. And the problem with this is that when Kitty Pryde goes to walk through the gate, she breaks her nose when she basically hits what's essentially just solid material. And this can go a couple different ways. It can go in the form of the fact that Kitty Pryde is not a mutant and can't access it, which begs the question, how in the world should she ever manage to pass through him before? Or Krakoa's not letting her through. And if Krakoa's not letting her through, then the question becomes, why? Why is Krakoa not letting her through the gates? And that's kind of the question being asked here, because what this does is it basically leads to Kitty Pryde really sometime later, alongside her dragon Lockheed, heading towards this island where all these mutants are basically, doing their thing. They're having like essentially like a great big huge party is really what's going to be going on, but she still can't access the gates here. And that's where the story starts to shift, right? That's where the story begins to shift here. And the reason why is because with Kitty Pryde being unable to access these gates, and with us not really being given a definitive answer as to why, then one of the things we find out, of course, is that she was basically running like Aaron's Wolverine. It's kind of crazy because like Wolverine comes running out of nowhere, right? And he's like, Kitty, did you get all the stuff? And she's like, yes, I got it all. And so it's like, what in the world did Wolverine want? Dude comes back with like beer and a case of whiskey, and it makes sense, right? So you end up getting this grocery list, right? Like Logan's shopping list, right? So you get ribs from Rendezvous in Memphis. I've never even heard of the restaurant. There's Canadian Club whiskey, which I've never had, beer, Cubano sandwiches, which I have had, and they're amazing. There's pomade, there's coffee. Like basically she's just running like a smuggling operation, more or less, for Wolverine. But the story really begins to shift, and it begins to pick up when she's telepathically contacted by Emma Frost. And the reason why is because if you guys recall during our videos on House and Powers of X, the idea behind having basically like this sort of black market trading system for the different medicines and things like that of Krakoa was to really operate in 2 fronts. The first was for mutants to basically wholly engineer this kind of trading system, right? So there would be the front side of the selling process, which is to say all the countries out there that basically support Krakoa and say like, we support what it is the mutants want to do, they're the ones who are going to be able to buy the medicines and the various things that Krakoa can offer in order to improve the lives of humanity. Those who don't support Krakoa don't get any of that stuff, right? Which I really agree with, right? I really agree with it. But in order to kind of keep things in somewhat of an equitable balance, the mutants are also the ones controlling the black market. So they kind of control the price of goods on the black market in order to ensure there's kind of a going back and forth. But the reality of this is that by creating a black market and basically saying those of you guys who publicly do not support Krakoa, but privately want to get your hands on their medicine, then we can do that for you. Now, they don't really know it's the mutants who are pulling the strings. They don't really know it's the mutants who are doing it. As far as they're concerned, it's some shady clandestine organization or group somewhere that's making all this happen. But because of the fact that a lot of these countries that don't support Krakoa are in turn keeping their mutant population captive by serving as kind of a black market shipping company, what it also does is it gives them access to those underground places that aren't really letting their mutant population go. And so because of that, by operating as kind of a black market organization, it gets them into places they wouldn't normally be able to get into, and then in turn, they can liberate the mutants in that particular geographical location. So it's a pretty smart move, right? It's underhanded as hell, but it's a pretty smart move. And that's really the proposition that Emma Frost had pitched to Kitty Pryde. Like, is this something that you want to be a part of. And Kitty Pryde had been thinking about it for quite some time, but ultimately Emma Frost's response is, I need a definitive answer here. I need to know, are you in or are you out? And so that's when we kind of get this revelation that there are all these different places, Russia, so on and so forth. In Brazil, they have these kind of hounds that basically track down mutants, or at least keep mutants from being able to access the gates. But these gates in different locations are all cordoned off by military officials or government officials or what have you, and they're not letting people get through. They're not letting their mutant population leave. Now, for some places, for example, Russia, when Bobby Drake goes there and Bobby Drake is immediately attacked, in some cases, it's because mutants are used, right? We talked about it and talked about that in our video on Colossus Explained, that when Colossus first developed his powers started popping up at a time when Russia wasn't exterminating their mutant population. Instead, they were forcing their mutant population to work as soldiers of the Russian military, hence the Winter Guard. But where Colossus was safe from that fate, a lot of mutants weren't. And so what that basically meant is that Russia basically managed to get their hands on a lot of superpowered beings, and they forced them to work for the Russian government. That's what's going on here. That's why there's opposition here. When Bobby Drake shows up, it's like, no. All superpowered beings are basically tools of the state. They work for us. They do what we tell them to. We're not letting them go. Like, we're not letting you guys, walk away from all this. At the same time, there's some plot threads that are thrown in here, right? Like, you end up going to Taiwan, you end up going to Taipei, and you end up having this woman who basically gets out in front of the news cameras and everything and says, my husband went through one of those gates and he vanished, and what happened to him, and I don't know what's going on with him. And you have Bishop who shows up and says, look, we're investigating your husband's disappearance. We don't have any record of him entering through the gates of any of the gates in Taipei. So, like, obviously the implication seems to be she's lying. These are plot threads that Jerry Dugan's going to build up over time. But it's a cool little moment here. It's a cool little scenario to see, like, these little things thrown out here and there in terms of people who are lying about what's going on, people who are trying to curtail public opinion to achieve a particular goal. It's a pretty smart move. But from here, what it does is it switches over to the reintroduction of Pyro. Now, when it comes to the character of Pyro in Marvel Comics, there have been a couple different versions. There's a version that anybody who ever watched X-Men the animated series or has been reading X-Men for a long time are aware of, which is St. John Allardyce. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce his name. Then there's Simon Lasker, who's the most recent version. This one here is St. John, right? This is the classic version of Pyro. In an effort to kind of clean up a lot of characters that were deemed as kind of unnecessary or to rework them or something like that, Marvel either got rid of them or they basically soft rebooted them. With the character of St. John, he died in 2001, right? He was removed in Cable number 87. He ended up coming back a few years later during the Ex-Necrotia storyline, but was killed off yet again. And so as a result of that, what you have now is this classic version back here again, but he's not really as brutal as his old school version. Instead, it's a lot more lighthearted. Now, that's one of the things about how Jerry Dugan's writing this story, and I hope it's one of the things you've noticed so far, is this is far more lighthearted than like a lot of the other stories that we've seen, right? It's not nearly as serious in tone as like Jonathan Hickman's storytelling. Now, that's the nature of Jerry Dugan, and it's one of the reasons why he shined so spectacularly when he wrote Deadpool. At least I loved his handling of Deadpool, but it's one of the reasons why it was kind of like, nah, when you were reading the Infinity War storyline. Jerry Dugan does better with like lighthearted and comedic stories than he does with like dark and hardcore stories, right? That's always kind of been my take on him. And so as a result of that, that's why this story seems a lot lighter than you would normally expect. And it's one of the reasons why right off the bat, Storm's like, well, one, you're drafted onto this team, and two, you can't kill people. You can't kill humans, which is kind of what he's always done, right? I mean, he has no love for humanity. Now, one of the other things that I want to kind of clear up here is the nature of Pyro's powers, because this will become important as we get further and further into what's essentially going to be the Marauders comics and Marvel. Pyro does not have the ability to create fire. He can't do that. What Pyro can do is control existing fire. Now, sometimes it's amplifying the size of that fire, right? He could take what's basically a candle and expand it out into this great big huge thing. He could do all kinds of stuff, create all kinds of different designs and all kinds. It's very, very intricate in terms of his ability to do that, but it's why you see him walk around with basically flamethrowers attached to him, because he can't actually create fire. That's not really what he does. It'd be cool if he did, because then he would be overpowered as hell, but he can't actually make it. So that's kind of something that you sort of have to go with. Now, having said that, the power of Pyro is still pretty cool, but what really comes out of this, and this is really the big thing to focus on here, is the power of Kitty Pryde. And the reason why is because Kitty Pryde is probably one of the most underrated of the X-Men in terms of what she could really do. Like if you really pull out the stops, and if you give us a story like what we're getting ready to see right here, where it's like, okay, so Kitty Pryde has always kind of been the cheerleader of the X-Men until she wasn't, until she graduated and became kind of like one of the leaders of the team and different things like that. But no one's ever really shown what she's truly capable of like this does, and it's absolutely amazing. And the reason why is because what you have there is one of these Russian guys who basically uses a solar dampening suit. So when it comes to him being able to touch anybody out there, being able to blast Storm or Iceman, like it'll dampen their powers. It'll take their powers away temporarily. But the issue is that contact has to be made. With Kitty Pryde, it doesn't work that way. So the first thing she does is, of course, she phases, then she gets up to the guy, takes him down, and that guy's immediately out of the picture. From there, she single-handedly dismantles every single soldier. Like she basically like either she like they phase through her and she knocks them out. There's one time where she basically like shoots guys with bullets, which is kind of cool. I mean, shooting them is not the biggest thing ever, but one of the coolest moments is she grabs a gun, she phases it into two guys' legs and makes it solid again. And so they basically got like a gun in their legs, which is kind kind of screwed up. She phases into a tank, she rips grenades out of the sky, you know, she steals a sword from another guy after incapacitating him. It seems kind of like, okay, whatever, this is like a small little thing. But here's the thing, you can't hit what you can't touch. And that's why Kitty Pryde is probably one of the most powerful of the X-Men. It's the reason why, if you read the story, Wolverine, Enemy of the State, the What If story, where he basically kills all the superheroes in the Marvel Universe, it ends up being Kitty Pryde who's the one that takes him out, because of what use is the ability to slash through anything with adamantium claws if you can't touch it. That's one of the coolest things about Kitty Pryde, is like in this moment, you kind of get her as this character where it's like she can take all comers. And it's kind of a cool thing, because I mean, the only way to really get around that is to kind of wear her down, right? To the point where she's exhausted and she can't really keep going anymore because it's just too much for her to take, mental or physical or whatever the case happens to be. But of course, Pyro ends up channeling the fire of Lockheed, and then in turn, you know, using Dragon's Breath, basically like spray down a whole bunch of guys. It's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. And so as a result of this, like one of the people that they're liberating has like an iPhone, which kind of begs the question, like if they're stuck in a camp, why do they have an iPhone? But still, like one of the people has an iPhone basically and is recording this message of Kitty Pryde, and she's like, and it's kind of cool, right? Because it reminds me of the A-Team. Like it's like, if you're a mutant and you can't get to Krakoa, then the Marauders will bring you home, right? Like we're the A-Team. It's kind of how it feels, right? It's kind of how it comes across. And that's why I love the Marauders so much, because it's not a super like, oh man, things are popping off and everything's going crazy. It's just a good old-fashioned fun read. And that's really what it should be, right? The nature of comics, it's not the politics, right? It's the enjoyment of the comics. Like it's fun reading the story. That's one of the reasons why I love the Marauders. It's fun. It's just a fun story to read. And I'm really excited to see where it goes. Like I'm really excited to see what happens, especially if they start encountering like these super OP broken mutants, like these super broken mutants. And so what you end up getting is, once they leave, Kitty Pryde starts addressing Storm. And when she's talking to Storm, one of the things to understand here is she's not addressing Storm as a member of the X-Men. She's addressing Storm as a surrogate mother. And the reason why is because if you haven't been reading X-Men for a long time, it's something that's kind of easily missed, something that you're not really familiar with. But when Kitty Pryde first showed up in the X-Men, she was like 15 years old, I think. And so basically with the character of Storm, she became a kind of mother for Kitty Pryde, right? Like helping her navigate the waters of what it meant to become a woman when she was changing and she was going through this biological process in terms of her body, you know, growing and so on and so forth. A lot of the lessons that Kitty Pryde learned over the course of her life that led her to becoming the superhero she is today were taught basically to her by Storm. And so the relationship between the two is very much mother and daughter. And it's one of the reasons why Kitty Pryde basically tells Storm, I need you to stay here. I need you with me. Like I need you to stay with me here while I'm going on all this. They're really probably two of the closest friends. And so of course, following that, the Marauders are completely and fully formed, right? You've got Pyro, you got Kitty Pryde, you got Iceman, and you got Storm. So right off the bat, you already got two Omega level mutants here, which is going to make the team an absolute powerhouse, an absolute like hoss of a team. It's kind of nuts. Okay, so continuing on with our Dawn of X series of videos, we're covering Excalibur. Now remember, for those of you guys who are joining us, we're going through each one of these individually for the first story arc. And then after that, we'll just kind of go from there, right? One of the things that I believe when it comes to new launches or new comics is you should always give it one story arc and then let that story arc determine whether or not you enjoy it, right? You can't really determine whether or not a story is going to be good based on like the first comic, right? It doesn't really work that way because things can change drastically over the course of a single line of comics, right? Like literally the story of Superior Spider-Man. Like Dr. Octopus is just like a villain who gets the body of Peter Parker, but it's like it becomes an amazing story by the time you get to the end, right? So you can't really use like a single issue to judge the whole thing. But here's the thing about Excalibur. The way this is being written, the way this is being done, it's really, really cool. But if you don't care anything about like Camelot and like Morgan Le Fay and things like that, you're not gonna like this story. Because it's literally 100% that stuff, but we need to talk about this. So the idea of Camelot is that in Marvel Comics, it largely follows the Arthurian mythos, right? Camelot was a kingdom of King Arthur. You had Guinevere, you had Lancelot, all that kind of cool stuff. Ultimately, in Marvel Superheroes number 17 in 1968, Camelot fell, and the result was that it was moved to Otherworld. Now, Otherworld is a dimension that exists in Marvel Comics that's basically outside the multiverse, right? So it kind of exists as part of it, but not necessarily at the same time, insofar that the reason why is because what you have is the wizard Merlin. And Merlin basically created a group called the Captain Britain Corps. And the Captain Britain Corps is this organization that's like the Green Lantern Corps from DC Comics, but instead of the Green Lantern Corps protecting each sector of space, the Captain Britain Corps, each member protects its own universe. Now, for the most part, it doesn't really matter just because there are such exceedingly powerful beings in those universes that Captain Britain couldn't even begin to hope to stand a chance against. But it works because you can call in a bunch of Captain Britons to face off against a particular threat. But that's one of the things that's kind of going on here. Morgan Le Fay is probably one of the more powerful beings in Marvel Comics when it comes to using magic. She was one of the students of Merlin. She was actually considered to be the replacement for Doctor Strange after he lost his ability to become Sorcerer Supreme when she decides to rain hellfire down on you like it's coming. She's really powerful. But the other thing about this is Arthur Pendragon, King Arthur himself. During Dan Abnett's run on Hercules, which I think is considered Hercules Volume 2 in 2016, Arthur Pendragon was summoned by Hercules, and I believe he fought in that small little war, that little conflict that was going on there. But essentially, since then, leading up until now, he's vanished. We didn't really know what was going on with him. Now, a lot of that was due to the fact that at the time, Marvel wasn't really publishing anything on King Arthur. So it was just kind of like, okay, whatever, it's out there doing its thing. But within the confines of this story, the whole idea is like, he's vanished. Like, we don't really know where he is or what's going on. The other thing that's going on here is that within the Kingdom of Camelot itself, what you essentially have here, at least as Morgan Le Fay interprets it, is kind of like an invasion of sorts. It's this idea that there are forces within Camelot working against her. Now, technically, she's the steward of Camelot. She's basically the one who's essentially ruling in place of King Arthur. And so because of the fact that she was the one that initially led to the downfall of Camelot, and she is more often than not depicted as a villain, it does kind of make sense that they would be working against her. But we don't really know who the White Witch is. We're not really sure exactly what all is going on there. Instead, what we end up doing here is we actually end up picking up with Psylocke, with Betsy Braddock. Now, one of the things that I want to point out here is this idea of Psylocke basically going back to being a Caucasian woman again. The reason why is back in Uncanny X-Men 256, Chris Claremont had this idea to basically rework Psylocke in her entirety and basically put her mind more or less in the body of a Japanese woman named Kwanin. Now, that's probably explained better in our video on Psylocke Explained, so you're welcome to go check it out. The long and short of it is that for decades, Psylocke was basically in the body of a Japanese woman, and that was kind of her identity going forward, right? That's how people associated with her. Most people who got into the X-Men in like the 90s remember Psylocke as that version. This really ran up until Mystery in Madripoor as part of the Return of Wolverine. And the reason why was because the Return of Wolverine in Marvel Comics kind of marks this paradigm shift with regards to the X-Men, right? Insofar as Marvel's no longer just kind of shuffling them to the background and whatever happens. Instead, it was kind of bringing them back into the forefront and really leading up to Jonathan Hickman's run on the team. And so as a result of that, there were a lot of changes that were made to existing characters. Most of those came by way of Jonathan Hickman during House and Powers of X, when different X-Men were basically resurrected. But during Mystery in Madripoor, Psylocke got her body back. She got her original body back. And so that's why right now, when you look at her, she's essentially her original Caucasian self. The funny thing about this is she basically ends up going to visit with Apocalypse. And this is kind of an important thing because what this does is it shows what Apocalypse is doing now. And that was really the big question that I had going out, coming out of House and Powers of X is, what's Apocalypse doing? What's his role going to be, right? If he's part of the Mutant Council, is he biding his time to basically somehow take over and like crush everybody or test them all or whatever the case is? What's going on with this character? And what this really shows is that Apocalypse is actually turning over a new leaf. The biggest issue with this, and one of the big things that Apocalypse is trying to figure out at the moment, is why it is that one of their doors from Krakoa cannot access Otherworld. This is kind of a cool thing because what this shows is that Apocalypse is aware of places like Otherworld. He's aware of other dimensions in the multiverse, right? He's aware of that there's more than just Earth. But what this does is this basically picks up with a wholly new character, kind of transitioning away from Krakoa, and it picks up with a wholly new character. Now, this character's name is Mariana Stern, and in reality, she's part of what's called the Coven Solar Blackwood. This, as far as I'm aware, is wholly new. But in reality, it's the Coven that she's a part of isn't the real big takeaway here. The real big takeaway here is how magic works in Marvel Comics. This is kind of a big thing here, right? This is a huge revelation that goes on here because while they're, running their enchantments and so on and so forth, what they end up doing is basically unintentionally invoking Morgan Le Fay. Insofar as Morgan Le Fay realizes that somebody outside of Otherworld, basically in the main Marvel universe, is using magic, and ultimately she deems it as somebody who seems to be kind of intruding on her territory. Now, of course, she kind of jumps into this and basically says, like, my entire kingdom's under attack. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Even Morgan Le Fay doesn't really know what's happening. And so what she basically does is she tasks the Coven Blackwood. She says, like, you guys need to go figure out what's going on. If you don't figure out what's going on, I'm cutting magic off to all of you. And that's a really important thing here. And the reason why is because the use of magic in Marvel Comics comes in a couple different forms, right? You have magic like the Scarlet Witch or like Doctor Strange, which is usually magic given to them by like other entities and beings that are out there, right? So Doctor Strange doesn't really have magic insofar as it's inherent to him. He uses the abilities of Watum and Sidorak and so on and so forth. And Scarlet Witch channels the power of Chthon. But what you also have in Marvel Comics are beings like Agatha Harkness. And Agatha Harkness is an actual witch, right? She, boil, toil and trouble, using a giant cauldron, different things like that, killing rodents and so on and so forth. She uses actual magic, but the magic she uses is channeled directly from Camelot itself, from the magic of Merlin. And so the result result of this is that in order for her to be able to continue using magic, and even the Coven to be able to continue using magic, Morgan Le Fay basically has to keep those channels open, which she can close at any point in time. What it does is kind of offer an explanation on the other half of magic in Marvel that we always knew was there, but never really got a full in-depth explanation on in terms of how it worked or how these abilities were channeled and given to various people. This is kind of a cool thing because what it means is that Morgan Le Fay does not know who's attacking her kingdom. So we're not really given all the answers in this. We're just kind of left wondering a little bit, which makes sense because it's the first issue. Wouldn't really make any sense to wrap the whole arc up in the first issue. What reason would you have to read the other 5? But there's other cool little things that come out of this. For example, Jamie Braddock is basically resurrected, so he's essentially brought back from the dead. That's one of the things to keep in mind here, guys, is over the years between House of M running up until the modern era, a lot of X-Men have died, right? Like a lot of mutants out there have been killed by one means or another. What Dawn of X is designed to do is kind of reset the X-Men back to the status quo, to not necessarily pretend like nothing after House of M happened. We know all that stuff took place, but it's designed to kind of bring the team back to its roots. And so resurrecting and bringing back a lot of these mutants who have been away for a long time is kind of a cool thing to see here, because as we know with Jamie Braddock, he can manipulate reality, right? So he's an exceedingly powerful character to have on their team. It's very important that he's there. But for the character of Apocalypse, it's like, why in the world aren't these things being enabled, right? Like, why aren't we able to basically, access this portal and get into Otherworld, because there are mutant beings who reside in there. And so the question is, how do we access that area? And so it's kind of a cool thing, because what you end up basically getting, it's Betsy Braddock and Captain Britain who essentially teleport to this location. Now, here's the important thing to understand about Captain Britain. For all the abilities that Brian Braddock has, his powers are not strictly his own. And the reason why I say that is because when Brian Braddock was presented with the possibility, or at least presented with the offering of becoming Captain Britain by Merlin and his daughter Roma, he was basically presented with 2 artifacts. The first one was the Amulet of Right, and the second one was the Sword of Might. And the idea behind these 2 things is that depending on what you choose, your role and your costume and your powers to a degree will change. But regardless, it's basically an offering to become a Captain Britain. Brian Braddock chose the Amulet of Right, and what the amulet did is basically, as long as he wore it around his neck, it would allow him to channel the powers of Captain Britain. It would give him flight and energy projection and durability, different things like that. The Sword of Might itself would basically allow powers that were almost identical to the traditional Captain Britain abilities, but in turn, you would also have like this, insanely powerful artifact in terms of a weapon. Now, the amulet represented life and the sword represented death, but it's kind of a cool little thing. The idea behind this, though, is that Brian Braddock channeling the power of the Captain Britain Corps, while he's not all powerful, he is a guy that you do want on your side, right? He's pretty capable in terms of his abilities. The issue is that with him traveling basically to Otherworld alongside Betsy Braddock, what we end up learning is that what's going on with this device here, at least, this kind of invasion that she sees, is essentially the springing up of these portals by mutants from Krakoa, right? So this idea that this portal basically sprung up, she doesn't really know how it works or what's going on with it, and so she ultimately ended up kind of cutting it off so nobody could get through that portal and into the realm of Otherworld, which is within her power to do. Apocalypse and his guys don't know this, and that's kind of the question that's being asked here. The issue with this is that Morgan Le Fay alongside Mordred have always been enemies of Captain Britain, and so of course when Captain Britain shows up here, it's her chance to seize his power and to basically take it. Merlin has been dead for a long time, and so has Roma, right? So it's not like they're going to step in and they're going to protect Captain Britain and all these guys. That's not going to play out that way. Instead, you have Psylocke fending off against Morgan Le Fay as best she can, but she's no real match here. And so as a result of that, what ends up happening is Morgan Le Fay basically transforms Captain Britain into her Black Knight. Now, this depiction of the Black Knight of Morgan Le Fay is not to be confused with Dane Whitman, right? The wielder of the Ebony Blade, which is to say the sword that basically becomes more and more evil, more or less as time goes on, demands blood and so on and so forth. These are 2 distinctly different things. All this is designed to do is basically illustrate a corrupted Captain Britain, more or less. A guy that basically works in service of Morgan Le Fay and can't really do anything on his own. I mean, he can to a degree. Like, he goes as far as to give the amulet directly to Psylocke so that she can channel its power and essentially become the new Captain Britain. But while all that's going on, you end up having Apocalypse, who gathers together Rogue and Trinary and basically uses Rogue's abilities as a mean to kind of try to tap into the power of the Krakoan Gate, and then in turn enter in and bring out Betsy Braddock. The problem with this, and the issue that you end up facing while all this is going down, is that ultimately the end result is achieved. The sword of Betsy Braddock comes flying out, but the Krakoan Gate is shattered. And what this does is kind of create like this mental backlash, right? And we've seen that happen before with the character of Rogue. If Rogue is basically, if she's exposed to too much power too fast, it'll put her into a comatose state. And that's exactly what happens here, right? She basically ends up going into a catatonic state. Betsy Braddock essentially, is kind of left there to face off against, the Black Knight of Morgan Le Fay, as well as Morgan Le Fay herself, which ultimately she ends up using the amulet to essentially make her escape as best she can, becoming the new Captain Britain in the process. But for the character of Rogue, and this is what I want to talk about here for a second, for the character of Rogue, her being left in a comatose state here, I want to kind of jump back to what's called the Hecatomb, right? This is kind of a big thing. The Hecatomb was this massive bomb, this kind of weapon that was created by the Shi'ar Empire that was designed for the purpose of inflicting massive loss of life, right? But the idea was that when Rogue touched it, she ended up absorbing all these minds, right? Just like billions and billions of minds all at the same time. And the result of that is that it was exceedingly overwhelming to her and shut her down and put her in a comatose state where she laid until after the events of Messiah Complex. But that's kind of the big thing here, is that what this does is, one, it knocks out Rogue, which is one of the more powerful characters of the X-Men, but it also gives us potential into what it is that she saw in the moments that this gateway basically shattered. Betsy Braddock comes out as the new Captain Britain, which is cool, but the biggest takeaway from all this is the biggest thing to kind of keep in mind here, is that what you end up getting is Mariana Stern, who basically kills her coven, right? Like kills the Solar Blackwood coven and then leaves and joins the Clan Akaba. She becomes a high priestess for the Clan Akaba. And this is important because the Clan Akaba has been shown as both allies of Apocalypse as well as enemies of Apocalypse. What this looks like is a version of Clan Akaba that basically worships Apocalypse. And so what it looks like is going on here is Apocalypse has engineered all of this stuff. For what reason? We don't know. But Apocalypse seems to have engineered all of this, set all these things in motion so he can make his move somewhere along the line and then implement whatever plan it is that he wants to implement. But based on this first issue, it looks like Apocalypse is doing business as usual. He's being a bad guy. Okay, so we are getting into the first issue of the new volume of New Mutants, and I'm excited about this actually. I'm pretty hyped about this. It really is a good throwback to the old New Mutants comics, but if I'm being honest with you guys, Hickman is writing it, and I love Hickman's writing. This feels more like Generation X than New Mutants, right? It's kind of crazy in terms of how this whole thing goes down. But what this does is this initially picks up with Rain Sinclair, with really like Wolfsbane. Now here's the thing, here's it's like a really good way to open this. And the reason why is because Wolfsbane is one of the original New Mutants, right? So the way this played out in Marvel Comics, like this is like decades ago, like eons and eons ago. So the way this played out is you had the X-Men, and the X-Men were a really, really popular team. And so Marvel basically came along, and I want to say it was Jim Shooter who went to Louise Simonson and Chris Claremont and said, give me a new X-Men title or a new mutant title. If you don't, I'm going to have somebody else do it. And so they ended up creating the New Mutants. And the way this played out is, and it was kind of a cool revelation, the way this played out is you had mutants out there who were like usually discovered by Charles Xavier, right? Like he'd put on his Cerebro helmet and he'd look around and say, there's a mutant over there. And then like all the X-Men would go there, or he would go there, whatever the case is, and they would talk to them, and sometimes they would join the X-Men, sometimes they wouldn't, right? They would just say, screw off, I'm gonna go commit crimes, and then like the X-Men would fight them later on or something along those lines. The cool thing about this is that you had Moira McTaggart, and Moira McTaggart was basically just a mutant geneticist at the time. Now Hickman has changed a lot of her character as part of House and Powers of X, but back then she was just a mutant geneticist. But what would happen is that if she came across a mutant who didn't understand how their powers worked, or she didn't understand how their powers worked, she would work alongside them to understand it on a genetic level. There were other times where Xavier would come across a mutant and he wouldn't understand how their powers work. So he would send them to Moira McTaggart and she would basically, work on them and try to figure out what the case was. It was a cool idea. But Rain Sinclair was a mutant who was basically found by Moira McTaggart and brought in. And then ultimately the New Mutants were formed after that. But the cool thing about this is that Rain Sinclair is one of the many mutants who's been resurrected by the Five. And that's officially what Hickman's calling them now, right? The 5 mutants who were responsible for being able to resurrect mutants. Now, here's the reason why that matters, is because by saying it's the 5, what it does is it makes those 5 mutants essential to the process of resurrection. If any one of those 5 mutants die, the ability to resurrect mutants basically goes away. Like it's effectively gone. And so as a result of that, you need to have them there in order to be able to pull that off. So you kill any one of those 5 and most likely the X-Men cannot resurrect mutants anymore. But as a result of those 5, mutants who have basically been killed off over the years are systematically being brought back, right? So you've got Danielle Moonstar who basically makes her return. You've got Karma who makes her return. Karma was an interesting character, right? Technically they call her Shan, and I guess that's really how you pronounce it, but it's X-I-apostrophe-A-N, I think is how it's actually spelled. She had the ability, she had telepathy, and she could possess people, which was really, really cool. Wolfsbane was basically like a little mini werewolf kind of character, right? She could turn into one of those characters that looked like a werewolf. It was kind of cool the way it played out. And then we have the return of Mondo. I don't know why Mondo is back here. Mondo was a terrible character. Okay, so the idea behind this is in the old Generation X comics, right? It was Generation X number 3 in 1995 by Scott Lobdell, and they introduced Mondo as this mutant that had the ability to basically influence or to manipulate any kind of biological organism that was out there, right? So he could interface and like take on the properties of those various things. But Mondo was introduced as a friend of Emma Frost's younger sister, and the younger sister of Emma Frost tried to basically get herself in the Hellfire Club by having him captured. It was weird. Anyway, ultimately they're defeated by Generation X, and the result is that Mondo is brought onto the team. This runs for about 5 years until Jay Faber gets his hands on Generation X. And in 1999 or 2000, I want to say it was February 2000, there was a story that ran in issue 60 and 61. And what you ended up learning is that Mondo, as he existed in Generation X up to that point, was not actually Mondo. It was a clone created by Black Tom Cassidy, who was designed to infiltrate Generation X. And it was basically a clone of the supervillain Mondo, who worked with Black Tom Cassidy. It was weird. It was comics in the late 2000s. Didn't really make a whole lot of sense. The way things are going down here, this looks like the Mondo clone is really kind of what it looks like in terms of like this guy being a good guy and never really being a bad guy. Plus, there's no real reference to him ever having been a villain before. At least that's kind of how it seemed anyway. So regardless of the circumstance, the cool thing about this is that Doug Ramsey, Cypher basically walks up on him and says, hey man, because you can interface with like biological organisms and things along those lines, you know, organic and inorganic matter, see if you can interface with Krakoa, because I want to talk to it. I just want to see if it can happen. And it's kind of weird because ultimately Krakoa does, right? It interfaces directly through Mondo and talks to Doug Ramsey, which is kind of cool, but it's interesting because what it does is it really ties the nature of Mondo, at least seemingly, into plant life, right? The fact remains here that of course you've got Robert DaCosta, who's basically been brought back, you've got Danielle Moonstar, who's here, is it really is kind of a reunion with all these new mutants that are here. The only person that's missing is Sam Guthrie as Cannonball, because at the moment he's currently in Shi'ar space. Now in reality, this statement kind of confuses me a little bit, and the reason why is because Paige Guthrie, the sister of Sam, died during House and Powers of X, right? She was Husk, she was one of the mutants that was killed during the assault on Mother Mold. Icarus has basically been dead since Decimation, right? Since like the aftermath of Decimation and the war with William Stryker. So I have no idea who Sam Guthrie's with. I have no idea who he's with at the moment. It's kind of weird to sort of have that thrown in. So it may just be that it's one of those things where like Icarus was brought back in some form or fashion and then for whatever reason was sent to Shi'ar space. I don't really know, but that's basically where Sam is at the moment. The result is that the new mutants actually end up hitching a ride with Corsair and the Starjammers. Now, this is cool. I love this idea of the new mutants working with Corsair and his guys, but the overall gist here, the overall idea behind this is essentially the new mutants are just screwing stuff up everywhere they go. And it's one of the funny things because what you end up having is Cypher and Mondo, who essentially create one of these Krakoan portals more or less in this biome basically that's ran by Chode. And it's kind of a funny thing because as soon as Chode realizes what's going on, like he realizes there's an imbalance in the various substances that make up this biome, and then when he gets in there, he starts freaking out. And the reason why is because he had basically found, or he had found these little plants that really only bloom once in a decade, right? Like once every 10 years. And he had to get these conditions perfect. So he had to spend years getting these conditions ripe for these flowers to bloom. And then when that happens, it'll take a decade before they reach their final form. And they've been killed by Cypher and and Mondo. Which is kind of funny. That's why I say this feels like Generation X, man. Like that's exactly what it feels. It feels like Generation X. New Mutants was pretty serious at the time, but I think Generation X was a little more carefree in terms of how it was done. It's funny to me because then you end up switching over to Raza and Magic. Now here's the funny thing. Raza is not really the muscle of the team, but he kind of is, right? He's the muscle insofar as he's probably the one who's the best at fighting. And the funny thing about this is Magic, of course, having her sword and so on, is a prodigious fighter as well. And so there's kind of a bet that's going on here, right? Between the two of these guys, who's going to win the fight between the two. The idea is that ultimately, if Robert DaCosta wins, then they basically take Kentucky bourbon off of Corsair, which I'm proud to say is cool because I'm from Kentucky. We basically have two bourbons in Kentucky, right? Like two bourbons that matter. You've got Woodford Reserve and you got Buffalo Trace. I'm a Woodford man more so than a Buffalo Trace man, but they're both pretty good, right? So it's kind of cool to see this little bet go on. The funny thing about this is that when this goes down, Raza basically punches Magic in the face. She freaks out and then like breaks his sword in half and cuts off his robotic arm. So like these little moments, you need to kind of remember this for a second because it'll become important once we get closer to the end of the story. But what they end up doing is arriving at the space station Benevolence. Now here's the important thing to understand about Shi'ar space. Shi'ar space is very much akin to like Kree space or Skrull space, where it's a huge section of the universe, or really of a particular galaxy that's kind of cordoned off for them, right? It's their empire. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out unless they approve it. And so the Starjammers basically sneaking in here is a pretty dangerous thing because the Starjammers and the Shi'ar have a pretty sketchy history, right? Going all the way back back to the Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix sagas, and even before then, right? So they've been around for a long time and constantly at odds because the Starjammers are basically space pirates. And so as a result of that, Corsair kind of spits the story and basically saying, hey, look, this space station's ran by some crazy religious despot, and the result is that if you go in there, like they're gonna bust you and they're gonna take you to the torture chambers, and you gotta stay on this ship because it's really bad stuff, right? It's really, really scary out there. It's really bad stuff. The problem with Corsair is he's basically dealing with teenagers. He's dealing with teenagers here. And so as a result of that, you end up having Robert DaCosta, who goes off and grabs bourbon so they can all just basically have some drinks, which they're all probably underage, so they really shouldn't. But I guess, I wonder if space is considered international waters, like international territory, like the laws of the United States don't apply. The United States of space. For those of you guys who understand the Chappelle reference. But it's kind of a funny thing because he's like, okay, well, I'll go get some bourbon and we can take some shots. And so the result of that is that while he's gone, they all basically sneak off because they're teenagers. They do exactly what you would expect them to do, right? See, this is an important thing to understand, right? I know it seems like it may not be super important and it may not seem to be, something to focus on, the fact that they snuck out, but this is what made the New Mutants and the Generation X comics so popular. Teenagers doing teenage things. Teenagers with superpowers doing the things that they would do if they had superpowers, right? So like sneaking out at night, little things like that. I mean, it wasn't necessarily all just teenage mischief, right? There were some really, really, really amazing stories that came out of it, but it was the small little things like this that made it so cool. Danielle Moonstar kind of being the mom of the group, different things like that. It was cool how this whole thing went down. The funny thing about this is that when Robert DaCosta comes back, it reminds me of that opening scene from, or not really the opening scene, but that scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights, right? When like Robin of Locksley, who's like, hey, like I want to confess and I want to reveal everything that I've done and so on and so forth and all that kind of good stuff. And the prison guard's like, I'll go tell the warden, right? So he's like, I'm gonna get a promotion for this and everything's gonna be awesome. So he comes back, and during the time that he's gone, this leads into Robin Hood and them basically making their escape. So the guy comes back and he's like, I told the warden what was gonna happen. I'm in deep shit. Which was hilarious at the time. And that's kind of what this is, right? But what you end up having here is basically them really like Magic and everybody having looked at where it was the Starjammers were going to go to. And so they teleport to that location. When they get there, everything pops off. And this is when they learn the true nature of the Starjammers in terms of how they really function. As soon as the Starjammers get in and they realize the New Mutants are there, then like, the Starjammers are like, our job is to steal stuff. It's what we do. Like we broke in here, we stole things, and we're going to leave. And of course, a fight ends up breaking out between the New Mutants and the Shi'ar soldiers who were there, and the Starjammers leave them. And that's the big thing about Corsair and his guys. They don't really care about you. If you're there and you can help them along their goal, that's cool. But if you get in the way, then they're just gonna leave you hanging. And that's just the way it is. The Starjammers were almost always like that. The only real exception to that was for the most part, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and some of the X-Men. And so as a result of that, you basically end up having the New Mutants who are essentially cornered. And then here's the cool thing, you end up having Chamber, Jonathan Starsmore, use his powers. So for the character of Chamber, he was kind of Omega level, but kind of not. It was a little weird when it came to him. So when he originally popped up, he was basically this guy who essentially had his internal body totally destroyed by the powers that he possessed. This kind of biokinetic flame that's really a byproduct of his, really of like his total psionic energy is what he is, right? Like he's a being composed of pure psychic energy that just houses a physical body. As a result of that, there was a point where really like for years and years and years, he kind of maintained this way until you got into the events of really the aftermath of House of M. And in the aftermath of House of M, he was one of the mutants who consumed some of the blood of Apocalypse in New Excalibur #9, and they became like insanely powerful. Following that, and I'm pretty sure it was after that, you went to New Mutants Volume 3, issue number 24 as part of Age of X, and basically his physical appearance was restored along with his powers, but Marvel never really seemed to clarify whether or not he kept any of the upgrades that Apocalypse gave him by virtue of the blood that he consumed. And I don't think Hickman's really answering it here. He may at some point along the line, but given the nature of New Mutants in terms of what we're seeing here, it looks like it's just classic versions of the characters, right? So it would make sense that because of the way he looks here, that he's basically classic Jonathan Starsmore, right? So just a being of pure energy that houses a physical form. It's why you see that badge, that kind of mask over his face, is because if he removes it like he does, it's just like this gaping maw inside of like his throat and his chest and so on that just emits huge forms of energy. The issue with this is he has control over it, but he hasn't reached the full potential of it, right? So the result is that he's able to kind of issue concussive blasts more or less, but it's not enough to really just like incapacitate and destroy everybody. And so following that, you end up having the Starjammers who make their way back to their ship, and they basically tell like Robert DaCosta, yeah, like we left all your friends there, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like they're all basically there, but we're getting ready to leave. Like we're leaving right now. And it's crazy because DaCosta says, well, what have they done that gives you reason to just abandon them like that? And Chode's like, they ruined my plans. And Roz is like, the chick cut off my arm. And Hepzibah's like, I don't like kids. And and Corsair's like, they took my, like you guys took my whiskey. And DaCosta's like, yeah, but like you lost that in a bet. And Corsair's like, well, now you lost a ship. So get off my ship. It's funny. Like it's these funny little moments. It's these funny little nooks and crannies and little things that make the story storytelling so incredibly cool. But the cool thing about this is that once DaCosta gets to where they are, ultimately it's like, I know a really good space lawyer, a guy who can basically get us out of this, and it's kind of like, okay, so they're basically stuck here, right? Like they're captured by the Shi'ar, which really kind of begs the question, what comes next? Because for the most part, anybody who gets captured by the Shi'ar, it never really ends well. Corsair was captured by the Shi'ar along with his wife, and then like she was knocked up by, I think, Dakin, and then the baby was taken out, ultimately became Vulcan. I think that's how it originally played out. Vulcan's origin is weird. There's two different origins for Vulcan. I can never remember which one's which, but things never really end well for people. And so as a result, we get this really, really cool like advertisement, which is basically like Better Call Saul. Having legal trouble, justice is blind, and so are we, space lawyer. I would watch a show based on that. But anyway, that's pretty much where it ends, guys. So this is an amazing first issue. I absolutely love it. Okay, so in a previous video, I had talked about Black Tom Cassidy, right? And I was like, well, Black Tom Cassidy sucks. And for a long time he did, right? He could use wood as a means to basically shoot like plant energy, essentially, like concussive blasts and heat blasts, things like that. He was never really interesting. He is now, dude, X-Force is legit, dude. He's amazing in X-Force. But here's the cool thing about this, right? So getting into this, X-Force initially picks up with this kind of dark council, essentially, this kind of gathering of various individuals from around the world. Now, here's the funny thing. They're all wearing masks, right? So we don't know who all these guys are. It's kind of cool because it almost feels like a throwback to Scott Snyder's run on Batman and the Court of Owls. But in order for each of them to be able to be on the council or to prove who they are, there's a blood test. And the blood test will basically determine if they're mutants or if they're not mutants. Now, this is an easy thing to overlook. It's a small thing to kind of look at and say, okay, cool, whatever. Kind of the big thing to draw out of this is that this is yet another example of how after the formation of Krakoa, there are a lot of organizations, governments, different groups out there that are working against mutant kind. And it's not as simple as just like the Marauders, I guess not really the Marauders anymore because now that's a wholly different team, but the forces of Mr. Sinister, the Purifiers, or like the Right, or the Friends of Humanity. It's not like it's just them. Instead, like it's whole governments working against the entirety of the mutant population, whether it's because they refuse to let mutants go from their country or because they're intentionally trying to sabotage Krakoa's ability to like create plants and things like that that can heal people. Whatever the case is, the character of Domino was sent in because her mutant power is basically luck, right? She bends luck to her favor. She was sent in as a means to infiltrate this council, and then in turn, once the blood test was done, or at least, once she tried to avoid it, immediately her cover was blown and all these guys went after her, right? Now, she was able to take at least a lot of these guys out, or at least that seemed to be the case, until she's ultimately captured, and at that point, she falls off the grid, right? So we don't really know what's going on with it. Instead, what we do here is we pick up with Wolverine and we pick up with Beast. Now, Beast in this story, and here's the thing, this is drawn beautifully, right? Like the art in this is insanely gorgeous. And so Beast looks amazing in this story. But the cool thing about this is that this really feels like classic Wolverine, right? Like Wolverine from like the 1980s is what this feels like. Insofar as when he's talking to Beast, there's this predator that kind of comes out of nowhere, right? And basically like goes to try to attack Beast. And ultimately the predator is essentially scared off by Beast and Wolverine. And the initial response is of Beast is like, this doesn't make any sense because Krakoa is supposed to be an island designed to basically be a safe haven for mutant kind. But the response of Wolverine is in every ecosystem, there's always predators, right? This is an unavoidable thing. They will evolve over time. It's just the way things work. He says the problem with Beast is that Beast felt safe. And this is one of the best moments of Wolverine. He says, when you feel safe, that's when you're soft. And this is a cool thing to see. When it comes to Wolverine, this is something that I've really noticed ever since the events of Schism. When it comes to Wolverine, I wouldn't really say he was softer so much as he became more human. And while that's not the worst thing ever, the best stories that involve Wolverine are when he taps into his animal side. The part of him that just kind of like, you can't trust anything or anyone. You always have to basically be on high alert. Yes, it's like a super stressful way to live, but it's cool because that's kind of a calling card of Wolverine's character. And it's interesting to see things that way. Now, the other part of this is switching over to Black Tom Cassidy. So the funny thing about Black Tom Cassidy is that in his original stories, he could shoot this kind of, concussive blast more or less by using wood as a means to channel his power. And Generation X number 25 back in 1997, Marvel changed that, right? They basically gave him control over plant-based matter. The problem with this is that between the stories that were written from Generation X number 25, really up until about now, Marvel never really took full advantage of that. What this does is it basically gives us that. And it makes the most sense, right? Because while Krakoa is a living island, insofar as it does have sentience, you're talking about a guy who can control plant life that in turn is living on a living island, right? So as long as Krakoa lets Black Tom Cassidy do his thing, he can essentially control the plant life of the planet. And this is important because what it means is he can communicate with Krakoa. Now, it's not as easily understood as like Cypher in Krakoa, right? Like Cypher actually understands the language Krakoa speaks. So it's it's like if you were talking to somebody who spoke French and now you can speak French, then you understand them perfectly. With Black Tom Cassidy, it's more of trying to get a feel for what Krakoa means, right? Like gestures and different things like that, right? So if you only spoke English and another person only spoke French and they're making gestures towards an object, like I'm talking about that object, eventually you would understand it over time. That's kind of what's going on with Black Tom Cassidy at the moment, but he's a guy who can essentially control and manipulate an entire island. And the funny thing about this is he's basically hit up by Jean Grey. Now, the reason why this matters is because of the fact that one, Jean Grey is kind of an early alert system, right? Insofar as she has telepathy, so on and so forth, and that's cool. But the thing to understand about Krakoa is that while Krakoa is a living island, Krakoa has feelers that extend further beyond, really like kind of in the surrounding areas. And so what this means is that if there's something going on around them that only Krakoa can pick up, say for example, like a submarine is headed their way, that Krakoa could pick it up. And Krakoa could in turn alert Black Tom Cassidy or alert Cypher, but because Black Tom Cassidy is kind of connected to the island, he would pick it up at around the same time, which is exactly what happens here. That when Jean Grey says, hey, look, there's something coming, Black Tom Cassidy's response is, I know, like we're going to check it out and see what's going on. Now, initially the mutant population begins to panic, right? Like the people who are aware that something's coming begin to freak out, and rightfully so, because remember, one of the things that Hickman established in the House and Powers of X is that the only way to get to or from Krakoa is to pass through any one of the portals that are available that are created by the plants that are offered by Krakoa. The only exception to this is the Marauders of Kitty Pryde. And when people don't initially know it's her, they start to freak out like, oh my God, somebody's on their way over here. Now, the reality is you would expect that there wouldn't really be anybody foolish enough to attack Krakoa head on, right? Given the sheer number of mutants that are there. But it's kind of a cool thing here because it's like, okay, this is awesome. But then Jean Grey chimes in and says there's something else aboard that boat, something filled with pain. And what we end up getting here is this realization that on this boat is none other than Colossus. And this is awesome because what's been going on here since the failed wedding, more or less, of Colossus and Kitty Pryde, where they didn't actually get married, what you ended up getting was Colossus kind of falling off the grid, or at least that seeming to be the case. What he's been doing is operating inside of Russia and essentially helping to smuggle mutants out. And this is a really, really cool thing. And the reason why is because while we don't really see a whole lot of that, we only get small little snippets of stuff here and there. It fits perfectly in line with Colossus, right? Because he's not really a pacifist. He's not really a guy who's like, I don't really want to fight. He's more like a gentle giant, but he's one of those guys where like when it hits the fan, you want him on your side, right? His osmium metal skin makes him almost impervious to a variety of different things, right? Like most forms of weapons out there, he can't hurt him. Extreme temperatures can, either in extreme hot or extreme cold. Of course, Magneto manipulating metal, different things like that can, but also any kind of weapon that can basically scramble or at least manipulate metal itself, like anti-metal vibranium or like, you know, anti-power weapons. Those things can kind of scramble his powers, throw him into disarray and so on and so forth. But it's cool to see that Colossus is basically making his return here. The problem with this is that Colossus' experience going through and basically working in this kind of underground railroad, so to speak, within Russia by basically helping to smuggle mutants to freedom from their captivity has taken like a psychological and a physical toll on Colossus, right? Because it's one thing to get out there and to say, okay, we're going to fight these various foes. It's another to see the kind of horrific and inhumane experiments that they were conducting on mutants as a means to like control their powers, possibly synthesize them, different things like that, and it can screw somebody up. And so as a result of that, Colossus is in a pretty rough position. He's in a pretty bad place. Now, what you also end up having here, and this is where the plot really kind of begins to come into play. What you have going on here is you basically have a couple of people who basically get on board a plane. This plane heading for whatever destination it happens to be, but there's just two people who are there. They both look at each other and they both recognize each other, indicating something is afoot. Who these people are, I will talk about here in a second. But what this also does is it shows Charles Xavier heading to Sokovia, which is a place that on the front surface seems to be in support of mutants. But one of the things that's being hit on here is that for a lot of countries out there, the public eye is they support Krakoa. The reality of the country is they're starkly against them. And so this seems to be one of those instances. A lot of this really kind of seems to be because of the fact that when Xavier is given a drink, there appears to be something in it. Now, we don't really know what that is. We're not really 100% sure what that is, but jumping back to these two people that got on board this plane, suddenly like everything starts to kind of go nuts, right? Like the plane really seems like it's hitting, extreme turbulence, or they're losing altitude. But whatever the circumstance, of course, the oxygen masks come down. And because oxygen masks on planes are designed to subdue passengers as opposed to just allow you to breathe, that of course it knocks all the passengers out, right? And so as a result of that, this is when this guy basically kind of jumps up. We end up finding out the woman who was there has essentially seized control of the cockpit. And not only that, it's not just those two, it's two others. And so they basically formed this entire team. Now, here's why I think this matters. And here's why I think this is so cool. It's possible they could be any number of people out there, any number of historically anti-mutant groups, right? The Friends of Humanity, who were ultra-conservatives, the right, which were like these ultra-conservative nationalist pro-humanity groups that existed out there. But I think it'd be really, really awesome if this turned out to be the Purifiers. I think it would be amazing if like William Stryker is back again. like William Stryker's here again, and he's basically implementing this. And the reason why that works is because remember, William Stryker, despite the fact that he is more or less disgraced, still has a lot of resources at his disposal and a lot of contacts that he can tap into. And so if that's true, and if it is William Stryker, and if it is the Purifiers, this works awesome, because where you end up having like Xavier, who's basically meeting with Black Tom Cassidy and talking to him, you have Sage, who's kind of monitoring the whole thing. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Sage, she's a mutant whose mind works like a computer, right? So she never forgets information, and it categorizes and stores things perfectly, so she can basically achieve perfect recollection, right? Like perfect memory recall. It's really cool how her powers work. She doesn't really have any offensive powers, right? No energy blast, no super strength or anything like that. Her mind is her greatest weapon, but it's why she's here, right? Because she's a huge asset for any sort of mutant group that's basically focusing on intelligence or needs an intelligence side. And so in the middle of all this, when Sage begins to realize that it's not Domino, when Black Tom Cassidy picks up on the same thing, it's you gotta go. Like, you gotta get out of here. Xavier, you gotta run for your life. Because remember, Xavier's the heart and soul of this whole thing, right? Xavier's the guy they have to keep alive. Now, it's not just because of the purpose he serves insofar as being this kind of guy alongside Magneto that basically helps to kind of control what's going on, but it's also because he's a kind of a moral figurehead. If they lose him, it could demoralize a lot of the mutants that are out there. They would immediately lose faith in the idea of Krakoa, and they would say, well, if they could get here and kill Xavier, then like, how does this bode for the rest of us? They can kill us all. So it's kind of a big thing there. But when these forces show up, when these four folks show up, suddenly all hell begins to break loose. Bullets are firing all over the place. Black Tom Cassidy sends Xavier fleeing for his life, tells him like, get to refuge, hide underground, and do whatever he needs to do. You have Wolverine, who basically flees, and this is when things get cool, because Black Tom Cassidy is like, you've come here to this living island, right? This thing is composed of trees and plants and all manner of things to oppose the mutant population, one of which, who is me, can control plant life. You've picked the worst possible place to engage in any battle whatsoever. And Black Tom Cassidy, for the forces that oppose him, he tears them to pieces, rips these guys to pieces. Not only that, Beast jumps in, and Beast actually just like guts a guy. And so it's cool to kind of see that whole thing go down, right? Because it's basically like, these folks have shown up here, and it's the first real attack on Krakoa. It's the first real attack on this entire island. That's a straight head-on physical altercation. And so for the most part, a lot of these mutants, while I wouldn't say they're all falling, a lot of them are really being taken out by these guys who are there. And so ultimately, Jean Grey and Beast and Wolverine end up tracking down Xavier, finally locating where he's at, only to get there just in time to see him shot in the face, to see Xavier basically shot and killed. And this is a crazy situation, right? Because you're one issue into this, like Xavier comes back after the events of House of M, where he has the ability to walk, and he walks around for a long time, and he does a whole bunch of cool stuff. Everything all runs into Avengers versus X-Men when like Cyclops kills him, right? So then Xavier comes back during the events of the Man Named X storyline, and now he's dead again, right? Like, he's dead right off the bat. But here's the important thing to understand here, is that when it came to writing the X-Men, Jonathan Hickman did an interview about this. When it came to writing the X-Men, one of the biggest problems he thought the X-Men had is that the entirety of their mythos for the last however long was exceedingly dark and full of death. If there were characters out there, half of them had lost their powers, or the other half were dead and you couldn't do anything with them. But what Hickman did not want to do was use death as a means to like, oh my God, a character died, as some kind of like story seller, right? Like, the idea of death in comics is supposed to serve the purpose of continuing the story moving forward and giving us a reason to care. And so that's why he invoked the idea of mutants constantly being resurrected. And so all this would mean is that if Xavier really has been shot in the face, which he has, then all they have to do is resurrect him. But the cool thing about this is that it's not designed for the purpose of like, well, we have to get, revenge on these guys or whatever because they killed Xavier because he's not dead. Instead, this allows the story to move forward in a direction of, they launched an attack on us, we have to go find out who it was that did this and take them out. That's what it allows the story to focus on. It doesn't focus on the death of Charles Xavier. If dying in the comics doesn't mean anything, then in turn, it's the one thing you're not focusing on. If you know the characters are always going to come back, one, you don't have to worry about the idea that they're gone forever. Two, it's not a gimmick. And three, it allows you to focus on what the writer's actually doing with the story instead of seeing the death as this cheap desire to sell comics, some kind of parlor trick or something like that. So I kind of wanted to throw that out there. I thought it was a cool little interview that Hickman did. Okay, so we are finally getting around to covering Fallen Angels, and we have a very busy week this week. We got to play catch up, right? It was the week of Thanksgiving, and we just did Thanos Imperative, which you guys loved. I had no idea you guys were going to love Thanos Imperative so much. If I'm being honest with you guys, I was like, we'll go ahead and throw it out there and just see what happens. Did you guys loved it? Which is always awesome to see. It's always awesome to see that I can bring you guys content that you dig. But here's the funny thing about Fallen Angels, right? I was live streaming to a bunch of you guys on Instagram. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, I live stream to you all directly on Instagram, and like I actually bring you guys into the conversation. So we have like one-on-one conversations in front of everybody on Instagram. And one of you guys was asking what I thought about Fallen Angels. And here's the thing, Fallen Angels is a great story, but only if you care about Psylocke, right? If you don't really care about Psylocke, specifically kind of like the history of the character and really Quanon more than anything else, then you're probably not going to care. But it does have Cable and it does have X-23 along with a few other characters. It looks like it's going to be pretty beast, really, like, to be honest. With like issue number 2, it looks amazing. But here's the thing, let's have this discussion, right? Let's explain the character of Quanon. Okay, so Psylocke Explained. We did a video on Psylocke Explained, like the full thing, so you guys can check that video down in the description if you want the full on like 30-minute explanation of her character. But Quanon was, man, 1980s and 1990s comics. Okay, so it played out like this. Originally, all you had was Betsy Braddock, right? You had Psylocke, basically the sister of Brian Braddock, right? She was just like this British white chick, and that was basically it. Fast forward to Uncanny X-Men number 256, right? This comes off the heels of a story called The Fall of Mutants, and it was a way for Chris Claremont to kind of reshuffle the landscape once again by basically having this great big huge set of events take place. We don't really need to get into it, but basically it led into the introduction of the Siege Perilous. You guys may have heard of that term before. The Siege Perilous is actually a really cool concept. The idea is that if you pass through it, you essentially experience amnesia and you get to start your life over. And so what ended up happening is Psylocke passed through it and then washed up on the shores of the South China Sea. The result of this is that around that same time, you had a woman named Quanon. And Quanon was basically the lover of a rival faction to her warlord, right? Basically, she worked for a guy who was at war with the tribe of a guy that she was in love with. And so when this huge conflict ended up going down, being trained by the hand and all that kind of stuff, when this huge conflict ended up going down, she ended up having to basically make this massive choice. And the result was that it basically led to her quote unquote death when she fell off a cliff. What this did is because she fell into the water and basically wasn't able to breathe and it kind of suppressed what little telepathic power she had, it basically left her in a catatonic state. And so what ended up happening is that in an attempt to basically bring Quanon back, it was kind of a ruse by a character named Spiral. She's not really important. She was part of Mojo's group, kind of this weird person out there in like some alternate dimension that tried to treat the X-Men like a TV show basically. But the idea was that in order to try to bring Quanon back, what ended up happening is Spiral pulled a ruse. And basically the mind of Betsy Braddock was put in the body of Quanon, and the mind of Quanon was put into the body of Betsy. And what this did is it basically split their abilities in half and then gave the other half the memories of the other person, right? So Betsy Braddock was walking around with half the memories of Quanon, and Quanon was walking around with half the memories of Betsy. That's why when you go into the post-Uncanny X-Men 256 landscape, you have Betsy Braddock, who looks like a Japanese woman because she's in the body of Quanon. Following that, Quanon basically became a character named Revanche, R-E-V-A-C-A-N-C-H-E, and basically, like, she joined the X-Men for a little while. She was a henchman of Matsuo, who was the guy that she worked for. There were a few other things going on here and there, but basically she was just kind of there. Marvel didn't know what to do with her. Literally, you go read X-Men Volume 2, issue number 32 going forward, or really issue number 23 going forward, and like they didn't know what to do with her. They were just kind of like, she's there, and like she's kind of Psylocke, but kind of not. And like there were a couple of weird things that went on. She died and then eventually came back. Ultimately, Marvel cleared the air by essentially having her quote unquote killed off with the legacy virus, which was basically HIV for mutants. And then in turn, where she was resurrected and then basically destroyed. During the Hunt for Wolverine storyline, the bodies were eventually reversed back to the way they were supposed to be, right? So Betsy Braddock went back into her own mind and her own body, and Quanon basically went back into her own mind and her own body. It was kind of a long running event, right? Like it had taken a little while to get to that point. It was on its way, but kind of finished by the time you got to Hunt for Wolverine. But essentially that's how you end up where you are right now, right? That's the reason why you see what looks like Psylocke, and she's not actually Betsy Braddock. She's basically just Quanon. It's kind of setting things back to the way they were before. Now, Quanon and Betsy had met multiple times, right? And the first time they met, I want to say they actually got into a fight with each other. But it was kind of a cool little thing. Marvel was trying to toy around with it, right? Like Quanon was powerful enough that like Jean Grey and Charles Xavier and like none of the telepaths could differentiate between the two. Wolverine's scent couldn't pick up on a difference, although eventually it did. It was kind of a weird little thing. But the reason why this matters is because in the midst of all this, where you basically have Quanon, that's what we're going to refer to her as. We're going to call her Quanon just to kind of make sure that you guys aren't really confused with, by calling her Psylocke, because that'll throw people off. But basically Quanon is just kind of going through her whole telepathic process, and the result of this is that basically she's met by what appears to be the arrival of this being called Apoth, right? Like Apoth is simply a being that's coming. Now, the cool thing about this is that this is a wholly new character, right? And it's one of the reasons why stories like Fallen Angel is so cool, is because what it does is it's basically a fresh jumping on point. All you need to know is that at one point along the line, Betsy was in the body of Quanon was in the body of Betsy, and they're not anymore. And they're their own individual characters. The cool thing is that what this is actually going to do, at least what I assume it's going to do, is go through a lot of the history of Quanon and give you the history of her character, because we didn't really know a whole lot about her back when she first showed up, right? Like, she was just kind of there. And we got these small little tidbits here and there. We didn't really know a whole lot about what was going on with her character. She was just kind of there. And so it's going to be cool because it'll basically go through and explore all these things. But with her being met by the revelation that this being Apoth is coming, the first person she goes to is Magneto to basically seek permission to leave the island of Krakoa. Now, this is why the current Dawn of X event is so cool, is because everything ties together. If you read this by itself, then you're like, well, why can't she just leave, right? I mean, none of the mutants are forced to be there, so like, why can't she just leave? But if you go and you read X-Force, none of them can leave because the island's on lockdown. And the island's on lockdown because Charles Xavier was killed. No one gets in, no one gets out. It's kind of a security measure, more or less. That's why all these stories are really cool, because they all kind of mix and coalesce together and create one cohesive set of events. But going to Magneto and basically saying like, I need to leave this place, like I need to get out of here. Of course, Magneto, being part of the Council of Krakoa, the Quiet Council, kind of one of the top members, can't officially say, okay, cool, go ahead and leave. Instead, what he does is he directs her to Mr. Sinister. This is a very important thing. The reason why is because Mr. Sinister lives up to his namesake, right? He's a sinister guy. And when he was brought on by like Xavier and Magneto and so on and so forth, it was really one of those things, to be honest, it was really one of those things where it was kind of like, it's better to have the devil on your right hand and know what he's doing than to like let him roam free and have no clue what's going on, right? So just keep him close and keep an eye on. But the idea here is that with her basically conversing with Sinister, his response is, well, I mean, you should go talk to Magneto, but if you chose not to, there's different people you could converse with and different people that you can basically go to that will help you find a way to get off the island, right? Like, I can't necessarily tell you what to do, or I can't necessarily let you go. The cool thing about this is that he also kind of toys with her a little bit, because for the most part, Sinister's only real motivation, this is an important thing to understand here, Sinister's only real motivation with anything he does is the ability to gain freedom to experiment on the genetics of various beings who are out there to try to just create life or just kind of pursue his own goals, whatever the case is. That's one of the things to understand here, is that while you do have all these different members of the Quiet Council, while you do have Xavier and you do have Magneto and you do have Sinister and you have Apocalypse and all these different characters, for the most part, they still have their own goals and their own plans. It's not like everything they were doing before this got put on the back burner and it's gone forevermore. They're literally just focusing on their own projects, and some of them are kind of doing it under the radar. With Sinister, that's very much the case. And so what ends up happening here is Quanon basically goes and ends up meeting with Cable and X-23. Now, there's a particular reason why these were here. If you go back and you read the old Uncanny X-Men stories with Laura Kinney, when she was really first introduced and spent some time on the team, she gained a kind of rapport with Quanon insofar as she loved the way that she fought, she loved her style, different things like that. It's why if you go and you read Laura Kinney's comics, the way she fights, the way she moves is very reminiscent of the old Quanon fighting style. You know, it's like a ninja and different things like that. It's really designed to kind of follow in that mold. And so as a result of that, while they weren't necessarily like besties, they were certainly individuals who really helped the other become better. The other part of this is Cable, and Quanon actually had a romantic relationship with Cable for a time during the whole weird moment with their character kind of being back but kind of not. But essentially, she's worked with these guys before, right? Like, they were teammates on Rick Remender's X-Force, I think it was. Maybe it was somebody else's X-Force run, but on one of the X-Force teams, they were teammates, right? Now, it wasn't really this version of Cable. Remember, this is the younger version of Cable. The older version of Cable was killed off by this younger version, but it's all still the same person. And so as a result of that, they basically end up banding together and end up taking off over to Tokyo. Now, we are introduced to a character named Mitako, and Mitako is basically new here, right? Like, she's a wholly new character brought in for this. And that's one of the things to remember, is that a lot of what we're going to be seeing here is new. She does say that, like, I'll do this favor for you for old time's sake for Matsuo, who of course was a character that's long since been dead, the one that originally killed Quanon when she basically asked to die. But the way this plays out is basically like, give me everything that's going on, tell me what's happening here. And the funny thing about this is that we don't really get a lot of answers here. It's really like leaving more mystery and questions than anything else, insofar as there's basically, like, in the beginning of the story, you had this chick that essentially destroyed this train, and the idea was that there's this being called Apoth out there who's as much a concept as a person. It's kind of funky, right? It's like Apoth is an idea, but Apoth is also a person at the same time. Who this mysterious person is, we don't know. But what's really kicking all this stuff off is something called Overclock. Now, Overclock is really the latest iteration in various external factors out there that can essentially, like, enhance people's abilities to a degree. We've seen that multiple times over the years, right? It's basically what Mitako says is, like, you know, the destruction of this train, the coming of Apoth, is all all really being done by way of overclock. And overclock is essentially this device or this kind of digital substance, so to speak, that can basically like hype up the endorphin centers of the brain, right? So we've seen that play out in a litany of different ways. The most notable version that we've seen is the mutant growth hormone, right? That was what was used by Nitro during the event in Stamford, Connecticut, which saw him blow up the entire city and then kicked off Marvel's original Civil War event, right? So you also look at a drug called Kick, which basically amplifies mutant powers. That's why Quentin Quire is so powerful. Different things along those lines, right? So it's just really the most recent iteration of this thing. The fact that it's digital means it's easily attainable, much easier than something like MGH or something along those lines. But the idea is that by basically trying to trace down these kind of directions, you know, where Apoth is hiding out, or at least where it's operating from, or at the very least, like the various forms and you know, I guess designs that it's using, it ultimately takes them to a place outside of Tokyo, Japan, where you basically have like all these little kids who are standing inside this giant room, and then they immediately kind of overdose, so to speak, on overclock, and all of them end up going out. Now, of course, this immediately starts to freak out Quantum because the possibility of her getting answers is all basically gone, but one kid is left standing, and Apoth speaks directly through this kid and says like, my time is coming. Like, as mutants, like, go back to your exile, go back to your island, do not stay here, like, do not be involved here, do not be in this place, right? Because the world is going to evolve, I'm going to lead it to a better future, stay out of the way or die. And it's a cool little ultimatum here because it's a great little tease. One of the worst things that could have been done in this story is if it would have just been like, I am Apoth and I am revealing who I am, and now there's no more mystery or intrigue or anything like that. You know, that would kind of suck. With a story like this, it's designed to really refuse to answer questions, is really what it's for. It's designed to kind of say, hey, so there's some things that are going to be coming down the line. It's designed to pique your interest, to drive up your intrigue. And so it's kind of a cool little thing here, because what ends up happening is ultimately, you know, with this kid kind of delivering the message of Apoth and then dropping over dead, in turn, once they get back to Krakoa, Quanon basically goes to X-23, she goes to Lord Kinney, she goes to Cable and says, get more people that can join our team. Because like, you guys, as you exist now, you guys are basically weak, but I can make you strong. And that's a true statement, right? Because remember, Quanon was essentially taught all of her abilities by the hand. And the idea is that looking at pretty much all the other X-Men and all the other various characters who are here, while Lord Kinney is very capable, she's unpolished. While Cable himself is very capable, he's the younger version of himself, not the older, wiser, experienced one. And so with them being brought under the wing of Quanon, she will make them better. She will make them far more capable than they currently are. It's a huge assignment to be given, you know, a huge task to really undertake here, but they'll be all the stronger for it. And given the direction this story is going in, they're probably gonna need it. Okay, so we are picking up with X-Men issue number 2. Yes, Dawn of X. Oh God, dude, I love Dawn of X. Okay, here's the funny thing about this, right? This story picks up with Cyclops walking in to greet his children, Rachel Summers and Cable. Now, this is gonna blow your mind. Just to give you some history on the complex nature of these characters, right? Just to show you how ridiculously complex the X-Men has been over the years. Here's the origin of these two kids, right? See if you can follow this. I want to see if you can follow this. So Rachel Summers isn't even from this universe. Rachel Summers is from an alternate reality, which you guys know as Days of Future Past. And in this alternate reality, Cyclops and Jean Grey had a child, but it turned out to be Rachel. As most of you guys know, the assassination of Senator Robert Kelly, Moira McTaggart, and Charles Xavier jump-started the Sentinel program, and Sentinels became essentially self-aware and then conquered North America. As a result of that, Rachel Summers, alongside Franklin Richards, Kitty Pryde, Magneto, Colossus, and Wolverine, and I think Storm, basically orchestrated an escape that allowed Rachel Summers to use her powers and send the mind of Kitty Pryde into the past. Kitty Pryde went back, she stopped the events of Days of Future Past from happening, which made the Days of Future Past reality an alternate universe. As a result of that, because it didn't change, Rachel Summers, not knowing that it was now an alternate universe, basically went into the past and then skipped over to the main Marvel universe, where she's been ever since. So that's the origin of her character. Cable, just the origin of Cable, it's an absolute mess. Okay, so one day, after Jean Grey died during the events of the Dark Phoenix saga, you ended up learning that she was basically cloned by Mr. Sinister, and this clone's name was Madeline Pryor. And this was done because of the fact that Sinister believed that if Jean Grey and Cyclops ever had a child, that child would be insanely powerful because of the genes of these two characters. And so eventually he sends Madeline Pryor out into the world. Madeline Pryor ends up meeting Cyclops at a family reunion. The two of them hit it off. They start knocking boots. 9 months later, she's given birth to a kid. Cyclops abandoned him. He actually ended up taking off on him because Jean Grey came back. And so he abandoned his wife and his unborn child at the time. The result is that eventually Madeline Pryor gave birth to Nathan Summers, and because of that, the villain Apocalypse, realizing how powerful Cable could be, kidnapped him and then infected him with a techno-organic virus so that if Cable was able to overcome it, then he would prove himself to be worthy. Cyclops gathered together the Inhumans, X-Force, and the X-Men. They battled Apocalypse. They basically managed to push him away, and then Rachel Summers, who had jumped to the future, had basically become a member of a group called the Clan Ascani, who was opposed to Apocalypse, and basically said, give us your baby and then we'll take him to the future and we will essentially try to cure him. If we can't, then we'll clone him and we'll do the next best thing. And so as a result of that, they took baby Nathan to the future in the year 4000 AD. They were not able to cure him, so they ended up cloning him. Apocalypse broke in, realizing that Nathan Summers was now in the future that he ruled, and the result was that they ended up kidnapping the clone instead of the actual baby Nathan. And so baby Nathan grew up to become the character of Cable, who basically hung out with Clan Ascani, and then the clone ended up hanging out with Apocalypse, and his name was Strife. That's the origin of Cable. That's how ridiculous the X-Men have been over the years, right? These two characters with these insanely complex histories are just hanging out with Cyclops. I thought you guys might find that interesting. But the funny thing about this is that what's going on here is there is a massive island that basically popped up about 100 miles off the coast of Krakoa. And the question is, what's going on with this island, right? Like, why is it there? And so as a result of that, Cyclops is basically gathering Rachel Summers and Cable in order to do a recon mission. Now, here's the thing. This is an insanely powerful team. That's one of the things to understand here. They're insanely powerful, right? Like, Cable is an Omega level mutant, albeit that Cable isn't really as powerful as he could be because he has to use his telepathy and telekinesis to keep the techno-organic virus from consuming his body. Rachel Summers is an Omega level telepath, right? Like, she's insanely powerful. And so you're talking about two of the most powerful mutants on the face of the planet who are just going to do a recon mission. Imagine what it's like to be a dad. Like, hey, well, I'd like you guys to meet my son Cable and my daughter Rachel. They're two of the most powerful mutants on the face of the planet. Just don't mess with them. Otherwise, they'll basically make you think that you're a dog and you're gonna spend the rest of your days barking at people and probably locked in a mental institution. It's kind of nuts. But when they get to this island, this island itself really kind of houses like this massive, sort of organism that seems to be coming from the volcanic structure. And so when they immediately get out there and they immediately start looking around, the question they really have to ask here is, what's the purpose behind this? Like what is this thing? The cool thing about this is that as they make their way through, they start to find these signs of life, but they're more herbivores than anything else, right? They found like a giant cow and so on and so forth. So there's nothing of any real threat here until it's consumed by like this giant snake looking thing that leads to like all three of these guys basically like annihilating it, right? Cyclops using his optic beams and Rachel Summers using her telepathy and telekinesis, and then Cable firing off his big guns. But what it does is it basically jumps over to this all-white character, right? This character that actually looks really, really cool, crying like black tears essentially, and then conversing with some individual that we can't see that's either inside of like another portal or something along those lines, but on the side of something else. And he keeps addressing it as mother. But the idea is that mother, the mother of this guy is really telling him like what's going on here. Like these islands are merging together. What you have to do is you have to find him. You have to locate him. He's the one that will lead you, and he's the one that will basically save everything. And so it's really sort of a weird thing, because what we end up learning is this kid is what's called a summoner. Now here's the funny thing about this. This is like Skyrim basically, right? You have like a summoner minor, and you've got a summoner adept, and you've got a high summoner, in the sense that like a summoner minor can summon like lower things, familiars and so on and so forth. And then as you get higher in level, they can summon more and greater things. And so that's when the situation sort of begins to pop off, right? Because when it comes to the character of Cable is very much one of those shoot first, ask questions later kind of guys, right? It's just kind of like, all right, let's just sort of get to it and go from there. Now, when this all-white guy, basically this summoner shows up here, it's speaking in a language that none of them understand. And the funny thing is that in reality, they probably could have grabbed Doug Ramsey, they probably could have grabbed Cypher, but as we know from the New Mutant story, Cypher is all the way out in Shi'ar space. This is the reason why we're covering each one of these stories individually, right? Because they all tie into what the other one's doing, but they're all telling their own stories. Plus, it's really cool and cohesive when you can just kind of do them all individually and sort of call it a day. The real question becomes, what happens when they all start branching off and doing their own thing, and it becomes this unruly mess, which it inevitably will, because it's, comic books. It's the nature of what they do. But they can't really understand the language of this guy. And it's sort of cool because this guy doesn't come here as a villain. It's not as though he's kind of like a bad guy who wants to tear things up or rip things apart. And that was initially almost kind of the way that Hickman played it, was like, this was a bad guy. But this is one of the things to understand about Jonathan Hickman, is that with this guy being a summoner, while he's not overly powerful at the moment, the idea is that at some point along the line, he probably will be. That's the way Hickman does things, right? This character showing up here is going to become insanely important later on down the line, most likely, or is likely going to join the roster of the X-Men. Most likely that's what's going to be the case. But regardless, Cable, in his infinite wisdom, decides to hand off a gift to this guy. And this gift comes in the form of a grenade. it's kind of crazy here because it's like, I wanted to give him a gift. I wanted to show that we don't mean any harm. So I gave him a thermal grenade. And of course, like this guy presses the button and like detonates the grenade. And so of course that progresses exactly the way we would think it would when it's kind of like, you tried to kill me, right? So like he immediately starts to lose his mind, not really loses his mind, but basically starts summoning, using his abilities as a summoner and starts like, introducing like these gigantic monsters. Now, the idea behind this is that he's able to summon beings or summon monsters from what's called Otherworld or Outer World. And the reason why that matters is because it's very, very much akin to like Asgard. Like we've talked about that before, that in every universe in Marvel Comics, you have what are called pocket dimensions. And these are dimensions that are astronomically small, right? In the sense that like, they're not as big as universes. They're just really small spaces that you can't just walk to. You usually have to pass some kind of dimensional barrier or have a portal open. In the case of Asgard, the Bifrost is open, which is basically a portal that allows you to access Asgard. But this place, Otherworld, is the exact same way. The difference is that Otherworld exists outside of the multiverse, right? It's not confined to a singular universe, but the principle still remains the same. And the overall gist here is that what you end up having is this summoner basically bringing beasts from what Jonathan Hickman describes as the lands beyond Otherworld, essentially like the wild lands. And the reason why this matters is because Otherworld itself is a giant landmass, right? There's different areas that are there. Like you have King Arthur's Camelot and so on and so forth. But a lot of the areas outside of that are unexplored or unexplained by Marvel. So we don't really know what's there. And it's one of those things where Hickman is just kind of saying like, there's wild stuff out there. And basically this summoner can bring those things to this location and then use them for whatever it is that he wants to achieve, right? Like these wild and fantastic beasts from out there. So the reality is that he's not summoning them from places that we're familiar with. He's just summoning it from way out in Otherworld. So they're just kind of crazy beasts and monsters and so on and so forth. And so in the middle of this great big huge fight, Rachel Summers ends up using her telepathy. And what she does is communicate with this guy directly. And then of course, that's when everything ceases. And the question is, why did you try to destroy me? And it's like, well, I didn't mean to destroy you. Like I meant to give you a gift. And I just kind of wanted to show you that like, hey, we're good guys here. Like we're not really bad guys, which is a pretty important message to communicate, right? Like, hey, like, please don't kill us. We're just here to be cool. Like we don't want to cause problems or anything like that. And so it's kind of funny because the question is asked by Scott Summers, why is your island coming over to our island? And that's when we really kind of harken back to the events of House and Powers of X. And this is Arakko. That's what this island is. If you guys remember back during the House and Powers of X, the Krakoa was originally one giant landmass. So you had Arakko, which was one island, and you had Krakoa, which is the other. And because of the fact that these kind of demons or monsters were sort of rising up from the rift in between these two places, that with the scheming of Apocalypse and using its four horsemen, that ultimately these monsters and demons were suppressed and the island was essentially split. And so those horsemen of Apocalypse would stay on Arakko and ensure those monsters and demons would never show up again. And that was kind of like the role they would play. They were sort of the hidden horsemen that we didn't really know about. And so what this does is basically say that like this island is now returned. The Krakoa is now a fully cohesive unit and it's basically merged itself with Arakko. It's back to its normal self. But because of the fact that all this is based on the fact that these islands were split, what it does is go exactly where we expect it to, in the sense that you've got this guy just kind of out there doing his own thing and sort of analyzing this new location that he's in, having never seen the surface world before. And he's met by the arrival of Apocalypse. And Apocalypse basically speaks the exact same language as him, and understands exactly what he's saying. And it's like, I've never met you before. Like, who is your mother? Like who was it that gave birth to you? To which he replies, I was born by war. I was born by the Horseman War. And so it's cool because what it means now is the horsemen are procreating, right? They're kind of keeping themselves going and propagating and so on and so forth. And so ultimately, it's really Hickman kind of setting the stage for what comes next. Insofar as this guy basically says the forces that the horsemen were sent to keep contained are returning. They're coming back. And so we're going to have to like marshal forces or what have you in order to stave these guys off. Now, keep in mind, this was not an easy fight for Apocalypse to win. Apocalypse and his horsemen had to work in unison and put on one heck of a fight in order to achieve this. The reason why I say that matters and the reason why it's so cool here is because knowing Jonathan Hickman, there'll be a pretty significant battle that'll take place. And when it does, we'll get to see the full totality of Apocalypse's powers put on display, which I am very excited about. Okay, so we are jumping back into Excalibur, and this story is actually getting super good. Everything from Dawn of X is amazing, and it's kind of crazy. I think this is the best the X-Men have been in years, and I mean like years. I would say probably since like the mid to late 2000s. Like, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty exciting. But before we get into that, I got an email from a girl named Sarah, and I apologize for this late bit, Sarah. She sent it to me over the week of Thanksgiving, and actually her boyfriend's birthday was coming up during that week. And then of course I ended up catching a cold originally like the beginning of December, so I just uploaded a whole bunch of videos that I already had recorded, so I'm finally getting around to recording new stuff. And Sarah wanted me to give a shout out to her boyfriend Trey, who's a huge fan of Comics Explained. So Trey, what's up? Happy belated birthday. I'm sorry for the late response, but I love hearing from you guys. If you guys want to send me emails to rob@robertjefferson.com. I love hearing from you guys. Like I love hearing and like talking to you guys. I try to reply to emails as often as I can. If I don't answer your email, another really good place to get a hold of me is over on Discord, and you'll find the link down in the description. But I love talking to you guys, right? Like it's awesome because you guys are amazing to hang out with. But we are picking back up with Excalibur #2. Now here's the thing about Excalibur, right? Like this story, it's super good, but like the first issue was super mysterious, and that kind of seems to be par for the course with what's been going on with Dawn of X. We saw it really hardcore with Fallen Angels, which to a degree was kind of a turnoff. But with regards to Excalibur, if you're into like the whole Arthurian legend, it's good. Like it's really, really good. This story initially picks up with a couple of individuals who are being watched by Apocalypse, and it's kind of cool because Apocalypse really looks on them and says that like these two individuals, well, really is almost kind of a retcon, right? Because what this says is that Apocalypse was the first of the mutants, right? But it's a misconception that he was like their common ancestor, meaning like they all kind of came from him. And it's interesting because it kind of falls in line with the history of mutants, but also changes it, because the chronological timeline of the mutant population is that you originally had Selene, who was the first mutant more or less to pop up, which is to say a person with powers through genetic modification. But after that, you got Apocalypse, and then you got a whole bunch of other mutants along the way. Now, in terms of what's being said here, this is in continuity, right? Apocalypse was born, but the funny thing is that Apocalypse didn't know he was a mutant when he was created, like when he came into existence. He didn't find that out until the 1800s, right? So if he was born in the year 5000, it was, what is it, like 6,800 years later that he basically found out he was a mutant? It wasn't until he met Nathaniel Essex that was the case. But the funny thing is that by this point in time, he's already reached that point in his history, so we can kind of roll with that and just say, okay, this is kind of cool. But it's changing a couple things up. You know, there was a time in Marvel where originally mutants were believed to have kind of ascended from Apocalypse. So like he was the first, and it kind of went from there. That was cleaned up quick, fast, and in a hurry. The old X Factor comics kind of led us to believe that by Walter and Louis Simonson, with all the declarations of Apocalypse that he was the first mutant and all that kind of stuff. But when you get to the adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix, that all gets changed, right? It all gets kind of removed and everything. But the idea to say that like Apocalypse was the first of his kind, the first mutant, that's a big declaration, right? Because it leaves out Selene and any other externals or mutants that possibly came before Apocalypse. So it's kind of a cool thing. But with regards to these two twins who were actually druids, and we'll learn about them, I'll explain them once we get further into the story, because I feel like that's something that a lot of people want to know. What are the druids? Like, how does all that stuff work? Ultimately, the ability of these two mutants who were in and of themselves druids, but also had the ability to essentially always know where they were supposed to go, because of their powers, much like Apocalypse, they were cast out of their original tribe. And the result was that because they weren't really seaworthy, they ultimately ended up drowning. Now, Apocalypse could have stepped in and saved them, but for those of you guys who are familiar with his character, Apocalypse believes in basically Darwinism, right? I guess really social Darwinism. Only the strong deserve to survive. And so if they were incapable of keeping themselves alive because they didn't know how to fashion a boat, that's on them. And so because of that, Apocalypse just kind of let them drown. And so it's pretty hardcore and it's pretty intense, but we'll find out why that little bit of an intro matters here in a second. But what it does is it picks up with Betsy Braddock, the new Captain Britain, alongside Rogue, of course, who's in a catatonic state after the first issue. So if you're unfamiliar with that, go back and watch our video, along with the rest of Excalibur, right? So Gambit, Kitty Pryde, and Jubilee. And so the result of this is that what they're doing is they're actually traveling to the new Brian Braddock lighthouse, right? The new lighthouse of Captain Britain. Now, a little bit of an explanation here, right? Because I don't want to just leave you guys and be like, they're traveling to the lighthouse. Moving on. I don't want to just leave you guys hanging on this, right? So when it comes to Captain Britain, as we've talked about in previous videos, Captain Britain is a multiversal entity, right? Meaning to say that like there's one Captain Britain in every single universe, right? It's a multiversal core. So imagine like the Green Lantern from DC, except there's one Green Lantern for every universe. And that's basically what the Captain Britain core is. The idea is that the lighthouse serves as both the headquarters of Captain Britain, as well as a means for him to access the multiverse, essentially. Now, originally the Captain Britain lighthouse existed in Britain, and that ran until about Excalibur issue number 50. And that coincided with the first real origin story we got for the Phoenix. But ultimately, the lighthouse was destroyed by Captain Britain's girlfriend at the time, Megan, who ultimately became his wife. And the result was that the new lighthouse was built in a different location. And that's the location that they're heading to right now. It's not the most important thing ever. But when you're reading through the comic and it's like, Kitty Pryde makes a reference to, Kitty Pryde makes a reference to like, I remember the lighthouse, we destroyed the old one, that kind of a thing. That's what she's referencing, because Kitty Pryde's time on Excalibur and when the original lighthouse was destroyed, really kind of came along with the Fall of Mutants storyline and the aftermath with Kitty Pryde, serving some time as part of the team, kind of off and on, different things like that. But the overall gist is that once, as they're making their way, they basically come across Seal People. Now, deviating away from the comic for a second, the legend of the Seal People is actually really cool. Now, I'm not super familiar with it, right? I'm not from Scotland, but as I understand it, there's different variations of the legend of the Seal People. But I think the Scottish legend, and somebody, like, if you guys are watching this and you're from Scotland, feel free to correct me down in the comments, right? But I think the original legend, or the legend as it goes in Scotland, is that when it comes to women who are Seal People, that like a surface person, like a human, can steal their skin. And when that happens, she becomes bonded to him, right? She's always on the hunt for her skin, but she basically kind of essentially creates a life with him, right? Now, she always longs for the sea, and she's always looking to return to the ocean, and she will as soon as she finds her skin. Now, I think there's different variations where it breaks down from there. There are some stories where it says that, like, even if she has children with him, that she'll basically like stay for the sake of the children or come back and visit the children. But I think the traditional story, the traditional legend is that if she ever finds her skin, she'll abandon her life on the surface and go back to the ocean. But it's kind of an interesting story, right? I love learning about folklore stories from like other countries, but that's basically what's kind of going on here, is that they basically start to attack. Not a great big huge thing. They're dealt with pretty quickly, and what they end up doing is basically crash landing on this rock, and then from there trying to navigate and figure out where they're going to go. But what they end up doing is stumbling across druids. Now, druids in Marvel Comics is kind of interesting here, because if I remember correctly, and I'd like to think I'm pretty knowledgeable about them, the druids haven't really appeared that frequently in Marvel, except for like the old Namor the Submariner comics, right? And the involvement of the druids back then was limited to like them basically being tricked by the Germans into believing that like English people, like Britain, the British, were like the bad guys, right? And the result was that Namor the Submariner was eventually dispatched, and he ended up convincing the druids that like the Germans were the bad guys, and like the druids fought alongside Namor the Submariner and defeated the Germans, and that was it, right? But the druids don't really have they haven't had like a huge presence in Marvel in a long time. Now, my knowledge on Excalibur is nowhere near my knowledge on pretty much everything else in Marvel Comics, right? So I wouldn't by any means call myself an expert on this, but the druids are an exceedingly secretive clan. They're almost never really seen or heard from in Marvel Comics. Now, the result of this is that one of the druids basically taps into the mind of Betsy Braddock and basically says, like, what's going on here is this lighthouse that was here that you guys were coming to, it was destroyed by basically the Akaba, right? Like the Akaba Coven is essentially what they're called. That's led by Mariana Stern. Now, we talked about the Akaba Coven in a previous video because the clan Akaba grows part and parcel with Apocalypse himself. And so the question is, if the clan Akaba was here, albeit operating as a coven of sorts, then the question becomes, how does that involve Apocalypse? And our original theory, our original philosophy was that basically Apocalypse had some kind of scheme of his own that was running on the side and intended to manifest this scheme and whatever it was going to be. Now, at the moment, the coven Akaba draws their power from Morgan Le Fay, right? So they're not really working for or empowered by Apocalypse. And so the question was like, what does Apocalypse have to do with this? And so the result is that once you start to get through this and once you start to really investigate what's going on, then things get kind of crazy, because what ends up happening here is basically Betsy Braddock essentially, like, along with the druids, brings back the lighthouse of Captain Britain, in the sense that the druids basically approach her and say, like, we recognize your title. We recognize you as the current Captain Britain. The previous Captain Britain is currently incapacitated. We know that, with Brian Braddock basically being held captive by Morgan Le Fay out in Otherworld, where like King Arthur and all those guys reside. And the result is that they're just kind of operating and doing their thing. Now, the reason why this matters and the reason why this is going on is because what we know so far is that the Coven Akaba is basically operating to try to like stem the resurgence of the mutant population, right? They're just one of many groups out there that's essentially, kind of opposing the expansion of mutant kind. And so when Krakoa was creating all these different gates across the world that would allow people to pass through those gates and enter Krakoa, which is basically the home of mutants, that they were opposed by Morgan Le Fay as well as the Coven Akaba. And because the Coven works for Morgan Le Fay, they were kind of her agents on Earth that were basically trying to stem the tide and prevent this sort of expansion of the mutant population. Yet another group out there that's basically doing that. And that's why these groups are at odds with each other, is because the druids view the Coven as basically these external agents. They're basically bad guys. And the druids themselves are good guys who are trying to find some way to keep Britain protected. Now, the druids aren't really working on behalf of the mutant population, and they don't really care about the mutant population. It's more of them acting because everything the Coven is doing is encroaching on the territory of the druids, right? So it's like, we're working on behalf of mutants, kind of, but not really, but only because the Coven is basically encroached on our territory and they're doing things that we don't like. That's really what it kind of boils down to. And so in the midst of all this Apocalypse, this great big huge fight that goes on with the Coven and the Druids alongside Betsy Braddock, Apocalypse basically chimes into Betsy Braddock and says, tell me what's going on. And what Betsy basically reveals is everything I just said to you. And that's when Apocalypse spills the beans. And what he says is that essentially the Coven of Kaba were basically his agents at one point in time. They were individuals who worked for him at one point in time. They served his own purpose. The result was that he basically rejected and abandoned them. And with that being the case, they were left leaderless. And so ultimately they ended up siding with Morgan Le Fay. But with Morgan Le Fay being someone who said she doesn't want the mutant population to expand beyond Earth and into the realm of Otherworld, she's basically using the Coven to keep that from happening. And that's why these groups are essentially at odds with each other. That's why they're battling each other. And so that's why Apocalypse is like, yes, they were my henchmen. I will step in and I will stop them, right? Because Betsy Braddock isn't really able to do it on her own. Captain Britain's powerful, but not all powerful, right? I mean, he's just like a really, really capable character, and that's basically it. So the craziest thing happens, Apocalypse steps in, and in one fell swoop, the entire Coven of Kaba is taken out. In one fell swoop, they're all gone, like just donezo. And it's kind of crazy to see, right? Like the power of Apocalypse. This is where I think Apocalypse really shines, right? When you get these small little moments where it's just like, here's how powerful he really is, right? It's not these grandiose displays or great big huge, monologues or anything like that. They're cool, but it's when like a force that like some superhero team like the Avengers are struggling against or the X-Men are struggling against, and Apocalypse has a vested interest in seeing like the X-Men or the Avengers succeed, steps in on their behalf, done, and just like takes the enemy out like that. It's cool to see. It's an awesome thing to see. But what he basically says here is you have to go to Otherworld and you have to save your brother Brian Braddock, because he's basically becoming more and more of a henchman of Morgan Le Fay by every moment, right? The longer he stays under her spell, the more of his identity begins to go away. And so if you don't save him soon, you'll never have the chance to do it again. And so the result of this is that you end up having Betsy Braddock alongside Gambit and then alongside Jubilee, who's grabbed her kid Shogo, and they basically end up traveling into Otherworld. But when they get there, basically the baby Shogo's turned into like a giant dragon. I imagine things are going to get kind of bonkers from here, right? Like you guys are probably going to end up seeing a lot of like legendary stuff here, right? Like dragons, sorcerers, wizardry, different things like that, because that's all Otherworld stuff. The story's getting cool, and I'm really, really digging it. Like I'm really, really enjoying it. Okay, we are picking up with the Marauders. Marauders issue number 2. Here's the thing, I love Marauders. Like I love what's going on with the Marauders. It's awesome, and it's an absolute blast. Like I'm glad to see they're kind of doing that, right? Like I'm glad to see that each individual title as part of Dawn of X has its own kind of like tone, right? Like its own feel. It's one of the things that's very easy to mess up, and it's one of the things that's very easy to lose, right? Like where you launch a title and they all feel the same, right? Like that was a problem with Marvel in the 90s. Like everything in the 90s felt the same. I mean, some of it was kind of cool, but everything kind of felt the same. And so the cool thing about this is that each one of the stories kind of had their own little tone here, their own kind of system going on. That when it comes to this particular story, what we had picked up with in the last video is that basically Kitty Pryde had formed her own group, right? She was basically the Marauders and just kind of going out. And the initial plan there really seemed for her to just kind of figure out what the nature and function of her team was. Now, what this does is kind of give us an answer to that and basically tell us what's going forward from there. But the idea is that this initially picks up really with a conversation between Emma Frost and what looks like the Stepford Cuckoos. And initially it's just kind of like, okay, like they basically decline her offer, and she makes reference to something called the Lord Imperial. Now, the way this works here is, remember, there's always kind of a hierarchy when it comes to these different positions within the various organizations that exist out there, right? The only exception to that is the Quiet Council, right? The Quiet Council is kind of split up into different factions, different groups, but each of them all kind of have an equal power, but they all sort of run their own little area. But there's no kind of like overseer for it all. I guess you could argue that it's more McTaggart, but she seems really hands-off. We don't really know exactly what all she's doing aside from just simply seeming to kind of guide people. Instead, when it comes to this, and it's kind of a break away from tradition, the Hellfire Trading Company basically has, or at least what they're looking for, is a Lord Imperial, which oversees the entire Hellfire Trading Company. And that's a breakaway from tradition, because remember, the Hellfire Club has historically been this organization that for the most part, the Inner Circle wasn't really known by a lot of people. Most people didn't know the Inner Circle existed at all. And for the most part, the Inner Circle used this kind of anonymity combined with its vast wealth to basically influence global policy in its favor, right? To not necessarily dominate the world, but to basically amass a lot of money and power and influence. And so having like an individual who will reside over all of them, it's kind of intriguing here. It's pretty interesting to see what direction that's going to take. But with the Stepford Cuckoos seemingly turning down this offer, presumably for the Lord Imperial, if not for the position of the Red King or Red Queen, then what it does is it basically jumps over to Sebastian Shaw. Now remember, the idea behind this is that the Hellfire Trading Company operates in two fronts. The first first is the front-facing aspect of it, and the second is the black market. And the reason why is because in order for Krakoa to generate income, it basically has to provide a good or a service that people want to buy. And that's why the idea of Krakoa kind of manufacturing these drugs or these substances that can like add years onto your life or can cure any kind of mental disease or anything like that are being offered, right? Because it's basically kind of like a pharmaceutical industry that's being offered by mutants that just crushes anything that's being offered by, any existing major market that's out there right now, right? Like no pharmaceutical company out there can compete with what it is that Krakoa has, and it's why they're dominating the market. But what you have out there are countries that by virtue of their population will basically say, yes, we support Krakoa and we do want to take part in the various drugs and things they have that can improve the lives of our citizens. Then you have those countries who choose not to support them. Now, some countries choose not to support Krakoa because of the fact that like if the leader of the country chose to, the people would revolt and they would basically kill the leader and all the people in power and put somebody in there who doesn't support Krakoa, or because the leader doesn't want to, right? They're like a dictator that rules their country with an iron fist and they don't care what the people want. And so the idea here is that for those countries that basically support Krakoa, that's where Emma Frost comes in, right? She basically says, okay, we're going to lead all these different things to this country. We're going to give them, the various medicines and supplies of Krakoa, which of course they're going to pay for the black market aspect. Basically those countries that for whatever reason cannot publicly support Krakoa, but still want access to all their medicines, they can buy them through the black market. And Sebastian Shaw is the one who's supposed to be providing that. What Sebastian Shaw has been doing is actually deviating out of his line. He's been going to like countries out there that basically support Krakoa and then providing them with medical supplies or providing them with the kind of things that Krakoa can offer, kind of deviating out of his lane. And so as a result of that, Kitty Pryde really at the moment seems to serve as a kind of checks and balance, right? In this instance, it was basically like, okay, things have kind of gone awry. Kitty Pryde's team was sent in and they're basically going to seize the ship of Sebastian Shaw on the orders of Emma Frost. And it's one of these things where it's kind of like stay in your lane, do what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, this is going to happen time and time again. And you need that, right? Like you need that kind of system in place. If it was just kind of like, okay, so we're like the Hellfire Trading Company, just go ahead and do whatever you want to, there'd be no order and no structure. And everything that exists in Krakoa in terms of the role the mutants play, the kind of things they provide, and how they more or less manipulate the world markets is really done by maintaining order and structure. It has to function that way. Otherwise, everything they've built on a financial aspect comes crashing down. And so what this ends up doing is it actually ends up picking up with the boat of Sebastian Shaw, which is actually being led by Batroc the Leaper. Now, Batroc the Leaper, he was a cool guy, right? Like he was an old school Captain America villain. He did, what was he? I think he was a French kickboxer. He was awesome. Like it was fun to watch his stories where he would like fight Captain America. Like it was fun to read those comics from back in the day. They don't really do those too much anymore. But that's the cool thing about this is that Kitty Pryde is kind of, or at least her Marauders are kind of a Swiss Army knife, so to speak, for the mutant nation of Krakoa. Insofar as what they're doing here is they basically kind of maintain the order of things insofar as Sebastian Shaw, or ensuring Sebastian Shaw's vessels only go to black markets. But then they're also liberating mutants from countries that won't let mutants leave in order to go to Krakoa, right? So they're kind of covering a bunch of different things. But what ends up happening here is that once Kitty Pryde and all of them finally get onto the vessel itself, they essentially sink it. Which is kind of a funny thing. And Batroc and them can't really do a whole lot to stop her. I mean, that's one of the things that was established in the previous issue of the Marauders is Kitty Pryde like running in and like literally a lone gunman, right? Her ability to phase through all kinds of things basically makes her seemingly unstoppable. But in turn, like once the ship is sunk, they basically say, hey, look, here's our new vessel. It's a great big huge yacht. It's like equipped with weapons and all kinds of crazy stuff. But basically what you're getting here is kind of this pirate life. Now, of course, Emma Frost basically chimes into Sebastian Shaw and says, hey, look, so like we basically sunk your ship, so stay in your lane and don't deviate again. Otherwise, you're going to get more of the same. And that's kind of the funny thing is Sebastian Shaw can't really stop it, right? I mean, there's really nothing he can do here because he's the one that erred. Say he says like, I want to call together a meeting of the Quiet Council. And basically they say, okay, what's your case, Sebastian? It's like, well, I've been deviating away from my task. Instead of providing, the things that we have, the goods and services that we have to the black market, I've been going to like the public markets, which is what Emma Frost is supposed to do, but I've been doing it instead. And so basically we're doubling up and we're not really serving the black markets. I'm not doing my job. And like, she sunk my ship because of it. She punished me for it. And that's a problem. I mean, how do you justify that, right? Like, how do you make that case? Like, I wasn't doing my job and I was penalized for it. That's like the most entitled attitude ever. It's like, if you're not doing your job, well, then maybe we'll just get somebody to replace you, like somebody who can do your job. Like, it's a funny little thing here, but like, that's literally the spot that he's in. And this is the important thing to understand about Emma Frost, right? The way that she depicts this in this conversation with Sebastian Shaw, the way that she depicts this is the way the game is going to be played. This is how it's going to function. You can play just like we tell you. You could do what we tell you to, or we can replace you with somebody who will. Emma Frost does not care. And that's the coolest thing about her characters. Emma Frost always kind of had this confidence, this kind of haughty, hubris attitude of like, I can do what I want to, and nobody can get in my way, right? Like there are two kinds of people in this world, the ones that I can work with and the ones who get in my way. And if you get in my way, then I'll just have you spend the rest of your life you're believing you're a dog and just barking and carrying on. Now, following this, Kitty Pryde and her group basically travel to Taipei. And here's a cool thing about this. This is why I love this so much. They're literally pirates, right? Like they do a pirate's thing, right? They're like, okay, so like we're going to travel to Taipei and we're going to meet with the contact we're supposed to meet here. And then like once they end up realizing it's Bishop's like, your job is to stay here until you're told who it is that you want to meet with. And they basically go into like a local tattoo parlor and get tattoos and they go drink. It looks like the most fun ever. Dude, I'd be like, dude, this is gonna be awesome. It's like a party on the high seas. But here's the other thing to bear in mind too, is this is Kitty Pryde probably at her best. If I'm being honest, as a person who's been reading as long as I have, I think this is Kitty Pryde probably some of the best writing for her character that I've seen in a long time. Even when, like after All New, All Different Marvel, when she was leader of the X-Men, the problem is that during that time, the X-Men stories sucked, right? Because Marvel was trying to tank the X-Men in order to boost the Inhumans, and nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted the X-Men. And so kind of like giving us that version of Kitty Pryde in that leadership role, combined with like amazing storytelling, is awesome, right? Like she's got like this broken nose with this bandage on her nose. She's got like this kind of flannel thing around her neck. She ends up stealing like this cloak, you know, and it's amazing because she basically has like these tattoos on her fingers that say hold fast. She looks like a pirate, but ultimately they end up finding out the person they're supposed to meet is a guy named Gateway. Now Gateway is an old school character, right? Gateway's been around, since like Uncanny X-Men 229. And the idea behind this was that Gateway was originally used by a group called the Reavers. Now the Reavers are something you guys have probably heard of before, and they were basically kind of like this cyborg faction that basically like used Gateway, who could teleport people, as a means to like loot and plunder. He's just like from Australia. I think he's an Aborigine. I'm not going to swear to that though. And like nothing's known about this guy's past. We don't even know what his real name is, right? Like all you know is that he's referred to as Gateway because that's the name the Reavers gave him. Ultimately, over the years, he ended up siding against the Reavers, joined the X-Men, and became a huge part of the team for a long time. But he's there to teleport them to where it is that they're supposed to go. And then the place they're teleporting to is actually to this great big huge yacht that's like outfitted with like cannons and stuff like that. Like it's literally this multi-million-dollar luxury yacht that's been outfitted, like retrofitted with like all these weapons and different things. But the other part of it is that Emma Frost has basically removed Sebastian Shaw's ability to determine who's going to be the Red King or the Red Queen as part of the Trinity, more or less, of the Hellfire Trading Company. Now, of course, this pisses Sebastian Shaw off to no end, but at the end of the day, like he overplayed his hand. He thought he could basically kind of get out there and do his own thing, sort of step outside the bounds that have been created for him, and ultimately he's paying the price, right? That's the price that gets paid for the role that he's played here. And so as a result of that, what ends up going on here is basically like Emma Frost is like, well, our new Red Queen is here, and that's when you end up finding out that it's Kitty Pryde. And can we all just admit that Kitty Pryde dressed as a pirate looks amazing? She looks amazing as a pirate. Dude, it's one of the coolest outfits. Like, it's one of the coolest versions of Kitty Pryde that I've ever seen. It looks straight out of Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Like X-Men of the Caribbean. It looks awesome. Jerry Dugan still got it, man. Like, you go and you read stories like Infinity Wars, and it's like, okay, man, what was even going on? And even like with his Guardians of the Galaxy run to a degree, it's like, I'm not really feeling it. But like looking at his handling of Marauders, dude, Jerry Dugan still got it, man. Like it's awesome. If you're not reading it, you're sorely missing out. It's not even about like crazy plot threads or anything like that. It's just good old-fashioned fun. And like, you need a comic like that as part of Dawn of X, just a good old-fashioned fun comic book to read. Now, I'm sure the plots will get more complicated as time goes on and the threats will become more significant, but like if they're going to be invading, like showing up on the doorstep of countries, so to speak, and basically saying like, we're going to free mutants, or they're going to be fighting off various forces in the high seas, they're going to need a vessel to do it. And having a multi-million-dollar yacht outfitted with cannons, it's basically like a luxury battleship, is awesome. So we're getting back into New Mutants, and New Mutants is the absolute best thing coming out of Marvel Comics right now. And this is the craziest thing, right? Oh, by the way, for those of you guys who want to see my uncensored videos, and those of you guys who actually want to see videos, I think the next one we're doing is Superboy Prime versus Franklin Richards. And then I think after that, we're doing Superboy Prime versus Matthew Malloy. If you want to see the Versus videos, head over to Patreon, right? The uncensored videos are like $1 a month, and the Versus videos are like $5, right? So it's not like an arm and a leg or anything. It's pretty cool stuff. But New Mutants is amazing. It's absolutely stellar. So in the first video that we did, we had basically talked about how the New Mutants was more or less being reformed, with the exception of Sam Guthrie, right? Sam Guthrie was one of the original members of the New Mutants, and where the team was being reformed, they were actually being reformed for the purpose of going on a mission to Shi'ar space in order to save Sam and bring him back. And the indication was that he was in jeopardy. The issue with this is that where they were able to book passage with the Starjammers, of course led by Corsair, who's the father of Scott Summers, and the Starjammers are basically space pirates, more or less. What they ended up discovering is that the Starjammers actually intended to steal an artifact. And so the result was that the New Mutants got involved, and ultimately they were arrested for the stealing of this artifact. When everything went south, the Starjammers made off with it, and then they were taken before the court of the Shi'ar. Now, here's the thing. The court of the Shi'ar is intense, right? Like Marvel's shown this multiple times over the years. They're hardcore, right? Like the lawyer, who's basically like a Marvel Comics version of Better Call Saul, is basically what he is, which is amazing. I don't know how many of you guys watched that show, but I loved Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad, and Better Call Saul has always been solid. But the lawyer basically tries to plead the case that like, because the New Mutants are from Earth, they don't really know Shi'ar customs or how anything works there, and so they should essentially be pardoned. Like he basically takes all of them and throws them before the court's mercy. And the response of the judge is like, are we in Earth space or are we in Shi'ar space? And the lawyer's like, we're in Shi'ar space. And the judge is like, that's what I thought. Guilty. And it's like, we don't care where they're from. They broke our laws, and that's just the way it's going to go. So they're basically like, this carries a lifetime sentence. You're going to be handed over to the Shi'ar officials, and they're going to decide what they want to do for you. Only for us to find out that they're being handed over to Sam Guthrie and to Super Guardian, the Smasher, Isabel Kane. This is kind of funny, right? Because like, we didn't really know what was going on with Sam Guthrie when he was out here. Apparently he's doing pretty good for himself, and it kind of makes sense. I don't know if any of you guys know who Super Guardian is. She was a character who was introduced during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers: The New Avengers, but basically Isabel Kane is really one of the very few instances, and when I say few, I mean like you can count them on one hand, the very few instances where an Earthling is actually inducted into the Shi'ar Imperial Guard. The Shi'ar Imperial Guard is basically this elite fighting force composed of like the most powerful or worthy beings throughout the entirety of Shi'ar space, right? So the Shi'ar only really brings in those who were part of the Shi'ar Empire. Going as far as to bring somebody in from Earth was actually a pretty big deal. The nature of Isabel Kane is she has what are called exospecs, I think is what they're called, but basically it's those red looking glasses she has. When she puts those on, they give her the suit that she has along with like super strength, with speed, durability. She can fly through space without needing some kind of an oxygen tank. It gives her all the things that she needs. She's pretty capable and she's pretty daggone powerful. She's a big time heavy hitter. During the events of Time Runs Out, which basically had that 8-month gap between really when the multiverse was collapsing and like when it all started to basically wind down, when the multiverse was coming to an end, Sam Guthrie and Isabel Kane actually ended up getting together. They had a kid together, got married, that kind of a thing, and they've basically been together ever since, right? So that's why you see the two of them together here, but it's kind of a cool little thing, right? Because like it's like basically this great big huge coming together and the return of the New Mutants. And Sam Guthrie's just as goofy as he ever was. Like, how did you know we were here? He's like, well, I actually planted tracking devices behind your ears. The reality was that the space lawyer called him, but this is cool, right? So for old school fans of New Mutants, it's a return to form, and that's what makes Dawn of X so cool. Is this like a return to the way X-Men are supposed to be, right? Like each title is individual, and each title feels unique, right? It has its own style of storytelling. It's telling its own various adventures. It's awesome, right? And this feels like old school New Mutants, right? Like the hipster comic book fans or the really old comic book fans will probably attest to this. Like it feels like old school New Mutants, and it works, right? It's that great blend of comedy and seriousness. And so the result of this is that with them basically being handed over to Sam Guthrie and to Super Guardian, the issue then comes into play where Super Guardian is contacted by Gladiator. Now remember, Gladiator is the current ruler of the Shi'ar Empire, and it's cool, right? Because what he basically says is the Shi'ar Empire is in need of your aid. You've all been conscripted. Here's your mission. Go carry it out. Now remember, the nature of the Shi'ar Empire, especially under the rule of Gladiator, isn't really like dark. Like Gladiator's not a dick, right? Like, he's not like a terrible leader or anything. He's not like ruling with like an iron fist, but it's one of those things where you don't disrespect the throne. And that was even the case with Gladiator himself when he was leader of the Imperial Guard. Like he wouldn't defy the orders of the Emperor or the Empress, but if they were orders he disagreed with, he would kind of try to find a way to skirt them. It was an interesting little thing. Like I believe Lilandra was alive at the time. Yeah, Lilandra was alive during the rise of Vulcan, the Third Summer's brother, when he started trying to take over the Shi'ar Empire. And so initially, I believe that Vulcan tasked Gladiator with executing Lilandra, and instead he basically escorted her out of Shi'ar space, got her out of there, and basically had her live in exile. Ultimately, she died, but had her live in exile for a time, or at least tried to help her escape. So he was kind of like skirting, right? Like skirting the rules, more or less. But the reason why they've all been conscripted here is because when Super Guardian shows up, when Isabel Kane shows up, she's like, all of you guys are going to be serving on our behalf. All of you guys are going to be working for us, and here's the reason why. But before we get an explanation, we end up jumping to Gladiator, who's meeting with Zandra. Zandra is basically the daughter of Lilandra Naramani and Charles Xavier, with the two of them having a love interest. Yeah, I know. Charles Xavier's having kids all over the place, man. It's nuts. Like for a guy who can't walk, he's having a whole lot of kids. I don't understand how that works. It's kind of nuts, man. Charles Xavier gets around, but Zandra, despite how young she looks, she is a hoss. She is a force to be reckoned with. She's basically an Omega level character. Her power basically allows her to tap into the minds of others, and it works on a universal scale, right? So like anybody in the universe, she can tap into their mind and basically dominate their mind, dominate and control them. So imagine Charles Xavier, but like if he could reach out to the universe. It's ridiculous how powerful she is. Like it's one of those characters like Marvel never really does anything with. It's nuts where her character resides. Now, admittedly, when I say Marvel never really does anything with her, a lot of that's probably because of the fact that she didn't really show up until Mr. and Mrs. X #2, I think it was, in October of 2018. So she's been around for like a year, right? So like not long enough to do anything with. So I guess I'm kind of being a little overly harsh on Marvel, but it's kind of a cool thing because what's really happening here, and this is a very easy thing to overlook, but it's very important. What's happening here is the response of Gladiator is the Shi'ar Empire needs to have a Naramani on the throne, meaning Zandra needs to become the new leader of the Shi'ar. Essentially, with Lilandra not being there, it's kind of starting the cycle all over again, right? Because she's a spitting image of her mom. And so it's the cycle starting all over again, that a Naramani is taking over the throne, Gladiator is stepping down as Magister and going back to being the Praetor of the Imperial Guard, basically the leader of the Imperial Guard. It's returning the Shi'ar landscape back to the way it was under Chris Claremont. And it's a pretty significant thing. We end up finding out the reason why this is the case is because of the fact that basically Deathbird is trying to find a way to make her way back to ruling the Shi'ar Empire. Deathbird being the sister of Lilandra and exceedingly dangerous. It's cool. If you don't really care about the X-Men or the Shi'ar, then this doesn't really matter to you. It's just kind of like, oh, all right, I mean, that's cool. But if you're like me, dude, it's awesome, man. It's pretty sweet. So X-Force is the best thing coming out of Marvel Comics right now because this story is amazing, dude. God, I love X-Force. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, so in X-Force #1, we're playing catch up, right? Like for those of you guys who are following the X-Men playlist, you're gonna kind of see like a big content dump over the course of this week, kind of updating everything and making sure that it's all in order. For the X-Men playlist, the reason why I'm doing everything issue by issue is to do it all in chronological order, right? So that's why we kind of have to play catch up every once in a while in case we miss something, especially when we take a break for a week. So in the first issue, the first video that we did, we basically had kind of like this big moment where Charles Xavier was killed, right? And Charles Xavier was killed by these various forces who managed to infiltrate the island of Krakoa. Now, under normal circumstances, humans can't just walk into Krakoa, right? I mean, I guess they kind of can. They can drop in from the air. But the reason why a lot of the initial attack was dismissed is because while you had Sage, who's a mutant whose brain basically works like a computer, storing information, different things like that, because of the fact that Sage had initially dismissed it because the initial indication was that it was basically Domino who was showing up, what we ended up finding out is that Domino's skin had basically been grafted onto these various individuals who in turn infiltrated Krakoa and then killed like 33 mutants, right? One of whom was Charles Xavier. Now, of course, responding in the aftermath of it all, with the shooting going on and all that kind of stuff, the X-Men really nullified the entire conflict pretty fast. I mean, of course, 33 mutants were killed. It was really more of a surprise attack. But with Charles Xavier being one of them, what this does is it basically picks up with Magneto. And it's one of the coolest moments, right? Because Magneto really kind of looks at this. This is why I love Benjamin Percy writing so much. Magneto looks at this and says, if only I had been there, I could have stopped the bullet. If only you'd been made of metal, then, you know, I could have put you back together. If only, if only. And that's one of the coolest things about this, right? Because there was a time when the death of Charles Xavier, well, I would never go as far as to say Magneto would never care, that Magneto probably wouldn't have shown the same kind of remorse, right? He would have basically gone on a warpath and attacked everybody, you know, because of the fact that Charles Xavier was one of really his closest friend. And that's an important thing to understand when it comes to the relationship between Charles Xavier and Magneto, that yes, they've been enemies. Yes, they've fought each other constantly, but there's a kind of respect that runs there among the two of them, right? The bond they share is pretty intense. And so if somebody killed the other, then there'd be hell to pay. And that's really the issue with Magneto, because he kind of has to hold back, right? The initial desire of Magneto is to make the world suffer, right? Like that's the initial desire of Magneto, is to make the world suffer here. But the response is we can't do that. Instead, we have to continue the charter of Charles Xavier. And that speaks mountains to the evolutionary change of Magneto's character. Insofar as, again, there was a time when he would have said, who cares what Charles Xavier wanted? Everyone's gotta die, you know? But now it's the dream of Charles Xavier was to basically turn Krakoa into a place of peace for mutant kind, and he would not have wanted us to wage war on the world in response to his death. That's a huge thing for Magneto to really sort of take on and to adopt here. And so the result of this is that you have this conversation that goes on between Magneto and Jean Grey. And basically, you know, Magneto's idea is you have to find a way to resurrect Xavier, you have to bring him back, but should it fail? And of course, it's kind of this going back and forth of it won't fail, it'll succeed, that kind of a thing. Now, it's easy to look at this and to know that Charles Xavier is going to be resurrected, right? To know he's going to come back. It's easy to look at that and to say his death was all for naught. But this is the beauty of Dawn of X as it's being ran by Jonathan Hickman and being written by everybody else. Jonathan Hickman's perception of death in comics is that oftentimes it was used as like shock value, right? Like, oh my God, this character died. Can you believe it? Everybody go and buy this comic so you could see, you know, that's really kind of how it'd been treated in the years that really came after the death of Superman. And so Hickman's stance was, if that's the case, if people are used to characters dying and coming back, then let's keep that trend going, but make the death serve a purpose, right? Don't use it as like a shock value. Don't use it as like some kind of throwaway plot device. Use it to serve a bigger purpose here. And that's the reason why Charles Xavier dying is significant, is because it's not the death of Xavier. It's not like, oh my God, Xavier died. You know what I mean? You'll see a lot of like clickbait articles from news companies and things like that who are like, this blank X-Man died, you know, or something like that. That's really them kind of holding on to the way things used to be as opposed to changing with the modern times. The reality of this is it's like Charles Xavier dying is designed to serve the narrative of the story, to serve the purpose, right? So Xavier dying is no different than if like, you know, the X-Men had lost a battle or something like that. It's designed to keep the story going. And that's why I think it's cool here, because what you end up getting is basically Jean Grey and Hank McCoy traveling over to where Cerebro is. Now, this is kind of a big thing, is because what Xavier had done is he had basically taken Cerebro, which historically had been used as a means to basically monitor and discover various mutants around the world. He had taken it and used it as essentially a computerized backup. That what he had done is Cerebro is constantly backing up the various memories of all the X-Men who were there. And so when Domino was believed to have been killed, the last memory she experienced would have been backed up to Cerebro. But not only that, Xavier's final moments before he died would have been backed up to Cerebro. So what this means is they can resurrect Xavier and he comes back just like he was before he died. It's a pretty genius maneuver and it's a pretty genius thing because the story continues on. And it's kind of a question of, can this actually be successful? Can this actually work? Now, this is where things really begin to get interesting, is because what you do is you pick up with Sage and you pick up with a few of the individuals who have basically been captured by the X-Men, albeit they were dead at the time, but one of them is still alive. And so initially Wolverine wants to slaughter this guy, right? And this is where Wolverine is written incredibly well, right? Because Wolverine's pissed, like he's angry, right, about the fact that Xavier died, but more so than that, the fact that like humans would have such hubris as to invade Krakoa and launch an attack when no attack was instigated by the mutant population, right? It was one of those, we just want a place where we could be alone, do our own thing and be fine. And then in turn, like humanity attacked them anyway. And so initially Wolverine wants to kill this guy, but instead he kind of backs off and he says, get Jean Grey in here, have her scan this guy's mind before he dies, right? Because he's on his way to dying, find out who brought him here, how all this stuff works, whatever the case is. And then when they ask, well, where are you going? Wolverine gives this very simple answer, I'm going hunting. And that's what I love about Wolverine, right? Because when he's written well, and that's the struggle of Marvel Comics, right? The struggle of Marvel Comics is to write Wolverine in a compelling way. When he's written well, oh, dude, Katie bar the door. Dude, his stories are amazing. Like they're fantastic. It's crazy. When Wolverine is written well, he's one of the most interesting characters in Marvel Comics. When he's written poorly, then you get most of the stories that he's been in. And so that's the thing here, because what ends up happening is with all the information that had been basically dumped to him by Jean Grey, he ends up traveling to Seoul, South Korea. And when he gets there, of course, he's doing his best to kind of break through and figure out how these guys got on the plane and where they came from, or at least, you know, how to sort of backtrack their information and so on. And for the most part, it doesn't work, right? Because Wolverine's not tech savvy. But then he's met by the arrival of Quentin Quire. Now, let me tell you something, man. Quentin, man, let me tell you something. Dude, Quentin Quire. Dude, I love Quentin Quire. Quentin Quire is a ridiculously powerful character, right? He's an Omega level telepath. This kid is not to be trifled with, but more so than that, you know what makes Quentin Quire so good? Dude, he just doesn't care. He's just like, so there's my way of doing things, and then there's the wrong way. The kid single-handedly led a revolt against the entirety of the mutant, like the entirety of like the Charles Xavier school. Dude, it was one of the coolest things ever. There's this amazing moment when he's, what was it? He's coming down the stairs and Wolverine tries to stop him, and he just like totally screws up Wolverine's mind and sends him through like this insane maze in his own head. And Wolverine's just like sitting there totally incapacitated. Oh, it's amazing. I love the revolt of Quentin Quire. But Quentin Quire was very similar to Magneto insofar as he believed that mutants were superior to humans, right? Like mutants are better than humans and we should rule accordingly, right? He very much followed in Magneto's footsteps in terms of like classic Magneto wanting to basically dominate humanity and then turn mutants into like the superior rulers of Earth. And so it's kind of a funny thing because what he basically says here is like, you're incompetent when it comes to computers, Wolverine. So basically everything you were trying to do, I've already done. Like I've traced everything back. I know exactly where these guys came from. And I also made a credit card in your name and then ran up the bill. Why? Because Quentin Quire's kind of a dick, and it's funny. And so what you end up getting here is basically them, traveling to a location just outside of Seoul, which is basically, it looks like a giant place where there's like newspapers being printed and different things like that, some kind of giant printing location. When they get in there, what they end up finding out is everything but newspapers is being printed here. What's happening is some organization out there is basically manufacturing assassins. Now, they're not manufacturing assassins insofar as brainwashing humans. What they're doing, or at least what it appears they're doing, is engineering beings so that they can serve as the perfect assassins, biologically engineered to kill mutants. And so it's kind of a nut situation, because what you end up getting is basically like Quentin Quire and Wolverine in this building, and suddenly these biologically engineered humans start attacking. Now, this really kind of draws out a couple different conclusions, right? We can say that they were in effect activated by some third party, or if that third party is unaware, they activate based on the presence of mutants, meaning they basically have the ability to home in on those individuals who have mutant powers and those who don't. That's really more of a principle of Nimrod, right? Nimrod was, of course, the ultimate sentinel who could actually detect a mutant's power and a mutant's weakness and then capitalize on that weakness, right? Whether it was a phobia or whatever the case happened to be, he could use that weakness against them and then dominate them and ultimately destroy them, right? That's one of the reasons why Nimrod was so capable as like the ultimate sentinel machine. The other thing here is there are basically mutant power dampeners in this building, meaning the powers of Quentin Quire don't work. Now, this also means the powers of Wolverine don't work insofar as his healing factor. So if Wolverine starts sustaining injuries until he leaves the presence of this mutant dampening field, his powers won't work. And that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind, and it's actually a little bit of a big revelation here, right? Like putting Wolverine in a place is actually one of the cool little ways to kill Wolverine, so long as he stays in the location where his mutant powers are dampened. Now, of course, that's basically what the Muramasa blade does. It nullifies the healing factor of Wolverine entirely, but it's one of these cool little segments. It's kind of thrown in there as sort of a throwaway instance where like you could kill Wolverine. It's a cool little thing. And so what Wolverine does is he basically draws a conclusion, and he tells Quentin Quire, if there's mutant dampening here, that it means that what they're trying to do is hide someone. They're trying to hide like a mutant here and keep them from using their powers. And if that's the case, you have to find who that mutant is. Most likely they're hiding Domino here. And of course, when Quentin Quire turns a corner, he finds Domino all basically sitting in this stasis tank with half her skin missing, which is pretty screwed up. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Okay, so we are continuing our coverage on Dawn of X, and we are covering Fallen Angels. After I covered issue number 1, initially I was on the fence. I was like, I don't know how I feel about issue number 1. But my rule when it comes to comics is read the first story arc. And if after the first story arc, it doesn't really resonate with me, then I'll drop it, right? So I'm like, okay, we got to keep on keeping on. I'm glad I did, because Fallen Angels is awesome. The biggest problem with the first issue is it doesn't explain anything. Things are happening, and that's basically it. This one is awesome. It's like one of the coolest stories from Dawn of X, right? So like the best thing coming out of Marvel right now. So what this does is this jumps back into the past, right? And it basically deals with a guy by the name of Yama who's having a conversation with Quanon. But the idea is that she's having this conversation with this guy, this guy Yama, and he basically says, I've met you before, the blade of Nyorin, Matsuo's prize. Now, it's one of the things we talked about in like Psylocke Explained and things like that, is that for the character of Quanon, she spent a lot of her life, or at least what little that we knew, in a very precarious situation. What you had Nyorin, who was a crime lord, I think that's how you pronounce it, who was a crime lord in Japan. And then you had Matsuo, who's the guy that that Quanon was in love with, who was basically an assassin for the Hand. And the result of this is that Matsuo and Quanon knew that eventually the Hand and Nyorin would basically end up going to war with each other, right? Because for those guys who are unfamiliar, the Hand is a very, very old and ancient organization, and those organizations that come into conflict with the Hand are dealt with harshly and swiftly. The Hand doesn't screw around. And so because Nyorin was doing his whole thing where he was basically encroaching on the territory and the role of the Hand, the two tribes ultimately went to war with each other. And when they did, Matsuo and Quanon were caught in the middle. And so because they were lovers, they were essentially forced to fight each other to the death. Quanon, her allegiance was for the most part explicitly to her warlord. And then Matsuo, of course, was an agent of the Hand. And so as a result of that, during that fight between the two of them, Quanon basically fell off a cliff, and ultimately she was believed to have been dead. And around that exact same time, Betsy Braddock washed up on the shore. And that's when you basically end up getting the body swap between these two characters. This takes place seemingly long before that, or at some point shortly after that. But the long and short of this is that what she basically tells this doctor is like, close your eyes, right? Because what he's trying to do is barter passage and get away. And the funny thing about this is he says, there's nobody keeping me here. I just need to get out of this place and I need to escape. And so she simply says, cover your eyes. And then she kind of goes through this really, really amazing line where she's like, there is no escape for people like us. When we're brought into the clan, we serve the clan. And that's the way it is. We serve until the day we die. And that's exactly what's kind of going on here, is this guy is trying to defect. He's trying to get away. And the result is that he can't, right? Quanon, kind of serving out her role, basically ends up killing this guy. And so you get this really, really amazing moment here And we're going to kind of jump forward sort of past this for a second, but we get this really amazing moment where really in like right now in Japan, she ends up catching up with essentially the wife of this guy. Now, basically she ends up, taking out this driver and then, killing the guy, and then basically catches up to this woman and says, look, like, I'm supposed to kill you, right? I killed your husband because that's what I was assigned to do, but I'm going to spare your life. And in reality, this is a big no-no, right? This is a big no-no. When the hand tasks you with killing someone, you kill someone. The masters are the ones who decide who gets to live and who gets to die. You're basically an object to be used to carry out a particular purpose, right? Under any normal circumstance, this woman and her unborn baby would be gone. They'd be snuffed out and that would be the end of them. The reason why Kwannon doesn't do it is because what she says is like, I reached into the mind of your husband and I realized how much he loved you. And basically when her husband was essentially saying, there's no one keeping me here, there's nothing going on, it wasn't for the sake of abandoning his wife and child, right? That was not really the case. It was to keep them protected, because as an agent of the hand, if as far as the hand is concerned, this guy has nothing else keeping him here, they would have no reason to look for a wife and child. But because of the fact that the hand eventually learned about it, of course, hence the reason why Kwannon was sent after this woman, ultimately Kwannon was tasked with killing this woman. And so as a result of this, what Kwannon basically tells us is that eventually they catch up to her and they kill her. They torture her for information, then they kill her, right? So it's one of these things where like her fate was sealed. The funny thing about this is that Kwannon had kind of been keeping tabs on it. She basically experienced this woman's last moments when she was being eliminated, and she never ratted her out. She never ratted out Kwannon and said like, that's the woman who basically saved me. That never happened, right? So that's an insane amount of allegiance and a huge amount of loyalty and a massive thank you, for these actions. And so it's a pretty big deal there. But what I want to do here is I want to kind of continue this, and I want to jump directly over to a conversation between Kwannon and Laura Kinney with X-23. And this is probably one of the coolest conversations ever, right? Because when it comes to Laura Kinney, as long as she's been in Marvel Comics, right? When Craig Kyle and Chris Yost originally created her in X-Men Evolution, then she was rolled over into the comics with Joe Quesada's really weird NYX story. And then from there, just kind of got rolled over into her own origin and went forward from there. There was a lot of storytelling. I mean, her origin was fleshed out, her role, how she related to Wolverine, things like that. A lot of that stuff was dealt with. But one of the big things that wasn't really dealt with there is, did she ever really find a way to reconcile her rage, right? The kind of thing she inherited both by virtue of her training as well as just the genealogy of Wolverine, right? You guys know that Wolverine goes into like a berserker rage and all hell breaks loose. The question was, did she ever really find a way to cope with that? And the answer to the question is no. And that's why she's talking and basically working with Kwannon here, is because her question is, understanding you the way that I do, the connection that we share here, you have the same kind of rage that I do, but you keep it so under control. The question is, can you teach me to be the same thing? And the response of Kwannon is, yes, I can teach you that. I can make you a master of your rage, but understand, every master is a slave. And initially, Laura Kinney doesn't grasp that. The reality of what Kwannon is telling her is, yes, I can make you a master of your rage, but at the end of the day, you're still a slave to it. Because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be going about every single moment of every single aspect of your life, and you're going to be working to keep it under control, right? The fact that you have this thing out there that you're working to control means that it dominates your life. Because if you let it go out of control, who knows what might happen, right? So you're doing what you're doing, not because it's a thing you want to master, but because you're scared of it. Because you're scared of what would happen if you didn't master it and the effect that it would have in your life. It's a very profound statement to make, right? It's a very profound case to make. The other cool thing about this is that you basically end up getting Cable talking directly with Kwannon herself. Now, again, this is one of the things that we kind of talked about before, that when it came to the older version of Cable, he was considered to be old hat. He was really, really cool when he first popped up. The issue is that over the years in Marvel, he's basically turned into a plot device. Like there'll be some event that'll take place and the Cable pops up, don't do that, you'll mess up the future, and that's basically how his character ended up evolving over the years. That's basically what he became. If there was something that Marvel wanted to fix or undo, then, suddenly here comes Cable from the future undoing it because it'll mess with the future, and his character really lost his purpose. And so because that is part of this great big huge paradigm shift that Marvel's been implementing over the course of the last year or so, maybe the last 2 years, what you ended up getting was the younger version of Cable from the future killing his future version, right? So like Cable 2050 years in the future versus Cable at 3,000 years in the future, more or less. It was basically killing off that old version. What you're noticing with this younger version here is he doesn't really manipulate time in the same fashion, right? He's not using time as a scapegoat, as a means to get out of situations and things like that. He's really kind of here and then carrying out his mission accordingly, right? So what knowledge of the future he has is used in his stories, but it's not heavy-handed and it's not a plot device. It's a genius way to use his character. And so as a result of that, what he basically ends up saying is that as far as he's aware, kind of again, using this side plot, this creation of Overclock, that there is a place out there in Brazil that uses slave labor, right? Uses young kids, uses adults, this entire village essentially as a means to kind of continue the creation of this product. And the idea is using Cable's information, we can go out there and we can stop that. Now, here's the big issue that goes on here is Overclock is basically a product being manufactured and being used, or at least being sent out there into the world by Apoth. We don't really know who Apoth is, but one of the points that Kwannon makes here is we can't just go out there and save this village. We can't really save them because every time we leave, we risk Krakoa, refusing to let us back in. I remember ever since the events of X-Force number 3, when you basically had the quote-unquote death of Xavier, the island has for the most part been on lockdown. And so leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back, at the end of the day, Krakoa doesn't really know what they're doing when they go out there, especially when they're being extremely secretive. And so as far as Krakoa knows, they could have been the ones who set up the whole death of Charles Xavier. Now they weren't, but it could have been that Krakoa was like, well, maybe you did. So like, you can't get back into the island anymore until we get all this in motion. Because of that, it's one of these things where it's like the next time we go out, we have to go out knowing where Apoth is and knowing what he's doing. We can't just go out willy-nilly. And so as a result of that, Cable kind of takes it as an affront. And the reason why this matters is because in this future that Cable was raised up in, he of course knows about the notion of like the survival of the fittest, right? It was a very harsh environment, very difficult for people to grow up in, but he also knows a lot of history there. And he's seen mutants constantly being used for nefarious purposes and falling in line with the charter of Krakoa in saying that we want this island to be a safe haven for people, if only for that purpose, if no other reason than like we have to go out there and help people where we can because Cable's a legitimate good guy. At the end of the day, the response of Quanon is, I'm not going out there and neither are you. And so the response of Cable is, well then fine, I'll go out there on my own, right? I'll go out there on my own and I'll do my own thing. Of course, he ends up taking X-23 with him. And so what you end up getting here is this really cool explanation that takes place between Mr. Sinister and Quanon herself. And what ends up going on here is that Quanon really reveals the nature of like the butterflies, right? For those of you guys who are familiar with Betsy Braddock, you guys know that whenever she used, at least back in the Chris Claremont days, when she used her psychic powers or her telepathic powers, a butterfly would basically appear on her face. And so as a result of that, when Betsy Braddock and Quanon went through their whole thing, Quanon used a butterfly as well. And one of the things that's kind of established here is that she hated that. She hated the idea that it was really kind of a holdover from when she was being controlled, or at least, when she was going through the body swap with Betsy Braddock and herself. And so where she still maintained that at the end of the day, she wanted to kind of create that and make it her own identity, make it into something that was unique and interesting for her, as opposed to kind of like, this is a reminder of when I shared bodies with Betsy Braddock. And so that's what she's really been trying to do in a lot of different ways. Now, it's not a huge plot point, but it is a way to kind of expand on the character of Quanon and focus on the little elements about her. Because remember, for like 99% of the X-Men readership right now, she's pretty obscure. They don't really know anything about her, right? I mean, some people do, but like you would have had to have been reading Marvel Comics really since like the late 80s and the early 90s to really understand the nature and the notion behind like revenge and like everything that went into her character. And so as a result of that, it's one of these cool things because Sinister's response is, well, okay, if that's the case and you're trying to do your own thing, then sure, like you have my allegiance now. Now understand this, the allegiance and the loyalty of Sinister always comes at a price. He has some kind of plan that he wants to implement, and using Quanon for his own ends will basically help him achieve that plan. So that's really what's going on with him. The result of this is that ultimately it ends up being Quanon who's basically trying to reform herself, and not really so much as a hero. And this is kind of a cool thing because what she says is like, Betsy Braddock is a hero, I'm trying to be something else. What I think she's really trying to be is I think she's trying to be a realist, right? Like when it comes to like superheroes in Marvel, yes, they have a real world perception of the world, right? Yes, Captain America's not oblivious to the way the world works, right? It's not like he's like, the only villains out there are people who are just like robbing banks, and like whatever villains we're facing for the week. Like Captain America's aware of the fact that there's like muggings and robberies that happen every day. But the overall gist behind a lot of these characters is they're out there in like the big world fighting the big fights, right? So like you don't really see stories where like Captain America's fighting some mugger who was like attacking some old woman. You don't really see that. And it really kind of ties into the nature of Quanon because when she looks at the character of Betsy Braddock, is this is a girl with her head in the clouds, right? This is a girl out there doing whatever superhero thing she's doing, but she's not really connected to the real world. She doesn't really know how dark this world could be. And so it's almost one of these things where Quanon's kind of trying to become this kind of anti-hero slash hero, almost kind of like this Wolverine-esque Punisher type character. We're not 100% sure yet, but it's cool, right? To see the world for what it really is, as opposed to how people would like it to be, is a very important thing because what it does is it allows you to see the reality of the situation as opposed to walking around with rose-colored glasses. And so the result of this is that, of course, her basically teaming up with Cable and with X-23 going out to help save this village. As soon as they get out there, the village is basically empty, and they're met with like this giant machine, basically, this thing that initially goes to attack them, and then of course the story basically cuts off there. But for those of you guys who watched the first video, I want to know what you guys think about this story so far, right? Or who read the first issue. I want to know what you all think about like issue number 2 versus issue number 1, because I definitely think it gets a whole lot interesting. All right, members of the Rob Corps, we officially have a Discord. Yes, we do. We have a Discord server. Check the link down in the description. The link has no expiration date and it's an unlimited number of uses. So you can use it as many times as you want. You can share it, give it to other people, all that kind of stuff. I do have it posted on Twitter. I made a post on my personal Instagram at @IamRobJefferson. Yeah, so go check it out. There's all kinds of stuff there. There's basically a gaming section, a miscellaneous section, which is like new comic spoilers, things like that. You can self-promote your own channel. You can promote your own artwork. You can discuss the Versus videos that I do on Patreon Patreon. For those of you guys who don't know, I do versus videos that I put exclusively on Patreon for patron-only content. And then there's like an anime and manga section. There is an indie comics section for those of you guys who like indie comics. There's a DC discussion section, a Marvel discussion section, film and TV, video requests in case you guys want like a character explanation that's done or a story that you want me to explain. All kinds of cool stuff, right? Like there's all kinds of cool things. For the patrons, there's a section there just for you, right? So if you're on Patreon, head over there and basically sign up using Patreon, and then you can essentially connect your Patreon to Discord and see the Patreon only section. But yeah, it's cool. Like I really dig it, right? I love talking to you guys all the time. Right now there's about 1,000 people that are part of the Discord already, so it's pretty cool. Like it's pretty awesome. Like it's really been blowing up recently. But yeah, so we are getting into X-Men issue number 3 by Jonathan Hickman. Now, remember when we first started House and Powers of X? And I told you guys that occasionally there would be stories where you would find yourself asking the question, but like, what's the point of this though? This is one of those. But here's the thing to understand, it's the same thing that I told you guys. Everything that Jonathan Hickman does serves a purpose. He never really writes anything in a story that doesn't serve any useful purpose whatsoever. That character will become important in some form or fashion later on down the line. And that's exactly what's going on here. Here's the funny thing about this though, is this story initially picks up in the Savage Land. Now, I didn't even know the Savage Land was being used anymore. I thought Marvel had discarded this essentially after like Marvel Now 2.0 or whatever it was. And they were just like, who cares about the Savage Land? The Savage Land is this landmass in Antarctica that houses what's basically like a lush jungle, right? And you've got all kinds of like not really monsters, but you've got like dinosaurs, things like that in there, species that were thought to have been extinct. And it's been home to a lot of different places, to Kevin Plunder, also known as Kazar, to Magneto. At one point, he actually served, used it as a base of operations. But it's kind of like this place is essentially hidden away from the world, and not a lot of people know about it. The general public doesn't really know about it. Originally, the Savage Land was this old Marvel Mystery Comics concept from 1941, and X-Men issue number 10, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby basically updated it when they brought in Kazar, and then it became more of like an X-Men concept. And then in Fantastic Four number 316, Steve Englehart came along and basically said that like the Beyonders were the ones who basically got a hold of some race that existed in the main Marvel universe and had them create the Savage Land, right? So there's a lot of history there in terms of how it came into existence and the purpose that it serves. But at the moment right now, it's being used by the X-Men as a means to grow the various flowers and so on that are being used as part of their black market and public trading company, right? The Hellfire Club trading company. And like so many times that we've seen before, some group manages to break through one of the gateways of Krakoa and then access the Savage Land. Here's the thing, the X-Men's gateway system is like the least secure thing ever. With the number of people who have managed to gain access to the X-Men's Krakoan gateway system, it's like a person who's got like a door that sits open with just a sign just sitting on like a pole in front of the door that says, please do not enter my home. Of course people are gonna go in and see what you have. Like if they're interested in stealing your stuff, you've got no real security measure. And that's basically what this is, right? So of course, as soon as they get in there, they immediately spray down like Pixie and a couple others and essentially, you know, just kind of like neutralize their powers. And that's basically it. And so what this does is it immediately leads into the gathering of the Quiet Council. And the reason for that is because one, the gateway to the Savage Land has basically been cut off, meaning nobody can get in or out of the gateway. And two, there's actually an after effect as a result of this, that by whatever manner and whatever means, this group that's broken in has managed to find some way to basically influence Krakoa itself, insofar that Krakoa has essentially shrunk down in size by like 0.0001%, like 158 square feet basically. So it's not like a huge decrease in size, but it is shrinking, as well as it having a kind of psychic impact on the various telepaths who were there in that area. And so as a result of that, the question is, what do we do about this? And so the essential response is like, we have to go in and we have to basically figure out what's going on. Now, here's a cool thing that Jonathan Hickman throws in here. And this is one of the things about Hickman writing, right? Like Hickman does not do like a lot of writers do when he basically creates a story and then like feeds us everything in like 6 issues, right? It doesn't really work that way. Instead, it's usually always some kind of a slow rollout because it's the slow burn, right? It's one of the reasons why I always love Hickman writing, is because he takes his time to craft an amazing story instead of just rushing it all out super fast. And so as a result of that, we learned a couple things here about Krakoa, the island itself, insofar that Hickman really kind of ties into the original Giant Size X-Men #1 story and saying that the Krakoan island basically feeds on the psychic energy of mutants. Now, in previous stories and in decades gone by, the island wasn't really nefarious so much as it had a disregard for mutant life, right? It would just consume the psychic energies of mutants and didn't really care, right? It was just kind of the thing that it did, and it was a role that it played. As time has gone on, and especially with the X-Men and the various mutants using Krakoa as a home, it's kind of turned into somewhat of a symbiotic relationship, insofar that Krakoa, if it really wanted to, could just consume like 2 mutants every year in order to keep itself sustained. But what ends up happening is that all the various mutants across Krakoa basically kind of provide it with some psychic energy that it needs. And so the result is that instead of taking taking out 2 mutants every year, basically a ritual sacrifice is more or less what it would be. It just kind of feeds on the psychic energy of everybody who's there, which is barely noticeable by anything. But here's the funny thing about this, is that Hickman actually brings back Selene, and we've not seen her yet, but Selene is essentially the oldest mutant in the world, right? She's 10,000 years old. She was born during the Hyborian age, and she literally feeds on the life forces of various individuals in order to keep herself sustained. Her job here is to basically, alongside Implet, is to basically monitor Krakoa and to ensure that Krakoa's feeding process doesn't run awry, and that the mutants themselves are sustaining Krakoa the way it needs to be sustained. So it's not a great, big, huge thing, but it is kind of a cool little thing to see that like Selene is still here, a character who by all standards of measurement, I thought had just basically been killed off, and Marvel was never going to bring her back. But again, like what you end up finding out here is that these forces that have broken into the Savage Land are actually a bunch of old women. Thank you for being a friend. So these old chicks here, they're really just kind of bickering with each other and carrying on and so on, but they seem pretty hardcore. They seem pretty ruthless, right? Now, we'll find out what the story is about them here in a second, but here's a funny thing, and this is why I love what's going on with Dawn of X, right? We talked about this during Fallen Angels, that like everything connects with everything else, and so there's kind of this offhanded comment that's made by Emma Frost, like, man, I really wish we had Doug Ramsey, that we had Cypher here in order to basically figure out what's going on with Krakoa, talk to it directly. But of course, as we know, Cypher's off in space with the New Mutants, I think it is. I can't remember what team he's on. I think it's the New Mutants. And so he's not there. And then of course, Cyclops makes a response by saying, yeah, that's my fault, because Cyclops is the one that sent them out, right? He's the one that helped them gain access to get to Shi'ar space. So it's cool to see these little things kind of tying into each other. But what they end up doing is basically hitting up Gateway. And so of course, he basically teleports the X-Men, or at least this kind of Strike Force team, directly to Krakoa. And that's when they start communicating with these old women, or start talking to them. And like, they immediately start talking trash about Emma Frost. They're like, yeah, man, we're a group called Horticulture, but one of them's just like, speaking of unsavory women, like that one in the white looks like a tart. And it's kind of a funny thing, right? Like these old chicks just like making fun of this young chick. It's like, hey, look, sweetheart, you can dress however you want to. Just know the world's gonna kind of view you a certain way, right? So if you're okay with that, do your thing. But, you know, just understand, you know, like it's kind of a funny little scenario, like old chicks basically giving a hard time to young chicks. Now, here's the funny thing about this is Emma Frost hits on that, right? And basically says, okay, somehow their minds are being shielded. Now, and that's kind of a good thing, right? Because as we know, Emma Frost is an Omega level telepath, right? She's insanely powerful. So if she wanted to, she could just like shut down the mind of these old chicks, or basically make them dress like tarts according to their own standards. It's a funny little thing, like in terms of what she could really do to screw up the minds of these women. But it's sort of a question there of how is it that these women are able to shield their minds from telepaths? How is it they were able to hack into the Krakoan Gateway network in order to access the Savage Land? And how do they even know about the Savage Land in the first place, right? Because it's kept very hush-hush. And so Sebastian Shaw really begins to speak up here. Now, here's the thing about Sebastian Shaw, right? Historically speaking, he's always been a guy who overplays his hand every single time without fail. But a lot of it's because of the fact that one, he's exceedingly arrogant and full of hubris, and two, because he's still kind of riding off the heels of having once been the Black King of the Hellfire Club. But the idea here is that he's used to being in charge and he's used to getting his way. And so where he usually is charming and is able to kind of have a way with various men and women that are out there by sort of using this silver tongue, as he's going through and talking to these old women like, you fair, young, beautiful women and so on, you know, and we can come to an agreement, right? I mean, we're cool people, like we can come to an agreement. They immediately spray him in the face with gas, neutralize his powers, and they're like, nope, no deal, old man. And so of course Cyclops responds in kind. But here's the funny thing is the X-Men don't know what's going on with this group. And that's one of the things to understand. The role of the X-Men right now is really more one of politics than anything else. And the reason why I say that is because sure, the X-Men could annihilate these old women, hide their bodies, just be like, Krakoa, take care of these bodies, or just like dump them in the ocean somewhere, or whatever the case is. And seemingly nobody would believe that they were gone, but they don't know who sent them. It could be some foreign government. And as soon as the X-Men make the first strike and they kill these old women, well, then suddenly comes out the X-Men are murderers, right? So not having all the information, not having all the facts, the only thing they can do is really one, keep these women alive, and then two, try to figure out what's going on in terms of how they access this area. And what it does is it puts all the playing cards in the hands of these older women because they control the game now. This combined with the fact that Cyclops is a sap, because like one of the chicks falls down and she's like, oh my God, my hip, you know, you broke my hip. And he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And she's just like, sucker, and then like sprays him in the face. I'm like, Cyclops, you suck. Grow some balls, dude. That was my immediate response. I was like, dude, how do you fall for that, man? Like the chick breaks into your home basically starts stealing your stuff, and then you're gonna help her out when she breaks her hip? Dude, I would've just kicked her in the hip for good measure and been like, yeah, man, and let that be a lesson to you. Don't break into people's stuff next time. I am kind of cold-blooded though. Of course, Emma Frost basically chimes in, being well aware of what's going on. We get the story of these various women here. And what they did is they basically served as this kind of botanist science center, more or less. You know, the group Horticulture itself focused on using plant life as, you know, for various means to improve the world or whatever the case happened to be. But the issue is that there were other scientists who were using their research as a means to make money. And so because the overarching idea of these three individual women was to basically reduce the population of Earth by basically initiating a kind of extinction agenda in order to return the Earth more to a pristine state, right? So they're basically just a bunch of tree huggers. The result was that they ended up killing off all these scientists, using their bodies as a means to grow plants, and then in turn continue their conquest of returning the Earth to a more pristine state. Now, the way this would have worked is it would have been fine, but then suddenly the X-Men pop up from Krakoa basically saying, we've got all these medicines that can extend your lifespan, right? And that can cure the various things that would have otherwise killed you. And so it basically runs directly counter to the plans of Horticulture themselves. And so their idea was to, one, analyze what it was that these plants can do. And of course, they can't really get their hands on them in a reasonable way because of the fact that, one, they don't really have the money to buy them on the black market. They're not part of any real government figure or I guess control center. So, you know, they're not part of any governing body. So they can't really buy things on the front face, you know, in terms of like the public eye. And so they basically found a way to hack the gateway and then break into the Savage Land and then steal these various flowers and so on. And so it's kind of funny because you would expect it to basically lead to them winning. There's really nothing Emma Frost can do here, right? Because one, they're shielded from telepathic abilities. It's the only real ability she has. She could go running up on them in her diamond form, but all they have to do is spray her with that weird gas stuff and then her powers are essentially neutralized. There's really nothing she can do to stop them. And so ultimately, they just end up absconding with her stuff, right? They just end up taking these flowers and basically leaving, and that's essentially it. Because then she basically travels back to the secret island, or the secret council, the Quiet Council of Krakoa, and says like, we basically have a problem here, and this is something that we're gonna have to attend to. This is cool. It doesn't seem super important, right? It doesn't seem like exceedingly important here, but it will be, right? This will be a major plot point going forward. It may be that it'll be like 20 issues before it'll become important, but it will be important somewhere along the line. Okay, so we are getting back into the Marauders, and the Marauders is probably the best comic coming out of Marvel right now. Like it's amazing. Here's the thing, right? This is actually a really, really interesting story. This one initially picks up with Sebastian Shaw, right? Sebastian Shaw, of course, being the Black King of the Hellfire Club, the guy who can absorb pretty much a limitless amount of energy and turn it into a physical strength. And what he ends up doing here is he actually ends up traveling to the Five. Now, of course, those of you guys who have been keeping up with Dawn of X, the Five are the 5 mutants who are responsible for resurrecting other mutants who have basically died, right? Each one plays a particular role in resurrecting various mutants who are out there. And now they don't just do it willy-nilly. There's usually a cause or there has to be a justification for a mutant being resurrected. They have to serve a particular purpose. And this is really more of like an editorial concept by Marvel to basically ensure that like writers aren't just arbitrarily bringing mutants back. Nobody wants to see Unus the Untouchable come back. I don't know how many of you guys know who he was. He was a guy who could create force fields and then suffocated inside of his own force field. He sucked. Like he was a really crappy mutant. So because of that, he was a terrible character. Because of that, what we end up finding out here is that the Five, at the request of Sebastian Shaw, have resurrected Shinobi Shaw. Now, I don't know how many of you guys know who he is. Shinobi Shaw is basically like the illegitimate son of Sebastian, and he has the ability to increase or decrease his density, right? So he can be like Kitty Pryde and make himself intangible, or he can make himself super durable, like super dense and almost indestructible, right? So he's like Vision in that regard. The funny thing about this is that the way this plays out, or at least the way this goes down, is the questions asked by Sebastian Shaw, will Shinobi remember anything, right? Anything basically leading up to the time in which he died. And the response of the Five is, well, he shouldn't, but there's a possibility that he might. It really just depends, right? So one of the things that this shows here is that when a character is resurrected or a character is brought back, if their memories weren't stored inside Cerebro, there's no way to guarantee what they will and won't remember. Presumably, if their memories were stored inside Cerebro, what they could do is engineer their memories. So they come back, but don't remember certain things, which is actually a really cool concept that could be used if it's done properly in Marvel Comics. But the reason why this matters is because the first thing Shinobi asks Shaw is, how did I get here? And Shaw kind of has this recollection back to when Shinobi died. Now, here's an important thing about his character. Shinobi was really a result of Marvel in the early 1990s trying to like reshuffle the landscape, right? So we've talked about this before in X-Men Explained when we explained the publication history of the team. And the idea was that in 1991, Chris Claremont from 91 to 92 basically bailed. And so in early or really kind of late 1991, John Byrne took over. And the reason why that mattered because John Byrne had done a lot of the art alongside Chris Claremont as writer in the X-Men titles, which is really where John Byrne made his claim to fame. That and the artwork he did on Fantastic Four back in the day. Now, he also wrote stories, right? He did things like She-Hulk, so it was like the first instance where she basically broke the fourth wall was under John Byrne. But one of the big things that Marvel had done is they had basically looked at a lot of the work that Chris Claremont had done, and because he had basically just left Marvel, just was gone, like he was there one day and gone the next and went over to DC to write that terrible Sovereign 7 story. When he had left, Marvel basically wanted to kind of undo all the stuff that he did or kind of tie up loose plot threads, right? And so Sebastian Shaw was kind of considered to be an archaic holdover. Claremont had done a lot of work with him, but the role that Shaw played was the Black King of the Hellfire Club, and that was a role that could be occupied by anybody. And so the idea was to basically remove Sebastian Shaw and replace him with a new character. And so what you ended up getting was the introduction of Shinobi, and really he kind of got his claim to fame as part of a group called the Upstarts. Now, the Upstarts was a concept that was introduced because Shinobi, I think, first appeared back in the old X-Factor comics, and the Upstarts were a group that were introduced back in 1991 when Selene had become the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Of course, Selene being a character who she was basically 10,000 years old. She'd been around for a long, long time. And by snaking her way in there, what she wanted to do was basically create her own inner circle. And so she had gotten with a guy called the Games Master and basically had him track down and gather together a whole bunch of different mutants. And what they would do is kill as many other mutants as they possibly could, and then they would be awarded points. The result was that in Uncanny X-Men issue number 282, you ended up having Sebastian Shaw, who was killed, or at least supposedly killed, by Shinobi. Now, it didn't play out. Sebastian Shaw actually ended up surviving the whole ordeal, and Shinobi, because of the fact that by the time he got into the mid-1990s, Marvel was struggling, a lot of the plot threads that were there from John Byrne ended up being either picked up or abandoned by Scott Lobdell and a few other writers. And so by the time he got into like the late 1990s, Shinobi was just a character who was there. He did a few things here and there, but none of them were nearly as significant as what Sebastian Shaw had done. And so the result of that is that Shinobi just kind of free-flowed and kind of graduated and sort of existed over time until you got to Craig Kyle with Ex Necrotia. Now, Shinobi had been killed by that point, and the result was that during Ex Necrotia, because what you had was Selene returning and basically having this transmode virus, which could essentially resurrect the dead, what she did is she brought back Shinobi, and then Shinobi returned to the landscape yet again. Of course, he went after Sebastian Shaw, a few things went down. Then you go into Matt Rosenberg's Uncanny X-Men run, volume 5 in 2018 and early 2019, and then basically you get to issue number 20, and Shinobi ends up running his hand through his head and killing himself. And so that's basically why Shinobi ended up dying. More or less, Shinobi explained in like 3 or 4 minutes, right? I mean, I don't know if his character really warrants a full-on explanation because he's not really that significant. What I've told you, I think, is good enough to really understand his character, but that's why he's here. But the idea behind Sebastian Shaw is to see whether or not Shinobi really remembers everything that's basically gone down. And the result is that Shinobi does, right? I mean, Shinobi tried to actually take over Sebastian Shaw's role as the Black King at one point in time, and I think he almost succeeded, but he basically been gunning after his father for quite some time, right? Trying to kill Sebastian Shaw for quite some time, and resurrecting and coming back and saying, well, I still want to kill my dad, indicates that, of course, he basically remembers all those various things that have gone on between the two of them. But the animosity between the two really seems to have been quelled for the time being. And the reason why is because what ends up happening here is, one, Sebastian Shaw basically has Shinobi put on a red suit. Now, this matters if you've been following Marauders, because what we found out is that originally Sebastian Shaw was the one who was going to appoint the Red Queen or the Red King. Now, his pick, of course, was going to be Shinobi, but by virtue of some telepathic finagling and basically some just good old-fashioned hard work by Emma Frost, she ended up being the one to secure that position, and Kitty Pryde ended up becoming the Red Queen. Of course, Kitty Pryde being the Pirate Queen, right? The Pirate Queen of the X-Men. And so it's cool. I think that's a really cool name, right? Like the Pirate Queen of Krakoa. That's a badass name. I love that name. But basically, what ends up happening here is Sebastian Shaw really begins to just kind of show Shinobi everything that's going on. Now, the reality of this is really more of kind of a filler story than anything, but it's also sort of a good way to be introduced to what's going on if you're getting onto Marauders late. Now, it's good to see that this is actually what's happening here. It's good to see that at least what Jerry Dugan's doing here is kind of continually offering new readers a way to kind of get into the story, right? Because really the first little quarter of this, the first third of this, is literally Sebastian Shaw running over all the things that we already know, that the mutant nation of Krakoa provides various medicines to the human world, and the result is that there are some human nations that will publicly support the mutant population, and because they do, they basically operate through Emma Frost as the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, and she's the one that basically publicly provides medicines and supplies to those various nations that publicly support the X-Men. For the various nations that publicly oppose the X-Men but secretly desire to get their hands on their medicines, that's where Sebastian Shaw comes in. He's the Black King, therefore he operates inside the black market. market. And then you have the Red Queen, Kitty Pryde, who basically travels from place to place, freeing mutants from nations that won't allow those mutants to escape and travel to Krakoa, right? So she's kind of the one that just moves around from place to place. And that's basically what it is Sebastian Shaw is telling his son that goes on here. But it's kind of funny because as you get into this and as you see the two of them talking, what you see is a lot of manipulation by Sebastian Shaw. What he basically does here is he really kind of skews everything and tells his son, well, I was the one who was supposed to appoint the Red King, but Emma Frost lied and she cheated and she was dubious and she used her powers, and really kind of like demonizing the character of Emma Frost and making her look bad in the face of Shinobi by saying like she's manipulative and she's a terrible person and she's the one that basically duped Sebastian Shaw, making himself look like the good guy and kind of the innocent person in this. Now, this is important because what it shows is the lengths by which Sebastian Shaw will go to achieve his goal. That Sebastian Shaw has always and will always be a very manipulative and villainous character, more or less. And that's really kind of what's going on here. And that's the important thing to bear in mind, is because while you do have a lot of these various mutants who are serving as part of Krakoa, at the end of the day, they all really still do have their own machinations. Now, they operate and try to achieve those machinations while not deviating too far away from Krakoa so they can maintain their status, right? Because what we've seen is that if a mutant, in the case of Sabretooth, if a mutant runs awry, if they become too extreme, they run against Krakoa or possibly even sabotage or jeopardize Krakoa's sovereignty as a nation, they'll be banished, right? They'll be locked inside the island of Krakoa, and nobody wants to be locked down there, right? Because it's just a terrible place to be in. You're literally just sitting there in darkness by yourself, presumably. We don't really know what all's down there. But Sebastian Shaw, in order to maintain his position and to ensure the continued use of his power, is kind of manipulative and sort of moving things around like chess pieces in his own favor. And his son is no different here. And so ultimately what he basically ends up saying is, you're going to serve as like the bishop of the Hellfire Club, right? Now, if for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, the Hellfire Club really are like chess pieces, right? The White Queen, the Black Queen, the White King, the Black King, the White Rook, the Black Rook, and so on and so forth through all your various chess pieces until you get to pawns, which are usually deemed as like henchmen of the Hellfire Club. The idea of bringing his son on as a bishop is designed to basically say, hey, look, I can't really have a Red King or a Red Queen. That position's held for Kitty Pryde, but secretly coveting that position so that if the time comes when Kitty Pryde somehow befalls some terrible fate and is somehow killed or incapable of being able to serve her purpose, well, then here's a waiting member ready to take her place in the form of Shinobi Shaw. How, what a coincidence. That's really the kind of thing that Sebastian Shaw is going for here. It's very manipulative, but that's how his character operates. It falls right in line with the charter of the Hellfire Club. And so that's when you really find out how devious he's being here, when Shinobi really asks the question, says, how was it that I died here? And that's the thing. He doesn't know how he died. That's the one thing Sebastian Shaw wanted to ensure, is that when Shinobi came back, Shinobi wouldn't know how it was that he died. And that's when Sebastian Shaw says it was basically the White Queen and the Red Queen that conspired against you. They conspired against you to kill you and remove you from the landscape, essentially telling his son, they're the reason why you died. You have to get revenge on them. It's pretty shady. But again, this is why I love everything in Dawn of X. Okay, so we're getting back into Excalibur, and we actually get to see the return of him. Okay, here's the thing. Technically, he's not one of the most powerful mutants Marvel has, but I think he could be. So like, we get to see this guy make his return. Now, what this does is this initially picks up with Morgan Le Fay. For those of you guys who have read this comic, you guys understand I'm not covering the first 3 or 4 pages because I don't want to spoil who the person is. So don't worry, it'll all make sense. Now, remember, Morgan Le Fay has basically taken over Camelot. Now, that's really kind of what happened with her character. The big issue that we run into here, and the big thing that we're trying to struggle with here, is why she doesn't just leave Camelot, right? Because what's really been going on with her character is that you kind of have these gates of Krakoa that are popping up all over the world. Not only that, they're actually popping up in other dimensions too, where mutants who have resided there or currently do reside there in some form or fashion can access. Now, as far as we're aware, Camelot is the only place we've seen, the only other dimension that exists out there that we've seen people basically access these gates. And even then, this gets kind of finicky, right? Because technically Camelot is inside Otherworld, and Otherworld exists outside of the multiverse. So the question becomes, how is it Krakoa is able to reach beyond the multiverse and into this other realm and open gates, right? It's an almost insurmountable amount of power, right? Because then the question becomes, okay, can Krakoa reach into like other universes, like create gates in other universes? That would seem to be the case. The difference here, and this is where things get a little interesting, the difference here is that we would probably say no, because you can't just easily access another universe in the same same way that you can when it comes to being able to access the other world, right? Being able to access the realm of Camelot and all that kind of stuff. But the idea here is that when it comes to like Mariana Stern, the agent of Morgan Le Fay in basically the main Marvel universe, that their goal, or at least the goal that Mariana's been tasked with, is essentially taking out the mutant threat and like eliminating these gates, right? Because really Morgan Le Fay just kind of sees it as an encroachment on her power. Now, the reality in terms of why Morgan Le Fay hasn't left Camelot, entered into the main Marvel universe and solved this problem is because presumably, like as far as we're aware, King Arthur's not there. We don't know where he is, but we simply know he's not there. And the indication seems to be that if she left, it would open the doors for somebody to conquer Camelot in her stead. And it's kind of a funny thing because when she's talking to Mariana, basically what Mariana Stern is saying is like, we know it has something to do with the guy Apocalypse, but we're not 100% sure. And it's kind of funny because the response of Morgan Le Fay is, well, if you think it's emanating from him, then why don't you defeat him, right? And that's something that's much, much easier said than done. One does not simply walk up and defeat Apocalypse. It doesn't just work that way, right? The guy's just so OP. But again, picking up with Betsy Braddock and these guys, one of the funny things to come about this is that Jubilee's kid Shogo basically is able to tap into the power of fairies. One of the things we also didn't really do though, people were asking about this, and we probably should have done it in the last video, was offer some measure of an explanation on Shogo. Shogo's not the biological child of Jubilee, right? It's not like she gave birth to Shogo or anything like that. In X-Men Volume 4, issue number 1, there was an attempt, there was really the creation of a character called Archaea, who was kind of like the sister of John Sublime, the bacterial entity Sublime, and it was really kind of building off what it was that Grant Morrison had done during his run on New X-Men. But essentially Archaea was making his return, you know, back to Earth, and there was like a meteor shower in this small village, and basically everybody in the area was killed, but Jubilee found this baby that was essentially, you know, its parents were gone, and she ultimately adopted it. And that's basically where Shogo comes from, right? Like just a quick and dirty explanation, and it's basically been around ever since, right? Now, the reality is that it was one of the cool introductions for Jubilee because it kept her character interesting, as opposed to her having been like this vampire at one point, but not really, kind of, something along those lines. It's a little strange. Her character had actually kind of been free-floating in Marvel ever since Generation X came to an end. That was really like where her character peaked in popularity, I think it was. But the overall gist of this is that when the baby passed through the dimensional barrier from the main Marvel universe into Otherworld, somehow it was able to tap into the power of fairies. And we're not really given like a true explanation on how. It's one of these things where like they're kind of musing on it. And Betsy Braddock's just kind of like, well, I mean, it's a mortal baby in this realm, so it's exceedingly powerful. The indication seems to be that because it's a baby and because it has such an imagination, ultimately it can kind of tap into those magical abilities that are there. Whereas as adults, you know, as you become educated, your imagination becomes less of a significant thing, you know, with regards to how your mind works. But we're not really given a hard and fast explanation. But the long and short is that ultimately Shogo just kind of takes on the form that it wants to. Now, the fact remains here that, of course, one of the big things you kind of get, and this is one of the cool things, this is why Gambit's cool, depending on how he's written, right? And in recent years, he wasn't nearly as interesting as he was like right after the events of X-Men the Animated Series, right? Like in X-Men the Animated Series, I think is when he probably reached his highest level of popularity. But in the years it kind of came after, for about 2 years after the show went off the air, he was still pretty cool. And then he just kind of became a background character. But his love of Rogue is what makes him interesting, right? Because with his powers just being the ability to basically kinetically charge objects, it's okay. I mean, it's like, okay, cool, you know, whatever. It's a fraction of what it used to be, right? You read the New Sun story and it's just like, dude, this guy could have just like blown up planets. But focusing on the human side of him, that's what makes him interesting. And one of the things that he does is he basically lashes out at Jubilee and at Betsy Braddock, right? Because he's like, none of you all here, you can pitch me whatever story you want to, but Rogue is literally sitting in a box on the other side of this dimension, you know, and she's just kind of there by herself, and we have no idea what's going on with her. Not only that, she's being watched over by Apocalypse, the last character in the world I would ever trust. And remember, Gambit's not just saying this to say it, he's saying it because he was a horseman of Apocalypse once. He has an intimate understanding, both through that experience as well as having fought Apocalypse multiple times over the years, that Apocalypse is not necessarily the most trustworthy character out there. And so putting the life of Rogue in the hands of a character who's dubious at best, you know, and who is incredibly overpowered and could potentially even take Rogue and turn her into a horseman because it suits what it is that he wants to do, is the last thing Gambit wants to do. And his stance here is like, you guys never would have left somebody over there like that, right? Like you, Jubilee, actually went to the other dimension and got your child and brought him back because you didn't want him to be there with Apocalypse. You, Betsy Braddock, never would have left somebody that you cared about in the hands of Apocalypse. But you're telling me with a straight face that I need to do it because it's the right thing to do? Get out of here. And it's so cool because it's like, you guys are so full of crap. You guys are pitching me this because you want to complete a mission. You don't care about Rogue. You care about your mission. Like what you care about is getting Brian Braddock back. And you'll say whatever you need to in order to make it happen. It's amazing. Like it's this amazing back and forth because what it does is it shows how much Gambit cares about Rogue. In his mind, there's Rogue and then everything else. And that's true. Based on the interaction the two have had over the years, and even the story that we got when they were married for a short amount of time, like Gambit, you know, like any man who's in love with the woman that he's with, would let the world burn before he let anything happen to her. And it's a cool thing to see that in the character of Gambit because it makes him more tangible and more relatable. And I think it's probably some of the best handling of his character in quite some time, actually. So I love seeing his character depicted in this faction. The issue with this is, of course, once they basically end up traveling to the castle of Morgan Le Fay in an effort to basically try to break in and get Brian Braddock, when they get there, then like they're met by all these magically enhanced knights. And the result of this is that what you also end up getting is the inability for Betsy Braddock to dominate their minds. All she can do is read their surface thoughts. Now, this is a byproduct of Morgan Le Fay basically using her magics to kind of protect her various knights that are there. And that's one of the important things to understand, is that while Morgan Le Fay doesn't really play a hand in dealing with like the X-Men, right? You don't really see her fight the X-Men. She's not oblivious to them, right? It's not like she's unaware of what the X-Men can do or what they're capable of. And even people with just telepathy, right? Because the X-Men aren't the only ones who have it. Being able to understand that power and understand what someone like Betsy Braddock can do and then fortify her forces against that really show just how capable Morgan Le Fay is. And so what you end up getting here is Brian Braddock, who again was previously transformed into the Black Knight, who arrives on the scene. Now remember, the longer he stays under the spell of Morgan Le Fay, the longer he stays under her control, the further and further he gets away from himself. And so what you get are these small little moments here and there, right? Like he basically goes to attack Betsy Braddock, the two of them fight, and you get these small little moments, right? Where she's mentioning names like Megan, the wife of Brian Braddock, where she's saying things like your brother Jamie has come back and so on and so forth. And some of these things kind of resonate with him to a degree. But before anything can happen, suddenly, of course, you basically have Shogo who shows up, uses Dragon Flame to kind of spray everything down. And Brian seems to kind of have this recollection of who he is, but then he's whisked away by Morgan Le Fay. And so what it does is it kind of gives us this little bit of a glimpse, you know, with the possibility that Brian can make his return. Maybe he'll go back to being Captain Britain. Maybe it'll be Betsy Braddock, right? I mean, you know, Brian has been Captain Britain for decades, so maybe it's time for somebody else to take over the mantle. But he is also a mainstay in like the British side of Marvel Comics, right? I mean, it's like if Steve Rogers was no longer Captain America anymore, right? I mean, you could lose the mantle, but then ultimately, if you've been reading Marvel Comics long enough, you know that he would come back, right? So that's exactly how it is with Brian Braddock. And so that's why it's kind of cool to see this, because for me, it's not really an issue of, oh my God, Brian Braddock's never going to be Captain Britain again, right? It'd be foolish of me to believe that. But what is interesting to me is, how's he going to come back and go back to being Captain Britain again? That's what I want to see. That's what intrigues me. And so as a result of this, what you end up having is really Apocalypse kind of getting frustrated with his ability to understand how these magics work with regards to like Otherworld and the Druid magics and the magics of Clan Akaba, those individuals who were once, you know, led by Apocalypse, who he ultimately abandoned, his inability to really tap into magic. Now, this is important because what this shows is really kind of an unofficial weakness of Apocalypse, not a physical weakness, not insofar as like if faced by somebody who can use magic, he will ultimately be defeated. What it means is that like there are elements and things out there that Apocalypse still doesn't really understand. And that's kind of important because of course he's been around for 5,000 years, but it's one of these things where Marvel's basically saying, yes, he's old, but he has not seen and done it all. He's seen and done a lot. And so it's kind of a cool little thing because what he says is like, okay, I can't really tap into these things. I can't really like control these stones the way that I need to. I need to find someone who can. And so what he ends up doing here is actually leaving Cornwall and then traveling to like Central Park, it looks like. And people are just kind of like, dude, is that such and such? And it's just kind of like, dude, don't stare, man. Like, don't stare. And it's kind of crazy. He just like boldly walks through the park and makes his way finally to like this apartment complex. And when he walks in there, he rips the door off this apartment. You know, this kid's just like, what the heck is going on? And Apocalypse is just like, be quiet, kid. Like, you need to come with me. Now, the question is, who is this kid? This kid is Julio Richter, also known as simply just Richter. And he is one of the most powerful mutants in Marvel Comics, I think. Now, he's not powerful insofar as he has like extreme reality manipulation powers or anything like that. He does have clairvoyance, that is to say the ability to like see into the future, understand people's emotions, different things like that. But I think probably the main focal point of his power is the ability to control the Earth. He was one of those characters that originally lost his powers during the events of House of M, and then during Children's Crusade got his powers back. But like, that's the thing, like sometimes really recently, like, you know, during the events of House and Powers of X, he seemed to have lost control of them. And so he was always kind of afraid of going to Krakoa because he was afraid he would shake the island apart. The reality, and this is one of the important things, Apocalypse is just like, one, you can't be afraid. You have to learn to harness your power, right? Your power is part of you. You have to learn to harness and control it. But two, Apocalypse makes a very important thing. He's like, you can basically alter and like change the world miles below the surface right now. What this does, and this is one of the funny things about him, by my definition of Omega level, it makes him an Omega level threat, or at least an Omega level mutant. And the reason why is because his power is literally like Earth-based, meaning he's a danger to the Earth itself. Now, technically speaking, Omega level is like, there's no definitive upper limit to that power. And because of the fact that he manipulates planets, I would say that like, if given enough time, if he's able to like control it enough, he can move like other planets and things like that, which would be absolutely beast to be able to see. But Richter's like one of these unsung heroes of Marvel, like one of these unsung heroes of the X-Men. But that's the thing, like literally this guy could just like crack the Earth in two if he wanted to. And that's what he's afraid of, right? Like being unable to control his powers, that like they would eventually go awry and he would basically crack the Earth in half. He would destroy the entire world is what was afraid of, and he actually could. Like, he legitimately could. If he lost control or if his powers were pushed to the extreme, all you would need is the same kind of scenario to unfold after Emma Frost woke up from her coma when she was attacked, or at least when all the Hellions died, and then she took over the body of Iceman and then realized that like Bobby Drake is an Omega level mutant. If his powers are pushed high enough, that's the exact same thing you need with Richter. But that's why he's basically been brought in by Apocalypse, is like, I need you to be able to, one, like use your clairvoyance powers, and then two, to also use your powers to control the earth to help me basically understand everything going on with these stones and so on and so forth. But what we also end up finding out here is that MI-13 is on the hunt for the new captain, or for Captain Britain, because it's a necessary character for England itself. And the person who shows up here is none other than Pete Wisdom. Now, Pete Wisdom is cool. He's not really cool in terms of powers. He's got these like, you know, solar knives, basically like these flaming knives. He absorbs like ambient solar energy and then creates like knives out of him and stuff like that. But what it basically means is like Marvel's pulling out all the stops for like a lot of the British characters. Things are about to pop off is basically what this means. The Excalibur stories are gearing up for some pretty big things. Okay, so we are continuing on and picking up with New Mutants issue number 3. Now, here's a cool thing. New Mutants issue number 3 actually kind of deviates away from what we've seen so far. Instead, it actually travels back to Earth and focuses on a character named Armor. Now, this is kind of interesting, right? To really like bring Armor seemingly out of nowhere along with Tabitha Smith, with Boom Boom, and then Glob. But here's the thing. All right, so this initially picks up really with Armor and Glob just kind of enjoying Krakoa. Right now, this is a cool little moment here. It's a cool little exchange because it's something that we don't really see. I mean, we kind of saw it in the beginning to a degree, but we only saw it insofar as it was focusing on like the peaceful nature, right? Really the idea that mutants had a home, but it wasn't really focusing on like the whole party aspect of it all. And that's one of the things that, given everything in Dawn of X, is easy for writers to miss, and it's good to see that they're not. There's a reason why like New Mutants is probably the best story coming out of Marvel at the moment, is because what you have here is you have this scenario where Armor's just sort of looking at what's going on at the moment, and everybody's just kind of partying and have a good time. Krakoa looks like a blast, right? It looks like the most fun ever. But the other half of this is that for the character of Armor, one of the things she kind of longs for is some of the members that were either part of New Mutants or dealt with like the younger members, really like the New Mutants themselves, that weren't officially part of the team, who really aren't there. Just people she's known over the years and people she's been friends with who aren't really there on Krakoa itself. And specifically, this really comes down to the character of Beak. Now, this really sort of plays itself out when she goes to visit Sage, right? Now, Sage is a character that we've kind of talked about, you know, occasionally over the course of Marvel. We've never really gone super in-depth into, and we don't really need to. The nature of Sage is that her brain works like a computer, right? So she never forgets information, and it categorizes and organizes that information perfectly, right? So imagine like Bradley Cooper from Limitless, and that's basically Sage. It's one of these things where like Armor kind of sits down and says, well, let's kind of go through like who's registered and who's not registered, who's here and who's not here. Right now, we don't get like a full list, right? Ed Brisson doesn't give us like a full breakdown of everyone, right? Because the mutant population, while it's not as high as it was before the events of House of M, it's certainly a lot higher than it was after the events of House of M, right? So there's still thousands of mutants out there as opposed to like the millions that were there before. And so what this would do is it would end up being like probably like a giant size comic, right? So like a double size comic where it's like, you know, I don't know, 44 pages or like 46 pages, and it would just be nothing but names. It'd be the least interesting comic book ever. But the fact remains that she's kind of going through this list of people. So like Bishop, of course, is registered, so on and so forth, but characters like Beak are not there. And so what she ends up doing is kind of saying, okay, well, like, let's go see if we can find them, right? Let's go see if we can find these guys. And so what she ends up doing is, of course, going and speaking directly with Glob. And Glob, it's kind of a funny thing, right? Because one of the things he hits on is like, well, everybody's in more of a peaceful state, right? So people aren't really on edge. And that's one of the cool things to kind of take note of. And it's one of the things to overlook. This is easy to overlook when it comes to Dawn of X, right? Like, you look at the nature of Krakoa, and despite the death of Xavier, which really sort of caught everybody off guard, different things like that, for the most part, people aren't nearly as on edge as they were before, right? And that's one of the big kind of tonal changes that you notice that's going on with the X-Men right now, right? If you were to go and read X-Men pretty much any time before Jonathan Hickman took it over, the overall tone of the X-Men is, today might be my last day on Earth. And while it's not the worst thing ever, after a while it does kind of get old, and so it's good to see it kind of take a reprieve. Now, the reality is it took like 50 years for it to get old, right? So I guess that says something about the nature of X-Men storytelling, but it is cool to kind of see it and see the various mutants on Earth in a position to where they're not always like on edge and feeling like everything's going to come to an end, to see them just kind of enjoying their lives, right? And so Glob asked the question, like, do you think Pixie would be into me? And it's kind of interesting there, because my thought reading this was like, dude, shoot your shot, man. Like, the worst you can do is say no, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, man. So like, walk up to the girl and say, hey, like, do you want to get dinner on Friday? And then like, she's going to say yes, or she's going to say no. If she says no, it's not the end of the world. If she says yes, well, you're off to the races, home slice. You better dress your best, man. You better learn those manners. So it's cool to see these small little things. And this is the reason why I say New Mutants is so cool, right? I mean, we hit on this time and time again when it comes to like focusing on the New Mutant team, right? It's designed to be lighthearted. It's designed to be a story where it focuses on like the struggles of teenagers and different things like that. You know, these younger kids getting out into the world and getting out there exploring like the dating life and falling in love and out of love and different things like that. It's these cool little moments, and it's things that kind of allow us to sort of tap back into when we were teenagers and to kind of look back and be like, why was I so worried about that? Why did I think that was so important at the time? But what ends up happening here is Armor travels to where Robert DaCosta is and meets with Boom Boom. Now at this point, she doesn't really know, or I guess she's kind of figuring it out that they've basically taken off to space, you know, to go hang out with Sam Guthrie and all them. So that's what we've really covered with New Mutants issue 1 and 2. But it's interesting to see Boom Boom here, right? You know, Boom Boom is an old school character. Tabitha Smith, she goes back to 1985, right? So she's not new. She appeared back in Secret Wars 2, I think it was. But she's a character that can create these sort of like plasma bombs. And what they do is they explode with a concussive force, and the impact of the bombs is relative to their size, right? So if it's the size of a golf ball, it'll be enough to like, you know, hurt you or something like that, to maybe knock you down. But if it's the size of like a beach ball, it'll punch a hole through metal, right? Now, over the years, the ability for her to demonstrate control over her powers is kind of waxed and waned. And a lot of that's because the biggest emphasis that came with Boom Boom was really like with her and Richter. Richter and a few other people as part of like X-Force and like her time with X-Factor back during, I think it was Walter and Louise Simonson's run, and then during Rob Liefeld's run on X-Force. I'm not going to swear to that. After that, she's just kind of been around, right? And not a whole lot has been done with her character, but she's just an old school character, right? She's a legacy character. So she's always just kind of been around. But it's interesting to sort of see her be involved here because what she wants is adventure. She's bored out of her mind. She's like, there's nothing to do here. She's restless, right? Like she longed for that adventurous life, but ultimately she ends up settling with Armor, where she basically says, well, let's go out and let's go see if we can't find Beacon and these various characters. And so what this does is, of course, it leads to them grabbing a couple people along the way and then traveling out to Nebraska. Now, the reality was that when Armor told Tabitha that they were going to be going to Nebraska, it's like, well, that kind of sucks. And understandably so, because Nebraska only has two things going for it, nothing and the Cornhuskers. And so it's like, okay, you know, I guess. But when they do, of course, they arrive at the home of Beak himself. Now, here's the interesting thing when it comes to Beak, right? A little bit of explanation here. Beak made his debut back in New X-Men issue number 117. That was really the tail end of the ES4 Extinction event when Cassandra Nova wiped out 16 million mutants in the island of Genosha. But for Beak himself, with his introduction going into some of his later appearances in New X-Men, it was really focusing on the love interest between himself and Angel Salvatore. Now, eventually, Beak was basically taken off the New X-Men and thrown directly into the Exile storylines. In my opinion, I really kind of felt like the Exiles team was kind of the unsellables. The characters that were just characters really couldn't hold a story or really couldn't hold their own comic, or was just kind of a place to throw characters. The post House of M Exile stories were amazing, right? Like Exiles World Tour, that was amazing, right? Where they went to like the 2099 universe and like the Future Imperfect universe. It was cool that they jumped around from reality to reality, but the issue with it was really just trying to find a place for Beak in like the Marvel landscape at the time. And this lasted for a number of years. Now, eventually he returned back and actually lost his powers for a time, reverted to like a human form, and then basically took up residence with Angel Salvatore. The funny thing was that when they were both at the Xavier school, he got her knocked up. She ended up getting pregnant. But basically, this is just kind of the situation where they've essentially retreated away from Krakoa and basically taken up residence in Nebraska. And the question was why, right? Like why did they ended up basically rejecting the idea of moving to Krakoa? And the reason why is because the father, or at least seemingly the father of Beak himself, is dealing with Taylor Ellis disease. Now, I thought this was an actual disease and I looked it up. Apparently it's not, but it's basically, at least in this story as it's told, it's a really, really rare version of dementia that basically begins to just kind of break down the body to the point where people die exceedingly fast, right? Like it was named after a guy named Taylor Ellis who died 4 months after originally contracting the disease that he ended up dying from it. But that's basically what the father of Beak is suffering from, and that's why they chose not to go. Now, this is cool, right? This is, I mean, it's not cool that his father's dying, but it's a cool concept insofar as one of the things that tends to get lost when it comes to comic books is that you sort of see this tendency where like the characters move from like one major event to the next. There really is no downtime in between. You don't really get a lot of tidbits in there in terms of like what they're doing with their own personal life. The X-Men kind of doing meaningful things or showing us what's going on in the back end while they're doing some of the things that they're doing on a more personal level. And so it's cool to see that Beak's character is kind of being expanded, if only so far as to show his life outside of the X-Men and why he chose not to go to Krakoa, that his father was basically dying. And the result was that he didn't do that because he wanted to spend as much time with his father as he could. Now, the cool thing about about this is that Armor shows up and says, well, but on Krakoa, we have medicines that can cure this kind of stuff. She injects it into the father of Beak, and he makes a recovery like that. And it's awesome because what this does is it gives Beak the kind of satisfaction he was looking for insofar as his father basically returning, and then gives him a reason to return to the X-Men. It's a cool moment, right? It's a cool, meaningful, and beautiful little moment, right? Because like, who of us have lost a family member to something like this? And what would we have not given to have somebody come along with seemingly some kind of miracle cure? It takes an injection and the world is fixed, right? Like everything is okay again. It's a great little relatable moment, and I absolutely adore it. Like, I think it's beautifully done. The issue with this is that once this cure is applied to the father of Beak, then of course, once they go upstairs, Beak asks Armor, like, did you bring anybody else? And she's like, no. And there's just a bunch of crazy folks outside, and they basically snatch the kids up, and like things are popping off. And it's kind of nuts here because what this guy does is he shows up and he says, look, like, you guys have all these medicines, right? Like, you mutants have all these medicines and you've denied them to our people. So like, you're gonna give them to us now, or like, we're gonna take everybody out. Now, it's not a great big huge thing, right? It's not a great big huge earth shattering thing. It's a small little thing, but I love little moments like this. I love little stories like this, right? Because at most, this will be a 2, possibly 3 issue arc, and that'll be it, right? Like, this will probably conclude in issue number 4, if that, right? It'll start and end really, really quickly. But I love these small little things, right? Because what it shows is you get these small little conflicts that go on. They're not huge. They're not like a great big crossover, right? Like, you're not going to see the Avengers show up here and like help Armor against these guys. There's no reason for you to. I just like these small little things here, right? But it also shows kind of how the world is dealing with the idea that mutants are having a far more impactful approach there, because these guys show up with like power dampening missiles. It's these cool little things, right? Because Armor kind of jumps in. She of course has the ability to kind of create this sort of psionic armor on herself that's actually pretty powerful. Like, it's pretty durable in terms of how she impacts and how she deals with various other people out there, but it's like a small little skirmish. And what we're likely going to see here is kind of a display of what it is that Beak's capable of. And the reason why that matters is because historically speaking, Beak was a character who was never really taken seriously. And so that's why it's going to be a small little thing, right? Because Beak will basically be able to kind of come out here, fight alongside the other mutants who are there. And it's going to be Ed Brisson's way of saying, hey, like, here's why Beak matters. Here's what his powers are. Here's what he's capable of. And like, this is why he'd be an interesting addition to the X-Men. And most likely it'll be the reason why he ends up returning. Okay, so we're continuing on with X-Force, and in this video, we're actually going to cover X-Force and Fallen Angels at the same time, just to kind of make up a little bit because they're really supposed to follow one after the other. So in terms of reading order, for those of you guys who are unsure, you'll find a playlist to the X-Men down in the description of this video, and that'll have the chronological order, basically, for all the comics and everything that are coming out. But in the last video, when it came to X-Force, we of course had basically dealt with the aftermath of the death of Xavier, and this idea that there was some force out there, some group out there that was attempting to basically thwart or to eliminate the mutants of Krakoa, right? And the idea was to kill off their leadership, and it'll leave the rest of them kind of scattered and leaderless, you know, essentially, and not really knowing what to do, right? And that would basically leave the field open for an easy attack. If there's no one to give the orders, no one knows who they're taking their orders from, which means that it's just kind of pandemonium and panic, and it's much easier to defeat a scattered force than it is a unified force. You know, with that being the case, the question then became, who was the group that did this? And that's where Wolverine came into play, right? Wolverine kind of went off on his own mission to find out what was going on, to basically figure out how it was they managed to make themselves, you know, seem like domino to the computers of Krakoa, and then access the island itself. And so what we ended up finding out was that 1, Quentin Quire had been conducting this mission on his own, albeit without really joining Krakoa, and then 2, they were basically just removing parts of Domino's skin and then grafting it to cyborgs, basically living weapons that were being created, and then in turn sending those in to take out mutants in Krakoa. And so the question still kind of remains, who's this enemy force who's doing this? But at the same time, is Quentin Quire going to join them? And the reason why is because, of course, when you pick up with Domino and you pick up with Wolverine basically talking to her a little bit, or at least trying to grasp what's going on, the entire group's met by one of these giant, you know, gigantic synthesized humans or synthesized beings or what have you. But it's kind of a cool thing, because when that goes down, one of the things you have to recognize that they can't really use their powers, right? Because from the response of Quentin Quire and really from the response of Wolverine, there's a mutant dampener that exists around there somewhere that's shutting down their ability to use their powers. And so as a result of that, of course, then Domino basically chimes in and says the things around my neck, you know, power inhibitor. And then once it's removed by Wolverine, Domino's abilities come back, as well as Quentin Quire and Wolverine. Now, Domino's abilities are essential here, and it's the only real means by which they're going to be able to make their escape. And the reason why is because Domino is a mutant with the ability to essentially bend luck in her favor, right? So things just kind of happen to work out for her. Now, we've seen that manifest in a variety of different ways over the years in Marvel Comics. It hasn't really been anything big, you know, like she needed to find some ship to get her out of some place, and so she happened to cross one and then happened to know how to pilot it, right? It's not really like her powers used as a plot device. And some ways it is, and that was especially prevalent back during the 1990s. But in this day and age, really, she's so underused that her powers aren't really used as a plot device, because you see her in like 1 out of every 100 comics that Marvel will create or something like that. And honestly, what you're seeing with her here is about the biggest role she's played since you had Greg Pak's run on X-Force during Marvel Now 2.0 or wherever it was. But the fact remains that having her on their side, of course, having her collar removed, which in turn proved to be the inhibitor that was preventing Wolverine's healing factor and Quentin Quire's Omega level psychic powers from working, basically proves to be the thing that allows them to kind of overcome this giant monster and then just sort of go from there. But it's kind of nuts, because what it does is it switches over to Jean Grey and to Beast, right? And the question is really asked here by Beast more so than Jean Grey, but the question is asked, what's the future of this going to look like, right? I mean, humanity can't know that a successful mission to kill Charles Xavier had happened. Despite the fact that they can bring him back, humanity can't know the mutants have an ability to resurrect themselves, right? Because then humanity will hit the panic button, and they'll start to freak out. What if they resurrect some crazy mutant that wants to kill everybody or something like that? Humanity would start to freak out over that regard, because mutants can't die, or humanity would covet that ability and they would try to find a way to take it. But the other reason is because if humanity learned that Charles Xavier was successfully assassinated, then what it would mean is that Krakoa can be infiltrated, Krakoa can be taken out, and those groups who were fringe groups, who would have otherwise never really done it because they weren't really sure if it would work or not, would now see it as a legitimate thing. Like, okay, well, I mean, if Xavier can die once, then all the mutants can die, right? So like, we can all infiltrate, and then suddenly what you end up with is this mad dash, this kind of great gold rush by various anti-mutant groups out there, all trying to kill the mutant population on Krakoa, right? And so that's the last thing they need, is for the island to turn into just a giant house of death. And so, of course, as we expected and as we were told previously, Charles Xavier is successfully resurrected, and then in turn, you switch over to Magneto alongside Black Tom Cassidy. Now, of course, you have all these various forces, all these various, news groups and things like that who are out there, who are reporting and who are just like, is Charles Xavier really dead? Asking all these questions. And where Magneto initially goes to answer and tries to do it in a way that tries to essentially dodge the question by not saying, yes, he's dead, but we're going to resurrect him. Instead, the resurrected Charles Xavier pops up and basically says, no, everything's fine, right? Like, I'm just as alive as I ever was. Now, this basically quells what passes for hysteria, not really hysteria, but, this desire for the world to know if Charles Xavier was really killed. And when the question is asked, like, are you really Xavier? How do we know you're not a shapeshifter or something like that? The response is, well, you're just gonna have to believe me, right? You're gonna have to trust that I'm telling you the truth, which is kind of a big stretch, to ask humanity to trust mutant kind. But mutant kind is, for the most part, try to stay on their own. And that's where things really begin to turn. Because when you look at House of X, you look at Powers of X, you look at the X-Men, look at everything going on up until now, the desire of Xavier was, let's see if we can make this work. What this is showing is that relations between humans and mutants simply just can't work. There will always be some fringe group out there who will try to take out the mutant population. And if it's one fringe group that will do it, then you might as well assume the rest of humanity wants to do it, right? And so while it's not necessarily mutants going to war with humans, it's mutants certainly saying, like, we have to figure out what's going on here, right? I mean, the initial response when the question's asked, of Magneto, like, what did you guys say when you were talking to the press? His response is, well, of course we denied it. We told him that Xavier never died. Like, he wasn't killed. We don't know where you got this from, but he's very much alive. Instead, Xavier's response is, we must respond in kind, right? They tried to take me out. Like, they tried to kill me. They were operating from the shadows or whatever it is. We're going to respond in kind. So what he basically says is, like, I've studied my enemy. I've studied them. I've determined what they're trying to do with us. They're basically bioengineering themselves to try to make themselves comparable to us. They're trying to create mutants of their own, more or less, using technological engineering or whatever the case is. But that's fine. If that's what they want to do, then we'll find them and we'll strike them from the shadows, just like they struck at us. It's Xavier taking an offensive hand, basically saying they struck first, now we strike back. And it's a smart move, but it's also a very dangerous move, because if it's learned that that's what the mutant population is doing, then as we know, humanity won't care, right? I mean, in this day and age, it doesn't matter whether or not you're right and wrong. It matters whether or not somebody agrees with what you're doing. And that's basically what it would come down to, right? Humanity wouldn't really care whether they were right or wrong. Social media in this day and age, they're just looking for a reason to be upset. And so that's exactly what would go on here. Like, humanity would just kind of look at that and say, you struck one of us. And where you would look at that and you would say, yeah, but you guys struck first. Humanity would say, we don't care, right? Like, you struck at us, so now we're going to take you out. And so it could potentially lead to an all-out war between these two groups, which is exceedingly dangerous in and of itself. Not only that, of course, we end up learning this organization that managed to take out Charles Xavier is still alive and well. They're referring to themselves as Xeno, but we don't know who they are, right? They're hidden, they're covered. We don't really know who they are. We don't know where they come from. We don't know exactly what's going on. I would risk, because one of these guys here is enormous, I go out on a limb and I would say that's probably Kane Marco. That might be Juggernaut. I don't know if it's true or not, but he looks big enough to be that guy. But I guess we'll find out here in the next couple issues or so. But no matter how you slice it and how you look at it, the reality of this is how wars begin. This is how wars start, right? It starts with a pot shot, which turns into a response, which turns into escalating conflict, which goes into full-scale war between two groups, two organizations, whatever the case is. And so this is how it all begins. This is how it all starts, is with the X-Men responding to an initial attack that was launched by humanity. And so what I want to do here is I want to jump over to Fallen Angels. Now, Fallen Angels, if you guys recall, we were largely focusing on Quanon, on basically the Japanese version of Psylocke, more or less. So that's how you want to look at her, alongside Cable and X-23. And the idea was that they were trying to track down this substance that was called overclock, right? This kind of, cybernetic drug that could basically be given to people and then in turn transform them what seemed to be into cyborgs with augmented abilities and whatnot. The side plot that was kind of going on with this was that Quanon was basically teaching X-23 how to harness and use her anger for her own ends. And that was one of the things that she never really learned from Wolverine, right? I mean, Wolverine doesn't even really do that. Wolverine uses his anger to a degree, but if it gets too extreme, then he goes into a berserker rage, right? And so that's one of the things you kind of have to keep in mind that sort of kicks off here, is that when they were traveling to Brazil in order to locate this place that was creating overclock, where they were basically using children either to experiment on or as subjects or what have you, that they were immediately ambushed. And that's one of the things that goes on here, is that in turn, you initially have X-23, who kind of seems to lash out to a degree, but then is immediately pulled in by Quanon. And the reason why is because Quanon basically tells her, like, there's a lot of rage in you and I can appreciate that, right? But you're trying to hold back. This is not a time to hold back. This is a time to let loose. We're facing an enemy here that deserves your rage. We're facing an enemy here that deserves to die in the worst ways. So let your rage run loose. Let it run rampant. Let it get out there and let it do its thing. But keep it under control. And that's kind of a difficult scenario to do, right? It's kind of a difficult thing to achieve, to allow yourself to kind of almost enter this feral berserker state, but keep it under control at the same time. But the reality of this is that X-23 is their best chance of overcoming this colossal monster, this colossal machine, more or less, has been sent after them. Because of course, she has a healing factor, so she can heal from pretty much anything, but she's also got adamantium claws. And so keeping her rage under control, but using it as a source to kind of allow her to lash out and to almost become something akin to a mindless machine, she achieves her goal, right? She basically takes out and destroys this machine. But as she goes through with it, she basically ends up discovering this young kid. And then initially where she was going to attack in kind of her mindless rage, she's pulled back by Quanon. And this is kind of the lesson that's being learned here, right? In a lot of ways, and if you're looking at this, in a lot of ways, you can almost kind of see X-23 being turned into a weapon to be used by Quanon to achieve her goals. Scanning this mind of this young kid, Quanon basically seems to learn everything that's going on. But the other half of this is that Cable, of course, was captured. And so when Cable was taken, this basically allows this kind of entity more or less to appear to him, although we don't really get a full brunt on what it is. Instead, it basically starts saying, like, let me tell you about your future, let me show you what it is that you can become. Cable is temporarily incapacitated, and then in turn, what it basically says is, like, what we're trying to achieve here, this entity that's talking to him is saying what we're trying to achieve here is a state of peacefulness. We're trying to achieve a state where there is no individuality. There's no war, none of that stuff, right? It's all basically one mind. We're trying to create one cohesive mind. And it's kind of an interesting thing to say, right? Because creating a scenario where there is no individuality, sure, it would eliminate war, right? Like we saw that during Annihilation Conquest, when Ultron was trying to conquer the universe. We basically had those who were kind of brought into the Phalanx, and then they became part of the hive mind, right? So all sense of individuality, except for those who were particular individuals like Gamora or somebody like that, who would serve a certain purpose, they lost all sense of individuality. They carried out the mantle of the hive mind. And true, it did lead to a lack of war, right? It led to a removal of war, conflict, all that kind of stuff. Everything was done for the purpose of ensuring the survival of the hive mind, and in that, creating a quote-unquote better society. Now, I guess a better society is relative to who it is that's espousing the idea of a better society, but that's kind of what seems to be going on here. Not only that, there's this kind of debate that goes on between Quanon and X-23. The reason why is because initially, like with Cable being kidnapped and taken to one location, and then Quanon learning the location of these kids that are basically being used by Apoth as test subjects, then the question becomes, which one do we go to, right? Which one do we deal with? And the initial response of X-23 is, we have to go get Cable. He basically bought us time so we could achieve this, made it possible for us to track all this down in the first place. The response of Quanon is, Cable can take care of himself. We need to go save these kids, right? And it's kind of a tugging, right? Each one has their own individual tug, where with X-23, it's loyalty, right? Loyalty to Cable. He's one of us. He's part of our team. We look out for our own. We have to go save him because he's one of our own. For Quanon, I would say she's probably in the wrong here, because her whole thing is, well, we have to find a way to basically save these kids and we have to stop Apoth. But Apoth is one of a litany of organisms and individuals who are out there that are trying to destroy mutant kind, right? So what makes that more important than anything else? If it's equally important to everything else, then you focus on Cable and then go back and deal with him later. I mean, sure, it's going to suck that some kids were experimented on, but at the end of the day, you got to look out for your own, right? Otherwise, why even have a team in the first place? That's how you end up destroying loyalty. And so ultimately, X-23 ends up basically going with Quanon, and they end up tracking down these kids. At the same time, you have this weird, crazy looking machine thing that basically appears to Cable and says, you are what it is that we're trying to achieve. You're the perfect blend between human and machine components. We want to create more of you. Essentially, it seems like what they're trying to do is create more Cables, albeit without individuality. But Cable himself is a bit of an outlier, right? And the reason why is because Cable is the way he is because he was infected with a techno-organic virus as a baby, which basically works to turn organic material into machinery. And it was done by Apocalypse as a means to test whether or not Cable was worthy of being a new host. Now, of course, led to Cable going into the future and that whole crazy origin that Marvel tried to take care of over the course of the last 30 years and it never worked. But the fact remains that Cable is kind of like this perfect blending, but it's not really something that happens seamlessly, right? Cable has to constantly use his telepathy and telekinesis to keep the virus from eating his body alive. And there's been a couple instances where he uses his powers, and really kind of diverts his focus away from keeping the virus from killing him and focuses on something else, and that virus starts to overtake his body like that, right? Like there was one point where I think in a matter of minutes it almost killed him. That's how he functions, right? It's something that happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And given his ability, given how fine-tuned his understanding and his ability to control his telepathy and telekinesis is, at this point, it's just subconscious. But this entity basically says, I am not Apoth. I speak on behalf of Apoth. We're trying to create perfection, basically. It's almost kind of like the Borg from Star Trek is really what it seems like. The real question I have here is if this is the case and they're trying to blend machinery with human components and create a singular kind of perfection, then it would seem to me that Apoth is probably a computer system. It's probably what it is. Like it's a computer or some kind of android or something along those lines. But again, we don't really know yet. Okay, so we are getting back into the X-Men. We are with Jonathan Hickman's X-Men Part 4. Now, here's an important thing. All right, I want to point this out right off the bat. One of the questions that a lot of you guys ask is, when do comic books take place, right? Like, when does Marvel Comics, when do these events happen? And Marvel, for the most part, does not really provide definitive dates. They really haven't for a long time. Really since 1980 something, I think was the last time they provided a definitive date. Chris Claremont was the last one to do it. Occasionally they will, right? They don't do it consistently. They used to do it back during like the 60s and 70s. Every once in a while you will. For example, in the Ultimate Universe, when Obama won the presidency in 2008, there was a issue of Miles Morales that had Obama on the front cover, right? So it's like, okay, this is when this takes place. And occasionally they will, depending on what goes on. Jonathan Hickman indirectly does this in the X-Men. And the reason why is because what this does is it initially picks up in Davos, Switzerland with the World Economic Forum, which is a real world event. But the title of this particular forum is basically Globalization for a New Age, How to Secure and Maintain a Cohesive and Sustainable World. Now, for the World Economic Forum that's happening in 2020, which is to say it's happening at the end of January, the name for that one is Stakeholders for a Cohesive and Sustainable World, right? So we know that Hickman's largely borrowing the name from the current World Economic Forum, so we know that this comic seems to take place right about now. It's a little fun Easter egg, but the entire basis behind why this World Economic Forum is happening is because of Krakoa. One thing to bear in mind here is that with Krakoa providing all these different medicines and things like that, they can prolong people's lives, they can cure mental illness, things like that. These are forms of medicine that simply didn't exist in the world. They did in some places. For example, like Wakanda had that kind of stuff. But as most of you guys know, in the comics, Wakanda doesn't really share its resources with the rest of the world. And so because of that, it's one of these things where Krakoa has now popped up and is in a lot of ways a concern for world economic leaders. Because what you have here is a scenario where in a lot of ways, the entire economic aspect of the pharmaceutical industry could be completely upheaved and completely destroyed by what Krakoa has to offer. Because if Krakoa is saying, we'll provide these medicines, and then in turn you have pharmaceutical companies who can't really keep up and can't provide the same kinds of medicines, people will go to Krakoa, right? They'll try to get their medicine through Krakoa. Krakoa has your cure, right? So you'll go through them and you won't go through existing pharmaceutical companies. This and the fact that Krakoa is positioning itself to be its own individual nation with its own governing body is also a concern for a lot of people, because what you have is this scenario where mutants still aren't truly being trusted, right? They're still not really trusted by humanity as a whole. And humanity's fear is that what Krakoa is doing is basically consolidating the mutant population, i.e. marshaling their forces, getting ready to go to war. And initially that wasn't the case, but after the attempted assassination of Charles Xavier, now it's become a topic for a legitimate discussion here. And so what you end up getting here is essentially Cyclops, Magneto, Charles Xavier, Apocalypse, and Gorgon. Gorgon is a character that I don't really think we've talked about before, and his name is Tomi Shishido. Technically he's a mutant, but he's also, well, really he's part of the Hand and had been for a little while. His powers are kind of split in two different factions, right? So you've got his original mutant powers, and then you've got his powers that were given to him when he was resurrected by the Hand. Super strength, super speed, durability, things like that. A lot of that really all of that came from the Hand. His mutant powers were things like empathy, telepathy, the ability to basically turn people to stone by looking at them like Medusa. That was really his initial or his original mutant ability, and that's why you see him here. The other reason why he's here is because if you notice, you do have Apocalypse, who's a pretty heavy hitter. The true diplomats here are Magneto and Xavier. So you've got Cyclops, you got Apocalypse, and you got Gorgon, who are the heavy hitters, who could basically do whatever needed to be done if things went down. And really, Apocalypse is a one-man army. All you really need is him. But getting in here here, it's not designed to be like a strike team, right? They're not here to launch an assault. They're here to be diplomatic. Magneto delivers this speech at the end, which is like one of the most amazing things ever, dude. It's so awesome. But like, can we just take a second to look at like Magneto with like his white suit, right? Like he's got this white suit with like a purple shirt and a red tie and like his white hair. He just looks boss. It's also kind of weird to see Apocalypse in a suit. The real question you have to ask here is he wearing an actual suit, or did he modify his body to make it look like he was wearing a suit? That's the question you have to ask. I'm kind of curious. But notice this, for the most part, this is a pretty cordial affair. They're basically being invited to dinner to kind of have this sort of round table discussion about how Krakoa fits into everything, but make no mistake, while humans here are being cordial, fear is the overriding theme of this entire dinner. And the reason why is because what you end up doing is you end up jumping to this revelation that there are strike teams in the building. There are teams that have been tasked for the purpose of, one, being able to block telepathic attack, right, by having these kind of modifications applied to their minds, and two, they're there to take out the mutant threat, or at least that seems to be the case. And right off the bat, Xavier picks up on this, right? And that's a smart thing to do. That's the thing you would have to expect Xavier to do, right? Xavier would not just walk into a building and be totally oblivious as to what's going on in that building, especially after this attempted assassination. And so with that being the case, or really I guess successful assassination and his resurrection, with that being the case, of course, he can't read their minds, so he doesn't know what their intentions are. But let's be honest, you've got guys with guns who are basically inside that base, and none of the X-Men are supposed to know that they're there. Obviously, they're there with some measure of ill intent. And so in turn, Cyclops is warned, and he's basically told, hey man, be aware, these guys are here, will you go take care of them? And it's kind of a funny thing, because of course then, Cyclops tells one of the guards about that whole mutants acting on good behavior and all that kind of stuff. There's been a bit of a change here. And so from there, what you end up doing is you jump into this discussion between the various representatives of Krakoa and the humans who are there. Now, this is hugely important, and this is one of those aspects of Jonathan Hickman writing that I've told you guys about, where you have to pay attention, right? Where this will become important much later on down the line. Because if you look at what's happening in X-Force, right? If you look at the X-Force comic whereby humans basically launch this first strike at us, it's time for us to return in kind. And then you look at this amounts to battle formations, is really how this is. This is the beginning of the human mutant war. And so this initially kicks off with the question, what's the end game here? What's the goal of Krakoa? That's kind of the question that's being asked. And the reality of this is a somewhat of an unfair question. Over the years, like when you look at any particular nation, the United States, or you look at Britain, or you look at France, or Italy, or Spain, or any of those, they really kind of came to their current form by virtue of just multiple conflicts. But it wasn't as though there was an end goal, right? It wasn't as though like when Rome was founded in the very beginning, it's at this point in time, we are going to achieve this place, in like 2020. This is the end goal of where we want to be. The idea of the nation island of Krakoa being founded was to just provide a safe haven for the mutant population. And so when the question's asked, if the end game here is for you guys to just make your own country, then one, we can't ignore the amount of economic destabilization your country's creating, and two, we can't ignore the fear of Krakoa basically being an island for mutants, and then us not really knowing what's going on. And so at the end of the day, the Wakanda representative really makes a good point in simply saying every nation will act in its own self-interest. It's what it does. Every nation exists in such a way to ensure its own sovereignty. Some nations will act with a more imperialist stance, which is to say trying to spread their sphere of influence outside their own country, but at the end of the day, it's to ensure their own sovereignty. If you eliminate all the threats that are out there, then there's nobody there to challenge you, nobody there to pose a danger to you. And so as a result of that, of course, when the question is asked by Magneto, well, does Wakanda want to have some kind of a formal relationship with Krakoa? Then Wakanda's like, no, we're good. You're gonna have to keep doing your own thing. And Wakanda can do that. Wakanda is the most technologically advanced nation in the world. They're way beyond everybody else in terms of medicine, right? So Wakanda doesn't really need anything Krakoa has to offer. But remember, Wakanda's opened itself up to the world. It's now on a grand stage. So Wakanda is really kind of out there doing its own thing, and it doesn't really need anything else the world has to offer. Well, then the question becomes, if Krakoa is going to be a place where mutants can celebrate their heritage and their culture, then why are you hiding from the world? To which Apocalypse immediately responds, does this look like we're hiding? If we were hiding, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't come to this economic summit. We wouldn't be here to talk to you guys. We would have just declined your offer and continued doing whatever it was that we were doing. Now, kind of the background here, and this is kind of a subplot that goes on, is basically Cyclops really by himself going through and taking out all these various forces. Of course, Gorgon's there as well, but Cyclops is doing the brunt of the work, right? Taking out these various henchmen, different things like that. And it's kind of a cool little scenario, because from there, the various representatives here did exactly what the X-Men knew they were going to do, which was try to reverse engineer the various medicines that Krakoa is supplying. And one of the questions they had is it really necessary to take these medicines on a daily regimen? Like, is it necessary to do that? And the response of Magneto is yes, because the way that we've engineered this is it has a cascading effect, right? So you take the pill one day and it starts to impact your body, but eventually it'll fade. But as you continually take this medicine, it'll build on top of itself, eventually achieving that goal. But the reason for why these pills are necessary for long-term use will be explained explain at the end of the story because it's absolutely genius. And so at that point, it's just kind of like, okay, so like at the end of the day, how should we interpret Krakoa? Like, are you guys a threat or are you guys not a threat? And the way that Magneto answers this is actually pretty smart. He basically says, well, you interpret us as a threat because you're afraid of anything that you're not familiar with, anything that you don't fully understand. But like any other nation out there, you're just going to have to assume that our goal is to not destroy you. Eventually, like treaties will be signed and things along those lines. But for the most part, every nation that exists out there is operating in some measure on a good faith effort. You know, in the world of nuclear proliferation, it's okay, well, let's just hope you decide not to push the button one day. That's really what it all comes down to. You know, the hope that some dictator doesn't lose their mind, press the button, and then suddenly nuclear bombs get launched somewhere. And so as a result of that, Magneto basically says, like, you believe this because of your history as humanity. At this moment right now, you're teaching your children in schools to unlearn history and to rewrite it in the way that you want it to be. History is written by the victor. And he asks things, he says, like, do you guys know why, you know, how it is that medieval societies got led? It's because they mined it from Roman ruins. But all this knowledge was lost during the Dark Ages. All this stuff is gone. You guys don't know your own history. And if the history doesn't really seem to agree with the narrative that you want to put out there, then you rewrite history. That's the nature of humanity. That's what you guys consistently do. You change the facts to suit your narrative. And so at the end of the day, it's just kind of like, you know, okay, well, when they start talking about things like the collapse of the Bronze Age, humanity's question is like, well, why should we concern ourselves with the collapse of the Bronze Age? And Apocalypse says, I was alive then, and you should be concerned. And they say, well, you know, then tell us, if you were alive then, what caused the Great Collapse? And Apocalypse says, I was the one who caused it. So it's like, I mean, you're talking about some pretty heavy hitters here, like some pretty awesome moments, right? Apocalypse seemingly bringing down society in the Bronze Age. Which is kind of crazy, but it's kind of interesting, you know, because at this point where they're kind of beating around the bush, now it's the full-on core question that's really been kind of lingering on everybody's mind this entire time. Should we be concerned about war? And Magneto's response, this is, man, let me tell you so, this is why Jonathan Hickman writes villains so well, dude, because he does it so well. This part by Magneto is amazing. He says, no, there will not be any war. And when humanity says, is that so? Magneto says, yes, it is. Like, it is true. There will not be any war. Like, can you not see that we as mutants have essentially changed? Take me, for example. In the past, I would have taken all your weapons of war, all your guns, your tanks, your bombs, and I would have turned them on you. And he would have, right? We've seen him do that multiple times. During the Fatal Attraction story, Magneto issued a blanket EMP across the world that took down power to the planet. So this is not something that would be totally impossible or uncommon for him to do. You also get this cool little moment here where Cyclops is facing off against these guys, and one of them has a gun and is going to shoot him. Xavier's basically linking everybody together, and he says, hey, can I get a little bit of help? And like sitting at the dinner table 5 floors above, Magneto uses his powers and rips the gun out of the guy's hand. And it's just like, damn, man. But then like you basically get this amazing thing. He says, basically, we as mutants, we're gonna do what you as humanity do, except we're gonna do it better. We're gonna give people a better life than what you can give them. We're gonna give humanity a better life than what you and your government can do. We're gonna give them longer and healthier existences. And then we're going to take the money, the outrageous amount of money that you're going to pay us, because at the end of the day, it means more money for you, right? The governments buy drugs from Krakoa, and then the governments sell those drugs to the people for a profit of sorts. Like, we're going to take this outrageous amount of money that you're going to give us, and then we're going to buy your banks, and then we're going to buy your schools, and then we're going to buy your media, and then we're going to buy your politicians. And then when we have bought all the rest, we're going to buy you, because you as humanity have taught us as mutants, by virtue of turning us into slaves, things like that, by persecuting us, that everybody has their price. And so once we have this influence, once we have essentially economic control of the world, then we're going to make sure that the wrong kind of people, and you know who they are, will not be able to have any sort of economic power whatsoever. We will not allow them into our institutions. We will not allow them to peddle their outdated and dangerous ideologies. And that's how your entire control of the world is going to end. Like fire without oxygen, it's just going to peter out. It's just going to sort of disappear. And he says, yes, of course there are going to be people who are going to disagree with us. Yes, there are going to be people who are going to hate us. That's fine. They just won't be able to do anything about it anymore. And it's like, damn, like we're basically going to take your entire world out from under you. That's literally what he says. That's the goal of Krakoa, to buy everything in the world, to basically take away any control you have on your planet. And essentially, we will control everything. We will decide what kind of education you guys get. It's absolutely genius, right? Because it's a war that's won without any real fighting. It's a war that's won by virtue of just saying, like, we're in turn going to take over the world by requiring you to be a part of what we do. That's why Krakoa is releasing these medicines that require multiple regimens, right? Taking it multiple times, because what it does is it turns people into slaves or servants tolerance to this medication. It's the nature of people. Once we cross that path, we never want to go back, right? We never want to go back to the way things were if we enjoy what we have now more than what we had before. And so because of that, what it does is it switches over to Gorgon. And this is one of the coolest things. Gorgon is basically talking to these guys. After having chopped off all of their arms, he basically talks to them and tells them, you know, in years past, I would have killed all of you. But I think it's more important that you spend your lives living with your failure, that you guys understand things are different now. If you guys believe that the mutant population is going to roll over, that's not the way it is anymore. And so with all of this having been said by Magneto, being said by Gorgon and so on, that in turn Magneto chimes in and says, you're keeping your finger on your ear an awful lot, so let me go ahead and solve this problem for you. They're not coming. The forces that you have around here, they're not coming. And that's when he basically spills the beans because nobody else knew about it. That's when he basically spills the beans and says, we know about the strike teams that you had in the building. They've been neutralized. And there's no real way for them to kind of combat that and say, well, yeah, we have the strike teams there to kill you, but I mean, you know, why did you take them out? Like, that's not fair. You know, it doesn't really work that way. And so at the end of the day, humanity, especially the United States, is kind of stuck with egg on their face because it's sort of like, you're the one that sort of initiated this. We've taken those guys out. They're no longer part of the equation anymore. And so from there, you basically end up having Xavier, who removes his mask, of course, letting us see his face really for one of the first times as part of a House of X, Powers of X, and Dawn of X. And in turn, he says, is it really necessary for you to fear us in such a way? You're going to have to trust us. Like, you're going to have to trust our nation. You're going to have to believe that we want to be sovereign, that we want to be able to do our own thing, that we don't really want to make slaves out of you. But at the end of the day, if that's what it comes down to, then that's exactly what we will do. But understand this, and this is one of the most important things. When they get up and they begin to leave, Xavier says, understand this and have no illusions. Magneto says, we've had fantastic teachers in all of you. You as humans have taught us valuable lessons in what it means to be persecuted and what it means to be cast off and what it means to do whatever it takes in order to survive. And so as a result of this, you guys struck first. You guys launched an attack on Krakoa and you guys assassinated or tried to assassinate Charles Xavier, kind of maintaining that sort of lie that the mission was not a success. But you guys struck first. Understand, if it happens again, expect a response. We will bring the fight to your doorstep. And that's a scary proposition because in Apocalypse alone, he's enough to essentially wipe the United States out of existence, right? If the guy wanted to, he'd grow to 3,000 feet tall and just walk across the entirety of the United States, just spraying energy beams everywhere and incinerating entire cities. That's the kind of power you have. And that's just Apocalypse. That's not taking into account Magneto, who can totally disrupt the electromagnetic poles. That's not taking into account Xavier, who can scramble the minds of everybody on Earth. That's not even taking into account the reality warpers, right? So you've got Legion, who's floating out there somewhere. You've got Quentin Quire, who's an Omega level telepath. That you've got Emma Frost. You've got all these huge heavy hitters that just with about 10 of them could successfully conquer the world like that. And then when you take the rest of the entirety of the mutant population on Krakoa and you add them to that, humanity stands no chance. And that's why this, if anything, is the most terrifying aspect to humanity. This is how the war starts, because it doesn't really start by virtue of a shot, right? It doesn't really start by virtue of like a pot shot. That is kind of the initial confrontation. It starts with fear. It starts with a legitimate concern that if the mutant population wanted to, they could bring the entire world down on its knees and just leave it to burn. Okay, so we are picking back up again with New Mutants, and we're in part 4. Now, if you guys recall the previous video that we did on the New Mutants, what you basically had is you had Armor, who had essentially grabbed Glob and Maxime and Manon, and had gone forward for the purpose of trying to find Beak and Angel, two of their former teammates who decided not to show up on Krakoa. And we ended up learning that Beak's father was basically dying, and the result was that when Armor had brought forth some medicines that could be used to basically cure the father of Beak, that in turn led to a whole bunch of gunmen showing up on the doorstep of Beak's home, just saying like we didn't really know what their intention was. We just knew they were just kind of being dicks. And so what we end up learning are a couple things. One, the leader of this group, his name is Cumulo. And second, they're here for the purpose of trying to acquire more medicines. Now, of course, taking everybody out and really, putting power harnesses around everyone. This basically leads to what's kind of an interesting bit of a story, but also Cumulo basically becoming what he hates. And the reason why is because what this does is it tells us that on the island of Costa Perdita, which is where Cumulo's from, or at least Cumulo and the rest of his group are from, that their country, or at least their land, was really the victim of essentially dumping, right? Like dumping hazardous materials by various corporations. And the result was that what it did is it led to this massive amount of infection by for about 8,500 people. Now, the result of this is that there were various medicines that were available, right? Like Krakoan medicines, or at least cures that were being offered by the government, didn't really seem to be from Krakoa. And instead of being able to give them out freely and saying, hey, look, here you guys go, all that kind of good stuff, instead they were being charged $1,000 a pop. And so as a result of that, what it basically did is it led led to this kind of debate or this kind of discussion or I guess, argument of sorts between the government and pharmaceutical companies that led to like more people dying while all this was going on. Now, the funny thing about this is that Armor chimes in and says, well, then just like tell your government to recognize Krakoa as a sovereign nation, and Xavier and all them will give you all the medicines for free, right? But the issue with this is that one, the guy who was in charge of the pharmaceutical company named Kevin McKinnon has been killed, right? Seemingly Tumilo and the rest of his guys basically killed this off. Now, this is an important thing to understand, is that Tumilo does not directly say that he was the one that killed the guy. He just says it's been taken care of. Now, a couple things to also keep in mind here is that while this agreement was being worked out with the federal government, that ultimately the death toll kept rising, right? And by the time an agreement was reached, 20,000 people had died and 65,000, or probably about 45,000 were left infected out of the 65,000 that had been infected in total. But the issue is that at the moment, these, these medicines, at least the need for these medicines in these trying times are still a theme that's there. But the funny thing about this is that when you end up talking to, or at least when Tumilo is talking to Armor, where she basically, again, kind of brings up this point, well, have Charles Xavier, have your country, basically side with Krakoa and you'll get free medicines. His response is, no, I'm not going to ask them to do that, because if they do, there goes my profit margin. So essentially what this guy is doing is in turn getting medicine from the government after this deal was worked out, and now he's basically playing the role of Kevin McKinnon. And it's just kind of like, okay, so like what in the heck then? Like this guy's basically as bad as the guy that he just gunned down. And it's kind of one of these things where like the cycle always repeats itself, right? And he really kind of makes this point in saying that where there's suffering, there's opportunity, which is a pretty terrible philosophy to have, to be honest. But at the end of the day, what it does is it switches over to Sage and to Boom Boom. Now, the funny thing about Boom Boom, and this might be more of a controversial point, but the funny thing about Boom Boom is I don't think she's really been relevant. I don't think Tabitha Smith has really been a relevant character since her days on X Factor. I mean, she had a stint on Next Wave in the mid 2000s. She had some involvement in the New Mutants, different things like that, but she never really seemed to achieve the same kind of relevance she had when she was brought into the old X-Force stories by Rob Liefeld. And so because of that, seeing her here and playing somewhat of a significant role or playing somewhat of an important role is kind of interesting, but it seems like Ed Brisson kind of plays on this idea that she was just kind of free-floating over the years because she's basically a drunk, right? She's just like drinking alcohol all the time and just kind of partying and doing her thing and just sort of having this attitude of whatever happens. And so when she goes to visit Sage, of course, she asks the question, where's Armor and all them? And it's been about 5 days and Sage is like, well, they haven't come back yet. I'm not their babysitter. I don't know what happened to them. Who knows? It's actually kind of an interesting scenario because Sage, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with her character, Sage, I wouldn't really say doesn't care about people, but like she's been assigned a role and her mind in a lot of ways works like a computer. So it's not that she doesn't really care about any of the other X-Men or anything like that, but it's kind of once you leave the island of Krakoa, what you do is on you and it's none of my business. It's none of my concern. If it's that important, somebody will sound the alarm and somebody will go out there and look for you, which is exactly what Tabitha's doing. But that's kind of the nature of Sage, right? I mean, she's not really a terrible person. She's just kind of doing her thing. And so what ends up happening here is kind of switching back to Nebraska. Tumilo tells Armor, look, like here's what's going to happen. You're going to send forces or you're going to send people who can negotiate, right? Who can negotiate with Xavier and basically say, if you want any of these hostages to live, then like you're going to give us medicines. We want 1 ton of medicine for every hostage that we have, which is an outrageous request, right? It's kind of a ridiculous request, even for like a situation like this, like no way it's going to be fulfilled. But then the question's asked by Armor, how did you even know we were here in the first place? And this is when Ed Brisson really starts to tie into kind of like the grander picture with what's going on at Dawn of X. And there's a few ways in which he does this. The first is by way of Tumilo himself, right? When it came to the idea that there were going to be medicines out there provided by Krakoa that could cure virtually any illness and provide longer lifespans and any kind of mental illness or anything like that, it was only a matter of time before what you got were basically the rise of like petty warlords and strongmen who are going to try to like usurp control in a particular region and then dominate this medical market and decide who gets it and who doesn't and kind of utilize that as a means to control that region. At the same time, what we also saw were the rise of these various websites that really came in 2 forms. The first were those websites that supported various mutants who were out there and those websites who didn't. And there were websites out there who were keeping tabs on where mutants were going and what they were doing. This is kind of the funny thing. Ed Brisson almost ties into the old Project Wide Awake stories, right? The old Fall of Mutant things that we saw during Chris Claremont's run. We had the picture of Franklin Richards and it's like, do you know where your child is? Do you know if your child's with mutants, anything like that? A lot of that fear mongering stuff that went on, like you need to be afraid because, if you're afraid, then you'll do what we tell you to. And so following this, what you do is you pick up with a really cool scene with Maxime and Manon. Now, we haven't really talked about their characters before, and they're actually relatively new. They appeared in the Extinction event. And the way this played out is you kind of had a long-standing villain in Marvel Comics named Ahab. And Ahab was basically this guy that had technological components, right? He was a cyborg, more or less. He doesn't have a huge stint, right? Like, you don't see him all the time. You see him periodically, and he does little things here and there, and so on and so forth. But the idea behind this is that Maxime and Manon during the Extinction event were basically 2 mutants who manifested their powers at a younger age. And so they were brought to the Xavier Institute, but 5 years after that happened, they were kidnapped by Ahab and they were taken to the future so Ahab could basically have them create hounds. You'll overall idea here is that the Hounds of Ahab were very similar to the Hounds of like Days of Future Past, insofar that during that point in time, where a lot of you guys probably asked this, right? Like in Days of Future Past, how did Sentinels find humans or find mutants so fast? They used hounds, right? Hounds were mutants who had like telepathy or empathy or in some form or fashion were able to locate mutants, and then in turn were bred, and they were kind of tortured and their minds were warped, and they were used for the purpose of tracking down those various mutants. The Hounds of Ahab were very similar to that, but the reason why Maxime and Manon were so important is because using their powers together, they could dominate and control the minds of others and turn them into the hounds that Ahab wanted. And so that's kind of where their significance came from. Now, ultimately, once that reality was kept from coming to fruition, when Cable basically traveled back to stop that reality's existence and so on and so forth, Maxime and Manon ended up traveling back into the main Marvel universe, and that's how they end up here. But these characters are really powerful in a couple different ways. And the reason why is because Angel basically tells Andre, one of the guys that are holding them hostage, my kids can't ingest this food this way. I can basically, take this food in and then I can feed it to them in much in the same way that a female bird, or I guess a mom bird, would feed, her offspring. And then when she ingests it, she spits out this kind of corrosive acid, which basically disables the collar of Maxime, who in turn grabs Andre. Now, this is where the powers come into play. And the reason why is because individually what they can do is they can tap into others and they can manipulate their emotions, right? They can kind of instill these little thoughts, things like that. And so when she seizes control of Andre, what she says is, your cohort, you remember like when you came home and your cohort was sleeping with your wife, and then he shot shot your parents up and killed them, kind of putting these subliminal thoughts, these false thoughts in the mind of this guy, which in turn leads him to going insane. And then when you have Manon that jumps in and he kind of does the same thing, then basically all hell starts to break loose. Now, at that point, like Angel and everybody starts to panic, because what you have are these guys. You have one guy who's on the defensive, you have another guy who's basically, reliving these false memories, and then they have guns pointed at each other, right? So this is an entire shootout that could go on, and anybody could get caught in the crossfire, which is pretty dangerous. Now, a lot of this goes into the dangerous nature of Maxine and Manon, insofar as because of the fact that they were kind of twisted and they were sort of screwed up, while some of those evil elements have been removed, they tend to kind of get caught up in the moment, and they don't think about the best course of action. And so as a result of that, what ends up happening here is, of course, fire ends up breaking out between these two guys, or at least, gunfire ends up breaking out between these two guys. And of course, Tumilo's like, what in the heck is going on? At that point, there's an explosion, and we're basically met with the arrival of Tabitha Smith, who used her little plasma bombs to blow the whole thing up. All the while, she's standing there drinking some whiskey. Tabitha Smith has problems. Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and you're gonna have to bear with me on this with regards to probably some echo, maybe some background noise. I'm in Columbus now, and I am not really in a sound-treated space, so I'm just kind of in a kitchen recording this audio, so yeah. Anyway, so we're picking up with X-Men issue number 5, right? We still need to kind of get back into the swing of things, cover like X-Force and Excalibur and all that kind of stuff, and we'll get back into that. But for right now, we're taking it relatively easy this week, and we're going to cover X-Men issue number 5. Now, what this does, and this is something that I kind of need to clarify, in previous videos, I feel like I was confusing Children of the Vault with Children of Tomorrow, and I probably was. The Children of Tomorrow were from the Ultimate Universe, right? And we covered that during Jonathan Hickman's, The Ultimates. We covered that. You'll find the link to that down in the description. It's not super important to this video, just kind of clarifying things, but the idea was that Reed Richards, at least Ultimate Universe Reed Richards, had constructed a city that basically allowed time to pass differently. And the result was that what this did is it created a kind of space whereby he could essentially create life, watch that life evolve with rapid acceleration, right? So time passed totally different in that area. With this, with the Children of the Vault, that was Mike Carey back in 2006, right? Now, really, you have what was called the Supernova storyline that really kind of introduced the Children of the Vault back in X-Men Volume 2, issue number 198, I think it was. And basically we kind of got this little bit of a story with them, and then they were almost never referenced again after that, right? Now, a lot of that was because of what Joe Quesada and all those guys were doing, like Rick Remender and Craig Kyle and Chris Yost and Ed Brubaker and all those guys, really kind of like reworking the X-Men mythos post House of M. And so because of that, it was kind of like, all right, so let's just kind of see what happens. And so it was really focusing more on reducing the population of mutants and then focusing on those particular stories. But for Mike Carey's Supernovas event, what we ended up finding out was that somewhere along the line, there was this giant space, much like what we saw later on with Jonathan Hickman's Ultimate. There was basically this kind of city, this sort of vault that was constructed, and time passed differently in the vault, and it basically allowed individuals, or allowed kind of a creation of these children. And the idea behind this is that these children would evolve over the course of 6,000 years. It was something along those lines. Basically, they would exit the vault at a time when humans and mutants no longer existed on Earth, and they would basically be these kind of post-humans that would basically kind of take over the landscape. The result of this is that by the machinations of Sabretooth and the House House of M event itself, they ended up being woken up early. And so when they did, only 5 of them showed up instead of the thousands that were supposed to, and you basically got the Supernova storyline. Now, for how this pertains to this, what we end up doing here is picking up with a girl named Seraphina. Now, Seraphina was one of the children of the Vault and really the most notable in the Supernova's event because of the kind of powers she possessed, right? She demonstrated the ability to dominate the minds of others. She was also able to shield herself from telepathic detection as well as Cerebro, right? So she was basically invisible to the mental eye. I'm pretty sure it was a naked eye as well, but nobody really knew that she was inside the X-Men mansion. But what we end up having here is basically Seraphina, who's essentially running for her life after, you know, basically having been discovered during the original House of X and Powers of X story with the Orca space and so on and so forth, and having somehow managed to arrive back here on Earth, and then basically taking off. You know, she's fleeing for her life and then takes over the minds of a couple people and basically says, stop that man from chasing me, only for us to find out that it's Wolverine, right? Now, the reason why this matters is because the children of the Vault are as much an enigma to the X-Men as anything else. And so while the X-Men do view them as a credible threat, they also know almost nothing about them, except for the fact that whenever they leave the Vault, it's always done in groups, and that's basically it. They don't really know anything about the children of the Vault, and it's kind of a desire to understand what's going on, as well as determine whether or not they're a credible threat. And so the result of this is that, of course, these guys run up on Wolverine. Wolverine doesn't really kill him, he just kind of incapacitates them, and then goes on the hunt for the girl, only for her to enter the Vault. And initially, when this story was released, I was looking through the issue, I didn't really know, I recognized Seraphina, but I didn't really know what all was going on here. And it's not until Wolverine basically chimes in with the X-Men and then asks, are you guys still there? And it's like, yes, we're here. And it's like, she took off into the Vault, like we can't find it, right? We can't track her, and we can't go in there. Now, the reason why this is important is because the Vault does have a physical seal, right? It does have a physical entrance, but it also has a time shear, basically meaning if your body doesn't exist to the resident hum, more or less, like if it doesn't really match the access code to get into the Vault, then essentially it could kill you, right? It could destroy you. And so you kind of have to be designed or engineered in such a way to where you can enter the Vault, right? So it's like knowing the passcode to be able to get in. And so because of that, what the X-Men basically need are a group of people who can adapt to pretty much any circumstance and then enter into the Vault itself. Now, one other thing to point out here is that this Vault is basically housed by a gigantic sentinel. Now, the reason why this matters is because this is essentially Master Mold, but it's not just any Master Mold, it's the Wild Master Mold. Now, this is one of the reasons why Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run is so cool, because it really kind of taps into a lot of the things that were going on. Now, the reality of this is that with this giant Vault, more or less, this giant sentinel, this was part of Mike Carey's run, right? This is where the children of the Vault basically retreated to once it was all said and done. But the giant sentinel here, this giant Master Mold is essentially a wild sentinel. And this was introduced during Grant Morrison's E is for Extinction storyline, right? With Cassandra Nova, this idea that somewhere along the line that Bolivar Trask had basically engineered these kind of wild experimental sentinels, but they were never actually used. The sentinels that existed in this space on this island, these wild sentinels, they were used by Cassandra Nova to wipe out 16 million mutants on the island of Genosha, right? So that's where all that comes from. This guy Master Mold was the one who was basically engineering and creating them, right? Just kind of manufacturing these things. Now, as far as we're aware, the Master Mold isn't really functional anymore. It's just kind of a giant shell of a monster, and the Vault kind of resides within. But what this does, it really kind of allows us to basically pick up with when an approved organism enters into the Vault. And when it does, the Vault basically scans them and says, like, do we recognize you? Do we not recognize you? If we recognize you, we welcome you as a friend and you're able to enter the Vault. Presumably, if we do not recognize you, you're treated as an enemy. And so what it does is it jumps over to the X-Men. This is one of the things that's really kind of important here because it sort of establishes how the Vault works insofar as time flowing differently. Now, we're not really given a ratio, right? We're not really told for every 2 days that passes, like 100 years pass inside the Vault, right? It's just time passes differently, totally different from the way time normally works here, you know, outside of the Vault in the real world. And so as a result of that, it's one of those things where telepathy and none of the technology of the X-Men can penetrate the Vault, but they need to know what's going on inside of there. And so what they've done is they've assembled a group. They've assembled Darwin, Sync, and X-23. Now, the reason why this is important is because Darwin, as a lot of you guys probably know, is a mutant whose ability allows him to adapt to any situation, right? So if you were to put him in a pod and then just shoot him out into space, then his body would adapt to the ability to breathe in space. If you put him underwater, his body would adapt to the ability to breathe underwater, which coincidentally is actually how he first discovers his powers. It's one of these things, right? You put him in a room with toxic gas, he'll develop the ability to basically filter that gas out of his body and then survive in that particular space. The guy is an Omega level mutant because of that, right? There's no real conceivable way to actually kill Darwin. With that, you also have Sync, and Sync is an old school character, right? Sync originally debuted the old X-Men Volume 2 comics in the early 1990s, and then went on on to become one of the original members of Generation X. Now in Generation X issue number 70, he ended up dying, and so he's really been out of the landscape of Marvel Comics since 2000, right? So for about 19 years, he'd basically been gone. Him being brought back is part of those resurrections that were done by the Five, right? That's what Jonathan Hickman has really been doing with the Five, is basically resurrecting all the mutants who have died. But Hickman's not really doing it arbitrarily. He's kind of staging it out, right? Like, you know, is there a reason for this mutant to be here? If there is, resurrect them. If not, leave them dead until we need them, and then we'll resurrect them, right? So Synch is a character who can basically duplicate the powers of pretty much any other mutants. And then of course, you've got Laura Kinney X-23 with her healing factor. And so because of this, what they're basically told is, you guys have all been chosen because you can all adapt to pretty much any particular circumstance. The healing factor of X-23 would allow her to basically heal from the time shear, right? The idea the time shear would try to cut off their access. She can kind of push her way through it. Darwin and Synch can really adapt. You know, Synch can adapt to the powers of X-23 so he can enter, and then Darwin can just automatically adapt to whatever particular situation he needs. Now, the other part of this is that aside from Serafina, the other 5 members of Children of the Vault are basically dead, right? Like, it seems like, you know, for the most part, pretty much everybody's dead, but the other 4 members are dead, right? So Sangre, Pero, I don't know if it was Aguya, I'm not 100% sure how you pronounce that name, and then Fuego, they were all basically dead except for Serafina. She's the only one who's still there. And so with her basically returning, it's okay, she's here, you know, she's basically returned to the Vault now, and then from that point, the Vault starts going through and saying, okay, it's time to start upgrading people. You know, from there, the Vault really kind of does exactly what the X-Men have been doing, which is restoring those individuals who have died, and then in turn upgrading them, right? So preparing them for this new kind of threat that the X-Men seem to represent. And so what the X-Men do is they launch an attack seemingly on 2 fronts. The first one is basically going to serve the purpose of kind of being a distraction. The Vault's defense system will kick in when it recognizes a threat. And so the X-Men will show up and they'll present themselves as a credible threat. The Vault will see them that way, and then the Vault will launch defense mechanisms. But what the Vault will do is focus on them and not focus on the kind of wet work team, more or less, right? The secret team, in the sense of X-23, Darwin, and Synch. And so as they make their way to that location, they're able to, of course, access and get into the Vault. But once they get inside this space, the issue they run into is, of course, all communication is basically cut off, right? It's like a closed biome. In a lot of ways, the Vault is akin to like a different dimension, right? Like if they had entered into the dimension of Asgard, then like access to any real telepathic connection from Xavier would essentially be cut off, right? Or like traveling to a different universe or something along those lines. It really is completely self-contained and completely cut off from everything and everyone else. Because by it being a system that basically uses a kind of time manipulation, basically means that it's almost out of phase, out of sync with the existing main Marvel universe. The issue with this is that once the team basically enters into the Vault, then it turns into, okay, the Vault sees them as a credible threat, right? Basically the Vault has been quote unquote contaminated. It doesn't know who these guys are. It doesn't know what their powers are. And so it automatically begins launching its defense system. And so what you end up having is much later, roughly about 3 months and 5 days after the X-Men enter the Vault. And when they get in there, Cyclops starts talking to what looks like Charles Xavier, watching everything go down. And when he says like, how long has it been? Of course, you know, Xavier, whoever this is, says, you know, 3 months and 5 days. And so how long has it been inside of the Vault? And it's roughly 537 years have passed inside that Vault. Now, what this means is that when it comes to these characters, this is actually a really, really smart move by Hickman. If what Jonathan Hickman wants to do is change the powers of X-23 or change the powers of Synch or change the powers of Darwin, right? To like elevate them and make them more powerful than they were before, this is the way to do it. Because what he would basically say here is that they've evolved. It would just say over the course of the last 500 years, their powers have evolved, right? So it's like if they lived for 500 years in the real world. So over 3 months, they probably could have gotten stronger, faster. Maybe their powers are more potent. Maybe the healing factor of X-23 is more efficient. Maybe the powers of Darwin are more extreme and what he can and can't copy. Maybe now it's molecular manipulation. We don't really know. We won't really know until they exit from the Vault. But it's kind of Cyclops sort of looking at himself and saying, what in the hell was I thinking by sending them in there? Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I'm getting ready to crash out for the night. I'm getting ready to go to bed, but before I do, we are covering X-Men Part 6. Yes, we are. The conclusion of the X-Men story, or at least the first story arc of X-Men by Jonathan Hickman. So, this is pretty solid, but what it does is it requires us to kind of wind back to House and Powers of X, right? It all just kind of wraps back around to the beginning of everything and how it all sort of started. And the way this picks up is it sort of jumps to the past, right? right? At some point in the past, there was a kind of discussion that took place between Irene Adler and Mystique. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Irene Adler is also somebody by the name of Destiny. And you've probably heard of what are called Destiny's books or Destiny's diaries. That was part of an extreme X-Men story from 2001, The Hunt for Destiny's Diaries, which is actually pretty cool, right? This idea that she wrote 13 books, which basically detailed what was going to happen in the future. But Irene Adler originally appeared back in Uncanny X-Men issue number 141, right? So she was basically introduced as part of the Days of Future Past saga. And then from there, she was really kind of brought in as essentially this love interest and wife of Mystique, right? The two of them fell in love, the two of them had a relationship, and it was pretty solid. It's one of those things that only for hardcore X-Men fans do you really know about it. It's really pretty obscure, right? And even Destiny herself is pretty obscure in relation to like the greater comic book landscape. But the long and short of this is that she ultimately ended up dying in Uncanny X-Men issue number 255. Basically, the two of them were always kind of like the 1-2 punch of what was essentially the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants in Marvel Comics after the events of Magneto basically leaving, that and Freedom Force. What Destiny ends up saying is that she's got something to tell Mystique, right? Like, I have something to tell you. But before we find out what it is, we jump to the here and now. And what this shows us is that work is still being done by Orchis. Now again, for those of you guys who are playing catch up from House and Powers of X, and I highly suggest that you guys go and check out my playlist on the X-Men, which you'll find down in the description, and it'll get you totally caught up on pretty much everything going on. But Orchis is kind of like this anti-mutant organization, more or less, that basically composes or is composed of a lot of organizations, right? So Hydra has a hand in it. The Advanced Idea Mechanics groups has a hand in it. All kinds of different groups, right? The only group that I do not believe is involved in Orchis are the Purifiers, although I could be wrong. But the overall gist behind this is that if you guys recall, in the events of House and Powers of X, that the X-Men had basically launched an attack against the Orchis Corporation in order to destroy Mother Mold. And Mother Mold was basically a giant sentinel that was going to produce Master Molds, and Master Molds in turn produce the regular sentinels that you guys are used to seeing. And what this would do, or at least what it would have done had it, been successful, is it would have led to the development of sentinels at a geometric rate, right? It would have just been insane how fast the sentinel production would have been ramped up by humanity. And so in order to keep that from happening, and really kind of under the information provided to them by Moira McTaggart due to the various lives that she's lived over, the 10 timelines, whatever the case is, she ended up, the X-Men ended up traveling to Orchis Corporation, and then in turn, basically, taking out Mother Mold, which, letting it crash into the sun, but also resulted in all of their deaths, right? And so what we end up having here is a guy by the name of Dr. Devo, right? Or Dr. Devo, however it is that you want to pronounce it. Although I guess it's really Director Devo is really what it is. But anyway, he's the guy overseeing the whole Orchis Corporation. And of course, working on a device. This device is taken directly to Dr. Gregor. Now, Dr. Gregor, if you guys recall, was the woman who lost her husband during the X-Men strike on Orchis Station, right? So for her, it's not really about, the possibility of a mutant threat. For her, it's now like a personal vendetta is really what it is, right? It's a personal vendetta against the X-Men. And so what we end up finding out here, or at least the way things look, is of course she's kind of building this sort of chassis. But before we really find out what it is, what we end up doing is jumping back to the plans that were basically being made with regards to Mystique and with Charles Xavier and the mission that was going to take place with regards to Orchis Base. And now, if you guys, again, this is one of those important stories because it kind of bounces back and forth, with House and Powers of X. But the idea behind this is that when Xavier and company initially went to Mystique and basically said, like, we want you to be on this mission, but because we want you to serve a particular purpose, the question was, what is this purpose? And ultimately they said, we want you to plant a seed. And so this is kind of some of the behind the scenes stuff that we did not initially see when we were reading House and Powers of X. And remember, that's the nature of Jonathan Hickman, right? Hickman will do a thing, he'll write a part of a story, and then he'll leave part of it out, right? And then like later on down the line, you'll figure out what that part of the story was and why it's important, right? So there can be a lot of bouncing around and a lot of shuffling and things along those lines, but the idea was to plant a seed, seemingly a door, a Krakoan gateway on the ship that nobody was going to know about. And this is when we basically ended up picking up with Mystique during the events of House and Powers of X when she was killed, right? When she was basically sucked out of an airlock, and it basically seemed to be the end of her. And it's kind of a funny thing because then of course you basically pick up with the resurrection of Mystique, and then that's when she essentially gets into the deal that was being made, right? The idea that if she agreed to work alongside Charles Xavier and Magneto, that she would be given something in turn. And the question is, what is it that she was supposed to get, right? What is it she was supposed to essentially get, as a result of working along with them? And it's one of these funny things, right? Because when they're talking, Xavier kind of says, basically like, we're grateful for everything that you've done, but ultimately we need more. And that's really kind of one of the issues that you get when it comes to Xavier and Magneto in their current state is, yes, they're operating on a greater authority, that authority coming from Moira McTaggart, who's basically said, I've experienced multiple timelines, they all end the same way, this is the way for us to change things, that kind of stuff. But it also brings in a lot of hubris, a lot of arrogance, right? The whole we know better than you do kind of attitude, which could really cause a lot of problems, especially when you're dealing with somebody like Mystique, because for all the glitz and glamour and all the talk that they basically have, Mystique is one of the best people to bring in on their side because she's lived for hundreds of years, right? She's been around longer than Wolverine has, right? So she's an exceedingly old character. But the idea is that she also has a lot of experience under her belt. She's been a good guy, she's been a bad guy. You know, when she led Freedom Force, it was a US government sanctioned team, right? They basically went out and saved mutants from anti-mutant groups, right? It was really done like in exchange for pardons, right? You know, for them to basically be given pardons from their actions as a brotherhood, because that's what Freedom Force was, just the reformed brotherhood of evil mutants. But when they're having this whole conversation, what they're basically doing, at least the initial question of Mystique is, okay, if this gate didn't work, then what happens if I try to walk through it, right? Because the issue is that she died before her actions could be recorded by Cerebro, right? So if you guys recall, what Hickman's established here is that death doesn't really exist anymore, right? Any mutant that dies can be brought back. And it's not done for the purpose of just being like, oh, we're just it's whatever, you know, it's being done by basically saying it serves a purpose, right? There's a reason behind why this happened. But one of the things that's been going on here is that with the X-Men or various mutants who are being sent on missions, their minds are always backed up. And so should they return from that mission, the information they have is backed up in Cerebro. So the X-Men, or really the mutant population, always has an updated database on what's going on around the world with the various missions that are being undertaken and things like that. And so the result is that with Mystique, her mind was not backed up before she died, right? So there was no way to know if she had successfully planted the device, planted the gateway on Krakoa. And because it was such a secret mission, no one was supposed to know about it, right? So it's not like, you know, they can go to Jean Grey and say, hey, like, can you tell us whether or not she planted that gateway? Because not even Jean Grey knew that it was going to be going on, right? Like nobody knew that this was being done by Xavier and Magneto through Mystique. And so ultimately when she ends up, you know, donning an outfit and passing through, she ends up finding out, yes, it worked exactly like it was supposed to. And that's when she comes to the realization of what's actually going on, right? The idea here that what's essentially been taking place is that where it was believed that the mother mold was essentially going to create master mold, which in turn was going to create sentinels, who in turn would create Nimrods. Ultimately, that's not what happened. That instead, Nimrods were manufactured by humans directly. They were created explicitly by human beings. They were not created by sentinels. And that was the big error that was being discovered here, right? The idea that Nimrod is essentially being designed and isn't really functional yet, but will be, and is functioning, or at least is being built on the Orcus station. So humans are developing these ultra sentinels, right? And it kind of makes sense, right? It makes sense to kind of create these sentinels that are virtually indestructible, because that's one of the things about Nimrod is Nimrod has the ability to sense the inherent weaknesses of the mutants he's facing off against. And then of course also, you know what their powers are just by tapping into the Sentinel database. He has a whole host of different abilities, right? Shape-shifting, different things like that. But he's one of the most dangerous threats out there. Nimrod is exceedingly powerful. And so that's one of the big things, is because when you end up having this go down, they initially try to get Mystique to go back in and to basically, you know, destroy the Nimrod program or whatever the case is. But her response is no. And the reason why is because she wants Destiny to come back. And that was the deal that was made. The deal that was made by Xavier and Magneto is, if you do this for us, we'll bring back Destiny. And so ultimately, when Mystique tries to barter and Mystique tries to get them to bring her back, ultimately they don't. They're just kind of like, no, like you need to do for us, like we'll bring her back once you've earned it, right? Like once you've earned the right to have Destiny returned to you, then it will be done. And that's why we end up that's where we end up jumping into the conversation between Destiny and Mystique, right? And this is probably one of the single most important things to go on here. What Destiny basically says is, she says, sometime in the future I'm going to die, right? Like I'm going to die prematurely before I grow old or anything like that. I'll die before old age takes me. But there will also come a point many years after that where there will be an island, right? And on this island there will be mutants who are inhabiting there, and they will make a deal with you in order to bring me back. But ultimately they're never going to hold true to their deal, right? They're going to do everything they can to deny you my return, right? Like in order for this to, in this instance, when this time comes, like what I want you to do is to bring me back, right? Like bring me back. Do not let me stay dead, right? Like bring me back, because the ultimate idea is that those individuals want us to be blind. They want us to be blind and to follow their plan without any question whatsoever. What this does is it hits at the idea, and we don't really know whether or not, Destiny's being nefarious here. There's really no reason to believe she is. What she's basically establishing here is the idea that Charles Xavier and Magneto are essentially, well, of course they're being dubious, right? Being mysterious, but they're not really looking out for the overall betterment of mutant kind, right? That's not really what they're shooting for. There's some kind of alternative plan going on here. Presumably the mutant population could be used as cannon fodder, and whatever happens to them happens to them. But having a precognitive like Destiny show up on the scene would essentially disrupt all their plans, because Destiny's well known to the mutant population, right? And even to the world population. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows who she is, the Avengers know who she is, everybody knows who Destiny was, right? And so with that being the case, when she shows back up, if she shows back up, immediately her precognitive abilities are going to be recognized as, for the most part, absolute. And if she comes along and she says, guys, everything that you've been told is wrong, here's what's actually going to happen, people will listen to her. And they'll really kind of begin ignoring Charles Xavier and Magneto, which can cause all kinds of problems, right? So the return of Destiny could be cool, but it could also cause some crazy things to take place. Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're getting back into Dawn of X, and I know it's been a little while since we covered Dawn of X stuff. Honestly, like with Spawn and everything, and with moving and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of become a little bit it became a little bit chaotic for a while, but I'm finally in here. I think I'm going to do a live stream where I'm like painting my office, different things like that, just kind of a way to interact and talk with you guys. But we're getting into really kind of finishing up the first volume of New Mutants. Now, this one's a little weird. This first volume, quote unquote, runs about 9 issues, whereas most traditional volumes run about 6. And the reason why is because we've actually kind of got 2 stories being told here at the same time. Now, for those of you guys who are looking to catch up on anything, you'll find my playlist to the X-Men down in the description. There's all kinds of videos there about like characters like Nightcrawler, Rogue, Magneto, all those characters explained, different things like that, kind of giving you their backstories, publication histories to make you an expert on them. And then in addition to that, we have House and Powers of X. And what we did is we kind of went through and kind of pruned the playlist, right? That's one of the things we talked about, so sort of bear with me here for a second. But we essentially pruned the playlist insofar that if it was not referenced by Jonathan Hickman in House and Powers of X, we didn't put it in there. And the reason why was just because of the fact that at that point, you know, there's so much that's happened in the X-Men's history. We kind of have to rely on what it is that Marvel's doing in this really kind of still ongoing reboot in order to decide what needs to say and what doesn't, right? So that playlist would change all the time. The meat and potatoes of this is that up to this point, really with the first group of New Mutants, with Sunfire and Magic and all these characters, they'd essentially gone into space for no other reason than to rescue Sam Guthrie, right? Because Sam was one of the original New Mutants, and the idea was to get the original team back together again, right? So that was the whole gist behind it. What they ended up kind of running into were some issues with the Starjammers and so on and so forth, and what it did is it landed them here where they have to escort Deathbird, and we'll talk about her here in a second. The other part of the story dealt with the efforts of Armor to basically go and grab Beak, who was really more of a newer member of the New Mutants, who had essentially gone missing before the events of the formation of Krakoa and like kind of the safe haven for the mutant population. So we really actually kind of pick up with Gladiator himself. Now, one thing to bear in mind here is that Gladiator has kind of been the Magistrix or the leader of the Shi'ar Empire for quite some time, and really since the defeat of Vulcan, right? To kind of follow this timeline a little bit, when the Shi'ar Empire was first introduced in Marvel Comics, the leader at the time was a guy named Daken, and Daken was really on the hunt for the M'Kraan crystal that was really a big part of the Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix sagas, really the Phoenix saga more than anything else. But following the defeat of Daken, his sister Lilandra Naramani took his place, and she was the longest running leader of the Shi'ar Empire in Marvel Comics until the events of X-Men Deadly Genesis, the introduction of Vulcan, the Third Summer's brother, the Omega level mutants. That went into like War of Kings and that kind of a thing. But once he was defeated, then Gladiator in turn took his place. And so Gladiator was the leader of the Shi'ar Empire during like Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers and all that kind of stuff during the era of the X-Men, essentially running everything after the War of Kings, right? So from 2010 to about 2015, 16 or so, it was Gladiator, and even up until about this point. And the reason why that's changed is because Gladiator is no longer the leader of the Shi'ar. Instead, it's essentially the daughter of Lilandra. Now, what this does is it leads to him essentially tasking Oracle, or really kind of asking the question, you know, how far are we on the mission of like, you know, basically getting Deathbird back here, because Deathbird was previously in exile, and she's going to play kind of a big role here. But Oracle herself, who's really sort of this psychic that always kind of worked as like the right hand of the Oracle, ends up meeting with this super clandestine group. Now, the Death Commandos, as they're introduced here, are essentially Marvel's version of the Suicide Squad, right? In the sense that in DC Comics, the Suicide Squad is a team that's basically sent in for Black Ops missions, and they're expendable, right? If one of them dies, somebody else takes their place, and there's really no mourning them or having a great big huge military funeral or anything like that. It's just the nature of the business. With the Death Commandos, these are a wholly new introduction by Jonathan Hickman, and it's actually a cool idea. And the reason why is because the Death Commandos are basically one of these groups that are intentionally designed to go on suicide missions. Their leader is Black Cloak, and Black Cloak is really the only instance where that role always stays the same. The person that plays Black Cloak may change, but it's always a Black Cloak that leads the Death Commandos. Now, these are guys who are basically tasked with achieving their mission by any means necessary. And so it's almost kind of like, here in the real world, where like you have the CIA, right? And the CIA is the intelligence gathering apparatus of the United States, focusing on everything outside of the US, where the FBI focuses on everything inside the States. But the CIA also has involvement with some pretty seedy groups that are out there that cannot officially exist. If they're ever caught, then they'd basically be disavowed and the government would, deny any knowledge of their existence, that kind of a thing. That's how this works with the Death Commandos. But basically, they're being tasked with taking out Deathbird. So essentially, Oracle's working directly against the Shi'ar Empire here. So it's kind of a big deal, because when that happens, and essentially when the New Mutants finally catch up with Deathbird, immediately Sunspot is in love. He's just kind of like, yeah, Robert DaCosta is all about this girl. Now, one thing to understand about Robert DaCosta is he was always, well, not really always. I mean, in more recent years, it's kind of waxed and waned, right? In the more recent stories with like Avengers and New Avengers, he was kind of like the hardcore guy. When you got into like all New Mutants, more or less, when he essentially was kind of leading his own team, he was really kind of the Joker, and that theme has kind of remained since. But in a lot of ways, he and Sam Guthrie were kind of the 1-2 punch of the comedic relief and just the fun guys, right? They were just fun to read about. It's one of the things that made them so popular over the years. But like, he's immediately smitten for this girl, right? Deathbird is of course the woman that tried to like usurp the throne of the Shi'ar Empire multiple times, so she's kind of a dick. But nonetheless, as soon as they arrive, the Death Commandos immediately begin their process of saying like, okay, let's start sieging on these guys, right? Let's basically take their ship out and let's try to eliminate them. Now, as they stow aboard the ship, what they end up finding out is they bit off more than they can chew. Now, here's the important thing to understand. In the Shi'ar Empire, you have the Imperial Guard, and then you have the Death Commandos. Because the Death Commandos are considered to be cannon fodder, and because nobody can really acknowledge that they exist, they're not composed of the most powerful beings out there, right? If they were the equivalent of the Annihilate, right? You had like Silver Surfer, and you had Beta Ray Bill, and you had Drax the Destroyer, and you had Gladiator. If you had a team that was composed of like this powerhouse of individuals, well, the whole universe would know about their existence, right? So the easiest way to kind of keep them under the radar is to just basically compose a team of cannon fodder, and that's essentially it. Now, it doesn't mean they're useless, but what it does mean is that we couldn't look at them and expect them to be capable of taking on any of the X-Men related teams. And that's exactly what happens here, right? For the most part, once they stow aboard this ship, the various members of the team are taken out quite readily by the New Mutants. There's not a whole lot of struggle going on here, right? I mean, it's just using their various abilities and overpowering the team like that. If this was the Imperial Guard, this fight would have been over before it even began, right? The New Mutants would have been absolutely decimated. They never would have stood a chance, because the Imperial Guard is the show of force from the Shi'ar Empire, right? Like it's like their versions of the Avengers, and so as a result of that, the Death Commandos end up basically detonating the ship of the New Mutants, presumably leaving everybody for dead. Now, what this does is this picks back up with Ed Brisson's portion of the New Mutants, and this is where the second part of the story kind of comes into play, right? You have New Mutants on Earth, and then you've got New Mutants in space. This part of the story we're going to kind of ham through pretty quickly, not a whole lot doing here. It's basically really just kind of a retcon insofar as you had Beak, who was out there, he had his wife, and they were kind of living their own lives, and ultimately ended up settling up with Beak's parents because of the fact that Beak's parents are basically dying, and it was kind of trying to spend those last few moments together, and that's why he never showed up on Krakoa when you ended up having like the kind of consolidation of the mutant population. Now, what you also had was Manon and his sister, who had the ability to manipulate the emotional state of other people, and so kind of initiating a bit of a fight going on here. You ended up having like kind of the leader of the gang. The guy was kind of like, hey, like, we're looking for medicines from Krakoa. You're going to go there. You're going to get them for us. You're going to bring them back. This guy really kind of brings into sharp relief the idea that he's really kind of working for a cartel, and specifically for the government. Really kind of seems to be the case. So the government's trying to find ways to attain the various medicines of Krakoa because of their abilities to enhance the lives of other people. Now, this is really designed to kind of hit at the notion that like, it's not really just some governments and organizations out there that are like keeping mutants contained and not allowing mutants to leave, using them as like a labor force, different things like that. But there are governments out there who are going by, to extreme lengths, even so far as like kidnapping mutants in order to ransom medicines out of Krakoa for the survival of those mutants, for their lives. And it kind of makes sense because Krakoa is so protective of their mutant population and wouldn't risk open warfare with governments, right? It'd be easy for the X-Men to just send in a strike team and then just like annihilate, all those soldiers and then take the X-Men back, but it would be considered an act of war on humanity. And so of course that would lead into a full-scale war between the mutant population and humans. And as we've seen over the years in Marvel Comics, that war only ever really goes in one of two extremes. Either it leads to the total destruction of the X-Men and really the mutant population, which is what Jonathan Hickman was really hitting at with the House and Powers of X stories. Or if you guys remember that story where you had Magneto, who basically destroyed all life on Earth, it leads to the mutant population annihilating all of humanity. humanity, right? So it can kind of go either way here. But the long and short of this is that ultimately in the kind of huge breakout of firefighting and so on and so forth, and you know, this Earth-based team of New Mutants trying to rescue Beak and his wife and their kids and so on and so forth, that Beak is injured and Beak's parents are both killed. And so in response to that, this leader of this, you know, kind of field team, more or less, this main bad guy, you know, ends up basically saying like, he's more or less a failure here, right? His task was to gather, you know, medicines from Krakoa by ransoming off the members of the New Mutants, but because of the fact that he's failed, the cartel would kill him, and then of course it would reflect poorly on the government and so on. And so his statement is, more people will come after you, right? Like more folks are going to come after you, and the guy basically offs himself, right? It's a super quick end to the whole thing, but the big retcon here kind of comes into play when you end up having Maxine and Manon, who basically use their powers to essentially wipe the mind of Beak, his wife, and their kids of Beak's parents having died the way they did. Instead, they're replaced with memories of Beak's parents having died some time ago of old age, and that's essentially it. The big takeaway here, and it only really matters if you're a fan of the character of Beak and his wife, is that essentially you can kind of go forward now in Marvel Comics with the whole history that he had there of like his parents and so on and so forth all being removed, right? So it's basically Beak the way he was at the beginning of his introduction in Marvel Comics. It's not really important unless you're a fan of that character. It may come back to roost, and Ed Brisson is really kind of leaving some threads for future plot lines to come into play here. But again, we can kind of pass through that pretty quickly. And the reason why is because the biggest kind of brunt of what's going on here is really with what's happening with this New Mutant team in space. Now, again, what we're going to see when we get into the X-Men comics is that once, you know, everything kind of gets sorted out, that they're really going to seem to kind of blend in, that everything's going to sort of go back to the status quo of them being there. And the New Mutant comic looks like it will actually focus on what Ed Brisson is doing here. But again, we'll cross that bridge once we get to it. But the long and short is that with the various New Mutants being taken captive by the Death Commandos and more or less kind of being tortured, being knocked out, that kind of a thing, that the day is ultimately saved by DaCosta and really by Deathbird when she takes out a couple of these guys, you know, Black Cloak and so on. Now, this is important. And the reason why this is important is really the way that Jonathan Hickman does it. For a lot of people out there who are new when it comes to the X-Men, they don't really know much about the Shi'ar, they don't really know much about Deathbird or Lilandra or Gladiator or any of that stuff, and it's really kind of foreign to them. And over the years, Deathbird had kind of been depicted as this sort of political saboteur in the sense that she was always vying for the throne and would take it by any means that she could. But the reality is that Deathbird is a prodigious fighter. She is exceedingly good in hand-to-hand combat. Not the absolute best in Marvel Comics, right? She's no Taskmaster, but she is really, really good in being able to hold her own against other people. Having a kind of ruthlessness, having a murderous streak really sort of amplifies that and makes her more exemplary in her ability to fight, you know, no holds barred. And so because of that, she's able to take these guys out pretty quickly and essentially rescue the rest of the New Mutants. And then you kind of get this moment where, you know, where she kind of kisses Robert DaCosta. So there really kind of seems to be a bit of a blooming romance there. The important thing to understand is Deathbird will do whatever she needs to do in order to achieve her goal, even if it means leading Robert DaCosta on, right? And he's buying into it like full on. And so what this does is it basically leads to this kind of conversation, or not really a huge conversation of sorts, but the arrival of the New Mutants really into Shi'ar space, right? Finally showing up on the doorstep of Gladiator and the Shi'ar Empire. And when that happens, of course, Deathbird arriving here, you know, one of the things she does, you know, kind of talking to the daughter of Lilandra, is she says like, my task being brought here is to basically be your tutor, to be your instructor. Now, there's a couple reasons why this is being done. It's being done, one, because what it does is it gives Jonathan Hickman the ability to show us who Deathbird is, right? To kind of give us an indication of her character, what she's about, to sort of show us and kind of give new readers the ropes on what kind of a person she is. The other part of this is it's better to have the devil on your right hand than to be in their path. And that's true here, right? With Deathbird, she's always looking to take the throne. And so it's better to have her in a position to where you can kind of keep an eye on her than to just have her out there in space somewhere and not really knowing what it is that she's planning. But there's also kind of an honor-bound thing here, right? Really, as her niece, Deathbird's kind of honor-bound, not in really any kind of agreement that was struck, but just because of the fact that the new ruler is, again, basically blood. Now, Deathbird will probably try to take the throne. That's probably going to try to happen. It's just the nature of her character. But what she says is, my job as your instructor here is to basically teach you what it means to be a warrior, is to teach you the history and the nature of the Shi'ar Empire. And your first lesson is that there's no mercy for traitors. And she immediately basically throws a spear at Oracle with the intention to kill her. And of course, Gladiator catches it in turn. But what it does is it leads to an all-out fight between the two, right? Now, this is kind of interesting here, and it's almost kind of like a mini Phoenix Saga story, right? In the sense that in the original Phoenix Saga, in order to determine whether or not Jean Grey as the Phoenix would live or die, the X-Men had to fight the Imperial Guard, and they lost, right? It was just kind of a display of how powerful the Imperial Guard was. But it's kind of this quick little moment here. The reality is that as you see this unfold, for the most part, the New Mutants are kind of able to hold their own. If I'm being honest with you guys, it shouldn't really be that way. But what you are talking about are some different kinds of powers, right? It'd be different if the New Mutants had the exact same powers as the original X-Men, and then like they were able to hold their own. It wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense here. But you've got Sunspot, who's able to channel solar energy in a way that the other X-Men weren't really able to do. You've got Sam Guthrie, who can basically just kind of, fly at people, more or less. But you got a different kind of display of powers here. Wolfsbane shouldn't really be here. I mean, it's, Wolfsbane's okay. Rain Sinclair's okay. She's just like a really ferocious fighter that can make herself into a wolf. That's basically it. Magik is really the one that kind of has the ability to turn the tide. She's very, very overpowered. But before we really get too far into this, the daughter of Lilandra basically tells everybody to stop and says, explain what's going on here. And the response of Gladiator is really kind of the response that it always is, really kind of solidifying his role, that Gladiator, as the leader of the Imperial Guard, serves the throne of the Shi'ar Empire. It doesn't matter who's on that throne. His job is to protect the Shi'ar Empire and to protect the throne. And in this instance, from his perspective, Deathbird is back to her old tricks again, right? Trying to take out members of the Shi'ar and secure a place on the throne and so on and so forth. What Deathbird ends up revealing here is that Oracle tried to have Deathbird killed, that Oracle was actively working against the wishes of what was best for the Shi'ar Empire. Now, the reality is that where Princess Zandra is kind of here as the new ruler of the throne, and Deathbird was being brought here in order to serve as a kind of aid to Zandra, what this means is that Oracle was working against the Empress, and doing that is an act of heresy, right? It's an act of treason of the highest order, punishable by death. And so when Gladiator asks, is this true? The response of Oracle is yes, that is absolutely meant to be true. That Gladiator, as far as Oracle is concerned, is the one who was meant to rule. And there's a kind of validity there in terms of her argument. The reason why is because Gladiator is a warrior, right? That's what he is. He's not a politician. He doesn't care about politics. He's a warrior. He'll do politics because he had to when he was the Magistrix, when he was the Magister, when he was the leader of the Shi'ar Empire, but it wasn't really his bread and butter. He undertook the throne because somebody needed to. And as an honorable man, Oracle found a kind of solace in that, right? Something that hadn't really been found for quite some time. That with Lilandra, she did kind of have a strong streak, but the reality was she couldn't really maintain her own position, right? She relied on other people around her to maintain her position as the Empress, which is technically kind of the role, right? That's why you have the Imperial Guard. That's why you have a royal bodyguard. That's why you have people like Oracle and so on and so forth. But with Gladiator, if somebody came running up on him wanting to challenge the throne, he could hold his own in that fight, right? As a Strontian, his powers change based on his confidence, and if his confidence is booming, he is an absolute demon, right? It's just ridiculous how powerful he is. And so as a result of that, really is kind of one of these things where at the end of the day, Gladiator says, I appreciate your candor, but you worked against the throne. The punishment for this is death. And that's basically where Zandra steps in, the daughter of Lilandra, and says, no, we're not going to do that. Instead, you are going to serve as basically my advisor, right? You're going to serve as my right hand. That's going to be your punishment. And the reason why this is kind of a punishment here is because it's considered to be dishonorable, because now Oracle basically owes a life debt to Princess Zandra, meaning if she betrays that, then she will die. And there'll be no version of it. She won't be exiled or anything like that. She'll be eliminated, right? So to kind of be humiliated and embarrassed and then made to serve as an advisor as opposed to a member of her royal guard is a huge downgrade, right? So things are kind of a struggle there. And so what this does is, of course, it leads to the New Mutants arriving back on Earth with a day more or less having been saved. But the biggest takeaway from all this, and this is really kind of the reasons why Jonathan Hickman seems to have crafted this story, is one, Sam Guthrie chooses to stay behind, right? So basically the whole mission was for nothing. The whole mission was for naught. But then you end up learning that Robert DaCosta actually bought one of the apartment complexes on the Shi'ar homeworld in order to be closer to Deathbird, because again, he's kind of smitten with her. And so him and Sam Guthrie are going to kind of be hanging out. So basically Sunspot's going to be staying behind, it looks like, staying on Chandelar. But the other big thing that kind of comes out of this is Cyclops begins having a conversation with Gladiator. Now keep in mind, while they don't really relate all that often, they're well aware of who the other is. And that was one of the big things that came out of Chris Claremont's Phoenix Saga, is that where the X-Men did lose to the Imperial Guard, the Imperial Guard developed a huge amount of respect for the X-Men because of what they were fighting for, because of the strength and vigor they were fighting with, and because of what they believe, because of their efforts on Earth. There's a kind of honor, there's a kind of respect that comes with that, right? Like kind of respect among warriors. It's really what this is. This is one of the reasons why during Chris Claremont's X-Men, Cyclops became so prominent, right? Became such a huge character, is because he was just kind of like the Boy Scout more or less under Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. It wasn't until you got to Claremont that it was like, dude, there's some some meat and potatoes to this guy, right? Like there's some cool build up here. That's what kind of led into the House of M era and really kind of like the fall of Cyclops, and why it was so intriguing and so cool is because you were following this, 60-year story of this character, watching him grow and expand and kind of change over the years and different things like that. It was exceedingly well done. But what Cyclops requests of Gladiator is to basically have one of the Krakoan gates installed on Chandeleur. That's a big thing, because what it does is it grants the X-Men instant access to the Shi'ar Empire. They can walk through a gate on Krakoa and come through a gate there. Now, this is also a huge moment, because what it does is it basically solidifies the notion that the gates of Krakoa are universe-wide. You can reach any point in the universe with a Krakoan gate. Now, how far it takes you to get to a location to install a gate there is relative to how fast you can travel from one location to the next, right? So, using the technology of Reed Richards and then traveling to this location, it would work for the most part. But with regards to this instance here, this is kind of a big deal, right? Because what you sort of get is Robert DaCosta and Sam Guthrie sort of back together as their 1-2 punch comedic duo, which is going to be awesome. The X-Men now have a gate on the Shi'ar homeworld, meaning they can reach them at any point in time, and the Shi'ar can come to Earth at any point in time. It sets things up for some big crossovers between these characters, right? Between these teams, which is a pretty big deal, because having the Imperial Guard and the X-Men working together is no small thing. That's actually really, really awesome. Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up with Jonathan Hickman's X-Men. Now, here's the thing. This is kind of funny. You guys recall when we were covering New Mutants, and we had that situation where the Starjammers had just kind of stolen this artifact, right? Like at the very beginning of the New Mutants story, the Starjammers stole this artifact and left the New Mutants behind in order to be captured. This is one of those things that Jonathan Hickman does, where he takes a small little thing and he ties it into a big thing later on down the line. Now, what's even more interesting is this will become even more important later on down the line, especially because we're probably going to end up having like some pretty massive or significant conflict or something like that. Keep in mind that it might take about 3 years for this whole thing to flesh out. That's about how long it took for his Avengers and New Avengers to conclude, right? A lot of people forget that. A lot of people think the whole thing was written in like a year. It doesn't really work that way. It took quite some time to reach the finish line when it came to that story. But what we're basically shown here is what's called the Brood. And there's the Brood race itself is kind of on the fringes of Shi'ar space, or at least one facet of it is. But essentially, these Brood have come to the realization that this artifact that was initially taken by the Starjammers and that's arrived with the New Mutants on Earth is basically a king egg. Now, what this means and why it matters will become important as we get through this story. And of course, we'll do a full-on explanation about the Brood, here in a little bit, because they really are the universe's most dangerous race, right? Like it's crazy how dangerous they are. But what we end up doing here is basically waking up with Vulcan. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here is that initially when Gabriel Summers first showed up, really seemed to first return during the events of Dawn of X, we didn't really know why he was here, right? We didn't even really know why he wasn't the same villain that he was, after the events of Deadly Genesis, right? If you guys recall the video that we did on X-Men Deadly Genesis, it basically detailed the return of Vulcan essentially being a villain of sorts, kind of hell-bent on a mission of revenge, and then ultimately after learning the truth, he ended up traveling to the Shi'ar Empire, conquered it, and then went to war with the Inhumans and the Kree. And so because of that, he's a pretty significant threat. Like, he's an Omega level mutant, he's wildly powerful, but during the events of Dawn of X, he was suddenly there, right? He was presumed or basically seemed to have died, earlier in Marvel Comics, and then he was back and seemingly totally different with no real recollection of who he was. What we know now by virtue of what Hickman's been showing us is that he was resurrected, but he was resurrected without the memories of what he had done, presumably during the events of Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire and all that kind of stuff. It kind of sucks because that was some really cool storytelling when it came to Vulcan, but at the same time, it also kind of made sense, right? Because he was a character that Marvel just never really knew what to do with, right? So it kind of gives Hickman the ability to basically rework him and make him his own thing. The reason why I gave you that bit of an explanation is because what Vulcan's been doing is having dreams, right? Having dreams and nightmares, the same dream every single night. And it's always the same dream that he has, where basically he seems to like conquer the entirety of the Shi'ar Empire and then basically the point where he dies, right? That kind of seems to be the same negative dream he has all the time. The issue with this is that before he can really detail things any further, suddenly the Brood are making their way to Earth. And that's when everybody begins to panic. That's when all hell begins to break loose, because the Brood are not one of these races where they just kind of show up and they say like, we are the Brood, we're here for a thing, and we demand that you give us that thing. And if you don't, then there's gonna be trouble. Boy, I promise you there's gonna be trouble. It doesn't really work that way, right? They just show up and they're like, give us your shit. Like, that's basically what they are. They just Debo people is really all it is, right? And so as a result of that, the Brood showing up here, they just crash land on Earth. That's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to hold off on this bit of an explanation, because the Brood are no joke, right? The Brood originally appeared in Marvel Comics back in Uncanny X-Men number 155, right? And right off the bat, they were just like, this race is savage, like in the most extreme degree. They were so savage, and things had gone south for the X-Men so bad that actually Xavier believed they had died, and that's why he formed the New Mutants team. The crazy thing here is that this is a race that literally just relies on overwhelming number. That's what they are. They're like the Xenomorphs from the Alien franchise, right? Just overwhelming number. And that's kind of what goes on here, is that the Brood are here looking for something, and you can't reason with them, you can't bargain with them. All you can do is just fight them off. And so the X-Men really kind of have to figure out why the Brood are here, and then, you know, kind of nip that problem in the bud. And they don't really know, right? They don't really know why the Brood are here. All they really know is that the Brood are attacking. Now, the answer comes in the form of a younger member of the Brood called Brew, basically Brood without the D. Now, he was a character that originally appeared back in Astonishing X-Men Volume 3, issue number 40, who was basically a member of the Brood who was being grown in a lab that was ran by SWORD, the Sentient World Observation and Response Department, in order to understand the Brood physiology. Now, they also had a Brood Queen. When the Brood Queen was freed, she left Brew behind, because unlike the normal members of the Brood drones, Brew felt like compassion and love and things like that, and so he was basically ostracized, kind of outed from the community, and then sort of left behind. Now, eventually he was taken in by the X-Men, and he had essentially been a member of the team ever since. He has intimate knowledge on like the Brood race and its form and its function and different things like that. And he's the one that basically tells the X-Men the Brood are here because of this king egg. And this is like, they will not stop. And he's right, like Brew is right. That's the important thing to understand. The X-Men may stop this wave of the Brood. The problem with that is the next wave will come, and then after that is the next wave, and then after that is the next wave. And and I mean, you got to remember, this is a race that spans in like countless numbers, the trillions, right? Spread all over the entirety of the universe, right? They're everywhere, like they're all over the place. Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. They're like termites, right? Like they could be all over the place in your wall, but until you see one, you never know they're actually there, or unless your walls start falling apart, right? Like you go to tap part of your wall and the whole thing collapses. Well, then you know you got termites. But you know, aside from something like that, this is a race that will constantly show up. It is a battle of attrition. They'll just wear the X-Men down until they get what they want, and then they will leave. And so Cyclops makes the smart move, and Cyclops is like, let's bail out of here, right? So he ends up grabbing Vulcan, he ends up grabbing basically everybody he can. He grabs Havoc, he's like, let's get out of here, and they end up bolting and basically, you know, jumping through one of the gates, heading for Shi'ar space, right? One of the Krakoan gates. Again, we talked about how Cyclops made that request at the end of the last story that we did on New Mutants. This is the reason why those little tidbits matter, because it all kind of comes together when it comes to Hickman's storytelling. And so what you end up getting here is basically a member of the Accuser Corps. Now, why this Accuser Corps is here, the Accusers, of course, being agents of the Kree, why this Accuser is here will become important as time goes on. But this Accuser is basically trying to get information out of Robert DaCosta and out of Sam Guthrie in order to find out where this King Egg artifact is. Now, of course, this is, you know, Robert DaCosta kind of goofing around and being a little silly and so on and so forth. But the fact that this is being done by DaCosta, or at least by this Accuser, does not go unnoticed by the Super Guardian. And so because of that, she basically ends up chiming into the Shi'ar Empire, specifically to the Magistrix, you know, to the Gladiator's agent, and basically says, hey, look, there's an Accuser on the edge of Shi'ar space. We got to respond. That leads to the Shi'ar, and you know, Shi'ar getting involved, right? Because they don't take too kindly to a member of their, you know, to a member of the Accuser Corps showing up on the doorstep of their empire, right? It's like not really your worst enemy, but certainly like a potential threat showing up on your doorstep and then just kind of, you know, loitering around your property, right? Like, I mean, if you're like I am in Kentucky, we'll just get out and shoot you, right? I mean, that's just kind of how it is. That's how it is in Kentucky, right? You go loitering around the wrong property, they'll just come out and shoot you. Like it's kind of nuts. In the city of Lexington and in Louisville, they don't do that because you can't fire within the city limits. But nonetheless, you know, at this point, we kind of end up jumping to the past. And this is where we sort of get this big explanation on everything that's going on here, right? Like everything with the King Egg and all that kind of stuff. This is why these things are so important, is because it's Hickman kind of changing a lot of things, right? What we're basically told here is that 8,000 years ago, the Kree ended up stumbling across the Brood, and how the Brood procreated was by literally infecting another biological being, right? And basically rematerializing them into the Brood. And so what they ended up learning is that, you know, that the Brood themselves consume not just the host, but all the host's knowledge, right? So in a lot of ways, you're like a biological version of the Borg from Star Trek, you know, where the Borg basically assimilate you and all your knowledge gets, you know, assimilated into the hive, into the Borg collective. And so they know everything you know. Hence the reason why the Borg were able to decimate the Federation during the Battle of Wolf 359, because they knew everything Picard knew. They knew how to circumvent the Federation's defense systems and all that kind of stuff. And so with that being the case, there's a kind of idea here that comes along where the Kree basically come up with this idea to weaponize the Brood. Now, this is an important thing to understand, is that you got into these various stories and different aspects of the Brood were kind of expanded on over the years, right? In the sense that you had basically what was called the Great Mother, which essentially the hierarchy followed, that you had an empress who was like the absolute divine ruler, you know, the absolute ruler of all the Brood. And then while most Brood that existed within the universe existed by virtue of another biological being being turned into a brood, the Empress also had what were called her firstborn, right? Her actual biological children, like, giving birth to actual brood. After the Empress, you had the firstborn, and then you had the queens, then you had like smaller versions of queens, and then you had drones, right? So, but the issue here is that at the time, we never really knew what the origin of the brood was. We just knew that they were there in Marvel Comics. We just knew that they kind of existed. There was no real explanation in terms of where they came from or anything like that. What Jonathan Hickman basically changed up here is he introduced the idea of there basically being a kind of rift in space where the brood are not native to the main Marvel universe, right? They're not from here. Instead, they're from a collapsed universe, like a collapsing universe that basically fell apart and ended up coming here. And so essentially they're not from this universe, they're from a different universe, but now they inhabit inside this universe, right? And so that's where things get a little murky. That's where things get a little chaotic, is because they're not really from here. But the Kree look at them nonetheless and say, okay, so the entire form and function of this brood race is they essentially follow a hive mentality, that you have a singular leader under, that controls the entire hive. And then within that hive, you have various, queens, and, each one of the queens leads a faction, different things like that. You have all these little situations set up, but what we can do is we can weaponize all of this. We can basically create a singular being that can dominate the entirety of the brood hive, and then basically either seed or sow disarray, or we can use it to our own ends. Whatever the case is, we can weaponize this whole thing. And that was the basis behind the creation of the King Egg, specifically because of the fact that the Supreme Intelligence had looked into the future, at least used mathematical probability to determine which of the existing races across the cosmos in Marvel Comics would be the most viable threat to the Kree later on down the line, and determined that it would be the Shi'ar. And that's true, right? The Shi'ar are technically the most advanced race in Marvel Comics. They're composed of a bunch of different races, all of which have sworn fealty to the Shi'ar Empire, or maybe they were just straight up conquered. But whatever the case is, like, they're composed of a bunch of different races that all have their benefits and drawbacks, right? Strontians and different things like that, who are all essentially analogs for Superman. And so as a result of this, it's one of these things where like all hell can pop off here, all hell can break loose. And so kind of jumping to Gladiator and the Accuser, this guy's dealt with pretty readily, right? This one, kind of jumping back to the present day, Gladiator going after this guy, deals with this Accuser pretty quickly, right? Ends up knocking him out of the ship. The Accuser dies in space, and then he's eaten by one of the giant, space whales, basically, that the brood are controlling to travel from one location to the next. What the brood do, they basically, kill these things and then hijack the nervous system and then take it over, right? And then just kind of pilot it. It's like controlling a human as a puppet, is more or less what this is equivalent to. The issue is that where the initial expectation of the Starjammers and, the Shi'ar Imperial Guard and like the X-Men and all these groups here is like, okay, let's go ahead and like land on this space station and then, send the brood egg to the surface, and then, or I guess the King Egg to the surface, and call it a day. The station's destroyed as well, leaving them no real option except to, basically crash land on this sentient world. And that's where things kind of pop off, is because over the years, what Hickman really hits at here is across the universe, what you have is like all these varying factions of the brood, right? You have like a faction here, and you have a faction there, and you have a faction back there, and you got a faction over there, and they're all led by individual queens, right? Each one of the queens leads those factions. There's no indication here that there is currently an empress in existence. And so what this means is that all the brood individual factions are self-governing. There's no one controlling all of them. So factions will go to war with other factions over territory or resources or whatever the case happens to be. And so as a result of that, because of this King Egg, what this is doing is basically, it's like the dinner bell, right? It's bringing in all these brood from all across the cosmos, right? Because brood can smell this King Egg from galaxies away, right? So like 3 or 4 galaxies away. And if one of those galaxies, there's a billion brood, then guess what? That billion brood is heading to this planet. That's exactly what's happening here. And so with that going down, like brood are constantly arriving on this world. And while you do have some exceedingly powerful characters here, you've got Vulcan, you've got Cyclops, you've got Gladiator, you got all these guys. While you have some exceedingly powerful characters here, the reality is no matter how powerful they are, they will start to fall. One by one, they will start to fall and they will start to die. And they'll lose against the power of the brood. That's just the way it is. These just overwhelming numbers. As powerful as these guys are, they cannot continually fight against billions of drones for any real continued amount of time. And so all it's going to take is for one of them to be infected. But then suddenly it all stops. In the middle of nowhere, all the broods stop moving. Just like that. Like they stop moving, they stop attacking, they all just back off and they all just stop. And so what you end up having, of course, are like these massive, brood that are sort of standing around there. And then you've got Brew himself, who basically ate the egg, right? Like he consumed the egg. And that's really the way this King Egg works. It doesn't really give birth to a brood king. Instead, it contains a kind of substance inside of it, a kind of serum. And the individual that consumes it will kind of become the new Brood King, more or less. Now, presumably, because of the fact that the Brood basically exists in terms of their control over, the queens control the drones, and the queens in turn are controlled using a combination of like pheromones and telepathy, what this seems to do is basically amplify the abilities of an existing Brood, right? So, take that Brood and then give them like a super high level of telepathy and then like a super advanced version of the pheromones so they can essentially force the other members of the Brood or convince the other members of the Brood to do their bidding. But that's basically what this is right now. You've got a Brood King, which means the entirety of the Brood race, the most dangerous race in all of existence, is currently under the control of a singular being. And that's cool, right? That's a super cool idea. But the Brood are super awesome, guys. I'm really excited to see what Jonathan Hickman ends up doing with it. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys are enjoying the content that we're throwing up. And make sure you guys hit the like button if you enjoy the video. And yeah, let's begin. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're kind of in the midst of Swords of X, right? This great big huge 22-part series. And one of the things that I realized is that we never really finished up X-Force, right? So we're going to kind of run through X-Force really quick today, finish volume 1, and then run through volume 2, and then kind of continue on with Swords of X. And with some of the series like Wolverine, for example, Wolverine picks up with Swords of X with issue number 6. So when we get around to that point, we're just going to cover the first 6 issues, kind of call it a day. The whole idea here with this X-Force comic is in the first couple issues, we had this scenario where Xavier was killed, if you guys remember that, right? Xavier was taken out, and it was just by some individuals who managed to infiltrate Krakoa, right? So we're kind of going a little far back, right? We're going towards really the end of last year and the beginning of this year, right? So we're a little behind on this. I would say we're probably about 10 months behind on this. The idea here is that with these guys having breached, the notion behind this is that first, they're trying to figure out who these guys belong to, and then 2, how they managed to get in, right? It's kind of the continuing talking point that's going on in this little bit of a story. But what they end up doing is kind of teleporting to a particular location, at least traveling there by way of one of the Krakoan gates, and then using a kind of mind sketch to a degree, right? Which basically they take Sage with them. Sage, of course, having what's essentially a computer for a brain, but it allows Jean Grey to use her telepathy to kind of analyze the digital imprint that was left there and to kind of figure out, kind of retrace these steps of these guys, right? To kind of follow them from the point when they arrived on Krakoa and sort of trace their steps back, right? Trace them back to an eventual location. Now, this ultimately leads to the Quiet Council itself meeting and then kind of discussing and asking, like, what do we do here? That when it comes to this strike that was launched on the X-Men, that what it looked like is it was designed for the purpose of accessing their computer systems and basically acquiring or taking their wealth, right? That seemed to be the goal that was going on. It seemed to more or less be a heist. And that's kind of the question is, why would they launch that attack, right? Like, why launch a heist against Krakoa? If they're looking for information or they're looking for resources, whatever the case happens to be. Now, you had a lot of pharmaceutical companies and a lot of companies that were basically, owning governments essentially that didn't really want to innovate. But with X-Men popping up and the mutant population creating pharmaceuticals that were basically outshining anything that the rest of the pharmaceutical companies in the world could produce, then in turn it was like, okay, well, let's try to sabotage them or steal their technology, right? And that's kind of where they are at the moment. It's kind of like, okay, these guys are implementing a heist, these guys are trying to take what we have, what do we do here? Now Xavier takes more of an approach in saying that this is something very similar to like the 12 labors of Hercules, right? In the sense that we as the mutant population were Hercules in his early years, meaning he remained in hiding. He was afraid that people would try to come after him or something along those lines. But when he learned his true goal, when he learned his true purpose, the son of Zeus, when he learned what he was really about, then in turn, he stepped out there into the world and started undergoing the 12 labors and became the Hercules that we know today. And Xavier kind of takes that sort of scenario and applies it to themselves and says, for years and years and years, mutant kind was hiding. We tried to stay out of the limelight. We tried to stay away from conflict. We tried to move away from those things. It ultimately led to us basically falling victim, right? We were still being chased. We were still being hounded. We just believed if we took the peaceful approach that we could somehow talk them into believing in a better thing. But the issue that you have here is, this is what's so interesting about Xavier's philosophy now. The fact that you don't believe that guns are okay doesn't change the fact that a person standing at you or standing in front of you with a gun pointed to your face, right? Like, they're going to pull the trigger. So what are you going to do? The days of trying to use words and talk people into believing what you believe and to try to get them to understand, those days are gone. That now it's the X-Men and really it's the mutant population's job to either drag humanity into the light or leave humanity to its fate and just let it suffer and conquer the world, right? Like, just kind of take things over, say, if you can't lead this world into a better place, then we will. And that's when he kind of says, what we need here is a team that basically is going to serve as the intelligence arm of the X-Men. With that being the case, they in turn say, we're going to reconstitute X-Force. And X-Force is going to basically be our CIA type team, right? They're going to be our intelligence gathering apparatus. The first thing they do is they go to visit Forge, right? And Forge is, again, the guy who makes weapons, all kinds of of arms and armament technology and suits of armor, things like that. And they basically hit him up and say like, we need your help in developing weapons. What he's been doing here is he's been taking Krakoan biology, right? So pieces of Krakoa, and then basically hybridizing it, which is to say blending it with weapons technology. And what he's kind of done here is he's actually created a kind of device that bonds itself to the hand, and it can do any number of things. It can shoot energy, right? It can turn itself into like knives and stabbing weapons. It's a pretty powerful piece of technology. The other thing that was going on here is that somehow, and we don't really know how, but somehow Krakoa got its hands on adamantium in a liquid state. Now, the reason why I say this is a big thing is because it's very difficult to do. The formula for adamantium isn't readily available. Somehow they managed to get their hands on it, but the idea is that if they ever have to bring Wolverine back, they can bond adamantium to his skeleton. But this is kind of a big deal because what it also means is that if there are other mutants out there that have the ability to heal, right? They have healing factors, you could bond adamantium to them if they're willing to undergo the process, right? So it's actually a really awesome concept. But one of the first things they do is they basically kind of have this mission they go on to a place called the Point, or at least it's kind of a reference for where Beast is operating out of. But they end up realizing that this location, this kind of strike that's taking place, with regards to this heist that's going on, is a chance for them to basically track these guys down and find out why it is they attack Krakoa in the first place, right? And so what you have here is basically a place where you've got human allies, right? They're basically called, Xavier scholars. So people who study the philosophies of Xavier, his views, and just kind of see what merit there is, but they're not enemies of the X-Men, right? They're just trying to understand the mutant population. Of course, with this heist showing up and with them having, different Krakoan, bits of Krakoan technology at their disposal, you end up having them basically break into this place, kind of reach the Krakoan gate, and then shut the gate down just as X-Force is getting in. And it leads to Domino basically kind of bailing out, right? Her not really experiencing any kind of a shut or anything like that. But with the gate shutting off the way that it does, it cuts Wolverine in half and it kills Quentin Quire. But the whole thing behind this is that with the gate basically shut down and no real means to access this facility outside of getting into an actual vessel and flying there, right? So however long that happens to take, you end up having Black Tom Cassidy hit up by Domino, and then Black Tom Cassidy, of course, talks to Gateway and says like, we need you to teleport Domino to a location. Now, the other part of this, and kind of a plot thread that's beginning here, and is going to sort of pick up later on in the next story that we do, is that Domino is actually losing her power over luck. That's kind of the nature of Domino, is that she can kind of bend luck to her favor, right? So if Domino is walking along a whole bunch of slot machines, her power will tell her, play that slot machine and you'll win $1 million, right? I mean, it won't say like you'll win $1 million, but it'll just kind of pull her towards that slot machine, and then she'll play it, and then she'll win like $50 million in progressive slots, right? Which nobody ever does. But the other part of this is that with her arriving there, of course, she's also met by the arrival of Forge, right? Forge is like, look, I'm not like sitting this one out, right? Like I got all these arms and all this technology and something like that. I want to destroy stuff, man. I'm tired of sitting in the lab. That's basically the whole stance of Forge. Now, once they get in here, kind of jumping back to this facility, of course, Wolverine being cut in half immediately still starts killing people. But one of the guys ends up turning their gun on Wolverine, kind of spraying him down, and at the moment he kind of looks to be dead, right? But that, of course, gives time for Domino alongside Forge to show up here, right? Now, once these two show up, Domino uses her technology, which actually proves to be highly effective, and then, of course, Forge using his suit and just kind of showing up here. You got a few guys who kind of show up, try to launch an attack. They're all subdued pretty quickly. Domino's a little harsh on him, but the funny thing about this from Beast is he's like, look, okay, these are the only guys that we have that can give us information on the original heist, right? They are the only ones that all kind of work together, or at least know what was going on with that heist. So don't kill them. Like, you can beat the crap out of them if you want to, brutalize them all you want to, but don't kill them. And when it looks like Domino's going to, that's when Beast steps in and says, you have to stop. The whole purpose of X-Force is to serve as an intelligence gathering apparatus. We can't gather intelligence if the people with that intelligence are dead. You have to save at least one of them. The other cool thing that kind of happens here is Forge actually ends up grabbing Wolverine's pieces and just kind of smashing them back together, and it's like, now heal yourself, right? Like, now heal back up because we need you out here. And so what you end up getting here is once it's all kind of said and done, right? Once you have the mission more or less proving to be successful, the other guys have basically retreated, they've aborted. You have Domino who walks up on one of the guys with the intention of looking to kill him, right? The whole kind of device she has on her arm basically creates, something that looks like Wolverine's claws. It's not really adamantium, but something similar to it, a pretty durable material. And it looks like she's going to kill him. And that's when Beast is kind of like, you have to stop here, right? And it's a truly fearful thing. One of the other things that we kind of found out in their various investigations is that one of the things this kind of secretive organization had been doing was basically removing pieces of Domino, right? That's what was going on with her in the first two issues and why she looked so scarred. They had been cutting off pieces of her and then basically seemingly to attach them to like what looked like assassin robots or something like that, right? These kind of hybrid beings. But in her mind, she looks at this guy and says, this guy's probably not human. He's probably not actually human. He's probably one of those weird looking hybrids that they cooked up in a lab somewhere. We can kill this guy and it won't really matter. But this guy is like, no, I'm definitely human. And one of the laws of Krakoa is you can't kill humans unless your own personal life is in danger. This guy's begging for his life. And so ultimately, she basically ends up sparing this guy. And initially you have Beast, who does a bit of an interrogation here, kind of asking a few questions and saying like, who are you working for? What's the whole deal? The guy starts sobbing, telling the story about like his dog and how his dog's at home, somebody needs to go check on him, that kind of a thing. But the torture methods of Krakoa are not inhumane, but they are somewhat brutal, right? Depending on how you perceive it, right? Where he kind of spills this story to Beast and says like, we just get our orders from the top, right? Like this wasn't any kind of a political maneuver. It wasn't a political job. It wasn't like a hit job or anything. It was designed to be a heist. The response of Beast is, well, one, you guys killed Xavier, so how much of a heist could it possibly be? And then two, you attacked a political nation that's new to the world in the face of the world being afraid of it. How could this be anything but political? Enter Jean Grey, who uses her powers and basically starts to, attack this guy's mind. And that's where that kind of violation begins to come in, right? Like reading this guy's mind in a way where he can't legitimately fight back, but at the same time, he also kind of asked for it. And so that's when we end up finding out that this mysterious guy that we saw at the end of like the first and second issues is the guy this thief is basically working for, right? That they get their orders from this guy. He doesn't know their name. The whole purpose was for them to go into Krakoa, to steal some stuff, to go into that facility, steal some stuff there, and then we're going to sell it to these guys, right? Part of it was, we're paying you for this heist, and then you're going to bring these different, these goods and so on to us, but they don't know the guy's name, right? All they know is he has like a peacock tattoo, and that's it. They don't know his name, they don't know what his face looks like, or any of that stuff, or they simply just know this guy is there somewhere. But from here, we pick up with the final mission of X-Force in this first part of the story, and we end up joining in what's basically a place called Terra Verde. And Terra Verde is a nation that's looking to sign a treaty with Krakoa for, in order to access those various Krakoan seeds that Xavier has at his disposal. But the idea behind Terra Verde, and this is kind of important here, the idea behind Terra Verde is that they were at one point the world leader in what was called telefloronics. And telefloronics was basically it's kind of this weird, wonky word to describe the idea of creating a means of healing people, to create what are essentially nanobots, right? So super microscopic machines that were not really machines, but were plant-based in origin. And these could be used for a number of healing, healing factors and different things like that to heal injuries and so on. The problem with this is that while they were leading the world with this kind of research, it was still pretty far off from being something that could, one, include human trials, and then two, be mass marketed and then controlled and so on and so forth. But the relative early days of their experiments, relatively recently, you suddenly had Xavier, who popped up with Krakoan seeds on Krakoa. And so basically all this technology vanished, right? Like any funding they had just disappeared overnight. But within Terra Verde itself, you also had a guy named President Como. And this was a guy who basically kind of stabilized the region, stabilized this country, which had been warring for quite some time. And so it was really pushing towards more of a plant-based society. But the funny thing about this is that with this treaty being signed, you end up having, of course, Black Tom Cassidy, who attends with Charles Xavier in order to keep him protected, right? Since Black Tom Cassidy can control the Earth. And so you end up having these guys who show up and start kind of manifesting these tendrils of sorts and immediately start going after President Como. And with that happening, you have Black Tom Cassidy, who kind of implements his power that seems to kind of shut these down when you have the attack going after the president himself. Black Tom Cassidy, of course, saves Xavier, is also able to kind of stave off the attack from the invaders, which largely happens off panel. We don't really see that. All we really get is the statement of Black Tom Cassidy in the sense that like they basically ran away, right? They seem to get scared and sort of flee. But the response of Beast is, if these guys are going to be brave enough to launch an attack against the president as well as Xavier at the same time, then why just run, right? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And so Beast's response, you really tell Sage, go back and pull up all the information that you can and all the camera feeds that you can of this whole thing, right? Like Kokam, the president himself, has gone through a whole bunch of different attempts to remove him from power over the years, but somehow this seems a little bit different. And so what you end up finding out here is that the attack itself was not designed to go after President Kokam, it was designed to go after his son, which is the smartest move to make. If you're going to try to control the president, take his son. And any president, anybody who's worth a damn will do whatever it takes to keep their kid alive, right? Unless their kid's really just that far of a lost cause. And so ultimately, when he came out and said he's not going to sign the treaty in the aftermath of this incident, the immediate response of Beast and all them is, okay, it's because they have his son, right? It's because they took his son and they're forcing his hand. And so what you end up getting is basically Beast and Jean Grey and them who show up on the doorstep of President Kokam and don't really have any intent of harming him. Instead, Jean reads his mind and says, okay, tell us everything you know. What we end up finding out is that these weird looking wonky guys with these tendrils are basically telefloronic scientists who were taken over by their own experiments. Now, the indication here seems to be that these experiments are almost kind of like Venom in nature, in the sense that somewhere along the line they developed some kind of sentience and then basically became hostile in and of themselves. They kind of became parasitic and basically latched themselves to these guys. The other part of this is that if these beings really are operating in the realm of self-preservation, then it wouldn't be that far out of the realm of possibility to create the argument that with research drying up, that there was no more attempts by this this group to, to create these guys. More so than that, the research was probably being killed off. And so it was these telefloronics basically being killed off themselves. This is really seeming more of an act of self-preservation than anything else. But regardless of how you try to slice it, the response of Beast is, we have to go basically launch this strike against these guys. The other part of this, and this is really more heavy-handed by Beast, is to say that in his mind, telefloronics are a massive, credible threat to the mutant population. And the reason for that is if telefloronics are a kind of organism that exists out there and it bonds itself to people, then it can bond itself to almost anything else. More so than that, if it bonded itself to these guys and they started evolving over time, then what would happen if we had a telefloronic who's powerful enough to reach into the world and control it? Then at that point, you have a being that could basically go after the mutant population by targeting their own island, meaning humans or mutants would have to like take to the skies in order to escape, the surface. They can never go back to the surface world again. But it basically creates a scenario where the mutant population could legitimately stand on the realm of complete and total eradication, right? Because at that point, then suddenly this being could start producing different kinds of pheromones or producing different kinds of substances from plants that specifically target mutants, and then basically make the entire atmosphere of the Earth poison for the mutant population, and it would kill them. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about here. It's far-fetched, but the idea of Beast is it's not that far-fetched, right? That's really his biggest fear. Like this kind of hybrid fusion between these plants and these humans. These human beings could lead to some kind of future version of these, telefloronic beings that could basically turn the entire weapon or the entire Earth into a weapon against the mutant population and then wipe them out, right? The entire population would go extinct. And so the response of Beast is do what you have to do, right? We cannot leave behind any witnesses and we can't leave these things behind, kill them all. And that's the crazy thing, is because the response of Beast is they're not really human, right? When Jean asked the question, what happened to kill no human? The response of Beast is they're not really human beings in the first place, not anymore. They're like Omega Sentinels. They're more machine than man, right? Twisted and evil, consumed by the dark side. But that's basically what they are, right? And so Jean basically eradicates these things using her powers, and then they basically start going after and attempting to find the son of President Kokam. And once they locate his son, they end up finding out that he's a telefloronic himself, and that he is one of the individuals out here who's trying to bring down his father, right? The whole thing was staged. It was all planned by him. He staged his own kidnapping to force his father's hand. The idea behind this is that it wasn't really as though it was like an acquisition of money or power or anything like that. I mean, it was to a degree, but the whole stance of the president's son is that with Terra Verde being on the verge of telefloronic breakthroughs, that if they had succeeded, it would have put him at the forefront of everything, right? They would have been like the Wakanda of the healing world. Everybody would have come to them, right? From the pharmaceutical standpoint, everybody would have come to them, and it would have taken them from a small little nation that barely just achieved stability to being like the center of the pharmaceutical world. The other crazy thing that comes out of this is that Beast kind of looks at the situation and says that had this technology gotten out there, right, had telefloronics gotten out there, that humanity would have realized there was an alternative to Krakoa medicine and that they would no longer recognize mutant sovereignty. If that was the case, then in turn, it would have caused massive problems for the mutant population. And so in an act of maintaining the mutant population's stance as to where they are in terms of maintaining their power, you end up having Beast basically wipe this guy's mind. Like, and not even in the sense of him just like wiping his memories, but in the sense of him basically kind of recoding the telefloronic substance in his body to essentially eat his mind alive. And all it does is just kind of leave him in a feeble state, right? It leaves him in a vegetative state, and it leaves his father there. It's like, your son's here, albeit, Beast basically saying like, which of these was the two evils, right? To kill this guy's son or to tell him his son was a traitor. Which of these were the two right things to do? Keep in mind, Xavier was behind this as well. And that's kind of the nature of these things, right? It's what had to be done in order for the mutant population to maintain its role in the world and to achieve its level of power. And so what you end up finding out here is that this kind of telefloronic substance inside the body of the president is actually sentient, right? That he's wholly telefloronic, not just in terms of it impacting his body or anything, but just on the biological level. It is merged with him in its entirety. He's not just wielding it as a weapon, right? Like, he is this. And so basically it kind of breaks down and literally leaves the hospital room and then reforms itself. Okay, so from here we jump to the next part of the story, and this is one of the things about Benjamin Percy's X-Force run. Benjamin Percy is a good writer, but the biggest issue with his X-Force run is it just kind of feels like it's all over the place. The idea here is that we kind of jump back a little bit. There were a couple things going on with the idea of Domino. Honestly, in order to keep things simple, we can largely skim over it. Basically, like, Domino ended up enlisting the help of Colossus, who had kind of left Krakoa and the X-Men for the Savage Land in the aftermath of everything that was going on, in the sense of his attack when he was in Russia, I think it was, and helping to liberate people, the injuries he suffered. They ended up, of course, finding out that the reason why Domino's portions of her skin were being removed is that because this kind of secretive organization that existed out there basically served the purpose of trying to create more versions of her for whatever their goals happened to be. Ultimately, Colossus kind of jumped in front of like a moving train, which was their base, or at least part of their base of operations where their research was. The train was destroyed, all the samples on the train were destroyed, and Domino ended up dying, and of course they resurrected her from the dead, and then Colossus went back to doing his thing. And that's basically it, right? That's basically all that happened in that little segment. By no means is any of that overly important, right? And it's kind of weird, but the X-Force team is kind of sent on another mission by Beast. But this one's kind of a follow-up to the events of Terra Verde, where basically this Terra Floronic that had escaped President Kokum's son, kind of going out and manifesting on its own, has basically taken over the country on its own, right? Taken over the country in its entirety. Now, the fact that Beast was the one who made that call and did those things that kind of screwed up that guy's mind and all that, leads him to kind of running this mission on his own, right? So it's him, and he's the one basically talking to Quentin Quire, to Wolverine, and to Domino. Now, this is kind of a big deal because the entire nature of X-Force, because it is so clandestine, relies heavily on trust. That you trust the guy next to you to keep your back, and you trust that the people who are giving your orders aren't sending you into like sending you on a suicide mission. And they have trust in Beast that Beast is not going to get them killed. But Beast is in a lot of ways trying to cover his own tracks here. That when he kind of sends them in there, that it's like, okay, I need to know what's going on, right? I need to know everything that's going on inside there, and I need you guys to meet with the president. And the problem with this is that with President Kokom, he's dead, right? Like he was literally taken over by these plants and kind of bonded to a wall. It's a pretty screwed up way. The other thing here is that with these, with the whole country basically being taken over in such a rapid amount of time, it shows us one, what these telefloronics are capable of in the sense that Beast was right with their ability to tap into Earth and then manipulate it for their own ends. And that two, they have no regards in killing people. Like this is basically a dead country. Beast killed everybody here, and Beast is kind of trying to keep things quiet. The other part of this is that it's kind of formed its own kind of society in a lot of ways. In the sense like its own kind of plant life. You have what looks like basically a kind of leopard or a tiger or whatever it is that kind of like manifests out of the ground, right? And then just kind of starts going after them, sort of walks into the temple where all this seems to sort of be emanating from, which looks like the base of operations for these guys. The other thing that kind of goes on here is Black Tom Cassidy has had a kind of existential crisis, right? He's trying to be a good guy, not been doing very good at it, trying to turn over a new leaf, turning to alcohol in a lot of ways to kind of get himself put together. Beast ends up kind of enlisting his aid and saying like, we need you here. And with Black Tom being hungover, Beast ends up just basically taking him and saying like, we're going to get you sober and we're going to get you out there into the field. This is your lucky day. You want to be a hero? Go out there with X-Force and go be a hero, right? Like go fight the good fight. The other thing that goes on here is you have Quentin Quire who tries to chime into Beast and telling him like, this whole nation is a living organism now and has killed everybody here and is taking us out. And it grabs Quentin Quire and then snatches him off. Now, once Quentin Quire's pulled in, you end up having Wolverine and you have Domino who basically follow him in there. And of course, Quentin Quire just kind of responds to them with like telekinetic weapons and different things like that. But he's got like a bandana tied around his head, right? So like, he looks kind of cool. But once they're in here, there's a couple things that go down. One is that this plant life looks like it's been growing for eons, right? Like it's been growing for centuries. That's kind of the statement that's given. It's Wolverine who kind of gives it. So what it looks like is that these things have been growing for quite some time. This kind of landscape's been here for a while. There's some sort of kind of toying with the idea that this is how the telefloronics were basically engineered by using organic, like living plant life that existed out there in that temple, and then kind of bringing it to the world and then trying to engineer it. So basically like they tapped into what were basically like evil plants, for lack of a better word, and now they're pissed. That kind of seems to be the case. The other part of this, and something that I would say is probably the most knowledgeable or probably the most reasonable, is that the plants really have existed here for quite some time. And in fact, Benjamin Percy basically tells us as much, but there was a kind of balance of nature that existed here, right? That you had the plant life that was there, and presumably over time it would feed on people, but it was a kind of balance in this sort of ecosystem. But that with Beast basically tapping into this, well, really not even just Beast and the attempts to utilize telefloronics, for their own purpose, that they created a kind of imbalance. That with Beast cracking the code of the telefloronics and then trying to find a way to engineer it for his own end, literally playing Dr. Frankenstein with this kind of plant life he didn't know anything about, that he shifted the balance of power. And that what it's done is it's made the plant life more, like really kind of elevated it, right? So it's kind of taken on the form and become more human-like and elevated it above its post, right? So basically it's kind of achieved a new level of power. And so that means that's how it was able to kind of take over the entirety of the nation. And that answers the question why it never did that before. Presumably because it never occurred to this plant life, or this plant life wasn't previously capable of that. But whatever the case is, Beast literally altered it in such a way to where he changed its genetic structure and made it something wholly evil. Or not really evil, but something just wholly twisted, and kind of moved it up along the food chain. And so with that being the case, you have Wolverine and you have Quentin Quire, who are both snatched up, right? They're both basically taken away. And what these telefloronics are doing is basically consuming humans, right? Consuming organic matter, and then like literally eating it for, and kind of forming their own society in that way. It's kind of interesting here because Wolverine's one of the ones they take. They already took Quentin Quire. They already kind of sacrificed and consumed him, right? So he's kind of being converted basically into plant life, and Wolverine's kind of undergoing that conversion process. The real kicker here is whether or not Wolverine's healing factor can overcome that. And it kind of seems like to a degree it can, but it's not something that works against his healing factor, right? It's not considered to be a kind of invasive, pathogen that his healing factor would immediately attack, right? It's not like a cold or a flu or something along those lines. What it does is it modifies their body on the genetic level. And for the most part, that kind of seems to sort of operate under the purview of his healing factor, and his healing factor just doesn't really seem to notice it, right? And so either that or his healing factor doesn't know what to do with it, so it does nothing. But whatever the case is, it basically points to the idea that Wolverine is susceptible to this and could be taken over just like everybody else. Now, the other thing that goes on here is Jean Grey realizes what was happening, that with Beast basically leaving her and Sage in the dark, not really even telling them this mission was going on in the first place, that Jean had basically probed his mind and realized what was happening. And that's when she shows up here. And she's like, you basically lied to everybody. You engineer this whole circumstance, one, just to see what could happen. Two, you're trying to find a way to bring this place into Krakoa to use it for our own ends. Like, you're making the argument the ends justify the means. But the reality, Beast, is that you killed a whole country. You killed an entire nation of people. So yeah, like, sure, what they were doing would have put Krakoa at risk in terms of our place in the political and social hierarchy of the world, right? It would have possibly slid us down the pole in terms of our ability to maintain our dominant place, with the various medicines and stuff that we have. But you sacrifice a whole nation of people to do it. And we as people, like we as mutants, have to be better than that. We cannot adopt this philosophy that the ends justify the means. But the reality is that it does, right? The ends really do justify the means, because the stance that Jean seems to be taking here is that if Beast had done nothing and kind of allowed things to unfold, then everything the mutant population had worked for would have failed. In her desire to do the right thing, she would have killed their success, right? And at the end of the day, that cannot be allowed to happen, right? That cannot be allowed to take place. That mutants have struggled long enough that because of her caring and her cold-hearted nature, she'd killed everything they worked for. And at the end of the day, Beast is like, no, like we're not playing that game, right? We're not doing that, right? I did what I did. I make no apologies for it. And yes, I sacrificed a whole nation of people, but what's this nation of, 100,000 people in comparison to the millions of mutants that will be here over time, right? Through just procreation and so on, and the mutants who are here right now, right? Basically, the argument Beast makes is our need is greater than theirs, and the experiment is worth the loss, right? And it's a legitimate statement, and it's an accurate statement to make, right? It really is worth the loss. And so because of that, of course, again, Quentin Quire, he's dead. Wolverine kind of ends up popping up and manages to make some measure of an attack, but even then he starts to be overcome by these vines again, and that's when you end up having Jean Grey kind of working together alongside Sage, with Sage kind of analyzing this, taking the information of Beast and realizing how all this is, how their entire genetic structure, for lack of a better word, how that works. The response to Jean is we can combine our powers, right? We can basically use the power of Sage, like her mind, and we can use the power of Jean herself to kind of anchor everybody together, and the power of Black Tom Cassidy to essentially introduce a kind of virus into their genetic code. Effectively, they give the plant life cancer and break it down and kill the plant life at a rapid state. That's all it is, right? Just mutated cells, right? Free radicals, right? But in response to all that, with everything that's happened and this whole conflict, ending pretty fast, Jean Grey quits, right? Because her whole stance is X-Force is supposed to exist on a basis of trust, but Wolverine kind of calls her on it, right? And says like, you were never really meant for this, right? Like the nature of X-Force isn't to be this kind of altruistic group that does good things because it's the right thing to do. The whole purpose of X-Force is to be as bad as the bad guys, right? Because that's how you win. You win by becoming as bad as they are. That's just what you have to do in order to win. Now, there's no arguing that point. Jean is too kind for that. And so she can't be with X-Force because she can't really do what needs to be done. The other thing that kind of goes on here is she's sharing a bath with Wolverine. It's good to see that the whole kind of love triangle between Jean Grey and Cyclops and Wolverine is still there, right? That's a cornerstone of their character. But the whole thing about this is it kind of switches over to a degree, in that in the aftermath of all this, that you kind of have autopsies that are done on the various bodies that were taken. And what you end up finding out here is that what these telefloronics had done was actually managed to achieve the exact same process as Krakoan technology, in the sense that when you have Dr. Reyes who goes to cut one of them open and perform a kind of autopsy, this smaller body jumps out, cuts your throat, and takes off. What telefloronics have managed to do is find a way to resurrect themselves. That's basically what they've done here, right? That in the event that the main person dies, right? So say you're infected by one of these telefloronics, you basically become wholly that plant life, right? You lose your own real identity here. But in the event that you die, what would happen is you would basically kind of reconstitute yourself inside your own corpse and then emerge at some future point in time, right? Almost like a butterfly out of a cocoon, except, you know, not really pretty, like pretty ugly and nasty looking. But that's what happens across the board here, right? It's very similar to the xenomorphs from the Alien stories, but they kind of start popping up out of all these corpses, right? Just kind of popping up all over the place. And that's when things start, you know, sort of pop off, because from their perspective, they do what is inherently in their nature, which is to spread across Krakoa, right? So it's the events of Beast kind of getting continually worse. Now, the other part of this is you have Domino, who shows up to Colossus. And for the most part, for the character of Colossus, with him being out, right? With him being in the Savage Land down in Antarctica and being out and away from Krakoa, that he's in a place of peace. He's removed from all of this, right? He's removed from everything. He wants to be left alone. And so when Domino shows up and asks him to come back, his response is no. Like, I began as a farmer. I'm going to stay here as a farmer. I'm just going to enjoy this time that I have. Go away and leave me alone. I don't want to be part of this whole X-Men thing that you guys have anymore. The problem with this is that as things begin to pop off in Krakoa, the various Madroxes that that Colossus had on his farm, who were basically farmhands, immediately start bolting towards the gate of Krakoa. And that's when Colossus realizes something's going on here, right? And so of course he basically, you know, activates his osmium skin and goes taking off towards the gates as well, leaving what looks like his girlfriend Kayla behind, or his sister or something like that. I don't think we're really given a whole lot of information about this character, but he basically leaves her behind. And when he gets in there, everything's popping off. This sentient island is literally going nuts, right? Like, these little things are like little evil pixies, right? They're like running around with these little guns. They got little knives, stabbing the hell out of people. And these things are maybe like 2 feet tall, but they're causing all kinds of havoc on this place, right? Like just little evil pixies just ripping the whole place up. Now, of course, this leads to Black Tom Cassidy showing up to Xavier and basically saying, like, we're locking you away, right? So it's like taking the president to a bunker. While that's happening, one of these little guys manages to kind of sneak away and basically accesses one of the swords from Swords of X, right? Basically accesses the Cerebro sword. And so he effectively takes off with it. And then from there, like, Colossus shows up, helps to overcome this great big huge thing, kind of saves the day, and then leaves, right? It's just like, I'm done, right? And, you know, and that's the crazy thing is you kind of have this sort of conversation between, you know, Domino and Colossus, where he's like, after I'm done with this, like, do not come back and find me. That's kind of thing. They had a little bit of a romance to a degree, but now he's done, right? He's done with her, he's done with the X-Men, the whole 9 yards, you know, and he's like, do not come and find me, right? Like, do not come back, leave me alone. And so he basically just ends up leaving, right? He just ends up kind of going off and doing his own thing. Switch over to Quentin Quire, right? Quentin Quire is kind of making out with Sophie from the Stepford Cuckoos. It's good to see that he got one of those girls. Or the funny thing is, as soon as that happens, he's immediately stabbed, and then he's knocked through the portal by one of the guys. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people who are fans of Quentin Quire, right, like all 30 of them, they'd probably be pretty pissed off that Quentin Quire is being killed and kind of thrown away like this. Honestly, I'm a fan of Quentin Quire, but I'm biding my time, because here's the thing. I feel like Quentin's gonna have this ridiculously OP moment, right? I feel like it's kind of slapping him around a little bit and then just giving him this ridiculously amazing moment later on down the line. Because remember, he's an Omega level telepath, right? He's not easy pickings. But when he's knocked through here, he's immediately met by the arrival of Mikhail Rasputin, right? The brother of Colossus. And we end up finding out that the brother of Colossus is the one who's leading this whole secretive organization, or at least involved in this whole secretive organization. Now, Mikhail Rasputin is strange because Marvel has never fully fleshed out what his powers are. We know that he can kind of transmute matter on different levels, but it happens in different ways, right? He can travel through time and space, or he can like change a person's body structure, right? To change them into something else. It's one of these things where it's kind of like matter manipulation, but only as it pertains to like another person's physical body and like his ability to move through time and space. But it's one of these things where Marvel kind of keeps him in kind of this gray area where it's like, could he become a reality manipulator, or is he kind of confined to this thing? We don't really know, because we don't really care, because we've never taken the time to tell you. Like, that's kind of what it is. That's kind of what's going on with this character. But regardless, he ends up dragging him into what looks like the Kremlin, right? So like the capital of the Russian government. And that's when you get this sort of switch over where the main henchman, right, of this guy, of the leader, who was at one point defeated by, of the Xeno group, basically, who was defeated by Mikhail Rasputin, is basically brought back, right? He's kind of resurrected. He doesn't really matter. It's not really a major talking point. He's kind of enhanced a little bit, right? Like each time he dies, there's modifications that are made to him to improve on the way, to improve on him, so he doesn't die that same way again, or that he can stand a better chance. But as soon as Mikhail Rasputin walks in here, like one, he's been attending all these meetings. They've been holding this meeting from Mikhail Rasputin, right? So they kept it hidden. And then in turn, you also have like Omega Red, who's on Krakoa as well, right? Kind of a quick little thing. But like this big attack kind of happens, this kind of big assault happens between Mikhail and this henchman guy. This henchman guy is overcome pretty easily. But the important thing that kind of comes out of this is that one, Mikhail Rasputin turns into stone and destroys him. And then two, you have this conversation where because it's Mikhail Rasputin and because the X-Men learn about this, that Beast goes after Colossus again and then brings Colossus back to the island. But what's happened is Beast seems to have kind of told everybody what was going on. And that pisses off Wolverine, who basically attacks Beast. And it's just kind of like, dude, you dick. He chases everybody out of there and they end up taking Colossus to kind of a sort of, not really an interrogation space, kind of an interrogation space, but basically says like, look, we have some questions that we need to ask you about your brother Mikhail and about everything you can tell us, right? Like what you can tell us about him, his involvement, your familial ties, what it is that he's doing here. The important thing is that we kind of get an answer from Benjamin Percy on this, that Mikhail Rasputin basically hands this weapon over to the head of Xeno and says, look, the time has come for you guys to accept the way things are. For the longest time, you and the various organizations who have existed out there, the ones that came before you, have fought against mutant kind on your own. You fought against the mutant population by yourself, but that doesn't work, right? You've built me an army, you've given me everything that I needed, but my resources are also now your resources. If we are going to take down the mutant population, we have to work together. You have to accept help from mutant kind. And so what this means is the brother of Colossus has allied himself with an organization that seeks the purpose of bringing down the X-Men. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with X of Swords. We are getting into part 2, right? And it's one of the things we talked about in X of Swords creation. This is a massive storyline, right? It's 22 parts, and it spans the entirety of the X books, right? All the X-Men related books, Excalibur, and well, I don't know if it's Excalibur, but I think it includes Excalibur, but like X-Force and X-Factor, which is what we're covering here, Wolverine, all that kind of stuff. So what we end up doing here is picking up in the direct aftermath of X of Swords creation, right? Like Apocalypse basically being impaled and Richter, more or less being killed, right? And Richter's not really dead per se, but like both of them are severely injured. And Apocalypse showing up here, he's still somewhat alive, but it's kind of a weird thing because Apocalypse's powers, when it comes to his abilities, really kind of wax and wanes depending on who's telling the story, right? Technically speaking, Apocalypse should and historically did have total control of the atomic structure of his body, right? I mean, he could heal himself from anything. In this instance, he can't or he's unable to. We're not really given a clear explanation as to why this isn't really happening in terms of him just kind of healing himself super fast and going back to normal. But the idea of Apocalypse healing himself also kind of ran counterintuitive to the nature of Apocalypse in the sense that some period of time, he would go into like an incubation chamber and he would basically kind of restore his energies. Now again, that was one of the conflicting aspects of his character. Marvel played it fast and loose, right? They said like Apocalypse is a guy who's just super powerful. Then you get into like the early 90s, the late 80s, early 90s, and it's like, well, Apocalypse has to like jump from one host body to the next because his powers are too extreme. And then you go into like the early 2000s and it's like, actually he doesn't. And it's just, it's weird the way that Marvel's played with his powers over the years. But the idea here is that once they arrive, you basically end up having like Siren who just calls out, right? Just calls out for help. And you have like a whole host of X-Men who show up. You've got Beast who shows up here. You've got Rachel Summers. You have what looks like Dr. Reyes. You have like a whole bunch of people who are just showing up here, right? And the first thing that Apocalypse tells Richter is not to die, right? That a mutant always fights. And in this instance, Richter has to continue basically fighting for his life. The other part of this is that with Polaris showing back up, she comes with the unwelcoming news that of course, Rockslide has been killed. And that's one of the things that kind of takes her in a pretty rough way, is because one, she watched him die, two, she brought his remains back, and three, that Rockslide is one of the younger members of the X-Men team, right? And so in a lot of ways, it makes Polaris feel as though she personally failed. And so what ends up happening here is that in response to everything going on, one of the things that Saturnine does, and a lot of people say it's Saturnine, no it's not, it's Saturnine. So what ends up happening is Saturnine basically like waves her hand and ends up destroying the external gate that allows people from Krakoa to enter into Arakko. Now remember, this was not supposed to happen. admit that Krakoa, the island itself, did not want to see this gate destroyed under any circumstance. The fact that it's been done pisses the island off in the most extreme, right? Now, of course, the rationale that's given to Krakoa is we weren't the ones who did it, right? It was totally Saturnine, it's on her, she's the one that made the call. In Otherworld, there's nothing we can really do, right? The power that she possesses there by virtue of the magic she used is beyond our ability to overcome, right? She's more or less almost kind of like a goddess in her own realm. And so in response to that, what you've had here is you've had a couple people who have tried to enter into the subconscious mind of Polaris in order to access the riddle, right? The prophecy that was given to her by Saturnine. And the first person to do it, of course, was Monet St. Croix. She tried to enter into Polaris's mind. It didn't work. Then came Rachel Summers. She tried the exact same thing. Every time they do, it triggers this kind of automated telepathic trap where Saturnine basically pops up and says, nope, you can't do that. And then she takes him away and throws him out of her mind. And it happens every single time they try. Now, this in and of itself is a pretty astronomical feat, and it's something that'd be easy to dismiss, right? It's something that'd be easy to throw away. But something to understand here, Rachel Summers is an omega level telepath. She's not small beans. She's not someone who's just kind of coming along and reading surface thoughts and just managed to muster enough power to get into the subconscious mind of Polaris and then try to find a way to crack this riddle. No, she's super powerful. She's been a host of the Phoenix Force. She fought Galactus to a standstill and actually like forced him off. I mean, it's kind of crazy some of the things that she's done over the course of her history, and to be overpowered by Saturnine, especially on the telepathic level where she's at her most powerful, actually pretty incredible. Like it's kind of nuts the way that happens. But again, from there we kind of switch over to Richter and Apocalypse. And the crazy thing about this is that you end up having Richter, who's not quite dead and who could potentially be healed by Healer himself, but ultimately Healer chooses not to. Instead, like when Apocalypse tells Healer, like, tend to the boy, the response of Healer is, I have to help you both. And Apocalypse is kind of like, this guy's dying, right? Like Richter doesn't have the same kind of power I have. Richter's dying. Take to him and then worry about me. But at the end of the day, the Healer, Apocalypse kind of picks up on what's going on and says like, you're going to let him die? And the response of Healer is he'll be resurrected swiftly. And then Apocalypse responds, then join him. And he in turn goes to attack the Healer using his telepathy and telekinesis. Now, the fact that he's going to shut this guy down, he's going to kill him in his entirety, he's immediately attacked by basically a combined forces, right? A telepath ends up like attacking him. Now, this initially takes on the form of his four horsemen, right? Kind of using his own experiences against him. And then it takes on the form of Richter. But the crazy thing is that once that's done, we end up finding out, of course, that it's Rachel Summers who ended up doing that, right? Rachel Summers ended up screwing with him and basically ended up being the one to kind of take Apocalypse down. Now, from there, you end up going directly into Polaris, who kind of has this conversation with Charles Xavier and these guys. And you have the attempts of Xavier, really, and even the Five, to kind of bring back Richter and to bring back Rockslide. And the problem with this is that with Richter returning and Rockslide returning, Richter seems to come back without a hitch. Rockslide, on the other hand, there's this kind of crazy massive surge that goes on, right? This kind of thing where it's almost like a psychic attack across, all the telepaths inside Krakoa, and even attacks the little, the various gates that are there, right? Those little resurrection pods and, the different points, right, that kind of pick up on Charles Xavier and so on. But Xavier passes out, Rockslide starts kind of going nuts and babbling a whole bunch of nonsense, and basically the Five end up shutting down all the resurrection eggs and destroying them all, right? Because in their mind, there's something wrong with the resurrection eggs when they brought Rockslide back. And their initial kind of, look here, when Polaris kind of looks at Rockslide and is like, you're not Rockslide, the initial indication here is that he brought something back, right? He was contaminated with a virus, so to speak, and that when he was resurrected, that virus kind of spread itself toward, into the eggs. And so when those were all destroyed, Xavier wakes up and he starts freaking out. He's like, what have you done? And the response is, that's not Rockslide. And so what you end up getting here is this idea of Xavier reading the mind of Richter to figure out if that's actually Richter, right? To make sure the problem with Rockslide doesn't repeat itself. And they're all kind of panicking on what they do, because they've never had a situation where they've resurrected someone and then all hell broke loose and they had to destroy the little resurrection eggs. They've never really had that before. And so what it does, at least what it kicks into, is it leads to a meeting of the Quiet Council of sorts, right? And what we end up learning here is that we learn a couple massive things that go on. And it's actually cool to see this. And it was really only a matter of time. But when it comes to the idea of X-Men or mutants resurrecting each other, there's kind of a hitch in the giddy up here. That previously we kind of looked at this as though, resurrection was like an infinite thing. You could resurrect somebody an infinite number of times. And you can, but in this instance, there's a catch. The idea is that if you are in the main Marvel universe and you're a mutant who dies on Earth somewhere, you can be resurrected an infinite number of times. There's no limit there. But if they die in Otherworld, everything changes. And the reason why is because Otherworld is a nexus of realities, right? Any possible reality can be reached from that nexus of realities. It's always been that way, right? Ever since the introduction of Saturnine and the old, the old Marvel Tales, whatever it was, number 380, the introduction of Roma, Merlin, it's always been established as being that way. The caveat to this is that because because it is a nexus of reality, if you die in Otherworld and you're resurrected, there's no guarantee that they'll resurrect the person who died, right? It could be any one of those possible versions of yourself out there throughout the entirety of the multiverse. So an example here is if we take somebody like Wolverine. If Wolverine were to go into Otherworld and he were to die and they were to resurrect him, they may end up resurrecting the version of Wolverine from like Age of Apocalypse, or they may end up resurrecting a version of Wolverine from like Days of Future Past, right? That personality would come with him. Now, the immediate response to that is, okay, if the whole idea behind Cerebro is to constantly back up a person's memory, right? So you back them up on day one, so you have day one, day two, day three, day four. These are all files that are constantly being backed up. Then why not retrieve their memory or the personality and everything that made them who they are from like the day before they ended up going into Otherworld? Now, that's answered here too. The answer, or the reason for that is because with Rockslide, what we ended up seeing here was that when he was brought back and he was resurrected, this kind of virus or this kind of effect ended up wiping out all the backups of his character, right? Now, it threatened to wipe out all the backups across the entirety of Krakoa, but that was stopped, right? But it basically destroys all your previous backups. So there's no way of resurrecting you as the person you were before. What this means is that Rockslide cannot go back to being who he was. It's a way to kind of kill a character, but not kill a character at the same time. Physically, they would be dead, but it gives Marvel license to just recreate characters on a whim, right? And so if Marvel goes and they say, okay, here's what we're gonna do with the character of Polaris, right? We're gonna have this storyline with her, and we're gonna change her character up in this way, we're gonna do these things, and fans don't like it, then, oh my God, some crazy event where she ended up in Otherworld and she died, time to bring her back. Here's a new version who's different from the last one. Do you guys like this? That's what Marvel can do. They can shift up characters and personalities, on a whim, depending on how they write the stories, which is actually a great idea. It's a great way to kind of keep everybody there and then change who they are without having to like rework everything or like reboot everything or anything along those lines. It's a really smart move. The other part of this though is that when the question is asked of Polaris, what have you been doing to try to figure out this riddle? The response is, well, I haven't, right? Like she hasn't. She's been basically grieving over Rockslide. And this pisses off Magneto because he immediately starts yelling at her. He's like, just figure out what the riddle is. And this triggers a kind of subconscious reaction. And so this prophecy as it's given says, as above, so below. From one womb came two, a hero destined to brandish what the earth has swallowed, and an echo doomed to yearn for what the stars hath forsworn. Lost soul, an edge gained. A lone wanderer returns to a forge left ablaze. A sword in the stone, stationed in space, a young man born old pilots a place. A father forsaken, a husband betrayed, an ancient treasure sharpens the death his children crave. Friends self, friends lost, out of one comes many, into many comes one. 8 years gone in seconds. From a childhood lost comes a woman grown. Her only friends were weapons. Now her soul a blade hers alone. Once goddess, once queen, one sword with which to split the sky in twain. Vibranium inlaid, a tempest contained. She is the wrath of heavens wielding a legacy. Ego, death, and broken stone. 2 wars waged by one champion alone. And that's it. Right, that's all we really get for that prophecy. Now, here's my question, you guys. Who do you think those characters are referencing? Some are obvious, like Cable and Storm, but others I'm kind of curious about. I think one of those is Hope, but let me know, right? Because I mean, that's the whole idea behind the kind of beginning of this, is to give us each one of these characters who are going to be wielding these various weapons, right? Like one of them refers to Wolverine and the Muramasa blade, right? Like the forge left and all that kind of stuff. That's the Muramasa blade, right? Like the Hellforge, basically. But Polaris, in response to this, after kind of running off this prophecy, not realizing what she did, ends up grabbing the remains of Rockslide and taking off. Now, the other thing that comes out of this is you have Xavier and Magneto who appear to Apocalypse, and their whole stance is, okay, so here's the deal, Pops. Like, your great experiment has failed. Against the wishes of the Council, you took this team and you took it into Arakko, believing that you could achieve whatever you needed to achieve. And this led to basically a loss of mutant life. And as a result of that, the death of these mutants are on your head. At the end of the day, right now, the resurrection stones, the resurrection garden, whatever you want to call it, is currently offline, and it will stay that way. Like Xavier tells him, you chose not to heed the Council, and now your hubris has basically doomed us all. You've entered us into a conflict that we could potentially lose, and if we do, it'll lead to the death of everybody on Krakoa. It'll lead to the eradication of the mutant population, and I dare say, the conquering of the world. And depending on what level they possess, even what level of power they have, possibly even further beyond. And so they're like, you won't be resurrected anytime soon, right? Like, you're suffering the consequences of your actions. You better hope you don't die, because if you do, we're not going to bring you back anytime soon. Not only that, I doubt anybody will grieve your absence, right? It's kind of a crazy thing because despite the fact that Apocalypse is still on, or it really is on the Quiet Council, it kind of shows that there really isn't a lot of love lost between Xavier, Magneto, and Apocalypse, right? Like, you know, he's there because they respect the role he plays and the power he has and the experience he brings to the table, but they still don't like him, right? And so what you end up getting here is kind of the next morning, sort of the rise of the sun, and you've got Polaris, who basically created this kind of, like all these little sigils, right? This kind of platform. And she used the remains of Rockslide to do it, kind of looking at this as what is essentially a kind of testament that will stand eternal to the memory of Rockslide. But what this is designed to do is basically be a kind of gathering place, right? In the sense that those individuals who gather their swords will bring them here. They'll bring them here, they'll stand there with their swords or place their swords. And when everything is brought together, then the beginning of the conflict will commence, right? And so at this point right now in X of Swords, all we're doing is following the stories of various characters as they're locating their weapons. They're locating their respective weapons, their swords, and then bringing them to this location. And so next up is Wolverine and the Muramasa Blade. And the coolest thing about this, Wolverine's gonna go to hell. Alright, what's going on guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with X of Swords, this time the Wolverine story, and we're focusing on part 3. Now here's the thing, here's a cool thing I like about X of Swords. This is a throwback to the way that Marvel used to do comics back in the 1990s when they did major crossover events, only this time it's a lot more organized. Back in the day, a little bit of history here for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with this. Back in the day, at least when I started reading comics, and even like before the 1990s they did this, but back in the day you didn't really have numbered crossover events. In DC Comics you had, like you did have that with like Crisis on Infinite Earths, but that was such a big event that at the time, that's what made it so, one of the things that made it so landmark was like, it was the Crisis on Infinite Events story, or Crisis on Infinite Earths story. You did have like Crisis on Earth 1, Crisis on Earth 2, that really came long before that, right? Back in the 60s, I think. But the cool thing, or what was interesting, is that back then in the 90s, you would have a crossover event that would just span a whole bunch of individual comic book lines, right? So imagine now when you have crossovers, except you don't have a main story. So like Civil War, if Civil War happened over the course of a bunch of individual character or team comics and didn't have a core story, like Civil War 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 7 or however many issues that it was, that's how it was done back then. This is done very much the same way. You have what's basically the Omega and the Alpha comic, which is how they used to do it back in the 90s, right? So like X of Swords Creation #1 is the equivalent to the 1990s, like X of Swords Alpha. And then when you get to the very end, it'd be like X of Swords Omega, the kind of opening issue and the closing issue, right? And everything just kind of falls in between. And I kind of like this, right? It's an old throwback. It's kind of cool the way that it used to be. But from there, really the way this kind of kicks off is you basically pick up with Wolverine. Wolverine basically emerging out of the pits of hell. Now, how he got here will be explained over this. It's not really required that you read the first 5 issues of Wolverine. You can if you want to, but that largely deals with the blood of Wolverine being taken by vampires and handed over to their leader Dracula so the vampires can walk around in the day and the night. And that's basically it. Omega Red has a role in that, but it's by no means the most important thing ever. And if I'm being kind of honest, a little bit lackluster for an opening Wolverine story arc, to be quite frank. But this initially kicks off with Wolverine kind of emerging from, emerging out of the pits of hell and making this kind of comment about how, for a lot of people going to hell and back is just an expression, but for Wolverine, he's done it more than once. But the problem is that, from Wolverine's perspective, hell is a place where basically your past catches up with you. And for the mutant population, the past is catching up with Krakoa. And that's where you kind of have Wolverine talking to Krakoa itself and basically saying, like, at the end of the day, like your voice here is the only one that really matters. But the reality of this is that you've been in existence ever since the creation of really the kind of the splitting of this home island, right? And so now you have Arakko and you have Krakoa. And the issue with this is that you wanted that external gate to stay open because you knew it would ultimately lead to war, right? Maybe some kind of reunification, but you knew war would happen at some point during that process, i.e. you wanted war. The thing to understand is I will play my part here. I will go track down the Muramasa Blade like I'm supposed to, but just know this, Krakoa, I don't trust you and I never will, right? I don't see you as a trustworthy being. And so what you end up getting here is kind of Wolverine giving us this little bit of a flashback, right? Like his wife Itsu, the death of Itsu, the belief that his son had died as well. Of course, his son being Daken, who didn't die and kind of went on to be raised accordingly, with the reworking of Wolverine's origin, which I never completely agreed with. But you also end up having him visiting Ken Harada. And the reason why is because Wolverine wants to know where Muramasa is, right? Like, where is Muramasa Muramasa gone to? Now, the funny thing about Muramasa himself, he's fashioned different weapons and arms and armament over the course of his life, and he's been around for hundreds of years. The belief is that Muramasa is immortal, but it was never actually confirmed by Marvel Comics that he is an immortal character. Instead, like, he's basically vanished here, and the concern of Wolverine is, where has Muramasa gone? Now, the significance of the Muramasa blade is twofold. The first is the fact that, of course, it's one of the swords that has to be hunted for and used during this major conflict that Saturnine set in motion. But the other thing that's important here is that the Muramasa blade has the ability to nullify healing factors. The idea is that you could use the Muramasa blade to basically cut through Wolverine, and then to like cut his head off and then remove, like put the two pieces in two different locations, right? That was the Xavier protocols to effectively keep Wolverine dead, to separate his head from his body and to never reunify the two because he cannot grow back a head, right? He would just stay dead for however long that happens to be. But Ken Harada as the Silver Samurai is probably the best person to start with because it's Silver Samurai, right? Between his knowings about the comings and goings in Japan, his swordsmanship, his times with with Muramasa, he's the person to start with. And so initially Ken Harada's kind of pissed because he feels like he should have been the one to be tasked with tracking down the Muramasa blade. Of course, it makes sense that it would be Wolverine, right? Because Wolverine was the one who commissioned the blade to be made in the first place. That when his wife Itsu had been killed, that combined with all the experiences that he had gone through before led to him going to Muramasa and saying, I need you to craft a blade for me so that if I use it, I can make God bleed. And ultimately it took a whole bunch of years to make this sword, but when it was done, it was a sword that could kill virtually anybody, right? There really isn't anybody out there that can survive being decapitated by this sword or something like that. Now, at the end of the day, you end up having Wolverine, of course, who gets the upper hand on Silver Samurai and then says, like, tell me what you know. And that's when Harada says, all I know are rumors. Now, at this point, we switch over to Arakko, right? To the Tower of what's called Broken Will. And we're basically following the Horseman War here. And what we end up getting is that there's a person put inside this Temple of Broken Will who's been here for 100 years, right? Well, it's 100 years in a season. So however long a season is down here in Arakko, but basically 100 years. And that this person was tasked here or put here because of the fact that this being had basically killed the husband of War somewhere along the line. And so we end up finding out that this person who's here is a guy by the name of Solemn. And the hope or the belief was that in the time that he's been here, he would have lost his mind. He would have basically gone crazy. But the funny thing about this is Solemn is as sane as ever, right? He's as sane as he's ever been, because while he was trapped down in this tower that was designed to break his will and to drive him insane, the people who were supportive of him have actually been providing him with gifts and different things like that. Now, the motivation for Solemn killing Bracken, the husband of War, is never fully given to us. Instead, we're kind of given what are basically a series of speculations that people don't really seem to know. That all Solemn has is what's basically kind of like a self-professed agenda, right? In the sense that he is a person who enjoys gamesmanship, right? So he's a lot like the Grandmaster from Marvel Comics, but his loyalty isn't to anybody but himself, right? It's just music, flesh, and wine, and that's basically it. Sometimes blood, right? Like, really nothing more than that. But the idea was that Bracken, who was the husband of War and the father of Summoner, that the indication is that the ability of Solemn to kind of seduce other people came to bear with his ability to seduce Bracken, right? So effectively he was had dabbled in being gay, right? And being with guys. And so the result of this is that the kind of speculation comes into play in the sense that it's believed that the possibility was there that the whole goal of Solemn was to actually seduce War, but it couldn't be done. And so the result was that Solemn seduced Bracken and then killed him in order to get back at War. Or maybe that he had made an advancement towards War and War rebuked it. Whatever the case is, we don't really know, right? All we really know is that for whatever reason, he killed Bracken, and that kind of led him to this place. The other part of this is that that War had presented Solemn with basically the Hellblade, right? The blade of Bracken, in the hopes that having this in his possession and then losing his mind would lead to him basically killing himself, right? And he would be sent directly to hell. But none of that really seems to have happened. And in fact, War is kind of shocked to the fact that none of it really seemed to happen, right? And so with this kind of going down the way that it was, you end up having them basically approaching Solemn and saying, like, the reason why we're here is because you have to track down the Muramasa blade, right? Like, normally we would leave you here, or we might even kill you ourselves, right? But the funny thing about this is that Solemn appears to be an unkillable character, right? He seems to be someone that nobody out there can kill. And so the result is that they end up freeing him and basically say, like, you need to go and find the Muramasa blade, right? Like, that's the whole point. That's what you have to do. And so Solemn effectively kind of goes on his mission, right? He's got 3 days to do it, and it's like, okay, then like let's go do this, right? And so from there, you pick back up with Wolverine, kind of jumping a little bit between the past and the present. Some of this, in terms of stuff in the past, is really designed to kind of flesh out things that, for the most part, if you've been reading Wolverine for any measure of time, you already knew. But if you're new to Wolverine, you wouldn't really know a lot of that stuff, right? But it's basically just this idea that Itsu had been killed and that Wolverine went on a warpath trying to find Muramasa in a way to basically basically enact his revenge, right? That he had an exceedingly violent life. He was basically kind of a killer for hire. And then when he met Itsu, that it basically kind of brought him back and really calmed him down, right? It showed him that he could have a life outside of this violent life that he'd been living. And losing her kind of solidified this idea to Logan that like he could never actually find peace, that peace would always elude him for the rest of his life. And so in his anger and in his vengeance, he ended up tracking down Muramasa and essentially having Muramasa create a blade for him. The other thing that kind of comes out of this is you end up having what's called the Hand, that when he eventually located Muramasa, or at least he went to travel back to see him at some point in time, Muramasa had basically been killed in kind of a ritual sacrifice by the Hand and ultimately sent to what was basically hell. And so in the moment, in the kind of present moment where Wolverine basically emerges from hell itself, this is basically the journey he went on, right? That the rumors that Ken Harada had heard were that Muramasa had basically been sent to hell or was operating in hell as an agent of the Hand, and that Wolverine effectively had to travel there in order to find Muramasa, right? So that's why he just kind of wakes up in the pits here. But the Hand is an interesting concept in Marvel, right? And we've talked about them before. The Hand, as most of you guys know, is like a mystical ninja clan, but there's a little more to them than that. Back in the day in feudal Japan, you had the kind of Japanese empire as it existed, but what you also had were farmers and people out there who didn't want to be part of Japanese, the Japanese empire. And so what they did is they took to the mountainsides and they started practicing different forms of martial arts that were outside of the approval of the Japanese empire. But what you ended up getting, where they were all kind of split and kind of, broken and fractured and so on, that you had a guy named Kaganobu Yoshioka who basically brought them all together. He unified the entirety of the Hand. Following that, the group started worshiping what was called the Beast, and that led to the Hand kind of adopting a lot of these mystical abilities and then becoming the super mystical ninja organization out there, right? These are the guys who could kill you in a locked room and nobody would know how it happened, right? That's what's kind of crazy about these guys. And so Wolverine basically emerges from this pit, right? Emerges from this pit, finally finds Muramasa, and Muramasa's response is, "You have to save me. You have to get me out of here," because as in essence, Muramasa is working for the Hand and by extension is working for a demon, right? So it's like Wolverine versus basically like the demon of hell. Okay, so we are picking back up with Swords of X, and in this one we're covering part 4, which features X-Force, which is just kind of a continuation of the video, the last video that we did, where we were talking about Wolverine, right? And in the last video, Wolverine was on the hunt for Muramasa, right? He was traveling around, he spent about 24 hours doing it, trying to find this guy, because it was his task to locate and use the Muramasa blade as part of the Swords of X event. The thing about this is that everybody that he'd talked to had basically told him that Muramasa had essentially become a servant of the Hand, which was kind of something that Wolverine just couldn't really get behind, right? Because Muramasa never really seemed to be the kind of person that would serve the Hand, but ultimately locating this Yomi temple that celebrated the underworld, he ended up finding that Muramasa had kind of been sacrificed in this sort of ritual sacrifice that had basically taken him to the Hand, or at least been done by the Hand. And that's when Wolverine's completely and totally ambushed, right? Now, the thing about the Hand, and we've talked about this before, because they usually attack in massive droves, right? They attack in just a huge, overwhelming number, basically means that anybody they go against isn't really going to have much of a chance to defeat them. Now, with regards to facing off against Wolverine, they can hold their own more than enough, right? Because they're here to achieve a particular goal. Now, when Wolverine rips the mask off one of the members of the Hand, they don't look the way they used to, in the sense that the Hand always looked like people, because they effectively were people. But the idea is that Wolverine's basically taken by the Hand themselves once he's stabbed and thrown through a kind of portal that leads directly to what is essentially hell. Now, hell in Marvel Comics, and we've talked about this before, hell in Marvel Comics is kind of like is a geographical place, right? And you can kind of split it up based on different territories, right? And so if we use the United States as an example, which is not that far-fetched, and we said the United States is hell, then in turn what we could do is we could say like California is ruled by Mephisto, and Washington DC is ruled by like, Damon Hellstrom, and Florida is ruled by somebody else, right? That is all kind of broken up into these different sections. Marvel's never really consolidated this. They've never really answered the question like what stops a soul in the realm of Mephisto from wandering into the soul of Damon Hellstrom, and how does this kind of, unification and splitting of factions among hell work, right? And Marvel never really clarified that. They kind of have a little bit to a degree here and there, but by and large, we don't really have a kind of like map in terms of how hell is laid out and how this determining factor on who rules what section, how it's all kind of solidified. But the long and short of this is that this is how Wolverine ended up in hell and basically clawed himself out when he was moving, and just was nothing more than an adamantium skeleton. Now, one of you guys asked the question how it is that Wolverine can move when he's only a skeleton. Comic book logic, guys, because you're not wrong, right? You're not wrong if you say that doesn't make any sense. No person who's just simply a skeleton could move because there's no muscle, no nerves, none of that stuff, none of the components that the body needs in order to be able to move, right? I mean, your muscles push and pull, and that's how you move and, move one leg in front of the other, right? In order to walk in a forward direction. Without that, you can't move. You would just be laying there, right? So comic book logic, just kind of take it for what it is. But that's when he's kind of set upon the hand as they kind of exist here, right? As they exist in this sort of new realm. He's met by basically demons and so on. And all the while, you have Muramasa crafting swords for the Beast. Now, the Beast is a character that the hand basically worship. And the Beast is largely responsible for the hand's mystical abilities, right? The ability to resurrect the dead, different things like that. But the funny thing about it is that the Beast's location, which is to say the dimension in which he resides, had never been fully fleshed out in Marvel Comics. And the fact that this is in Hell really basically shows us the Beast is one of the Hell Lords that are out there, right? He's one of these demonic entities that resides in the realm of Hell and presumably has his own little location. Now, we don't really know anything about it, but whatever the situation is, Muramasa has been brought here because he is viewed as being owed a debt to the Beast. And the reason for that comes in the nature of Muramasa, in the sense that when he's crafting a weapon, he's the greatest craftsman in all on all of Earth, right? He's the greatest weapons maker on Earth itself. But one of the things that makes him so interesting is that he can actually take a portion or all of your soul and put it inside the weapon he creates. And what this has been viewed as by the Beast and presumably other demonic entities is that he robbed them of souls, right? Beings who maybe like they made some kind of a pact with Mephisto, and Mephisto would take their soul when they die, but instead they end up having their soul placed inside the Muramasa blade. Their physical body will die, but their soul will kind of exist inside this blade, and they'll never actually go to the realm of Mephisto, right? So he was kind of cheated out of a bargain, so to speak. Where Muramasa doesn't really ask too many questions. He doesn't really have a checklist, right? Like, okay, please check off the demon entities whose soul you owe. It doesn't really work that way. And so he doesn't really know. But the result of this is that he's being viewed as owing a debt. And that's why he's currently a servant of the Beast, because the Beast is making good on the debt that he feels he's owed. Now, for Wolverine himself, he's basically thrown inside of one of the cells in Hell. And when that happens, his body, of course, kind of starts, regrowing, his bones or at least his skeleton and muscles and all that kind of stuff kind of starts going through that whole process. But he's met with the arrival of Solemn. Now, Solemn, of course, as most of you guys remember, we saw in the last video. And this was a guy who was contacted by the Horseman War and basically told, you have to go and grab one of the Muramasa blades or a blade from Muramasa in order to satisfy your role as one of the people who are going to be fighting against the heroes of Krakoa, right? As part of this Extra Swords event. And so he basically ends up kind of going on his journey and traveling and getting to that location. Now, how it was that he actually got here to Hell is kind of given to us in a bit of a flashback, in the sense that he kind of tells Wolverine while his body's restructuring, he basically tells Wolverine that at some point along the line, once he left the island of the land of Arakko, he ended up traveling and see the Oracle of Arakko, and the Oracle had been placed there, or kind of banished there by her sister, and the result was that Solomon had essentially cut this girl's head off and then brought it to the Oracle and was like, here's the payment that I offer as tribute for this kind of prophecy, this direction that I need to go in, right? Because it requires some kind of tribute in order for you to get information from the Oracle. And so the Oracle basically tells him, like, you are going to have to travel to the realm of Hell, and you have the tools you need to do it, right? The Muramasa is currently dead. You cannot go and find him on Earth. But what you have in your possession, this Hell blade that you possess, is a key. It will allow you to access Hell. But know that when you go there, you're not going to be able to find Muramasa on your own. Instead, you're going to have to seek out the man made of metal, and he will be your guide to Muramasa. Hence the reason why Solemn's here, because he needs Wolverine in order to find Muramasa. And so the funny thing is that once Wolverine emerges, once he kind of pops back and he's totally healed, he uses his adamantium and tries to cut through the Hellforge bars, and it doesn't work. And this is one of only a handful of instances in Marvel Comics when we're basically given a material that's stronger than adamantium, right? By and large, adamantium is the strongest material in Marvel Comics, right? There are a couple things out there that might be stronger than adamantium, something like Thor's hammer, but even within the Marvel Universe, nothing can really cut through adamantium, or at least only one thing can really cut through adamantium. But it is essentially highly durable. It can't really be destroyed. When it starts out in a liquid state, once it hardens and solidifies, it can't be returned back to a liquid state again. There are different kind of weaknesses out there, something like anti-metal, right? So if you had like an anti-metal blade, it could cut through adamantium, not in the traditional sense, but because anti-metal breaks down metal on the atomic level. So it's almost kind of like you're cutting through it without actually touching it, if that makes any sense. But, this is one of these instances where we've encountered yet something else in Marvel that's stronger than adamantium. And so what you end up getting is this attempt by Wolverine to kind of take out Solemn, right? Because if the stance of Solemn is, I'm here to get the Muramasa blade, and Wolverine's here for the same thing, then ultimately they would end up fighting over the sword, right? So Wolverine's like, I'll just kill you now, and I won't have to worry about it later. But when he goes to attack Solemn, Solemn, we end up finding the reason why Solemn is kind of considered to be this indestructible man is because his skin is actually made of adamantium. But at the moment, he and Wolverine effectively have to work together, right? Wolverine can't kill him, and he needs Wolverine. And so with that happening, they basically set off into the Hellforge itself, right? Into the realm of the Beast. And once they locate him, there's this kind of ceremony taking place, right? This marriage between what he calls his red left hand and his red right hand, right? Seemingly his two most devoted servants. And so as this marriage is taking place, this is why these swords of Muramasa were being created, right? They were being done for the purpose of honoring this kind of ritual. Not only that, he put the entirety of his soul into these swords, right? He says, for you, I put my very soul into them, right? And so what this does is it leads to, as part of this ritual, it leads to the Beast basically instructing his servants to kill Muramasa, and then to basically absorb his soul into the swords themselves. Now, whether or not this means Muramasa can come back, we don't really know, right? It may be one of these things where the soul is stuck inside the swords and we'll never see it again, right? Muramasa is dead for all time. We're not entirely sure here, but what we do know is that with his soul being absorbed into the swords, it makes them wildly powerful, in the sense that when you have Solemn launching his attack and destroying one of the red hands, that this leads to the other one attacking him. And in doing so, he starts to bleed. And that's when the revelation is given to him on behalf of Wolverine, the Muramasa blades can cut through adamantium. That's their purpose. But the original Muramasa blade was created, or at least done by Wolverine, with a portion of his soul placed inside, so that the sword itself could cut through Wolverine's adamantium and behead him if it needed to be done. And so with that being the case, all blades coming after have the ability to cut through adamantium, right? So it's basically a means by which Wolverine and Solemn can kill each other. Because the question leading up to this was that if these two are going to end up doing battle, Solemn's skin is made of adamantium and Wolverine's bones are made of adamantium, how could they ever really kill each other, right? They would just fight for all eternity. But the fact that there are blades that are able to cut through this material means they can kill each other. And that's where the question's kind of asked, that the Beast is killed pretty quickly, which is a little disappointing, but the question that's asked by Solemn is, why should I give you this sword? Why do that? I have both katanas. I killed both the bride and the groom. I could just take them for myself. But it's the nature of the Exoswords event that Wolverine needs a sword and that Solemn needs a sword. And seemingly, Solemn is a person who is very much honor bound, right? He believes that if they are going to fight each other, they're going to duel in the most honorable way possible. And so what he tells Wolverine is, I will give you this sword, but I want a deal. I want something in return. What this thing is, we don't know. Instead, all we end up getting next is Wolverine emerging, into Krakoa, bringing his sword with him, simply saying that he got his sword, but it came with a price, and then taking his place on the altar as one of the heroes who have attained their swords from the Exosword event. Alright, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are continuing on with the Swords of X event. This time we are into part 5, and we are picking up with the Marauders, specifically Storm. And I like the way this goes down. Initially, this kind of thing opens up with Storm meeting with Kitty Pryde, who of course Kitty Pryde is more or less the leader of the Marauders team. And the whole idea with Storm is she's currently struggling with the fact that she has to basically acquire her own sword. That Storm is one that has to grab one of the swords, specifically a sword from Wakanda. And this is not something as easily said or easily done as it is said, right? Because Kitty Pryde kind of offers her aid and Storm says, no, this is something that I have to do on my own, right? And the reason for this is given to us in a little bit of the history here in Wakanda itself. What we're basically given here is this idea that in the early days of Wakandan history, one of the things that we're told is that in the early days of Wakanda, when vibranium first showed up there, the people didn't really know what to make of it, right? They didn't really know what to make of this great mound, this giant asteroid composed of vibranium that landed on Earth. But when Wakandans eventually moved or really kind of settled in the territory and started focusing and kind of building their empire around vibranium, it originated with the creation of what was called the Skybreaker. And this was basically a sword that was the first weapon crafted out of vibranium, which basically crushed the enemies that were going against Wakanda. The benefit of this came in the recognition of the potential this sword had, specifically what vibranium had. And so Wakandans began studying vibranium more and more. And the more they studied it, the more they realized how unique it was among other metals across the face of the earth. This led to the desire for vibranium, which led to countries and so on willing to pay top dollar to get their hands on it. And by being able to pay or being so willing to pay so much money for it, this is how Wakanda rose to prominence. That because vibranium was so expensive, Wakanda used these resources to fund the building of their cities. They used this money to fund the education of its people, that kind of thing. It's a pretty genius idea in terms of how it works, but more so than that, the Skybreaker is passed on from chief to chief. But more so, and what's really important here, is the Skybreaker is kind of a symbol of the Wakandan people, right? It's their equivalent of like the Holy holy Bible for Christianity, right? It's their religious concept. It's something that you simply just don't mess with. Or maybe the cross is something more, that's probably a better example. But the long and short of this is Storm basically shows up to Wakanda itself, right? Now, T'Challa's kind of out doing T'Challa stuff, doing Black Panther stuff, right? He's just doing his Black Pantherly duties, and it takes him away from Wakanda temporarily. And so she ends up meeting with Shuri and the Queen Mother. And one of the unspoken things about the history of Storm here is that, as most of you guys know, Storm was married to T'Challa at one point in time, right? He basically nullified their marriage, I think during the events of Avengers versus X-Men, but they really haven't been married ever since, right? Their relationship is a little stronger than it used to be, and they're kind of getting back onto good terms to a degree, but marriage doesn't really seem anything that's going to be happening anytime soon. And we get this really succinct, kind of explanation here, which is one of the things that I like about Vita Ayala, is he explains it in a way to where it's it's done really clearly, right? And really easily. When Queen Mother asks what in the world's going on, the response to Storm is, okay, so Apocalypse had his 4 horsemen. They were basically banished to this place called Araco, and they eventually formed an army. They invaded Otherworld, and by accessing Otherworld, they want to lead this army into the rest of the multiverse, starting with our universe, and kill us all. Done. The plot to X of Swords. That's that's the entire gist of it. And it's cool, right? This is one of the reasons why I like it when there are other tie-ins to Jonathan Hickman's story, right? Because a lot of you guys know Hickman, he's an amazing writer. I love him to death, right? I love the work he does, but he can sometimes make his stories a little over confusing in terms of how he writes. And it's easier when somebody else kind of looks at it and then just breaks it down in a more digestible way, right? Because it's very easy to get caught up in everything that Hickman's doing, because not everything gets explained right off the bat. So it kind of leaves you sort of wondering a little bit. But the cool thing about this is that when Storm tells them that this is a potential threat to the world, the response of Wakanda is, then we'll assemble an army, right? We will make an army and we will help you fight alongside this battle. And Storm's idea is, no, I can't necessarily do that. I need a weapon, specifically a weapon from Wakanda, one with history. And so that's when you start getting things like the Nation Maker, the Panther Claws, the King's Mercy, right? These different swords that different weapons that Black Panther have used over the course of the entire history of Wakanda. But Storm yet again turns this down and says, no, I need the Skybreaker. And that's when the response is, that's not possible. That's not something that we can just give you, right? We can't just hand you this weapon over. It could lead to disaster. Our people would riot, right? Because it would be Wakanda giving away its most religious figure. That more, and it's kind of interesting, the more that Marvel covers the history of Wakanda, the more they involve Wakanda in the rest of the goings on and crossovers and whatnot, the more you learn about Wakanda's culture. And so we get this explanation here that because the Skybreaker is such an important figure in the history of Wakanda, right? It was the weapon that was used to solidify the Wakandan nature, that is not something you just give a person, right? It's like the Declaration of Independence or the United States Constitution. You don't just hand it over to somebody else, right? This is something that you keep protected under lock and key. And that the belief, the faith of the Wakandan people is so revered in terms of this Skybreaker sword that if the Wakandan royal family were to simply give it to somebody, people would revolt. And so the ultimate statement of Storm is, I can't have any sword but that. But, where Queen Mother says, simply wait for Black Panther to return, right? Wait for T'Challa to return, plead your case to him, and he will be the one to make the final decision. Until then, you are welcome to stay here as an honored guest. And Storm, of course, accepts. Now, at that point, we switch over to her private quarters, which looks like it has an amazing view. And then she, of course, is met by Shuri. Now, this is something that Marvel doesn't really discuss too much. And it kind of sucks because seeing it now is really cool. With Storm being the wife of Black Panther at one point in time, the wife of T'Challa, we never really got a lot of exploration in terms of her relationship with Shuri. It's one of these things where the relationship between them is that they're very much sisters, right? And they're very close to each other. They have a lot of history there. And it wasn't necessarily history insofar as Storm's involvement outside of Black Panther. It was simply that she was married to him and the two of them kind of spent time together, right? When Shuri became the Black Panther in the aftermath of T'Challa stepping down prior to the events of Doom War, Storm didn't really seem to have a lot of involvement in Shuri's time as Black Panther. But that didn't necessarily take away from Shuri's perception of her. A lot of that was really more because Shuri didn't want anybody else involved, right? I mean, even with Black Panther, she took his counsel lightly. She wanted to kind of prove herself, right? That she could do it on her own. That's kind of what she was shooting for. Ultimately ended up costing her life, but nonetheless, I guess better to go down under that circumstance than any other. But the important thing is they have this kind of conversation. And she, again, kind of reiterates this position. There are people in Wakanda who are literally just looking for a reason to get rid of us, right? Every single day, they're looking for a reason to oust us because they consider us to be too forward-thinking, too progressive, that we're not, really kind of latched down and allowing ourselves to be held back by tradition, right? We're not living in the past, essentially. And so if we were to give you this sword, they would use that as a reason to create revolt. And not even even my mother, the Queen Mother, and not even T'Challa would be able to talk these individuals down. That a revolt would inevitably happen. Could we quash it? Yes, but it would cost lives in the process. But the ultimate result of this is they end up hitting a stalemate. That Shuri doesn't really side with Storm and say, okay, fine, we'll find a way in for you. But Storm doesn't really ally with Shuri and say, yeah, you're right, it really is too much to ask, I should be on my way. Instead, it's just kind of like, wait for T'Challa to get here, and Storm's idea is, I can't, right? I can't wait for this. And so she ends up, of course, donning her X-Men uniform and then taking to the skies in Wakanda. Now, at this point, we kind of get a little bit of an explanation in terms of what this whole deal is, right? And it sort of bounces back and forth between what Storm's doing at the moment and what's happening. Now, because you can obviously tell what Storm's doing, let's kind of run over this history a little bit while you guys are checking that out. But the idea is that the Temple of the Heart of Wakanda is kind of like its most revered place, right? It's its most sacred place. I don't recall if this runs part and parcel with the necropolis, but the point is that Black Panther, T'Challa basically says the sword itself is a symbol of the spirit of Wakanda, right? It's what it means to be a Wakandan. And it is never, ever, ever to be taken from Wakandan soil, right? It's like taking the heart of the country, the heart of the nation. You just don't do it, right? That if you take that, it would be like killing Wakanda, right? More so than that, as Black Panther takes her through there, as T'Challa took her through there, this of course happened back during the days of Civil War, basically the Civil War event. At least we assume it does, right? Because that's when they got married. That T'Challa says, like, if you're going to be my wife, it's important that you understand the true history and culture of Wakanda. But notice this, one of the things that T'Challa does is he doesn't tell her everything. But what he says is that here, this facility is under surveillance 24 hours by priests. And so while Storm's able to use her power over weather to create lightning that'll take down power to the place, and it takes about 30 minutes for it to reboot, that there are still analog security here, right? There's still guys, there's still people walking around. Now understand, these guys know how to fight. They're able to kind of fight back, right? They need more than like, or they're able to do more than like use guns, essentially. That these guys are trained as some of the most prodigious fighters in all of, in the Marvel Universe, right, on Earth. They're there to protect the Swordbreaker. Of what use would they be if they were not highly prodigious fighters? But as good as they are, Storm is better. Now, this is also partly because she's able to get the upper hand and sneak up on them, but even with the knockdown drag-out fight between the two, Storm's able to overcome. And this comes from a variety of different sources, right? It comes from Storm's youth, where she was taught how to fight during her time as a thief. It comes from Storm's time on the X-Men, when she was the wife of Black Panther and was taught various forms of martial arts by some of his best fighters, the Dora Milaje. These are the kind of things that where she gained her experience from, right? So she really is a highly prodigious fighter. The problem with this is that once she accesses Skybreaker with the intention of replacing it with a fake sword, that before she can grab it, the fake sword's blown out of her hand. And the reason why is because Shuri's there. And Shuri suspected this is exactly what Storm would do. That Storm would take this need and she would say, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for T'Challa to get here or anything along those lines. Now, the fight between the two is pretty intriguing. And one of the things to easily overlook about Shuri is how good she is at fighting. If she was going to become the Black Panther, she had to first and foremost be the leader of her armies, right? To be the commander of all the Wakandan armies. And none of the members of the Wakandan army would respect a Black Panther who couldn't fight. But the idea here is that the two of them are able to fight pretty closely. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that Storm is not really looking to kill Shuri. If she was, she would just shut her down entirely using her powers. But again, because Shuri has been Black Panther, she's one of the best fighters in all of Wakanda and easily on par with Storm. And so kind of going back and forth, you end up having Shuri who manages to overtake Storm and then says like, this is it. I'm going to take you with me to the palace and together we're going to speak with T'Challa, right? So notice this, Shuri's response isn't, I'm taking you back to the palace and we're going to throw you in jail because you obviously tried to steal from us. There's still respect there. There's still love and kindness there, right? She's not seeing her as somebody who betrayed Wakanda, even if it's true, because the case of Storm is so extreme, and Shuri knows that Storm would not absolutely do this unless she felt like she had no other choice, right? That's what we're kind of looking at here. But Storm ultimately ends up overempowering Shuri and then replacing the sword with a fake one and then effectively leaving. But as soon as she does, she's met by the arrival of T'Challa, right? T'Challa immediately shows up and says, why are you doing this, right? Now T'Challa shows up here with his personal guard. These guys are not to be trifled with. These guys and the Dora Milaje, all T'Challa has to do is just like give the thumbs down or just say, take her. And like, they will overpower her, right? Like they will overpower her before she can use her powers. That's how good these guys are. They are wildly capable. Now, Storm is super powerful. She is Omega level, but also keep in mind, Black Panther knows how to neutralize his wife. If this was anybody else, Storm would overcome them and that would be the end of it. But being married to her and knowing her as he does, it would not take long for Black Panther to take her down, right? That's just kind of the way that is. And that's one of the things where he says, like, why would you do this? Like, I would have done this. Like, if you had asked me, I would have given you this sword. Like, my, Queen Mother told me everything that's going on. If you had asked, I would have given you this. All you had to do was just wait. And that's where it really kind of breaks down the relationship between the two, because ultimately they don't trust each other. And that's the biggest problem. That sure, Black Panther trusts her insofar as he would have given her this, but ultimately Storm doesn't trust him, right? She doesn't trust that he would have given her this weapon and knowing, and the whole time knowing what discourse or what kind of discord it might cause among his people. She didn't trust him on that. And rightfully so, right? Because Black Panther has consistently made himself a guy who would put his people first. And so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that in the face of all that, consistently kind of maintaining that position, that he would suddenly change his mind. And not only change his mind, give her the most symbolic weapon of his people, right? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that he would suddenly do that. But ultimately, he just ends up letting her leave. And the reason why is because she says, if I do not leave here with this sword, we are all going to die, right? Like, understand, I would not do this unless I absolutely have to. You know me, you are married to me, you know the kind of person that I am. The fact that I would come here and I would defy the request of your mother to wait until you return, even if it only would have been a couple hours, for the purpose of going in there and stealing your most sacred weapon and leaving, you have to know that it's a serious deal. And that's when he says, let her go. But in response, he says, destroy the gate, right? Destroy the Krakoan gate. Like, Krakoa has lost its ability to kind of sneak in and out as they see fit, right? There was a measure of trust that's been lost here. And so if Krakoans, if mutants are going to come back here, then they're going to come back here through the normal channels. They're going to request that we allow them in. We will either honor or deny that request, and then we'll meet them as we would any ambassador from any other country anywhere in the world. Storm, you lost that privilege. No more special rights for you, right? No more special privileges for you. And so Storm ultimately ends up making her way back to Krakoa. She takes her place on the panel alongside Magic and Wolverine, and that's where we are, right? And that brings an end to this story. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up with the events of Swords of X, and in this video we are covering the Hellions. So we initially pick up here with the resurrection of Empath, of Robert De La Rocha, I think it is, or I'm sorry, Manuel De La Rocha. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce that name, but this guy Empath is not like the most powerful, but he's pretty powerful, right? As his name suggests, he can basically manipulate the emotions of other people. He can also control emotions, but he can only do it one emotion at a time, right? So he can make you feel love or hate or anger or something like that. So he's a pretty good asset to have on your team. The funny thing about this, though, is that with the Hellions team itself, and this is something to kind of point out here, the thing about the Hellions team is these are kind of the cast-offs to a degree. Originally, the Hellions were the team of Emma Frost. It was almost like Emma Frost's New Mutants team that kind of went against the X-Men and New Mutants and so on and so forth. They were on again, off again enemies, and actually they teamed up on some occasions. But the overall idea here is that they're largely led by Mr. Sinister. And the way this kind of plays out is it talks about what move is going to come next, right? That the contest of swords is one where it may very well be the X-Men will lose, right? Or even if they win, they could lose some of their kind. And it's one of the most important things to remember here that the X-Men are all about maintaining their existing population, right? Like making sure they don't lose mutant lives, even if it does involve some massive conflict that's going on, right? And so the idea here is to see if it's possible to kind of find a way to basically win without winning. Now, this is kind of Jonathan Hickman, although he's not really the one writing this story, or at least not directly, but this is one of those things where I guess really Zeb Wells is kind of taking a page out of Jonathan Hickman, but it's based on the idea of like Avengers and New Avengers. If you guys recall, when Valeria was talking to Reed and she said, you can't win, now it's time to find a way to not lose. That's basically what's kind of going on here. And Sinister is the one who chimes in and says, well, what if we sabotage them? What if we let my Hellions do what they do best, right? Lie, cheat, steal, until Arakko, like all their swords, their weapons belong to us, right? And so the idea is that the Hellions are going to go into Otherworld and basically either steal the swords of those individuals who are already there, or find some way to sabotage them. Now, this is hugely against the rules, right? It's massively against the rules, and if they get caught, there would be hell to pay. But the funny thing about this is Xavier and Magneto kind of mull this over for a second and say, yeah, but it might be kind of worth it, right? Like, it's worth the risk if we can save the lives of mutants, especially younger mutants, right? If we can save the lives of these individuals, these people who have to fight, and not have to fight at all. And so the funny thing about this is that initially the stance of people like Exodus and a few people here and there is we shouldn't do this, but when it's put to a vote, 5 people vote in favor of it, which means it passes. And so from there, the response of Exodus is, okay, fine, if that's how it's going to be, the Hellions will march into Arakko to end this tournament before it starts. And the fearless leader, Mr. Sinister, will lead the way. And that's when Sinister's like, wait a minute, what now? Now, wait a minute now. I didn't say I was going to go on this mission, right? And it's kind of like, no, but I mean, they're your team. You should be the one to lead them. So how many people think the Sinister should lead this campaign? And only 4 people vote, right? So Sinister, it's not really a passing motion. Sinister's kind of allowed to stay, but then he kind of gets back into everything going on, right? He basically says like, I want Havoc on my team. I do not want him hanging around with Polaris, right? We saw how fast he just kind of gallivanted into Otherworld with her, and he ended up, barely escaping by the skin of his teeth. I'm sorry, Magneto, but like your daughter is bad news. And Magneto's like, you know what? I changed my vote. I vote for Sinister to go. And so it's like Sinister now has to go. Right? Nathaniel Essex runs his mouth and now he has to go on this mission. From there, we switch over directly to the team itself. And there are a couple characters here that I want to kind of talk about for a second. Orphan Maker is an interesting character in and of himself, right? His name is for the most part, Peter. We don't really know a ton about him, and we don't even know a whole lot about his powers. We know that like he has a kind of mechanized suit, but that's really it. He's a character that hasn't really been fully fleshed out over the years. The funny thing about this is that it is one of these instances where it's kind of a shame, right? Like Orphan Maker appeared back in 1988, and aside from him having kind of been like a cohort of Nanny and, her basically saving him from being killed by Sinister because Sinister couldn't control him, he's fought the X-Men, he's fought X-Factor, I think he fought the Avengers at one point. Marvel just never really did anything with him. So the fact that he's here, I think is kind of a reflection of his status in the overall X-Men comics, and he's almost kind of like an unsellable character. Nanny has a far more significant history, even if it's only on a small scale. Probably one of Nanny's biggest moments came when she de-aged Storm, when she turned Storm into a little girl, and that's when Storm first met Gambit, right? So it was kind of during Chris Claremont's era. But then of course you guys know Psylocke, you guys also are aware of Havoc. The character of Wild Child is a little more, I would say obscure to the average comic book reader. Wild Child appeared back in 1983, I think it was, and he was a character who, well, he originally appeared in Alpha Flight, but he was a character named Kyle Gibney who was based largely off Wolverine and Sabretooth. And it was part of that era whereby, because Wolverine and Sabretooth were so popular, that Marvel was kind of finding ways to basically create characters that would make them intriguing. With John Byrne writing the title, right, it was kind of like, let's create like a Wolverine type character. And even within like his origin story, it's still very similar, right? So very similar to Wolverine's in the sense that Kyle Gibney was basically a kid whose powers manifested. He was essentially kicked out of the home by his parents. He wandered the street. He was ultimately taken in by Gamma Flight. He ended up being taken in and experimented on by the original Secret Empire, kind of an offshoot of Hydra. He eventually became like Weapon Omega, and then, there was the whole of into X-Factor and so on. But he's one of these characters where you don't really, if you read the old comics, Wild Child had a pretty interesting run, especially in the early 1990s when it was like super high octane, fast paced stories. In 2009, or I think it was 2006, 2009, he died during the Wolverine's origin story arc and then basically brought back as part of Krakoa. But from there, you also have Grey Crow. And Grey Crow is a long-standing character because he was originally part of the original Marauders, right? They were led by Nathaniel Essex during the Mutant Massacre. He has the ability to basically tap into technology. So it's kind of a hodgepodge ragtag gang here, right? This is not by any means kind of an organized team. It is, but it's just kind of characters who were there that nobody could really do anything with or couldn't really control, or whose appearances, whose powers made them, unable to kind of function in the normal world. But the idea behind this is that Sinister initially brought back a version of himself and then essentially kind of thawed him out with the intention of sending that version of himself out on a mission instead of Sinister Prime, so to speak, going himself. And then this version that he thawed out actually rebels and is like, no, I don't want to go. So they actually kind of end up invoking a game of rock, paper, scissors in order to decide who it is that's going to go out there. And it turns out that the main Sinister was the one who lost, so he has to go on this mission. Now, once they enter into what's basically Avalon, this led by Jamie Braddock. If you guys recall our video on Excalibur, that story arc that we did, this guy is powerful. He's a reality warper. He's also kind of crazy, and he's basically ranting and raving at this guy Muford, who supposedly had told Jamie that he knows that he's familiar with horses and that he's an equestrian, and that they kind of brought this horse in for the purpose of training it, breaking it in so that Jamie Braddock could enjoy it. It turns out Muford never said any such thing, right? Muford never, claims that he never said that, but you kind of have Sinister and Jamie Braddock sort of hanging out, right? Kind of talking to each other. But this is something that's kind of interesting to me because it's a little bit of humor in what's otherwise a pretty interesting story arc, right? And I kind of love this, to be honest. It's one of the good things about X of Swords. And X of Swords does a really good job of maintaining the tone of the existing comics while also giving us an ongoing story. And I I kind of have to say, I think that's something that Marvel's been lacking in recent years, right? That you have a tone of a particular comic book and then it goes into an event, and the tone of the comic becomes the tone of the event. And as soon as that event is over, the tone of the comic goes back to normal again. And it's kind of jarring. And so what you end up getting here is initially Jamie Braddock, who kind of shoots down the idea and saying like, hey, no, I really don't want to have anything to do with basically sneaking into Otherworld and essentially betraying the rules that Saturnine laid down. That's not supposed to happen. And so where Sinister is like, look, you know, if we can pull this off, like we can basically help you kind of preserve your fun, right? You know, preserving your fun is what we're shooting for. And that's when Jamie's like, hey, Muford, take the horse and get the horse out of here if you can, you know, or you know, because supposedly you're good at horses, or that's what you claim. And Muford's like, I never said that, man. I never said I was good with horses, right? And so it's like, dude, I'm getting, like, Jamie Braddock's like, dude, I'm getting tired of hearing that. Just take the horse and get out of here. The whole time Muford's just trying to like pull on this horse. And then Jamie Braddock, in the midst of a conversation with Sinister, you know, where Sinister kind of references the fact that this place is kind of unsafe under the rule of Jamie Braddock, Jamie's like, oh man, he's like, someone's been talking out of turn. He's like, Muford, I just remembered, it was I who was raised around horses, not you, you nitwit. And there's this it's this kind of goofiness, right? This kind of goofiness and nonsense that comes with the character of Jamie Braddock, and it's awesome, right? I love that kind of nonsensical nature of him, because as goofy as he is, he's also incredibly powerful, right? I mean, the guy's able to warp reality potentially on a universal scale. He's just that capable. And so it's one of these things where the response of Jamie is, okay, fine, then I will do that. And I offer you like my prized horse, right? I offer you Silkmane. What are you going to give me in return as part of this deal that we've struck, as part of this bargain? And Sinister's like, we're not going to give you anything. I don't want your horse. And that's when you know, he's like, a horse is like a huge amount of responsibility. And it's kind of funny because Jamie stands up and he was like, everybody listen, you know, the words of Sinister have touched me. The idea of responsibility. Responsibility is a very important thing. And I just remembered that I have the responsibility to report any suspicious involvement, any suspicious actions or suspicious travelers to Saturnine. So if I'm going to maintain responsibility, it's important that I tell her about what it is that you're doing. And so ultimately, you end up having Sinister being like, okay, we're not going to take the horse, but I can give you something else instead. And so Sinister loses his cape. Now here's the thing, on this surface, as an old school, as a long-time comic book reader, there's a part of me that's kind of like, Sinister would never act this way, right? Like Sinister is super hardcore. But there's another part of me that's kind of like, I dig this. I like the nonsensical Sinister, right? The one who's just like, I don't really take things seriously anymore. I just kind of goof off. You know, I'm sort of just kind of a goofy guy. I kind of enjoy that version of Sinister because I've been reading the old school version of Sinister for so long. It's pretty fun. And so once they actually make their way here, right, they've kind of passed that, you know, supposed kind of interim station, kind of a way station of sorts with Jamie Braddock, and they actually arrive into really kind of Otherworld itself. They're immediately met by what's essentially an envoy of Saturnine, who basically charges them, right, and says like, you guys have to stop, right? You guys are in possession of Silkmane. You guys basically have this horse that belonged to Saturnine herself. The fact that you have this horse means you stole it, because we know the horse has been stolen. Some crazy naked guy just ran up on the property and took it. So like, we know Jamie Braddock in his nakedness just running onto the territory of Saturnine and stealing a horse buck naked, which sounds like the most Jamie Braddock thing that a person could do. I feel like somebody, like, people are kind of skipping through this video and somebody's gonna land on this part and just be like, what? Like, that's that's gonna be their response here. But it's kind of like, okay, like, empath, we need your powers, manipulate their emotions and turn them into allies. And he's like, no, I'm good. He's like, I hate all of you guys. I hate everybody here. I hope you die. And I hope that like when you die, that if you guys end up coming back, because remember, whenever you die in Otherworld, there's no guarantee you'll come back the way that you were. So it's like, when you guys come back, you come back in such a screwed up state that like the entirety of Krakoa will cheer when I suffocate you, when I spare you of your miserable existence. Like, I hope that's the way things are. Right? Like, I hate you guys. And so in response, like, Sinister's like, surely there's something that you want, right? Some kind of a favor. I'll give you anything you want. And he's like, I want Grey Crow as my pet. Grey Crow flips, right? He's just like, not a chance. I'm gonna cut you in half, right? And so Sinister's like, okay, dude, that's fine. Like just whatever, you know? And so he uses his powers. Grey Crow becomes just totally enamored with Empath. He's like, man, your eyes, those sparkling eyes, right? You're just a radiant soul, right? So he absolutely adores Empath. Empath in turn uses his powers on the envoy of Saturnine, and they basically give Sinister and his crew whatever it is that they need and just kind of go forward from there. And it's kind of a crazy thing to see this story where Grey Crow is just kind of frolicking through the grass and talking about how great Empath is. It's one of these things where you kind of have to go and read the old Mutant Massacre and see how, like, you know, sadistic his character was in order to really get a grasp for how funny this is. Old school comic book fans would probably get a kick out of it, right? Like, the new guys are kind of like, it's a thing, it's interesting. But they all kind of agree as they're making their way through here, they all kind of agree, this is gonna go pretty bad, right? Like they're all kind of like, this is like a suicide mission basically, right? So it's almost kind of like the Hellions have become Marvel's Suicide Squad. It's kind of wild, but it's like, we're probably gonna die, and if we don't die, we're definitely not gonna succeed. Things are gonna go pretty terrible for us, right? So they're definitely off to a great start. Okay, so we are picking up with the New Mutants as part of Swords of X Part 6. And this one is totally different from the video that we did with the Hellions, right? The Hellions was a lot more comedic, more of a dark humor. Actually, this is Part 7, I think, if we take into account X of Swords creation, right, is kind of what that is. Nonetheless, this one's pretty dark, right? Not really dark. This one's just a different kind of tone. But this one really picks up, with it being written by Ed Brisson. Of course, you know it's going to be amazing. But this one picks up with Magic, Illyana Rasputin, basically hitting up like Cyclops and Cable and kind of telling him like, Cable, you got to grab your sword, you got to come here, we got a great big huge thing going on, you got to bring your sword, right? You know, as part of the whole Swords of X event. Basically come here, stand on your altar and get ready for the whole great big huge thing. Not a whole lot going there. The really big moment kind of comes with regards to Warlock and Doug Ramsey. Now, Doug Ramsey, most of you guys are familiar with just because of our coverage of Dawn of X, right? He's the guy that can basically understand any language, and he's the one that translates for Krakoa itself whenever Krakoa wants to speak to the Quiet Council, or when the Quiet Council has a question for Krakoa or something along those lines. But Warlock is a more interesting character, right? So Warlock appeared back in 1984, and he was created by Chris Claremont and Bill Sienkiewicz, right? And the whole idea behind Warlock is that he comes from a planet that's never really identified, but the idea of the planet is that it's basically kind of a living techno-organism, right? Like the people, the denizens, its native citizens, are like living technology. And the way this works is that when parents give birth to their kids, the kids basically prove their ability to live by fighting their parents to the death. And if the kid kills their parents, the kid continues on, they have their own offspring, and the cycle continues. But for the case of Warlock, he actually rebelled against this ideology, right? He didn't really believe in fighting against anybody. And so with his father basically being the ruler of their world, he essentially fled. And of course, this led to a great big huge chase, and he eventually landed on Earth, and then ended up encountering the X-Men and more or less became part of Xavier's team, or at least the New Mutants, for quite some time, right? So that's kind of the long and short explanation of him. Much like Hellions, I feel like we should do a video on him in the same way that we should do a video on Wild Child. But the idea here is that Warlock has basically been a long-time friend of the X-Men, right? And that's why Warlock refers to himself as self. He refers to Doug as like Doug friend, right? It's like a computer talking to people. He's also a little janky. If you guys remember him on like X-Men the animated series, he was a little, a little janky, a little weird. But the idea is that Doug is essentially part of the people who are supposed to fight here on Krakoa. But the problem is that he's not really a fighter, right? He's a translator, but he wants to be a fighter, right? He wants to be something more than the guy who just translates things. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is that Doug's weapon is supposed to be Warlock, right? That's kind of what his weapon is supposed to be. And Warlock basically says like, I can turn myself into a sword and we can fight together, but it's kind of crazy because initially he kind of says, well, I should use his sword and like start hacking down trees and stuff. And Krakoa's like, no, you don't either, right? And that's when Illyana Rasputin appears. And Illyana Rasputin kind of takes Doug under her wing and starts training him on how to fight. The problem with this is that Doug is not a fighter. He's never really been a fighter. That was never really his thing. He's like Sage, right? He's almost kind of like the brains behind the operation. And that's one of the biggest issues that he runs into, is that in his little bit of a kind of bout with Illyana Rasputin, he's taken down quick, fast, and in a hurry, right? He's taken down so quickly. And the response of Illyana is, you're supposed to be one of the 10 champions fighting for Earth. And the issue is that if you die out there, there's no guarantee you're going to come back the way you are. The reality is you just need to stay here, right? Like you just need to stay here. And it's one of these things where you kind of switch over to the Quiet Council and you have this kind of discussion taking place between Krakoa and Doug. And of course, basically Krakoa is talking in a language that nobody but Doug can really understand. And it's a little bit of bickering going on as the Quiet Council is, having their discussions or what have you, or seemingly a Sinister is getting ready to go on his mission, right? Go on his mission with the Hellions. But the whole gist here is that, the mission of Sinister is kind of questionable. And that's when Doug kind of asks the question, like, what happens if Sinister's mission fails? And the idea is, well, we'll explore that option when we get to it. But for right now, there's no real point in really focusing on anything else, right? Like we'll focus on those things. You just worry about being our translator. It's one of these things where even Krakoa himself is on board with the idea that Doug doesn't go, right? That Doug is basically the person who represents the voice of Krakoa on the Quiet Council, so Krakoa can be heard. He's kind of necessary in that way. But with Doug himself, he's like, you know, the rules have been set. I was chosen to be part of the 10. I want to fight. And the idea here is that they're kind of looking at the possibility of replacing Doug with somebody else, sneaking somebody else in to take Doug's place instead of Doug actually being the one to fight. Now, whether or not that can be done, we don't know. And we have to believe, based on the prophecy, that there's a reason why Doug was chosen. Maybe there was no reason, right? Maybe it was just arbitrary, right? It was just luck of the draw. And it's Doug. He's going to be the one to fight, and he's going to be the one to die, right? Like, we don't really know. But kind of continuing his training sessions with Magic, she continues to get the upper hand on him. And the reason why is because Doug's not using his powers the way he needs to. That with Illyana being so hard on him, that Krakoa initially kind of comes to the rescue, but Doug says, no, let her go. And that's one of these things where it's like Illyana is doing her best to just try to keep him alive by teaching him to be an effective fighter, because Illyana had to learn the hard way, right? When she was a little girl, she was taken to Limbo. She learned, you know, the black arts and all that kind of stuff. She learned how to fight. She had to learn to survive. And that's really what Doug has to learn here. He has to learn how to survive. Because the truth about this is that with Doug being so important on Krakoa, in a lot of ways, he's been mollycoddled by the X-Men, right? Like, they take care of him. They make sure that he's kind of prized above almost all others because his job is to just kind of, you know, be an interpreter. But he doesn't want to be resigned to that kind of a situation, right? And plus, it's a boring life, you know, and that's when Illyana kind of chimes in and says, understand the stakes here, Doug. Like, this is not a small thing. When Doug's like, I really wasn't doing that bad. She's like, no, you don't understand what this is, right? Like, these are Apocalypse's children. And they literally crushed him without breaking a sweat. They killed, it's something that we as the X-Men have almost never been able to do, right? We've almost never been able to kill Apocalypse. Like, we've never been able to do that, right? All we've ever been able to do is fight him off. They were able to punch a hole in him, right? They were able to injure him in a way that we've just never been able to do. Those are the forces that we're fighting up against. And you are fumbling and bumbling, right? You don't know what you're doing. So yeah, I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, you didn't really do that bad, but the reality is you did terrible, right? In comparison to the people who are fighting out there. And that's true, right? Because you look at Illyana Rasputin, she's a hardcore dyed-in-the-wool fighter. You look at Storm, it's the same way. Wolverine, it's the exact same way. Then you have Cypher, right? This guy understands languages. And it's one of these things where he kind of muses to himself and says, you know, kind of gets irritated at Illyana, right? Because she doesn't seem to believe that he understands the stakes, but he says, like, I'm putting my life on the line to save others, right? Like, that matters, doesn't it? And that's when Exodus pops up and says, it does matter, but understand, no one's going to sing songs about your life. No one's going to tell stories about it because it won't be worth telling. Your skill is language, not battle, right? That's what you're here for. You're here to interpret language. You're not here as a fighter. Why you were chosen is anybody's guess, but it's obvious to the Quiet Council, it's obvious to Illyana Rasputin, and it's obvious to you. You're not a fighter. You're not here to fight. And it's one of these things where Exodus says, maybe there's some kind of a loophole, right? Maybe there's something that we can do. If Sinister's plan fails, you know, when his plan fails, maybe there's something we can do where we can switch you out with somebody else, right? If Bene Duperry was given the sword, right? If Exodus was the one who was going to fight, he would probably win, right? And he would probably do better than anybody else, right? Keep in mind, Exodus is an Omega level telepath. This guy is hugely powerful. I mean, the world shakes with the kind of power this guy possesses, right? It's kind of nuts. But at the end of the day, the stance is Doug was chosen. Doug has to be the one to fight, right? Doug has to be the one to engage in this conflict. And so when he's back in his quarters, he's met by really Mondo kind of taken over by Krakoa, and Krakoa tries to reiterate it again, right? Like, there must be a way to send somebody else in your place. The whole world's against him, right? Like, the whole world is against Doug. No one believes he can succeed. And the reality of this is that can be disheartening, but there's also something just great about standing in the face of everyone who told you that you couldn't, and then you do, right? There's just something about proving them all wrong. And even if they don't admit it, knowing that they know they have egg on their face, knowing that they know that they were foolish to question you, they were foolish to tell you that it couldn't be done. And that's what's so cool about that, because that's the relatable thing, right? Like with Comics Explained, I ran into that, right? Like, I ran into people who told me, you can't do that, right? You can't be a full-time YouTuber. There's no way you can succeed at that. And look where I am now, right? And they're stuck with egg on their face, looking like buffoons. They were foolish enough to question me. And there's a great kind of empowerment that comes with that. And I would say this really kind of proves to be the turning point of Doug Ramsey, because he just kind of breaks and he's like, I've had enough, right? I can't run, I can't hide. This is the responsibility that's been bestowed on me. I'm scared out of my wits, right? Like, you have to understand, I'm terrified. I know that I might not come back. I know that I may die out there, and if they resurrect me, I won't come back as a person that I was before. I'll lose all my powers, or I'll come back twisted and evil. I have no real idea. But understand, this is my responsibility. And that's usually what it takes, right? It takes this idea of people having a thing that they want to achieve and being met with adversity and every conceivable way, right? Sometimes this adversity is in your own head, right? It's your fear, it's your anxiety, it's your nerves, it's your depression, it's any number of things that are constantly just bumping up against you and telling you it can't be done. There's no way it can be done. If you could have done it, you would have done it by now, right? Like all this negativity that feeds into you. And then when it comes from the outside, people who are telling you you're making every mistake, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, you're screwing up, then it's like boiling over. And then something just snaps and it just turns into, I can't. And then it's just a matter of, I don't care what anybody else has to say, the voices get silent, and it's just this pure determination. That's what you're left with. The desire not to prove to them, but to prove to yourself that you can actually do it. And that's what happens, right? Doug goes into his training session with Illyana Rasputin, and he by no means comes out as like a world-class swordsman, but he starts using his power. He's countering every move she's making. He's making all the right moves, and he's saying, because I look at you, Illyana Rasputin, and your moves are a language. I understand what you're going to do. I can predict what you're going to do before you do it. I can read you. The way you move, how you fight, your style, it's no different than understanding French or English or Spanish. It's just in this instance, I'm understanding swordsmanship. I'm learning the language of fencing. And because he's able to pick up on it so fast, his skill starts to increase at an almost exponential rate. And one of the first things he picks up on with Illyana is, you're letting me win. You're holding me back. Why are you doing this? Why are you holding back like this? And she says, you have the potential to use your powers to overcome anybody that you fight, because you're like Taskmaster, right? Like you will learn to fight like them, and you'll learn to understand how they fight as you fight, right? You'll be able to overcome them. And so as that time, when that progresses, one thing that I'm afraid of, and one thing that concerns me, and believe me when I tell you this, that if you raise your sword to fight anybody on Otherworld, it'll be the last thing that you do, that there's nothing you can do to stop it. In essence, that while he is making progress and he is getting better, he's still ill-equipped to face off against the forces that are out there, to face off against those various threats. So again, still a little bit of opposition there, but if I'm a betting man, if I'm being honest with you guys, which I feel like as often as I say that, I'm a betting man, then I would say this will come down to Doug Ramsey. Like it'll come down to Cypher. It'll come down to him basically being the one who will most likely come out on top and save the day. If he doesn't, then Krakoa's kind of screwed. But at the moment, we are 4 swords captured, 5 if we include Cable. We've got 4 or 5 more to go. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Swords of X. In this instance, we kind of join with Cable. All right, we pick up with Cable, Cyclops, and Jean Grey while they are on board what's called the Peak, which is the main operating base of SWORD. So, a little bit of history here when it comes to Marvel Comics, because I feel like it's important to explain the nature of SWORD, because we're going to see them in the MCU. So, SWORD stands for the Sentient World Observation and Response Department, and this was not a thing that existed until Astonishing X-Men by Joss Whedon. The whole idea behind this is that in Marvel Comics you have S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. has been around for a long time. The name for S.H.I.E.L.D., the acronym has changed over the years, but the idea is that S.H.I.E.L.D. was designed to monitor threats to Earth, right? To basically monitor Earth itself. But where S.H.I.E.L.D. monitored Earth, SWORD monitored space. And SWORD would look out for like Galactus coming to Earth, or like the Skrulls who were looking to launch an attack on Earth, or the Kree or something like that, and they would warn the superheroes accordingly, or if they had the power to handle it on their own, they would take care of it themselves. Now, the leader of SWORD was a woman named Abigail Brand, and Abigail Brand had the ability to understand and speak any language in existence. Right now, she was the leader for a long time, from 2004 when Astonishing X-Men first came out, running all the way up until All New, All Different Marvel. And when that kicked off, that's when you had Carol Danvers, who took over as director of SWORD, and then SWORD was renamed to the Alpha Flight program. And so it's kind of been that way ever since. Now, what involvement Carol Danvers has in SWORD, or the new Alpha Flight, I'm not really even sure in this day and age. I haven't read her comics for 2 years, so I have no clue what's going on in the Carol Danvers line of comics. But the whole idea here is that SWORD has more or less kind of been shut down. Now, this ties into Cable and Jean Grey and Cyclops by way of the fact that Cable's sword is one of the 10 swords they need for the Swords of X event, right? For the 10 swords challenge. But he had plugged it into the Peak in order to power it back up to kind of find out what's been going on here. And as they're going through and as they're investigating, of course, Magic chimes in, as we saw in a previous video, where she told Cable, hey, like, we need you back here, right? Like, you need to come back here, we need your sword, the Light of Galador, all that kind of stuff. Now, a funny thing about the sword of Cable, the Light of Galador, is this is one of those instances when what's going on in the X-Men universe, because it's being led by Jonathan Hickman, ties back into the work that Jonathan Hickman already did. And it's one of the reasons why why I'm glad that we did Avengers and New Avengers, because if you recall in that story, when we were kind of leading up to the events of Infinity, we had the Builders. And the Builders had literally appeared in the main Marvel Universe and were making their way towards Earth with the intention of destroying it. But the idea is that along their way to Earth, when they entered into the main Marvel Universe, they ended up annihilating all life on the planet Galador. And Galador is a world that belongs to a group called the Space Knights. And Space Knights are quite literally just like a peacekeeping force of individuals who have undergone a procedure that converts them from strictly, whatever their organic nature was, to becoming a kind of machine with a human mind. Their essences and their consciousness are backed up into those robots, and then they kind of go forward accordingly. But the idea was that at some point with the reformation of the multiverse, it was kind of a reference to the events leading up to the collapse of the multiverse to the Builders. And when Cable got his hands on the sword on the light of Galador, it led to a great big huge battle with a whole bunch of Galadorian Space Knights. The fact that Cable still has the sword kind of tells you how that battle ended up going down. Because I'm trying to find, I like the idea of what we did with Avengers and New Avengers, where we had like the comics that we were normally covering, and then as like a background series, we just had like an enormous series taking place. And I'm kind of debating on what I want to do next. If I want to do something like Uncanny Avengers, if I want to do something like Rick Remender's Avengers run, or X-Men run, or was it Uncanny X-Force that he did? If we do something like we continue Green Lantern, I'm kind of figuring out what it is that I want to do, right? So make sure you guys leave some comments down below and give me some ideas. But that's kind of how we are with regards to Cable having this sword. But the cool thing about this is again, Magic's like, hey, you got to come back here, right? Like you got to come back to Earth, and you have to basically, give us your sword, or at least stand here with your sword so you can be part of the circle. Cable's response is, I'll be back here in a little bit. We got to check out what's going on here. Now, the funny thing about this is that with the station being powered down, this never really happens. We never really see instances where Sword is not operating inside of its base of operations. The fact that there's seemingly nobody there indicates that something really bad happened here. That's really kind of what's going on. And so what you end up getting is this kind of realization that there's this bulkhead that's sealed shut and that it had been done in a hurry, right? Like somebody had wielded it super fast. And so the only time you do that is when you're trying to keep something out. And so of course, the X-Men open it. Like, why not? And so once they open the door, they end up calling for Jean Grey, right? Now, Jean Grey and of course Cyclops and Cable had kind of split. And so what she ends up doing is going, kind of discovering this, making this little discovery of herself. She finds one person inside this whole space station, right? Just kind of sitting on the bridge. And when she gets in there, this person kind of says, like asks her a few questions, like, you turn the power back on, like you basically powered the station back on. Why would you do that? The indication here is that initially there was just kind of like a sound, right? They heard these different sounds, basically the sounds of people dying, right? And it was kind of like a rhythm, right? You would hear people dying, then you would hear silence, and you would hear people dying, and then you would hear silence. And it was repeating. And then they ended up realizing it was a sound they were hearing in their head, that it was just kind of going through their heads over and over and over again. And that half the station was wiped out before they could even regroup or understand what was really going on. And so what you end up finding out is that those individuals who weren't wiped out were seemingly taken over by some kind of a force, right? And this guy has been taken over by part of that force. And so what you end up having is Jean Grey, who tries to read his mind and figure out what's going on, and she can't. She's basically met by this kind of blocking, right? In the sense that whatever this is that took over this guy, the first thing they did was fortify their minds against telepathy. And so what this shows is a handful of different things. One, it shows intelligence, rational thinking, and two, it shows the ability to overcome powers, right? You cannot overcome a power that you're not familiar with. And so because of that, it means they're familiar with telepathy, right? If you didn't know what telepathy was, how would you know how to overcome that power? Because of that, Jean Grey kind of experiences this sort of psychic backlash to a degree, and this guy basically says, like, we pledged our lives to defend this world, and nobody ever came for us. And so what it indicates is they sent out an SOS. This guy yanks the airlock and ends up sucking himself out. So I guess he's on an airlock and not the bridge, right? But like he ends up sucking himself out into space, and the guy dies. And so when Jean Grey hits him up and says, are you guys still in the science lab, right? Hits up Cyclops, says, are you guys still in the science lab? The response is yes. And she's like, do not open anything. Like, do not open any doors. Don't do anything. Like, I'm getting over there as fast as I can. Whatever it is that's on this thing killed everybody on the space station. And the response of Cyclops is, we know. And that's when Cable asks this interesting question. Did Saturnine know we'd find this? And that it would probably try to kill us, right? Is she hoping that it would try to kill us? Now, the thing about this is that Jean Grey got a little bit of a kind of glimpse here in terms of what was going on. And what she says is that this space station was infiltrated by something called the Viscora, right? Kind of like a faceless death, right? Is what is kind of referred to here. It's a little bit ambiguous, but you do see a couple of them come out, and then you end up seeing, the X-Men basically attack them and essentially destroy them, right? Which means they can be killed. But they kind of say these things like cleanse, this reality is already fetid, right? Like, we're going to cleanse this whole reality and seemingly move on to the next one. And so it kind of gives premise to the idea that they're multi-dimensional or multi-universal forces, right? So like they go from one universal space to the next doing whatever it is that they do. But the important thing is that Jean Grey actually kind of uses astral projection, and her essence more or less leaves her body and travels through this portal and into the other side. And that's when you end up seeing that there is essentially just this massive portal, more or less, or this source from which they're all emanating from and pouring in, right? And the response of Jean is kill everybody that you see, right? Like kill every single one you can possibly find. And so it's one of these things where like the whole station kind of lurches, right? Cable's sent on this mission, sent on this task to go and grab his sword and to pull it out of the core and basically depower the ship, which would shut the portal back down again. And of course he successfully does, right? Everything's kind of shut back down. And then it's like, okay, like what do we do here? What this does is it kind of picks up with one of those little interim pages they give us where they kind of fill in the gaps by kind of giving us some kind of run over. The crazy thing about this is that in the span of 10 minutes, right? In the span of 10 minutes, an anomaly is detected in Science Lab 14 that personal transponders of the entire science division are terminated. So they don't know their status. They don't know if they're living, if they're dead, or any of that stuff. And so in response to that, hostile boarding protocols are initiated. Fire teams are deployed on search and rescue missions, right? So they're searching Lab 14 and that associated part of the ship to find out what's going on. And so from there, fire team deployment shifted to recovery, and then they manually attempt to depressurize Lab 14, which is basically prevented by a failsafe. They try to like cut it off from the ship, right? They try to open an airlock and suck out whatever's in there, right? So whatever's in there is literally wreaking havoc. From there, you're 7 minutes in to like this initial indication that something's wrong, and it's a mass casualty event. 32% of the peak crew has been terminated in a non-decompression event that began in Lab 14, basically saying some kind of an anomaly was detected, this portal, something came through the portal, and basically started attacking them. From there, you go into safety protocols are overridden by station command, right? So the indication is that whatever this is that's been taking over people managed to make its way to the command deck, and then in turn is basically making it possible for this to spread. And then you go into general quarters, right? Which is anybody who's kind of out there and not working at the moment, and 55% of them are all killed. Tactical approval for fire team deployment through the incursion gate. So basically, we're gonna go to the other side and find out what's going on, and then it's power draining from core to Lab 14, which is there's something in there that's basically powering itself up. Then you go into power unstable, comms array, life support, and orbital systems are all compromised. This ship is effectively shutting down, right? Because the core is being depowered. Then you get into 78% of peak crew has been terminated, and then siege of Lab 14 was totally unsuccessful. Command mission to dismantle power station successful. Power level is reduced completely and totally, right? So basically, they shut the whole thing down. In the span of 10 minutes, they detected some kind of an anomaly. This anomaly took out everybody in the science lab. It spread like wildfire. It basically took over other individuals, which ensured its progression throughout the ship. It started wiping out as many people as it possibly could, to the point that 78% of the entire crew was killed, and then they ended up having to shut the ship down in order to get this thing under control. Now, in terms of what this was and how all this worked, the only thing we really know here is it's some kind of a virus, right? Some kind of like a living virus, and that's it. We don't get anything else besides that. Instead, you have Cable who comes through the portal from into Krakoa with the light of Galador, and then says okay, and takes a stance on the actual on his little icon, right, on his little thing here. And that's it. Right now, from there, you have Cyclops and you have Jean who make their way out, and you have Magic who's basically engaging in essentially a telepathic conversation with them. Now, the funny thing about this is we're not given a clear on understanding of what they're talking about. The indication here is that they plan on running some kind of basically backdoor, event, like some kind of backdoor campaign or something like that, right? Like you kind of have this conversation that comes out. You got Jean Grey and Cyclops. You're like, is it just me or does it look like it's going to rain? The response of Magic is, it feels like it's going to come down like daggers. Like, do you have a plan? The response of Cyclops is, I've been noodling on some things. Two main problems: communication and transportation. And it's like, well, we have some suggestions for rides, but communication is not my strong suit. And then Jean in turn says, Otherworld is locked down telepathically, but I think we could punch our way through if we had enough of us working on it. Can it be done? The response of Jean is, it has to be done. Something's going on here. Like, we're not fully aware of what it is, but something's taking place here, right? And the response of Magic is, okay, if you guys need me to, I can keep an eye on Cable. Make sure that he does what he's supposed to do, that he's none the wiser of what's happening. The indication here, and we're not given, it's not really on the nose, but the indication here is that whatever was on that ship seemingly took over Cyclops and Jean. I'm not going to swear to that, and I could be entirely wrong. It could have to do with the plan that we've seen unfolding, right? Krakoa kind of implementing its own plan with regards to how to steal the swords from the enemy side, and it's a multifaceted plan, right? It's not just the Marauders who were doing it, it's Cyclops and Jean launching their own plan, probably under the direction of Charles Xavier. We're not entirely sure. sure. That's one of the things about this is with this being 22 parts, we're only in like part 10 right now, right? So we're not even halfway through. Or really, I think it's more like part 8 right now, right? So we're not even close to halfway through. And we're still in that section where we get more questions than we do answers. But regardless, it's cool. Like, I dig this. I think this is going to be one of those stories, like so many Jonathan Hickman stories, where it kind of reads better in trade, right? Like when you have the whole thing collected and you can read it all in one go. But of course, we'll find out by the time we get to the end. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are continuing our Dawn of X coverage. Yes, we are. And in this video, we are picking up with Excalibur. Here's the cool thing about this, right? Here's the cool thing about this. This is really going to kind of allow us a chance to offer some pretty cool explanations insofar as how like the Captain Britain Corps works, Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, the collapse of the multiverse, how all that stuff ties into what's going on right now with his X-Men run. This is why I always tell people, if you want to read Jonathan Hickman's work, read it by itself. Do not read anything else unless you absolutely have to. This is an example of where you kind of have to, right? Because other people are writing the Swords of X story as opposed to just Jonathan Hickman, and it all basically ties together. But you can literally just read Hickman by himself and read nothing else, and just maybe catch up on a couple things here and there. But the cool thing here is it allows us a bit of an explanation. But before we get to that point, we pick up with the arrival of Jamie Braddock and Brian Braddock as they've been summoned by Saturnine. And the whole idea is that as they're meeting Betsy Braddock here, right, as they're meeting, Captain Britain here, once they arrive, things get pretty murky pretty fast. And the reason why is because as Brian Braddock shows up here, Betsy realizes he's in possession of the Sword of Might. And when she asks, why is that here? His response is, because I brought it for you. And the idea of Brian Braddock is to basically switch these things, right? For Brian to retake the amulet and for Betsy to take the Sword of Might. Now, here's the reason why that matters. Because once all that passes and they're basically met by the arrival of Saturnine, that she's assembled them here. And it looks like it's basically a kind of giant get-together to honor the fallen Captain Britain Corps that existed before the events of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. But the idea is that this kind of argument is taking place in such a way to where Brian wants things to go back to the way they were before. Now, one of the things that Saturnine talks about is the fall of the Captain Britain Corps. Now, the way this worked was the result of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, right? So the Captain Britain Corps in previous years was largely created by Merlin and then Roma in a combination of both. And the way this would play out is that in any one universe, on any one Earth out there, that what you would have is some individual who would be met at some point in time by Merlin or Roma or both. And what they would do is they would present them with an option. They would say, you have the choice of the Sword of Might or the Amulet of Right. There wasn't really a wrong answer there, but whichever one they took, they would go forward with those corresponding powers, and they would in effect become the Captain Britain of their universe. And the idea is that the Captain Britain of that universe would serve to protect that universe, but also serve as part of a larger whole. They would protect the multiverse alongside other Captain Britain members. And so think of it as a more localized version of a much larger version of the Green Lantern Corps. And so the result of this is that during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, as we covered with that story, that there came a point where Saturnine and the Omniversal Development Court were trying to understand why the multiverse was collapsing, right? They didn't fully understand it. And so what they ended up doing was getting their hands on a map maker with a desire to effectively crack the map maker, understand its code, and then get a bigger picture. The problem with this was that the map maker ended up summoning its own forces, right? And it really was more of a Sidera Madri as opposed to a map maker, but they ended up summoning the forces of both the Ivory Kings and the Ivory King soldiers. And this led to the complete and total annihilation of the Captain Britain Corps. The only person who survived was Brian Braddock. And Brian Braddock only survived because Saturnine took all the knowledge of the Starlight Citadel, right? So all information containing the existence of the multiverse and everything that she knew about the multiverse, and literally used telepathy to put it in the mind of Brian Braddock and then cast him out, right? And he basically ended up showing back up to the Illuminati at some point in time. But that's how the Captain Britain Corps fell. Now, following the restoration of the multiverse, the Captain Britain Corps was not restored. The reason for that is because the method and manner of choosing the Captain Britain Corps is not arbitrary, the Sword of Might or the Amulet of Right. And in years past, this is kind of what Saturnine says here, in years past, Captain Britons who were chosen for that particular role had to undergo that test. What we're told here is there are Captain Britons out there in the multiverse, but Saturnine considers them to be heretical. She considers them to be heretics because they have not undergone the process of choosing between the sword or the amulet. And so because they have not undergone that traditional process, they're not real Captain Britons. For all intents and purposes, the way that Saturnine views it, somebody just grabbed a Captain Britain uniform, slapped it on, and now they're that character, right? They're not the rightful character. They haven't undergone the process a person should undergo in order to become that, in order to overtake that role. And so because of that, while there are Captain Britons there, she's basically captured them, and she's holding them until she decides decides when they're ready to be destroyed. And so in this frustration and this irritation, as far as Saturnine is concerned, while Brian Braddock is not in possession of the amulet, he is in possession of the sword. And Brian Braddock is the only true Captain Britain. That Betsy Braddock is not. That Betsy Braddock is considered to be a heretic in the eyes of Saturnine. And this really is kind of doubled down by Betsy's own admission when Saturnine makes the case about the sword and the amulet, and Betsy says, I never had to make either choice. And that's when Saturnine's like, those are your words, not mine. In effect, in the eyes of Saturnine, Betsy Braddock doomed herself, and she basically gave Saturnine license to take her captive, right? And that's what she kind of says, like the exit's that way, right? You don't need to be here. Like there's no reason for you to be here. Now, as she goes to kind of make her way, she's met by Brian. And the crazy thing about this is that she kind of challenges Brian to a fight, right? She's like, let's get this on, right? Let's figure this out once and for all. Like, who is the actual Captain Britain? The cool thing about this and what's interesting here is that Brian's response is, I gave you the amulet. If you guys remember the Excalibur story, the first one that we did, his response was, I gave you the amulet because I was being taken over by Morgan Le Fay. In this moment, when I was basically being transformed into her henchman, I did not want her to have a henchman that had the power of the amulet, so I gave it to you. But this was only ever meant to be temporary, that ultimately I knew that you guys would win against Morgan Le Fay, and when that time came, I hoped that you would give the amulet back to me. That's why I gave you this sword. The response of Betsy is, I don't want to give it back to you, right? I like being Captain Britain. I want to stay Captain Britain. Like the whole idea of Brian Braddock is, but you don't even live in England. Like you live in Krakoa. You live in a whole different place. What kind of Captain Britain could you possibly be if you don't even live in the place you represent, right? It doesn't really make any sense. It's like a president of the United States that lives in Japan. It's nonsensical. It just doesn't work that way, right? Now at this point, it's really just kind of arguing geographic location. But if we're being honest with ourselves, because a Captain Britain can become that way by taking the sword or the amulet, then we're really just kind of arguing semantics is really what's happening here. That's all this is coming down to. But the funny thing about this is that as they kind of begin to get into a little bit of their fight, Betsy Braddock does make a really good point in saying that becoming Captain Britain is an honor. It's not a birthright, right? You're not owed this. You're not owed the role of Captain Britain, despite what the lineage is. And despite your ties to King Arthur, you're not owed this role. You had this role bestowed upon you at one point in time, but it could also have been taken away. And if it can be taken away from you, then it's not a thing that you inherently own, right? It's a thing that's just given to you for some temporary amount of time. Even if that temporary amount of time just happens to be your entire life, it can be taken away at any point in time. And so what you end up doing here is you kind of have this whole situation that's kind of interrupted, right, by Saturnine, and she's like, you guys need to calm down. But the funny thing about this is she kind of seems to be sowing discord among the two, right? Like she kind of seems to be creating a rift among these two. Now, what we end up doing is picking up later that night. And when that happens, you end up having Jamie Braddock, who's kind of sleeping, in his guest quarters, and is met by what's essentially an assemblage of Captain Britons that are different characters based on the X-Men, right? So Rogue, who's a Captain Britain, Gambit, who's a Captain Britain, Jubilee, that kind of a thing. And so the result of this is that they basically say, like, we sentence you to die. Right now, the motivation for why they sentence him to die, we're not really given a definitive explanation here. Instead, what ends up happening, and it kind of looks as though Jamie may have sold them out, but what it looks like happened here, or at least what does happen here, is you have Betsy and you have Brian, who of course respond, and then once they get in there, Jamie's got all these guys seized, right? Now again, Jamie Braddock can warp reality on a universal scale, and that's what those strings are, right? Those strings that emanate, that's how it is that he controls reality. Now, this is just kind of shown to us for artistic license. It's just kind of shown to us like this is what he's actually doing. In terms of how it is that like Betsy and Brian Braddock see it, he's just standing there and they're floating in thin air and all hell's popping loose, right? That's all it kind of looks to them. This is just kind of shown so that we can get an artistic understanding of how his powers work. But the whole point behind this is he's kind of like, okay, they showed up here with the intention of killing me. I can't just let that slide. But, if I can't kill them all, then I'll just kill one to help them understand their place in the bigger picture. And so in doing that, he kills the Captain Britain Jubilee, right? He kills the Jubilee version of Captain Britain. And so once she's dead, it pisses off all the others, right? They go after them and they end up taking off, right? They end up basically bailing out. Brian Braddock ultimately ends up drawing the Sword of Might from the scabbard. And when he does, he becomes a version of Captain Britain using the Sword of Might, right? Now, at that moment, he in turn turns it on the rest of the Captain Britain Corps and says, I will strike you down if I have to. I don't want to, but I will kill you if I have to. But that's when Saturnine steps in. And so she basically, she kind of appeals to Brian Braddock, right? With this idea, kind of appealing to his manly nature, right? Being a little romantic and so on, and saying like, get rid of this Sword of Might. You don't need this anymore, right? I am the sole occupant of the Starlight Citadel. Merlin and Roma are long dead. I determine who's going to be the Captain Britain from this point going forward. And so she basically tells him, get rid of the sword. She tries to strip the amulet away from Betsy Braddock with the intention of giving it to Brian, but Betsy uses a combination of her power along with some spells that she learned from Apocalypse and destroys the amulet in the process. Now, the reason why this matters is because the amulet is what gives that version of Captain Britain their power, right? So like flight, force field, different things like that, you know, enhanced strength, super speed, so on and so forth. Without the amulet, those powers can't freely be given, right? It would have to be restored or something along those lines. As a result of that, she ends up having Betsy Braddock taken away and takes Brian to what is basically her bedchamber. And so as a result of this, you pick up with Betsy Braddock, right? Kind of down in this holding cell. And she kind of tries to reach out. So far, she hasn't really been successful, but she tries to reach out and is ultimately met by the Gambit version of Captain Britain from whatever alternate reality that happens to be. And what she basically says is, or at least having this conversation with him, she asks like, you know, are you guys okay? Right? Is everything okay? And the funny thing is, like, she tells him like, we'll try it, like, I'm going to try to find a way out. But what she's told by Gambit is escaping the cells is no small thing. If all you had to do is pick a lock and leave, it wouldn't really be much of a prison cell. And so what he tells her is there are spells that surround this cell. And the way in which it works is that when Rogue tried to break out, she literally just tried to fly out of it and got exceedingly cold, and she can't get any warm now, right? Like, she got cold, she got lost, and she can't warm up, right? So there's an effect that it has on you. It's that kind of magic that keeps people contained within these cells. And so what ends up happening is that while she's telepathically communicating with Gambit, that Jimmy Braddock piggybacks onto their communications, right? And says, okay, so like, you need to jump out the window now, and I will catch you, right? I mean, they're so high up that if you were to jump out, you'd probably end up getting yourself killed when you hit the ground. And the fact that she doesn't really have the amulet means her normal powers, or the powers of Captain Britain, aren't readily available to her. Now, you could kind of ask the question, if she really is that powerful in terms of her telekinesis, why couldn't she just fly? That's a good question to ask. I don't know why we don't get an answer to that. But it kind of seems to be this sort of revolving spell that exists, right? That like, if she jumps out the window, then she gets caught up in the spell. And so the response to this of Jamie Braddock is, okay, you could stay here, but keep in mind, you're in Otherworld, and they're going to execute you at dawn. So when you die, like if you die, or when the time comes, if you're executed and you die, they can bring you back on Krakoa. But remember guys, if you die in Otherworld and they resurrect you in Krakoa, you come back all screwed up, right? You come back all twisted and screwed up. We saw that in the last couple of videos that we made. That's one of the important points about dying in Otherworld that remains for the rest of Swords of X. If you die out there, there's no guarantee that the version of you that comes back will be the version who died. It could be any other alternate reality version of yourself, right? So maybe Betsy Braddock jumps out or she's executed in the morning and Krakoa resurrects her and she comes back as like some crazy, some absolutely nuts girl who's hell-bent on world domination, right? There's no way of knowing if that's going to be the case, right? No way of knowing what version of her will come back. And so because of that, you end up having her, of course, making this leap of faith out the window and then being caught by a griffin, right? That belongs to Jamie Braddock, who of course rescues her, and the two of them make their way towards Saturnine's bedchamber. And as she's there, what she ends up doing is basically telling Brian Braddock, you're the one that needs to represent this prophecy, right? You're the one that needs to basically wield this Starlight sword, not Betsy Braddock. She's not a real Captain Britain. This has to be you. You have to be the one to wield this weapon. And so what she ends up doing is basically crafting the Starlight sword itself. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here, and this is something that we may not have really covered or hadn't been too clear on, is that this whole idea that, of course, you know, once Betsy Braddock and them show up, you know, and like literally you have Saturnine making out with Brian Braddock, right? So, you know, like let's touch naughty bits, right? You have like you know, Betsy and you have Jamie, who are kind of watching everything go down, and then Brian Braddock realizes she's there and he's like, Betsy, take the sword now, right? Betsy runs in, grabs the sword, and we realize that Brian Braddock was never actually on the side of Saturnine, that he was basically playing her in order to give Betsy time to steal the Starlight sword herself, because that's part of the prophecy for the Swords of X event. One of the things to understand here is this prophecy is not something that predates Saturnine, right? It's not as though it's a prophecy that's been around for like millennia and it's just now coming to fruition. This is a game that Saturnine herself created, right? She created the prophecy. She created all of this, right? It's kind of her great big huge game to just sort of see what happens. We don't really know what the end result of this is. We don't really know what it is that she's trying to achieve. What's the point of standing in the way of the forces of Arakko that want to invade the main Marvel universe and kill everybody there? What's the point of that, right? If you're in the Starlight Citadel, what's the whole point? I mean, you're not really affected by any of it, so why does it matter to you, right? We don't really know what the end result of her whole campaign is. What we do know is this kind of effort between Brian and Betty has ultimately worked. That what it's done is it's drove Saturnine to create the Starlight Sword, which was the missing weapon that they needed in order to secure the forces of Earth fighting against the forces of Arakko. And so now they have both. They have the Sword of Might and they have the Starlight Sword. And so it solidifies this position, right? And so from here, it just boils down to 3 more swords, right? All we have are 3 more. My question here, and this is the question that I feel like a lot of you guys are asking, my question here is, when are we going to see the return of Mad Jim Jaspers? That's what I want. I want to see Jim Jaspers come back. I want to see him and I want to see the Fury. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back again with, I guess technically it's 10 of Swords, but I like calling it X of Swords. I think it just sounds more like an X-Men title when you say it. But we are picking back up with this. What this does, this initially picks up with Apocalypse, right? Now remember, Apocalypse has largely been in the Healing Gardens since his return from Otherworld, in the sense that when he was attacked by the Four Horsemen, that his body looked like it was quite literally starting to fall apart, and his injuries are pretty extreme, right? There's no real certainty that he'll actually survive. And so the people of Krakoa and really the mutants themselves are faced with a bit of a predicament. Because of the fact that Apocalypse suffered his injuries in Otherworld and he would die here, the implication seems to be that while he wouldn't necessarily die in Otherworld, the effect of dying in Otherworld remains the same, in the sense that we don't know what version of him would actually come back. Some alternate reality version, maybe like the Age of Apocalypse version of himself, where he's just hell-bent on conquering the world. And so the result of this is that the healer is basically brought before him for the purpose of restoring his energies. The problem with this is the healer cannot actually heal Apocalypse on his own. One, because of the fact that Apocalypse keeps fighting, and all that kind of stuff because of how much pain he's in. And so you end up basically having Polaris and Magneto use their combined powers to strap him down. But also because the healer's just not powerful enough in his own right. And so the conversation begins to shift by Charles Xavier to having Hope Summers amplify the powers of healer. The issue with that is this hasn't really been done before, and we don't know what the effect would be. If it would actually kill Apocalypse, if it would help him survive, there's no real knowing. But Apocalypse's response is, do it, right? If I'm strong enough, I'll survive the ordeal. And if I'm not, then I'll know I'm weak. And so in this point, Apocalypse undergoes the healing at the hands of the healer, whose power is boosted by Hope Summers. And this is when we get this really, really cool explanation as to why it is that Apocalypse is so hell-bent on testing people. Because one of the things that we saw in the early days of Marvel Comics, and really kind of the origin that we got from back in the day, is that Apocalypse was discovered by Ball and the Sandstormers, right? They're kind of like this nomad group that was out there, and he was taught by Ball the philosophy of survival of the fittest. What this does is this Jonathan Hickman coming back and completely retelling the origin of Apocalypse, right? It's a whole new origin in relation to how it's based on Apocalypse's desire to test people. That's kind of the funny thing here, is that Apocalypse leaving, and there is a little bit of wiggle room there, and we'll kind of talk about why this wiggle room is important here in a second, but it's basically kind of a flashback, kind of consolidating a lot of what we were told up to this point. And the idea was that somewhere along the line, when you had Krakoa and Arakko, that they were a singular nation, right? That's something that we've talked about over the course of time. These were two single islands, and that somewhere out of nowhere, you basically ended up getting these forces of evil, right? These kind of demonic entities that invaded the world. And because Okara, which is what it was called at the time, was basically, these two, Arakko and Krakoa existing as a single island, because Okara was effectively a mutant haven, right? It was a land where mutants resided, those individuals who had popped up around that time that were largely led by Apocalypse. Because this was a safe haven, that this is one of the first places to fall, because it was one of the first places where the Horde initially popped up. And so what you ended up getting was basically the 100 soldiers, right? You ended up getting the White Sword, who was basically a champion, right? He was a champion seemingly of the people on this island, so maybe Apocalypse didn't necessarily rule over them per se, but him and the 100 went into the portal, right? They passed into that realm and basically ended up facing off against all these forces, right? These forces of Amenth. And when that happened, that you of course also had Genesis, the wife of Apocalypse, who stepped in as well and helped to basically, curtail these forces and send them back. The problem with that is you ended up having a situation where Amenth actually ended up contacting Apocalypse directly, right? And this comes by virtue of basically the helm of Amenth being brought forward to Apocalypse by the forces of these demons, right? By all these different demons and monsters and so on. And so when one of them opens the box, he realizes it's the helm and immediately panics, right? But he's told by one of the other guys, annihilation will walk the land as basically all gods made men do. And so put the helmet on, right? Like put this thing on. And then when that happens, basically Amenth takes over this person. Now, the way this helm is explained to us by Jonathan Hickman, the helm itself is kind of like possessed by this sort of demonic entity, but we're not given a full-on explanation here, right? We're not given any full answers in terms of who Amenth is or what their place is or where they come from or any of that stuff. It's just some kind of demonic being that exists out there. Now, it really comes straight from the horse's mouth, right? That, Hickman tells us Amenth is a black planet of black death, a hellscape of demons and things of a darker origin, a chaos world of wild space that would be completely uncontrollable to the living if not for the golden helm of annihilation that commands the conquered horde of Amenth. The person who wears the helm rules that dark world, but the helm itself rules the wearer, possessed by some elder god, a primordial force of the spirit of that world made manifest. The helm is seductive, the helm is all-consuming, and only a wearer of greater strength and power power can hope to live through the experience, right? It's a crown for the fit, and only the fit can rule the Amenthi hell, right? So this spirit basically, or this being, it's almost kind of like the essence of this demonic world that all these forces come from, right? Now we don't really know its goal or its ambition, but the long and short is that when it possesses this demon and it starts speaking directly to Apocalypse, that it says, I'm giving you an offering, but I cannot give it to you freely, right? I must test you. I must know whether or not you're worthy of receiving this offering. And so what ends up happening is a couple of these demons basically challenge Apocalypse's forces, specifically Genesis. And initially it was going to be Apocalypse himself who was going to challenge these guys, but the one to receive the offering, or the one to undergo the test to determine whether or not they were worth receiving the offering, but instead his wife Genesis steps up. And when that happens, she basically uses her power seemingly over the earth to destroy or to defeat these two demonic beings. And then in turn, you end up having this kind of offer that's made to her by this Amenthi demon, right? By Amenth, basically. And when that happens, we don't really know what the offer was that was made to the wife of Apocalypse, Genesis herself. Instead, all we know is that in the aftermath of this, that basically they had to travel to that realm and they had to close the rift, right? They had to close that portal and cut Okara in half. That's kind of what led to that, right? That's what led to Krakoa becoming its own island and Arakko becoming its own place inside of Otherworld, basically. And so in that moment, that's when essentially the idea seems to be that like a future battle will be fought, right? That like, we will give you safe haven or whatever it is, or I have no real idea, but like in the future, things are going to pop off. And so with that being the case, Genesis tasks her husband with testing, right? She says, you're not strong enough to follow me to this realm. Stay and use the time that we buy you to make this world into something that can stand against our enemy, right? Judge them, my love, judge them all. And that's why Apocalypse does what he does. He was tasked by his wife to travel the world and to basically make it a place where only the strong could survive. Because at some future point in time, the strong would be the only ones capable of surviving against this coming horde of the Amenthi army, right? So Apocalypse has quite literally been following this philosophy in order to prepare the world for this army that is set to invade and then unleash all kinds of holy hell, right? So that's really the whole idea behind this. It's why Apocalypse does what he does. This is a massive change to his entire history, right? Because we didn't really know the kind of blanks that were being left there, right? Kind of referencing what we talked about, earlier when we said that we would come back and explain this, that the traditional history of Apocalypse is that he was discovered by Baal and the Sandstormers when he was a baby. He was taken under their wing. He was taught the philosophy that only the strong deserve to survive, this kind of social Darwinist ideology. But the origin at the time was an ideology that Baal had. That was an ideology his tribe had. And they passed that ideology onto Apocalypse. And that's why he does what he does. What Hickman's doing here is coming in and saying, none of that's true. The reason why Apocalypse tests the world the way he does is because he knew a conflict was going to be coming at some future point in time, right? 5,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years into the future. And he's constantly been testing the world in order to make sure it's strong enough to survive it. This completely changes the motivation for why Apocalypse does what he does. It's not because he's a dick. It's because he's been trying to make sure the world can save itself, right? That's a huge change. It's a massive change. And so once he fully recovers, he ends up traveling to the Libyan desert, right, in Western Egypt, to the Temple of the Four Horsemen, right, to the Temple of the Horsemen, and really to his own resting place. And when he gets there, of course, he goes inside, and then he basically ends up taking his sword, and essentially grabs his sword, and then travels back to take his place, really as seemingly the final piece on the Swords of X landscape. The final piece that's here as part of the X of Swords event, and the final hero among Krakoa, who's going to face off against the forces of Arakko. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with the Swords of X event, and this sees the return of one of my favorite villains of all time in the history of Marvel Comics. You guys know exactly who I'm talking about. The downside of this is we see him once. That's all we get. So what we initially have here is an emissary, right? An invitation to a contest of worlds, basically saying we invite you to see the battle between the forces of Arakko and the forces of Krakoa. Now, a lot of you guys have kind of been wondering, or at least kind of expressed a little bit of confusion in terms of what's going on here. To kind of sum this all down, the nature of what's going on with X of Swords, or I guess 10 of Swords, whatever you want to call it, the whole reason why this is taking place is because Apocalypse, when he opened the gate, the X external gate that basically allows access between Krakoa and Otherworld. His goal was to use that gate to access Arakko to rescue his wife and his children, the Four Horsemen, and then bring them back to Krakoa and basically unite his family. What he ended up discovering, and what we discovered, is that what you also had going on were called the Forces of Ammon. And the Forces of Ammon managed to breach their own realm, and then eventually they were taken over by the Four Horsemen. So the Four Horsemen lead the army of Ammon. And so when Apocalypse entered Otherworld with the intention of reuniting his family, that he discovered his family had basically become bad guys, right? Like his kids basically became villains, and they were leading this army, and they intended to basically use the Krakoan gate that granted access to Otherworld to pass through that gate into Krakoa and then conquer Krakoa and the rest of the world, right? So it's kind of like, I want to get my kids back. Oh my God, they're villains. And the whole reason why this matters is because in order to settle the affair, right? In order to basically keep like all out war between the forces of Krakoa and the forces of Arakko emerging, Saturnine basically created this contest, right? Created this whole great big huge tournament, and whoever wins will be the one who decides or who kind of gets what it is that they want, right? So if the Four Horsemen, if Apocalypse's kids win the tournament, then they lead the army of Amonth into Krakoa. If the forces of Krakoa win, then the army of Amonth, whatever happens to them, happens to them. And that's why we are where we are right now. So just a quick little synopsis, kind of a quick explanation. I get that some of you guys are a little confusing. It's the nature of going through Jonathan Hickman's work kind of piece by piece, is that it's one of these things where he reads much better in trade. It's much better to read Jonathan Hickman's stories when it's all done and you go and you get the trade paperbacks, right? It makes everything make a lot more sense. But the emissary has basically appeared here to Mad Jim Jaspers in the Crooked Market, right? And basically saying, this is your invitation to show up here to this tournament to become a part of it, right? To kind of watch everything unfold. And that's the last time we see Jim Jaspers in this comic. But here's the funny thing about this, right? Here's the funny thing about what Hickman's going to end up doing here. Jonathan Hickman with Mad Jim Jaspers, it could go one of two ways, right? We could see Mad Jim Jaspers pop off. We could see him just lose his mind and this crazy display of power in the next issue. We may not see him again for another 5 issues, right? It could be that we see him in like the background during the whole tournament, and then we don't actually see him do anything for another 50 issues. There's no telling with Jonathan Hickman, right? We have no idea. Jonathan Hickman writes for the long game, right? He writes for the conclusion of the story. So it's kind of the nature of the beast, right? It's the nature of these things. And so because of that, the next thing is that the emissary visits the kingdom of Sevalith, and then of course visits the Infuri at the Everforge. Now, the Infuri and really the Fury themselves, the fact that there's more than one is kind of terrifying. The Fury are wildly powerful beings, right? So to kind of give you guys a little bit of an explanation here, when Mad Jim Jaspers originally appeared in Marvel Comics, he was part of a universe called Earth 238. And this was a universe where he basically killed all the superheroes. But Jim Jaspers didn't do it on his own. Instead, what he did is he used his powers to warp reality to create the Fury. And the Fury was a being that had the ability to adapt to anybody's powers and then overcome them. It's how the Fury was able to defeat Jim Jaspers from the main Marvel universe when the Fury showed up inside the main Marvel universe, or at least the first time the Fury killed him. The two of them actually ended up coming back. There's a story that we haven't covered called XMen Die by the Sword, I think, where Jim Jaspers comes back. But the whole idea here is that the Fury realized that the only way that Jim Jaspers' powers work is if he has a universe to alter. And so he took him to where the Earth 238 universe was at before it was destroyed, and then basically obliterated him, right? Because he realized that in this giant empty space where there is no matter, that Jim Jaspers is powerless, right? So the fact that there's like an entire place here full of Furies is kind of nuts. They are weapon forgers. They create like these basically like these unbreakable weapons in all of reality, like in the entirety of the multiverse. Because remember, what we're dealing with here are multiversal locations. People from different universes can access these different places. Like the Crooked Market, Apocalypse from like, the Age of Apocalypse universe could access this. And like characters from like the Days of Future Past universe could access this. Feasibly, if they decided to include it, the Marvel Cinematic Universe Doctor Strange could travel to this place, right? It's kind of bonkers. So we're dealing with things on a much larger scale. These aren't planets. These are whole universal territories, right? Little pocket dimensions. You've also got the Holy Republic of the Fae. You've got the floating kingdom of Roma Regina. This is basically Merlin and Roma. They were previously the ones who ruled over Otherworld before the events of the incursions, the death of the whole Captain Britain Corps, and the fact that they just kind of ended up going to war with each other. But in their absence, it allowed Saturnine to take over control of Otherworld, and that's why she is where she is. But nonetheless, following these kind of emissaries, or this emissary that's sent out and these invitations that are given to these various people, we pick up with what are called the Foul and Fair Courts. And this is basically a kind of coming together of these various courts, some of which we see here and some of which we don't. For example, you don't see Jim Jaspers here, who's considered part of the Foul court, probably because he's just like, I have other things to do besides show up here. You see the Furies who are here, they're considered part of the fair court. Hickman doesn't really play it solid insofar as saying the fair court are good guys, the foul court are bad guys. We're not really given a kind of knockdown explanation that way. We can kind of assume maybe it is, but historically Merlin is a dick, and the fact that he's part of the foul court kind of makes sense. But Roma's been a little, weird too sometimes, and so there's been a few times where she's been a little bit villainous in her actions, and so again, it kind of seems to follow that ideology, but again, we're not given like an actual definitive explanation here. Instead, the whole purpose behind the assembling of this court is basically for the blight spokes to be allowed access across like any of the dimensions that they want to. Now, we're not really given a whole lot of information about the blight spoke, and in fact, this is all we really seem to see of them, right? You got Sheriff Gia Whitechapel of the blight spoke, and that's really it. Their request is denied, and that's really all you get here, but it's a little bit of kind of a court thing. But the reason why Hickman does this is because this will be important later on down the line, right? That's the reason why he gives us this. And so for the most part, we can kind of take this little bit of a scene, we can sit it on the back burner and then come back to it at a future point in time. But the important thing to kind of come out of this is that at the conclusion of this meeting, essentially, you end up having Saturnine who asks the current horsemen who are there, like Pestilence and War, are your Araco forces currently prepared to engage in this conflict? And their answer is yes. And then of course she asks Jamie Braddock, what about your forces on Krakoa? And he's like, they're on their way, right? So basically this is a coming together of the warriors, right? They're all basically arriving in Otherworld, and then the tournament will commence after that, right? And so what we end up doing here is transitioning to Krakoa and Apocalypse talking to all the sword bearers, right? And he gives like the worst speech ever. He's like, okay guys, don't die, because if you do, then you're gonna come back in some weird twisted version. All right, let's go. And that's basically it. And instead, the statement's kind of like, I mean, you should kind of give us a little bit of like a pep talk, right? I mean, it's like literally, like Cable's like, I mean, can you like, it couldn't hurt, right? If you give us some kind of a pep talk. And so he does. And it's actually this epic pep talk, right? He says like, sword bearers, most of you are mutant. You have tasted the sweetness of immortality and evolution of our people, meaning the fact that they can die and always come back. Now we step into the other world where all realities are one, and your defeat will mean the death of Krakoa, the death of this earth, and the death of you as you are now, never to return. So when you draw your sword, you must not fight like a human who stands to lose a few years of toil, but like a mutant who stands to lose forever in paradise. For if you do not, you will not be the first immortals I will have watched die. It's a crazy, it's a really, really cool thing. Like, it's a pretty epic speech, right? It's a pretty awesome speech there. And so what we end up doing is picking up with these various forces of Krakoa and Araco all showing up here, right? And initially it starts with Captain Britain showing up here along Wolverine, Cable, so on. They all basically teleport in at the same time. But when they do, it's kind of like, okay, like they're immediately on their guard, right? Because they don't know if they're teleporting in here and then the battle immediately starts. They don't know if they're teleporting in here and there's going to be a lot of pomp and circumstance, right? A great big huge kind of procession, or kind of welcome to the 10 of X event, and so on and so forth, and like you got Michael Buffer there, in this side of the ring, standing at 5'2", weighing some ridiculous number because his bones are covered in unbreakable metal, Wolverine. Like, we don't really know if that's what we're gonna get, right? I think it'd be awesome if like Michael Buffer showed up here and offered a kind of speech, right? I think it'd be pretty cool. But Saturnine finally makes her appearance and basically tells everybody, you guys need to chill, right? Like relax. The tournament's not starting yet. It will start soon. Your fellow combatants are going to be arriving here and it'll be a chance for you guys to meet. So head to your quarters. They've all been prepared for you. And when they arrive there, they're all given their respective cards. Remember, these were cards that were created by Saturnine explicitly for them, but the cards do not necessarily mean what they appear to be on their faces. For example, you end up having Cable, who's given the card of the Fool. And it doesn't mean that Cable is an actual fool, even though he thinks that's what it means. Instead, it's the journey of the Fool, which is to say he doesn't know everything yet, but he will learn a lot as time goes on. This really kind of seems to be a roundabout way of Jonathan Hickman saying the powers of Cable are going to expand, or Cable's own individual story is going to become a lot more grandiose than it currently is. But then of course, you end up having Apocalypse, who reads his, gets angry and throws it away. And so what he ends up doing is traveling to meet Saturnine. And this conversation between these two is wildly intriguing intriguing. And that's what makes Hickman's, X of Swords so cool, is because you see characters meeting whom you would never see meet under any other circumstance. And watching how they interact is really intriguing. For example, like Saturnine was never really the most powerful character ever. It wasn't until she took over Otherworld and then started using all the magics at its disposal to utilize, to really rule this place, that she became as powerful as she is. Prior to this, she was basically a figurehead, right? She was the omniversal magistrix. She was not on par with like the living tribunal or something like that. She just kind of played more of a gubernatorial role in relation to like how the multiverse functions. If you kind of broke it down into different positions, she played more of the governing body. With regards to the living tribunal, he played like the power source. Now, neither one really associated with the other. It's not like you would see meetings of the Omniversal Development Court and like the living tribunals out there in the third row watching it all go down. You would never really see that. Instead, it was kind of doing its own thing. It was part of this wildly intricate hierarchy of how the multiverse, how its form and function is maintained. The funny thing about that though is the Omniversal Development Court was sometimes acknowledged and sometimes ignored by Marvel Comics, depending on who the writer was. For example, you hadn't seen it for like, I want to say it didn't appear for like a decade until you got to the Incursions, right? I mean, you had Spider-Man UK and you had a few appearances here and there, but like in those 5 years that Marvel was leading up to Secret Wars, you saw it a multitude of times. Prior to that, you never really saw it at all, right? And you probably wouldn't have known it existed unless you were reading the right kind of comics. And even then, it didn't really appear all that often in Excalibur. So it's one of these interesting things. That's kind of the nature of how it all works. Marvel's never really consolidated it. They never really kind of explained like what's the nature of the Omniversal Development Court in comparison to the Living Tribunal. Does like the one above all, is he part of this? Like was he the one that kind of engineered that? How does it compare to like the Fulcrum and the Neil Gaiman comics for the Eternals? We don't really know, right? We're not really given an explanation here. But with Apocalypse showing up here and basically meeting her, the question is, I don't really like what I'm seeing here, right? Like I don't really like what's going on. I don't really like this game you're playing. Answer me, right? Like what's the meaning of these taunts, of all this nonsense? But notice, Saturnine doesn't really take him seriously. Now, one of the big things about her character, about Saturnine's character historically, is she always had a kind of arrogance, right? There was always a kind of arrogance about her in the sense of, I'm above you. I'm way, much higher above you than anybody else is, right? It's just the nature of things. In terms of power, probably not, or at least, before she became ruler of Otherworld, she's nowhere near above Apocalypse. But even Apocalypse plays it a little haughty, right? He's like, answer me before, explain yourself before I become angry. Well, he's literally he's in the lion's den, right? He's in the belly of the beast. What is he gonna do? Like, there's no power he possesses that could overcome Saturnine. I guess maybe he could just start like smashing the Twilight Citadel, right? Just like, smashing his fists and knocking off giant chunks of it and just more or less like inconveniencing her. But that would be about it. That'd be about all that he could do in this situation. But one of the things that she says is she's like, I'm kind of intrigued by you. You really are one of the oldest beings in existence, right? In on your Earth, not across your entire universe, right? Relative to the history of the universe, you're but a speck, right? You've been alive for a fraction of a second. But in terms of the history of your Earth, you've been around for a relatively lengthy amount of time. I mean, even within the history of the Earth, right, it's still kind of a fraction of a second. But in comparison to the evolution of your race, of mutant kind, you've been around for a long, long time. And even in comparison to the length of humanity, you've been around for a pretty lengthy amount of time. But I'm kind of curious about you, right? All this power that you possess, you beat Morgan Le Fay, right, in like a straight up battle. That's interesting. But what you've done here is you've bullied yourself in. You've basically played the role of somebody who's lesser than yourself. And once it was all said and done, the only reason you even got here is because I invited you. So ask yourself the question, is it kind of an insult to know that no matter what your best efforts were, you only got in here because I allowed it? But even kind of continuing this taunting, and even when he says like, are you trying to provoke me? At the end of the day, she still just kind of plays it fast and loose. And she still doesn't really take him seriously. More so than that, she's like, you're a very, very old being. I'm surprised that you're acting so impatient here. You really shouldn't be acting this impatient, right? You've been around long enough. You should have more patience than almost anybody else here. You're playing a game that you've been working on for millennia. And here at the finish line, you're going to suddenly grow impatient. Well, the funny thing about this is that it reveals the very human side of Apocalypse in the sense of course he does. Like, he's just about done. Like, which one of us doesn't find our second win when we're that close to the finish line, right? That's kind of where he is. This kind of new method, this new step of zealousness that's going on with his character. And so with Saturnine, who was already on her way to a meeting, she invites Apocalypse along. And this is one of those things where it seems to be kind of designed to more or less play games. But when he enters into this meeting room, he's met by an individual who is wearing what's basically the helmet of Amenth, the helmet of this demon entity. And as we explained in the last video, those individuals individuals who wear it become the voice of Amenth itself. I really say itself because we don't really know if this demon is like a man or a woman or anything about them whatsoever, but they basically become the person or kind of stand in as the person who's leading this whole force, right? And so this person that she's meeting with is effectively the person who's leading the four horsemen, who in turn are leading the army of Amenth, right? So this person is basically Apocalypse's enemy, because we know that by virtue of the various swords and who's going to be fighting who, that Apocalypse is destined to fight this person. And when this person goes and removes their mask, we one, see the card of Apocalypse that says the lovers, and then two, it's Apocalypse's wife. It's Genesis. This means that during the tournament, Apocalypse is going to have to fight, and he's going to have to kill his wife. This is a bold move by Saturnine, because if it goes awry, say for example that Genesis is a turncoat, say for example that she's operating under this role but isn't actually allied with Amenth or her children, the four horsemen, and is actually working directly alongside Apocalypse. Because remember, they had that conversation before she went through the portal, prepare the world for what's coming. If she really has maintained her solitude all this time, and she really is a good guy all this time, then things could pop off fast. It could pop off so quickly and go south so astronomically fast, right? There's no telling what's gonna happen here. But I know it doesn't seem overly surprised. Like, I know it doesn't seem like this great big huge crazy grandiose event, but this right here could easily turn into the turn of the tide, and everything Saturnine's built could come crashing down. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Swords of X. And in this video, we're focusing on the return of Mad Jim Jaspers. Yes, we are. But before we get into that, we are going to pick up with a couple little fun things that happen here, a couple little small things. The first part of this focuses on X-Men issue number 14, but this is really just exposition. And the reality is we don't really learn a lot that we didn't already know before, but there are a couple things that we do pick up here. The first of these things really comes with the Twilight Sword. And the Twilight Sword, of course, as it's being wielded by Apocalypse's wife, Genesis, is a weapon that's part of the Ten of Swords or X of Swords event, right? It's one of the things that the forces of Morocco had to gather in order to fight against the forces of Krakoa. But as I was reading this, and as Yashu was basically kind of retelling this origin of mutant kind, at least as it existed on Okara, which is originally what Krakoa and Morocco were before they were split in two, we of course get the same exposition that we always did, right? The Twilight Sword of the enemy tore the world asunder, and what was one became two. And I started thinking about this. Right now, it says after that happened that all the enemies of Amenth basically poured into the world, right? Poured into the main Marvel universe, right? So they came from this other place, right? Just this kind of, other dimension, and it led to them invading the world and seeking to capture it for the most part. Now, of course, as a result of that, you saw two things happening. You saw Apocalypse leading the mutant population against the forces of Amenth, and then you saw what was basically the White Sword, right? So this, external, this immortal mutant who basically has the ability to resurrect, him and his 100 soldiers every single morning to kind of fight the fight again, that they went through the portal alongside Apocalypse's wife and the various mutants who were there for the purpose of trying to fight these forces back, right? Now, of course, we know that just by virtue of the stories that we've read, that the promise Apocalypse made to his wife is he would prepare the world as a place that could hold itself against the forces of Amenth, which is why he's always maintained this kind of survival of the fittest mentality, right? This is something that you can find in our video that we did on the new origin of Apocalypse in our X-Men playlist, where you can get totally caught up on the X of Swords event, right? The Ten of Swords event. But the more I thought about this, and this is what's so cool, the more I thought about this was specifically the Twilight Sword of the enemy and how his forces, how the forces, once this Twilight Sword emerged, that the enemy basically escaped, that like all these forces came pouring out. If I'm a betting man, I think that's Surtur. And here's the reason why. If you go back and you look at Journey into Mystery number 97 from way back in the day, what you had was a story whereby Odin ended up facing off against Surtur, and this led to Surtur being locked inside the earth. Now, at some future point in time, and we're not really told when, Surtur managed to get out, right? Surtur escaped and then just kind of showed up somewhere along the line. This was back in the day when Marvel wouldn't necessarily provide these clear-cut explanations in terms of how A leads into B. Instead, it was just you get the end of A and then you're into B, and then you don't really get a lot of connecting of the dots. That's what made Chris Claremont's style of writing so landmark, was because of the fact that he did that for 17 years, right? It was a huge thing to kind of keep the story narrative going and everything tied into everything else. But if Surtur managed to escape Earth, then this would explain the Earth kind of, this land cracking in two, right? It just happened to be where Surtur emerged from. But the reason why I say him and nobody else is because, as you guys know, the main weapon of Surtur is a Twilight Sword. And so it makes perfect sense that Surtur basically emerged with a Twilight Sword and then went and did his thing, right? And then from there, you know, all these enemy forces came pouring out, and who in the heck knows where it was that they came from, right? But the long and short of this is that with that bit of an explanation being offered there, that Genesis has kind of emerged here as a person who is in effect the leader of seemingly everybody, right? Now, initially she donned the golden helm of annihilation, which we talked about before, because it was what would allow her to control the forces of Amenth, right? And again, we're not really given a lot of indication here. What she really points here is this notion that the forces of Amenth are effectively leaderless, and that the individual who wields the golden helm is the person who can control them. And so it stands to reason that if Surtur was locked inside Earth by Odin, and Surtur basically formed this private army for himself and the forces of Amenth, and then somewhere along the line Surtur escaped, that he would just leave them all behind. And so without any real leader, the individual who dons the golden helm basically takes over that role. The problem with this is that the golden helm cannot be controlled. And so just because you put it on, and just because the golden helm will allow you to control the forces of Amenth, does not mean you can control the golden helm. And that's what she says, that the will of the golden helm is now her will. And the golden helm wanted to get into Krakoa, and so she does as well. And that's why she's basically a villain here, because her stance is we're going to end up fighting each other to the death. And her whole goal is to win the contest, or at least for Arakko to win the contest, so they can invade Krakoa. So that's the whole motivation behind her character, and that's how I think Surtur ties into all this stuff. But for the goody stuff here, right, the good little tidbit here, this is when we pick up with Jim Jaspers, because I feel like that's what you guys really want to see, right? You guys really want to see this. So here's a cool thing that happens here right off the bat, right? We pick up with the Crooked Market, and you've got Jim Jaspers, right? And he's basically telling his guys, like, be super quick, right? Like, Saturnine will not tolerate us missing so much as a single grain of salt, right? The Crooked Market are the ones who are supplying the various foods and things like that for this great big huge feast. And this feast is being held in honor of the various people who are here that are fighting. Now, this is not uncommon. And in fact, this is really Jonathan Hickman borrowing from days gone by. In older years, it was common that when you had a war or a conflict going on between two territories that was designed to settle a dispute, and the conflict was being held in the location of a non-partisan third party, that third party would actually honor both groups and basically bring forth their champions, and then they would all feast, knowing full well they were probably going to kill each other in the morning. But that was just kind of the way that things were done back then, right? There was a lot of emphasis put on decorum and really the ceremonial aspect of what it meant to get involved in a conflict. Now understand, there's no love loss here. Just because they're all sharing dinner here does not mean they're going to be good friends. You know, you even have things like you've got Cypher, who's out there kind of minding his own business. You've got Storm, who looks like she's kind of flirting with Anubis. It looks like Anubis anyway. And then of course you also have Wolverine, who's just kind of being standoffish because it's Wolverine and that's what he does, right? He's just a standoffish guy. But the doors officially open, the banners basically fall in the hall, and then it's everybody make your way in. And as they get in here, it's actually an incredible sight to behold. And that was one of the things about Saturnine, right? She was nothing if not somebody who liked everyone to know just how good she had it. But you end up getting this really cool situation where we're basically introduced to Jaspers, right? Where Jaspers is officially recognized and declared here. And it's like all of this is brought to us by Jim Jaspers of the Crooked Market, right? We also get Lady Roma of the Fae. You get Vesperide, the colony queen of the Hoth Hive, or the Hot Hive, whatever you want to call it. Thamit, who's basically the region of the former kingdom of Dryador. And then Jim Jaspers kind of comments and says, well, you may not be welcome into Dryador, but you are always welcome to my Crooked Market, right? If you come there, you can find virtually anything that you want. But here's the funny thing about this, right? Here's what's so crazy about this. And it's something super easy to overlook here. Jim Jaspers is acting incredibly casual here. He's like, yeah, I mean, come to the Crooked Market if you have to, but let's not be naive about this guy. Jim Jaspers is a guy who was so powerful that his alternate reality counterpart was a threat to the entire multiverse. They had to kill his universe. They had to wipe his universe out in order to save the multiverse. And he was still weaker than this version of Jim Jaspers here. This guy is a multiversal force. That's all this guy is, right? This guy is just death incarnate. There are very few things, very precious few things that could stand in the face of Jim Jaspers. Now, this guy is ridiculously overpowered. Now, how his power compares to Saturnine, I'm not really sure. And I would really say just pomp, circumstance, and just being polite here is the only thing that's keeping Jim Jaspers from just being like, you know what, I'm bored. Let's turn everybody into cupcakes and then stomp on them, right? I feel like that's the only thing that's stopping him from doing that. Or just waving his hand and turning everybody into blobs of goo, and that's the end of them. No one here could stop Jim Jaspers if he got bored and decided to kill everybody. That's kind of what I'm telling you here, right? That's how powerful this guy is. That's how powerful Jim Jaspers is. And that's why it's so incredibly exciting to see him back, because I feel like things are gonna pop off in this place. Now, the other funny thing
that happens here is you've got Brian Braddock, right? And Brian Braddock is here just kind of, doing his thing and just sort of chilling out. And Wolverine walks up on him and he's like, look, man, you had an opportunity to basically stop all this, right? Like when Saturnine took you to her bed chambers and you guys were going to do, the thing, you're going to knock boots. Like you could have just gone through with it, right? And then like none of this would have happened in the first place. He's like, well, I'm a married man. He's like, well, here's the thing though, man. Like, if you really cared about all of us, you would have taken one for the team. It's what I would have done. I would have taken one for the team and just called it a day. It's kind of a funny little thing. Obviously, no respectable man would do that. But, Wolverine is not really a respectable guy, right? And so what he really does here is he kind of looks at Brian Braddock as the reason for this whole problem. He's like, I'm not really going to be watching anybody out there who's most likely going to die. Instead, I'm going to be watching you. I'm going to be keeping my eye on you. And I'm going to know that with all the people who die from Krakoa, if any end up dying tomorrow at all, they will all have died because of you. Now, the other part of this comes with Gorgon and Illyana Rasputin. Now, Gorgon is a guy that we haven't really covered too much in Marvel Comics. In fact, I think the only time we really offered any measure of explanation on him was during the events of Secret Empire because he was part of the Hydra Inner Circle. And so we could do with a bit of explanation here. The idea behind Gorgon's powers and the reason why he wears the mask the way he does is because he essentially has the powers of Medusa. If he were to take his mask off and he were to look at you, you would turn to stone. And so he wears that mask in order to prevent that from happening. The problem with this is it takes away his eyesight. And so Gorgon is a guy who is by all standards of measurement blind, even if only because he chooses to be, but he's also probably one of the best fighters in all of Marvel Comics. When I say all of Marvel Comics, I mean all of Marvel Comics. Like this guy could give almost anybody a run for their money, and it doesn't really matter who it is. The other part of this is that with him and Magic sizing up everybody here, you've also got Iska. Now Iska, as a lot of you guys, if you may recall, she's a person whose mutant power is that she can't lose. And so if, for example, she's part of this whole great big huge tournament and her mutant power, because she can't lose, is that things going the way they are, it's obvious the forces of Krakoa are going to win. She'd turn against the forces of Orako. It's just the nature of her powers. Now, what Marvel doesn't really explain here, and this is the problem you have with a power that's this ambiguous, is it passive or is it active? When it comes to powers in Marvel Comics, you have active and passive powers. And even in DC, it works the exact same way. So something like Superman's frost breath, that's an active power, right? He actually has to blow frost breath at somebody. But something like Wolverine's healing factor is a passive power. He doesn't have to do anything. It just automatically happens. And so we don't know if that's the case with her or if it's active or it's passive. We don't really know. We don't know if she allies with Orako because she's foreseen that Orako is going to win. We don't know if she allies with Krakoa or if she ends up turning against Orako and allies with Krakoa because her mutant power tells her Krakoa is going to win. We don't really know. Marvel hasn't really taken the time to explain it. It may be one of these things where Hickman kind of gives us this bit of a tease and we don't find out how her powers work for 100 issues, right? That's entirely possible. But the cool thing about this is that because they're aware of Iska's ability, the question is, which side does she favor? Does she favor her left side, her right side? How deep do her powers go, right? That's the question of Gorgon and Magic. And so what they end up doing is basically kind of, approaching her, offering a bit of small talk, obviously giving her a little bit of a hard time. And then as a test, they drop their glasses at the same time. And because she's ambidextrous, she catches them both and doesn't drop one drop of it. And so it's like, okay, of course she's ambidextrous. If she can't lose, she has all the skills she needs to succeed. And so she doesn't really favor her left or her right side in fighting. And so she doesn't really have a definitive weakness in terms of her fighting style. In turn, she pulls the same stunt on Magic and Gorgon, and then Magic opens a portal that causes them to fall back through. And then of course it's like, we caught him. So again, it's one of these cool things where these foes, these various fighters are learning a lot about each other, because understand, this is the first time all of them are meeting each other, which is a really, really cool moment here. It's the first time that they're all meeting each other. And so when you have this bit of a discussion here, you actually end up having Storm, who approaches the Horseman Death, and the two of them all start talking. The two of them kind of have this great big huge conversation. Now, there is a bit of a tease insofar as maybe Storm is kind of romantically attracted to him. Maybe it's this kind of devil-may-care or a bit of a mystery or intrigue. But one thing to understand about Storm, she's not some wide-eyed girl who just stepped out into the world. She's not naive, right? She's not a naive person. And so while she is kind of entertaining this possibility that there could be a romance between her and the Horseman Death, she basically ends it fast, right? And she's like, I've danced with your kind before, and I was curious what kind of person you were, because I'm going to be fighting you. And now that I know what kind of person you are, I know that one, you're an honorable and respectable person, but two, I know that I wouldn't really have any qualms with killing you. And so from there, he kind of picks up with Saturnine speaking directly with Wolverine, right? And Wolverine is really just kind of pissed, right? He's just walking around like a big grump, like he usually does, but a little grumpier than normal. And Saturnine kind of asks him, I know when a mind is burdened, what's on your mind, right? What are you thinking? And at the end of the day, he he kind of holds off in having a conversation, but she kind of pushes and prods, and he says, fine, right? It doesn't have to be like this. All you have to do is take whatever it is that you want, and then we can end this here. There's no need for some great big ceremony. None of this is a necessity. You're playing a game. You're being awfully cavalier with all of our lives for your own entertainment. Now, for Saturnine's part, she's in her rights to do this, right? The conflict between Krakoa and the conflict between Arakko happen to come upon her doorstep, and that's the nature of the beast. When two people are fighting and their fight takes them into somebody's house, they don't get to dictate how the person who owns that house allows them to fight. They fall under the rules of the person inside that house, right? A man doesn't walk into another man's home and start telling him what's what. It's just the way it is, right? And so because their conflict led to them to this point, she's the one that gets to call the rules, right? And so that's just kind of the way that goes. And the response she really gives here is, I said exactly what I meant, right? Death is the great change. Everything dies, right? One of you guys are going to die here and everything's going to change after. If anything, I'm just curious what it is that's going to happen. And the response of Wolverine is, those are some famous last words. Pops his claws and stabs Saturnine. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with 10 of Swords. And in this one, we are starting with the beginning of the great big huge event, right? The tournament, right? The great big huge battle. But before we do, we pick up in the aftermath of Wolverine killing Saturnine, right? We saw that at the end of the last video that Wolverine popped his claws, had enough of all of her nonsense, and just impaled that girl. And yeah, following that, Wolverine doomed the world. He basically killed the world. That we're told this in a couple different ways. The first one is in a bit of a kind of opening prologue of all the different things that are going on in the immediate aftermath, and the second is what we're actually shown here, right? So what we're told is that what ended up happening is that with the death of Saturnine, that basically all hell began to break loose, right? The external gate was essentially closed, that arguments kind of went about the Quiet Council in terms of what they were going to do, what they were owed to Otherworld with regards to the death of Saturnine, right? The Quiet Council, again, is the council that governs Krakoa, so at this point, they're kind of cut off from Otherworld, but the conversations were exceedingly short, and the reason why was because the external gate immediately broke open, and when it did, all the armies of Arakko came pouring out, led by the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, led by Apocalypse's kid. That they basically managed to find a way to control Amenth, and in turn control all the forces, all the Amenthi forces, so all those demons, and they just kept pouring out. The difference here is that while the X-Men do have the ability to resurrect the dead, it takes time to do that, whereas the forces of Arakko had the forces of Amenth, and so they just basically had this endless horde of monsters that literally poured into Krakoa and then the rest of the world. And that 10,000, it was something like 10,000 or thousands of X-Men, of mutants, basically died before a call for help could even be made. Now, when the call for help went out, that you ended up seeing like the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the entire host of Asgard, who all came in response to that. The other thing that the forces of Arakko did is they detonated what was essentially a telepathic mind bomb, which literally ripped through the mutant's higher brain function. So anybody who was telepathic, dead. Anybody with higher level thinking was essentially wiped out, right? The forces of Asgard, the forces of the Avengers, the forces of the Fantastic Four were all destroyed by the forces of Arakko. And so what you end up picking up here is just this entire place laid waste, right? New York, the world itself completely conquered, right? The home of Doctor Strange, right? The Sanctum Sanctorum, totally destroyed. Doctor Strange's lifeless body thrown out of the window, right? So for the most part, it's all completely been conquered. And the only person who was left to witness all of this, right? The beheading of Apocalypse, him being drawn and quartered, the fall of the world, was Wolverine, who was quite literally crucified, right? Just kind of stuck up on this great big huge platform and left there. But then he's immediately, or at least eventually, met by the arrival of Saturnine. And what we find out is this is a gift that Saturnine is giving him. This is her basically telling him, this is what will happen if you fail, right? If you were to successfully kill me, this is what would happen. If your team loses the tournament, this is what happens. If you fail to win this, to hold back the forces of Krakoa, this is the fate that awaits your world. Everything will fall and everything will burn. Now, under normal circumstances, I will say it on the surface, it seemed a little bit disappointing that it was all just kind of a ruse. I expected it to be. I didn't actually expect Saturnine to fall this early. It would have been a pretty interesting scenario if she had, but it's also been established well in the beginning of X of Swords that she's the one that's kind of maintaining the peace here. If she wasn't there, then everything would just kind of break loose. But I think it's also kind of cool that it was shown in sort of a dream state, right? Because what what it shows us is how dire the circumstances are, because there was probably a part of you, and I know there was a part of me that was reading this and it's like, okay, but even if Krakoa lost, how badly could they really lose, right? I mean, you've got like Franklin Richards and you've got like all these powerful characters. Could they really actually lose here? And the answer is yes, they could lose everything. The entirety of Earth could fall, right? Everybody would die, every superhero across the world, and all the mutants would all be totally destroyed by the forces of Arakko. This, I think, was a genius idea by Jerry Dugan, because it shows us how dire things would get if it didn't work. And so in response to that, Wolverine's just kind of like, okay, right? Like after seeing this, he does it grudgingly, but he's like, okay, like I get what's actually happening here. I get how extreme things are. Now, of course, this leads to Wolverine being served as sushi. Cypher, of course, eats a bit of it, and then Wolverine immediately picks up something's wrong and that the sushi was poisoned. And so when that happens, he's just like, somebody poisoned my appetizer, right? Like who in the heck did this? Now, eventually, Cypher kind of comes to through a combination of Iska cutting a hole in his throat, right? I mean, Iska's the woman that can never lose. The other thing is that you end up having the White Sword, right? The guy that can basically resurrect his 1,000 soldiers or his 100 soldiers every morning, right? So he can basically resurrect the dead, more or less, who shows up here and actually ends up healing Cypher, right? Because we've known for a while that his power is the ability to heal. But the other thing about this, and this was kind of cool, is White Sword is wildly honor bound, right? He's hugely honor bound because he literally says here, like, poison is the weapon of a craven, right? The weapon of a coward. Poison those that you don't think you can beat. What kind of honor is there in that, right? What kind of honor is there in this whole thing? So he's like, I, the White Sword, will not be party to cowardice. And so that's why he ends up healing Cypher. And so it's kind of nuts because Wolverine makes this demand of Saturnine. This is getting ridiculous. It's getting out of hand. They're literally sabotaging us, send us back to Krakoa and call the tournament off and just lock them in their own realm. But the response to Saturnine is, do you really intend to forfeit after the gift that I just gave you? After I showed you what would happen if you lost? Now, while all that's going on, right? While all this madness is happening, you end up having Apocalypse and Genesis, husband and wife, and the parents of these four horsemen who are just kind of looking on, and Apocalypse is like, I see you did well with the children. And she's like, I did my best. Right? Because remember, with Apocalypse, there is a measure of honor that goes into it, but honor is not the most important thing. The most important thing is being able to pass testing, because Apocalypse probably looks at Cypher and sees him as somebody who has measured testing and found wanting. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't just arbitrarily take part in something somebody else had. He would have investigated it, right? He would have been like, I mean, is this trustworthy? Or, he would have asked questions. The fact that he couldn't survive simply being poisoned and had to be saved by somebody else shows how weak Cypher is in the eyes of Apocalypse. And so it's kind of one of these funny things, because you end up having Brian Braddock and Betsy Braddock who approach Saturnine, and while everybody's arguing, it's this kind of discussion. One of the funny things is Storm is like pointing her finger at Jim Jasper. It's like, if you had anything to do with this, I'll probably end up beating you up. And it's like, okay, but like, no, you wouldn't either, right? I mean, like, he would just turn you into a teacup and step on you. That's probably what would happen. But Saturnine kind of snaps her fingers and basically mutes everybody, right? So they can't hear anybody else talking. And Brian Braddock kind of makes this request and saying, look, like, I request that you set aside their claim. They like basically declare their efforts as forfeit. They literally poisoned one of us, right? And so because of that, they are effectively cheating. And Saturnine's initial response is like, what you're asking is fair, right? What you're asking is fair and it is reasonable. Hadn't Wolverine not tried to kill me, right? Had he not tried to kill me, I would have granted your request. I would have given you what you wanted because they cheated. But turnabout's fair play. If Wolverine can try to attack me, it's fair for them to try to poison you, right? I mean, Wolverine made the first move. He opened the door for that. And so if I let you stay, I have to let them stay as well. You can't have the rules just kind of favor you because it's just more convenient that way. And so it's kind of nuts because following that, you almost kind of see a little bit of coming together of the various characters who were here. That you see one of the horsemen talking to Wolverine and she's like, I never would have attacked the Magistrates. Like, damn, that's pretty ballsy. And Wolverine's response is, I just want to get my people home. And she's like, the singular desire of every brave soldier, right? So they're kind of finding a little bit of common ground here. And that's what's interesting because I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of all this, there's actually a kind of mutual respect that exists between the forces of Apocalypse and the forces of Krakoa. But that's what's interesting about this, right? And that's why stories like this are so intriguing. Now, what they end up doing is, of course, serving the next course. And it's like, everybody take your seats. And they end up presenting these scarabs stuffed with the hearts of Pollinae from the rivers of Wuhave, cooked to perfection in a reduction of the greatest wines from Sevalith. Now, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I might actually eat some of that. I know it's scarab beetles and that's gross. It's probably worth trying, right? I mean, it's probably worth giving a bit of a taste too. Now I say that because I'm a foodie, right? And what if it tasted like chicken? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, right? What if it tasted like chicken? Here's a real question. Would you eat this? That's the real question to ask. But with this scarab being served, one of the horsemen is just kind of like, why would you serve me this sacred scarab? why would you serve me the sacred beetle? And it's kind of a funny reaction, right? Because he takes his helmet off for a second and like is literally powered by a sacred beetle, right? So this is Jaime Reyes. It's not, but it'd be cool if it was. But you end up having Wolverine who just like eats it in his place. It's just like, we can't let the food go to waste, you know? And that's what a lot of this stuff is. It's all basically kind of a ceremonial thing. And so following that, you get to like the main course itself, right? And the main course is, and it's really the second time it's being served in the House of Fallen Banners, it's the Great Horned Beast. And the funny thing here is it looks like an enormous steak, right? I mean, it's just cut into huge sections. And the white sword is just kind of like, you know, I never eat, right? I'm beyond hunger. I don't really need to eat anything. But for this, I will make an exception. And Wolverine's like, yeah, man, it's delicious. This is absolutely amazing. But you kind of see these moments when the two of them kind of come together, or I'm sorry, when these guys sort of come together and find some common ground. Now, one of the funny things that takes place here is when young Cable actually ends up talking to Apocalypse and his wife. Now, young Cable's familiar with Apocalypse. That's one of the wonky things about his character. Imagine that like your teenage self, imagine like if you're a person who's 30 years old, imagine your teenage self basically kills your 30-year-old self and then takes the place of your 30-year-old self in the modern day. That's basically what Cable did, right? Just kind of take that concept and move it forward by like 3,000 years. And that's basically what it is, right? This is just teenage Cable who killed his adult self and then is operating here in the modern day. A lot of the experiences that adult Cable had, teenage Cable simply hasn't had yet. And that's why you see this sort of conversation where he sits down between Genesis and Apocalypse and he's like, man, this must be really weird for you guys. And the response of Apocalypse is, weird is a human word, right? It's used to describe a reality that human minds simply just cannot grasp. That's all this concept basically is, right? In time, you will understand that when you have more experience. Now, this kind of pisses off Cable a little bit. And the reason why is because everybody understands that he's a teenage version of his older self, but everybody here was also familiar with adult Cable. And they all know that adult Cable just kind of had years of experience and wisdom that nobody else really, that his younger self just doesn't have. And that's kind of the bane of his existence, right? Like, well, you'll understand when you're older, right? That's basically what he's being told universally by everybody, right? You'll understand when you're older. You'll understand when you have more experience. And it's kind of a true statement, right? It's very much a true statement because older Cable brought a kind of wisdom to the various characters who were here that this guy just can't do. Following that, you have this hilarious and amazing situation where Cable approaches Iska, right? And he's like, your power is that you cannot be beaten, right? She's like, yep, I never have been beaten and I never will be beaten. He's like, that's so cool. Can you show me your power? And she's like, you'll witness it tomorrow. And then you have Magic who shows up and it's just like, but like, if we're all going to be dead tomorrow, like, let's see it now, man. Let's see it right now. So they start putting her power on display and literally start having her do things where like they put her through all these tests. And so it's like they have all these glasses that are kind of turned like upside down and stuff like that. Like she literally fixes them all. Like they have this thing where they literally put like a little thing under a cup and she can't see what it is. And they're like, where is it? And she's like, it's right there. Like literally every single game of luck, basically, she wins, right? Like every single circumstance where she's not supposed to know things, she just inherently does because that's how her powers work. It's impossible for her to lose. And so she is, and this is kind of a comment that's made by Magic, what if she were to fight Domino? Because their powers are very much in line with each other. Domino is a character who can bend luck to her favor, right? So if Domino decided to go play the lottery, she would win, right? She would just happen to go to the right place to buy the right lottery ticket, to play the right numbers, and then she would come out on top. That's just kind of how Domino's powers work. She's guided by it, right? It kind of guides her decision making. With Iska, it very much seems to be the same way. Now, I would surmise that because of how involved Iska's powers are, and because of the fact that she operates on a much higher level in a more grandiose scale, right? So fighting massive battles, turning entire tides of conflict, different things like that, I would say her power is far more nuanced and much stronger, for lack of a better word, than Domino's powers are, right? So she's basically a far more capable version of Domino. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, because if a person who can't lose fights a person who can bend luck to their side, then it almost kind of seems like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Who wins in that circumstance? Or does everything just explode? That's kind of the question to ask here. But from there, you actually end up switching back over to one of the Horsemen again, who's having a conversation with Redroot. And this conversation between the two of them is really interesting, right? This Horseman is kind of looking at Iska and they're looking at Cable and they're looking at Magic. And it's like, these guys are just so weak. right? Like they're so weak and they're so soft. But then like Redroot kind of chimes in and says, but I can't help but wonder. And the response of the Horseman is like, what? I mean, they're coddled, right? They're unfit. And Redroot says, perhaps, but these mutants were grown on a world that's better than ours. So one, what if they have a strength that we just haven't seen yet, right? We wear our strength on our sleeve. We wear our hearts on our sleeve. We make sure everybody around us knows how strong and capable we are. But if these individuals were raised in a world where they don't have to display that all the time, but they're every bit as strong and capable as we are, then what if we're approaching this with arrogance? What if we're approaching this with overconfidence? If we are, that'll be our undoing. Like we readily display that we're exceedingly strong. They hide it, right? So like it's kind of a crazy thing because it's like that could very well work against us. And the response to this Horseman is set those thoughts aside, right? Like look at them. They are inherently weak. They are not on the same level that we are. And that's entirely true. The benefit of Apocalypse's 4 Horsemen is that they know nothing but war and chaos. They know nothing but conflict. They were born and bred in that. And so if you're a person that knows nothing but war and chaos all the time, then of course you would approach a situation or approach a person that doesn't readily act the same way you do and see a kind of weakness, because where they see kindness, they see weakness, right? That's just kind of the way that works, because it's just not inherently necessary to their survival in the place that they were from. Kindness is what got you killed. And so from there, you basically end up picking up with the tournament actually starting, right? It actually begins. And Saturnine kind of gathers together all of the different cards and says, okay, right, you have all dined well, but now you must return to your chambers and sleep well. For tomorrow, your minds and bodies will be pushed to the absolute limit as you compete for your nations. And the first fight that we get here is Betsy Braddock, Captain Britain versus Iska, the Unbeatable. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with X of Swords. We're on technically, I think this is part 14. I know we combined 2 parts together, so I think we're officially 1 behind what the official numbering is, but it doesn't really matter. We're still going in order. For those of you guys who are looking to catch up, you'll find the playlist down in the description, so you don't feel like you're kind of left out, and because I know we're covering a lot of stories right now, so a lot of you guys may feel a little bit lost. Check out the playlist down in the description, and that will give you everything you need to get caught up on the X-Men. So, what we end up doing here is we pick up with the official start of the tournament, right? The official start of the duel between Krakoa and Orako. And this initially starts out with Jubilee resting alongside Shogo, right? Shogo being a dragon that was once human in form and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, it's kind of like her adopted kid, more or less. But the idea is that in the middle of taking this nap, she's suddenly met by a kind of telepathic message that essentially tells her like there's not a whole lot of time here. But in case you don't hear back from me, just know that things kind of went bad, right? But I also care about you. Now this message is coming directly from Betsy Braddock, right? The new Captain Britain. Kind of a funny thing here, and I don't think he was given an official designation until recently, but Brian Braddock, because he doesn't really wield the Amulet of Right instead, and now he's using the Sword of Might, he's basically Captain Avalon. That's really how that works now. But the idea is that, of course, this kind of telepathic communication is cut off. Now, Jubilee says, if I don't hear back from you by noon, like, I'll come over there, right? I'll come over there and find out what's going on. Now, of course, the reason why this message was cut off is because Betsy Braddock was interrupted, talking to Jubilee by Iska the Unbeatable. And so it's one of these funny little things, because Iska has this kind of conversation where she talks to her and says, hey, like, you have the 9 of Swords, right? Like, that's an ill omen. And it's kind of like, when we get out there, it's not too late for you to quit, right? It's not too late for you to like give up if that's what you choose to do. And the response of Betsy Braddock is like, that's not going to happen, right? I'm not going to quit. Like, I'm not going to give up. And Iska's whole idea is like, you shouldn't embarrass yourself out there, right? Like, I mean, that doesn't need to happen. Like, just give up now while everything's okay. Now, keep in mind, this is not Iska being kind and being friendly. It's her basically taunting Betsy Braddock, right? Like, you can't win against me. So the best thing for you to do is to give up, right? Is to just quit. And it's one of these things where she kind of says like, of course that's not going to happen. And her response is, I'm just giving you some advice, right? Unbeatable is not just a name. And the funny thing is that when Betsy asks Iska, like, your sword's called Mercy, right? She's like, don't get excited. That one is just a name, right? So when we get out there, I'm not stopping against you. Like, I'm not holding back. I'm going to kill you, right? Because keep in mind, this whole tournament is for keeps, right? This is a fight to the death. That's what every single one of these battles is. And so what we end up doing is picking up with the official start of the tournament with a handful of people from Otherworld here. Now, on the surface, it kind of looks like, man, there's like nobody here, right? Like, nobody cares about this tournament. The reality of this is that it's being held in such a way to where it's reminiscent of tournaments back during the era of like the Dark Ages, not really the Dark Ages, but like Knights and Kings and so on and so forth. That's how these kind of tournaments were held, right? They were relatively small get-togethers theaters, different things like that. They weren't huge. It wasn't like the Roman Colosseums where you would have thousands of people who were there all lining the stands. They were never really that big. I guess Hollywood's kind of made it look like it was that big, but they were never really all that large in the first place. The other thing here is that Brian Braddock looks like the Burger King guy from those creepy Burger King commercials. I just want to throw that out there. That just needs to be said. I am 100% confident in stating here that was the intention. Because he is kind of a creep, and he is a king, and he loves burgers. So I guess it's only a matter of time before they made him look like the Burger King. But having said that, once Iska and Betsy Braddock come out here, right on the side of the Krakoa, it's like, come on, Betsy, you got this, right? But notice Apocalypse, he's just kind of watching this whole thing go down, because he's kind of like, okay, it's Betsy Braddock versus Iska, the unbeatable. What's the likelihood she can actually win here? And then once the fight starts, right, like you have Apocalypse who kind of chimes in and says, you know, where Captain Britain's like, man, she's got this in the bag. The response of Apocalypse is, well, I've learned not to underestimate the heart and trust, like to trust in the heart and the passion of young people. But understand, Betsy Braddock is not that old, right? I mean, she's not been around as a fighter for a very long time. She was a telepath. She was an X-Men. Sure, she has the powers or the ability she had when she was Quanon for a little while, when she switched bodies with that Japanese ninja. But Iska has been alive for centuries. Her skills have been honed for centuries. This is a girl that does not have the ability to lose and has also been fighting with a sword for longer than most all of you have been alive, right? The only person here that I would say has been alive longer than Iska, or anywhere close to however long Iska's been alive, is Apocalypse. Everybody else here, every single X-Man, every single person from Krakoa has been alive that long, right? Seemingly the blink of an eye in all of Iska's lifespan. And so when that happens, once the fight kicks off, things go kind of bonkers, right? Because you have Betsy Braddock who's sort of intimidating a little bit and saying you can't lose. That just means you never learn how to win a fight, or never learn how to fight anybody at all. And Iska's like, okay, cool, let me prove you wrong. She literally attacks and shatters the swords of Betsy Braddock, which in turn shatters Betsy Braddock herself. The whole fight is over that fast. Like, it was literally 2 hits, right? It was Betsy Braddock hitting Iska, and then Iska hitting Betsy Braddock, and then Betsy Braddock was destroyed. Just that fast. And so from there, Saturnine steps in and says, the fight really over that fast? Well, that kind of sucks. Like, I mean, I was expecting it to be a little bit longer than that, because apparently she ended up showing up here late. Now, a lot of you guys are going to look at that and say, that kind of sucks that the fight is over that fast, right? There should have been more to it than that. That's going to be a common theme, not because of the fact that Jonathan Hickman is cheating us out of a story, but because there's actually some pretty nefarious stuff going on here. And we'll find out more of what that looks like here in a little bit. But from here, we switch over to Doug Ramsey, right over to Cypher, and his card gets drawn, which means he's supposed to be ready to fight. But the response of Saturnine is like, you know, this little party that we're having, it's definitely going to be a challenge. And your friend here better get used to learning how to speak every language, and he better learn how to do it fast. And the reason why is because he's kind of led away by a handful, by like 3 gorgeous girls. Now, I don't understand this about Cypher, right? He's literally being led away by gorgeous girls, and he's like, hey, let go of me. Where are you taking me? Guys, help. Not me, man. If I were a single man and I was being led away by 3 gorgeous girls, I'd be like, yes, ladies, take me. But at the same time, they also end up taking one of the fighters from Morocco's side. And so where you initially have like Storm, maybe a couple people who interject and say like, we have to do something, the response of Wolverine after that vision that he saw, because I had a couple of you guys asking this question, nothing that Wolverine saw actually came to fruition. It was a glimpse of what could happen if he actually did kill Saturnine, or if Krakoa lost the tournament, right? So it's just kind of a glimpse there. So again, it was all basically in his head. But you end up having, you know, Storm who kind of challenges that, and Wolverine's like, no, like, we are not going to turn against the rules. If we win this, we have to win legit, right? Anything other than that, and it'll lead to the ruin of all. And so these girls are kind of lead Cypher away. They lead this other chick away, and then from there they take him into a kind of tent of sorts. And it's kind of nuts because Brian Braddock looks to Apocalypse and he was like, you had me worried that Betsy Braddock would be humiliated, not destroyed. And the response of Apocalypse is, are you really that stupid? We came here at a tournament that's literally designed to determine the fate of our dimensions, and this is obviously a fight to the death. Did you really believe that nobody was gonna die? Did you really believe that was gonna happen, Brian Braddock? Are you really that dumb? Like, it's kind of funny, right? It's kind of hilarious. But he's like, I don't know why you ever thought this journey would be without sacrifice, right? Some of us will return home changed. Some of us will not return home at all. Now, this is an important thing to understand here, because remember, with Betsy Braddock basically being destroyed more or less, that means if they try to resurrect her in Krakoa, Krakoa that she'll come back a different version of herself, right? This is one of the things that I mentioned when they previously introduced this at the very beginning of X of Swords. This is a way for Marvel to soft reboot, right? And that's what we see happening a lot, right? Over the years of Marvel Comics, those of you guys who don't really get that, over the years of Marvel Comics, their way of rebooting was totally different from DC's. DC would not really soft reboot characters. They would hard reboot, right? They would do an event like Crisis on Infinite Earths. They would do something like Infinite Crisis or New 52, which honestly, Crisis on Infinite Earths and the New 52 are the only times that DC really hard rebooted their entire landscape. But what you'll get after those are mini crises, right? So you got Crisis on Infinite Earths, and then you got 0 Hour, then you got Infinite Crisis, and you got Final Crisis. Those were designed to basically fix plot threads that had been left over after the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths. You also get stories like Blackest Day, Brightest Night, and the Green Lantern mythos. That was a soft reboot, right? You get these small little things that are done here and there in DC to kind of bring small things back or change characters or something along those lines. In Marvel, that's all they do. Marvel never hard reboots, right? Marvel's never had an instance in the history of their publication line when it was like, Marvel number 0, or, Spider-Man number 0, and this guy number 0, Iron Man number 0, and Captain America number 0, and it was just a line-wide reboot. That's never happened. I think it's a problem that's never happened, but that's never actually happened. Instead, what Marvel does is stuff like this, right? So if Jonathan Hickman wants to rework, Betsy Braddock, if he looked at her character and he says, okay, over the years, she's kind of grown stagnant, and her history's been really weird and really shuffled, and it's kind of been a hassle to follow, because it has, right? Let me tell you something, man, anybody who knows anything about the publication history or even just the in-universe history of Betsy Braddock will tell you it's a hassle, right? It's an absolute nightmare to understand that. But if Hickman sits down and looks at that and says, yeah, we should rework Betsy Braddock, this is the way they do it, right? She dies here in Otherworld, which means that they can't bring her back the way she was when they resurrect her. It'll just be some random version of herself from across the multiverse, which means whatever version we get is going to more or less be a soft rebooted character. She's going to have a whole new history and all that kind of stuff, right? She's going to have to learn to probably reintegrate herself back into the X-Men. Things are going to be different. We might even get kind of a little bit of history of her own universe along the way. But whatever it is, she's going to come out different than she was before. The only exception to that is if she's somehow reconstituted here the way she was and nothing's changed at all, right? But if she stays dead and they resurrect her in Krakoa, then it'll be a soft reboot of her character, right? So just kind of something to keep in mind. Now, where Douglas Ramsey is led away, right? This other person from Arakko that's led away is a woman called Bay the Blood Moon. And the idea behind this is that Bay has a set of powers that are almost identical to the powers of Black Bolt, of the Inhumans, right? Then what she can do is she can basically release something called a Doom Note. And this is essentially just a giant concussive force of energy that comes out of her mouth in the form of her voice. But what she's learned is that over time, it's not necessarily just like Black Bolt, right? In the sense that when Black Bolt speaks, he's got a quasi-sonic scream. So he cannot talk and not scream at the same time. The only way for him to do that is to transition his essence to a different realm, or for Doctor Strange to create some kind of pocket place where he can talk and his powers are neutralized or something along those lines. But if he's just walking down the street on Earth or traveling anywhere within the normal universe in the main Marvel universe, if he talks, he's gonna kill somebody. With Bay, what she learned is she has that power, but she can also talk at the same time. So she can channel it at any point in time. So think of it like a vocal version of Cyclops' optic blast when he's wearing his optic visor, right? That he can look around when he has his optic visor on, but he can also channel his powers if he wants to at the same time. That's kind of how that works. And so because of this, one of the things that goes on with this Doom Note is that it works a little uniquely with Doug Ramsey, in the sense that Doug has the ability to understand any language, but he can't understand hers, because hers is a language that doesn't exist within the main Marvel universe, right? I mean, I guess it does, but Arakko has been so far removed from anything in the main Marvel universe, it's a language nobody in the universe has ever encountered before. And so because of that, the Doom Note itself, the kind of power in the voice of Bay, desires to be understood, right? It wants somebody to hear it and to understand what it's saying. But the words she speaks are not really a true language, and it cannot really be translated. And so it's almost kind of like this vocal / linguistics version of an immovable force meeting an unstoppable object, that kind of a thing. It's kind of crazy, with this little bit of a thing here, but the whole reason why they're being brought together is really kind of brought to bear when you have Magic visiting Doug, and the two of them kind of start talking about what's going on, and he's like, I have no idea what's happening, like what's going on right here. And she's like, well, Brian's pretty inconsolable, he's pretty pissed off, and everybody else is as well. They're just kind of, mingling mingling with the Iraqi people a little bit more, but no one really feels friendly towards Iska, right? They're all kind of pissed off at her because she killed Betsy. But as the doors open and they start to step in, that Doug realizes, oh my God, like Bay's not gonna kill me in a tournament, she's gonna marry me. Like it's literally a marriage that's kind of been assembled here. Now, here's a funny thing about this, right? Teenie Howard plays this fast and loose. It's just kind of like, okay, like Doug's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna get married. Now here's the thing, man, right? Like you see the two of them standing next to each other. This is a big woman, right? And not in terms of girth, but just in terms of like physical size. She's like what? Maybe like 2 heads taller than Douglas Ramsey, right? She's got maybe like a foot on him. All right, let me tell you something, Cypher. She's gonna make a man out of you. Man, I can't. Yeah, she is. She's gonna make a meal out of him. You better be ready. But nonetheless, it's kind of a crazy thing because the time comes for them to like make their vows. And he's like, I mean, I didn't prepare any vows. And Saturnine like, well, then you better prepare them. You better do a quick fast and in a hurry. And he actually makes these pretty amazing vows on the fly, right? He says, Bay the blood moon, right? This is a little absurd because I don't know anything about you, but you're gonna be my wife. So I swear to uphold my vow to you for the duration of this challenge or whatever, right? However long it goes after. And I'll always be grateful that we got to do this instead of sword fight because I'm not really ready to die. They're not bad vows, right? Now, in response to that, Bay offers her vows, which are really good as well, right? She says like, when the grim fog of bloodshed overtakes us, the beloved is the beacon that returns us to our better selves. Love is a fealty that cannot be broken. I will love you with the force of the wave that crashes the shore like the current that swallows the sand. This is kind of cool. It's pretty interesting. And so he's kind of like, I mean, I don't really understand anything you said. This is really, really fascinating. And then she pulls back the veil and Doug's like, man, she's super hot, right? So he's just immediately swept up and how gorgeous this girl is. And so from there, like in the middle of this wedding, fire just goes everywhere. Fire just gets sprayed everywhere. And here comes Jubilee riding Shogo. And everybody's like, Jubilee, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're flying in here with a dragon? Like, here comes a clue train, Jubilee. The last stop is you. This is not a good idea. You should not do this. You should not fly in here with a dragon and start breathing fire everywhere. But Jubilee's like, well, I told Betsy Braddock if I didn't hear from her by 12, that I'd come over here and see what's going on. Now, here's the crazy thing about this is keep in mind, Shogo's dragon fire in Otherworld has the ability to melt that reality, right? He can literally destroy the physical principles of that reality. And so when you have, Wolverine, who's kind of like, hey man, it's kind of cool this dragon's coming here and he's going to burn the place down. The response of Apocalypse is, no, that's not cool at all, Wolverine. That is not by any means a cool thing. I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe it's like a little bit cool, but it's not as cool as you're making it out to be, right? Because this dragon will destroy the reality in which we live, right? And we will all perish along with it, right? So killing us is the least of what this dragon can do. It's kind of a cool little thing there. Now, while all that's going on, Cypher is kind of like, okay, like he's talking to Bay, he's like, are you gonna go out there? She doesn't really say anything, right? He's like, are you really gonna go out there and you really gonna do all this? But like, I mean, if you do, here's the thing, like, don't kill the dragon. The dragon's cool. It's like a little baby, right? Like the dragon's cool. Like, don't kill the dragon. She immediately turns around and kisses him, right? So here's what I'm gonna bet, right? I'm gonna bet this here. And I'll tell you what, if I'm wrong, I will give out 3 RobCorps rings, right? I will give 3 RobCorps rings for free, which by the way, for you guys who are asking, we're gonna start selling them. I'll make an announcement later, but I'll give out 3 RobCorps rings for free. What I'm willing to bet here is that the time's going to come when it's time for Cypher to fight, and she's gonna fight in his stead in every single match that he has. That I doubt the two of them are actually going to have to fight each other. And if they do have to fight each other, she'll sacrifice her life for him. And then Cypher will basically be the one who wins the tournament. He'll come out on top, and he'll be the one that saves Krakoa. I will bet that. I will bet that's exactly what happens. I don't know if it is, but I will bet that's what happens. Now, the cool thing is that once Saturnine shows up here and realizes what's going on, she's pissed, right? She's 8 kinds of pissed off, right? Just she's mad as hell, right? She comes walking out here. And she's like, no, like this is not gonna fly. And it's one of the, well, no pun intended, but it's one of those things where like she almost intends to destroy it. But then you have Wolverine who kind of chimes in like that baby's gonna hurt Storm, right? And that's when Saturnine realizes, oh, that's right, it's a baby. So she uses her magic and then manipulates the mind of Shogo in order to bring him to her and bring him under her spell, right? She also kind of dissipates his dragon fire, so it can't really destroy anything inside of Otherworld. But it's one of these things where she makes this comment where she was like, it's lucky that I'm in a good mood today, right? Because if you had actually flown Jubilee here, I would have killed her in front of everybody, right? I would have killed her in front of every single person here. And so it's a little bit nuts because from there, once everything kind of settles down, that it's like, okay, she's like, I'm in a good mood, right? I got my drinks, we got a wedding, we have cake, right? 1 point for each side, right? Like 1 point for each person. And that's where it ends. So in the first match, right, the first day of this battle, which I won't even lie, this story kind of went off the rails. In the first day of this battle, Betsy Braddock died in 2 hits, and really just with 1 hit, and Cypher got married to a chick he doesn't know. So yeah, that's kind of where we are now. Here's the crazy thing about this, it's only gonna get crazier. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and for the first time in recorded Marvel history, Wolverine meets Mad Jim Jaspers, and this is hugely exciting. I am so excited about this because it's just a cool moment, right? It's just a cool part of this story. But before we get into that, we pick up with the next part of our battle, right, of our X of Swords event. And this picks up in the Holy Republic of Fae, which leads to the floating kingdom of Roma Regina, kind of passing through a portal to access another location. And what we have here is Illyana Rasputin facing off against Poggerpog, right? One of the forces of Arakko. Kind of a weird name. It's a little bit interesting. Guy's basically like a giant crocodile thing. But the funny thing about this is that with Illyana Rasputin, she is prodigious with a sword. Not to mention when you add in the various magical effects that come with the soul sword, along with her ability to use magic as well, this fight is a non-starter, right? It's done. The problem is this is not a sword fight. This is an arm wrestling contest. Saturnine changes it on a whim. She's like, nope, this is a contest of arms. So hands clasped, shoulders square, elbows in the pocket, pin to win. And it's like, arm wrestling? Seriously? And of course, Poggerpog decimates Illyana Rasputin. Now, one of the things that we're going to find out here, and one of the things you're going to see over the course of this, is that there's something pretty sketchy going on, right? And we kind of talked about that in a previous video. Some things seem pretty sketchy, but with Poggerpog the victor here, the score now stands at Arakko 3, Krakoa 1. And so at that point, we switch over to a place called the Blight Spoke. And this is a wholly new environment that was created by Jonathan Hickman in this story. The funny thing about this is that this is an interesting scenario, an interesting situation. Historically speaking, when it comes to alternate realities in Marvel Comics, every universe that dies is reborn again. And it really kind of follows the function that universe is destroyed and then kind of coalesced into a new universe. So it doesn't really matter how it happens. So if you were to take like the main Marvel universe, right? We were to say this universe reaches its inevitable heat death, which is to say the point at which it's going to die. You have the Big Bang where everything expands outwards, and you have the Big Crunch where it all condenses back into a singular point of energy, and it explodes in a Big Bang and is reborn again. But say for example, somebody like Jean Grey as the Dark Phoenix lost her mind and wiped out the whole universe. The universe would be singularly destroyed, and that would be the end of it, right? That would be the end of that universe. In previous years, it was always assumed that the end of that universe would lead to it being reborn, right? It would just somehow come back into existence again. What Jonathan Hickman does is he says, nope, that doesn't happen. When a universe is destroyed prematurely in that form, it goes to a place called the Blight Spoke. And the Blight Spoke is kind of a composite of just dead realities, right? Where they all just sort of coalesce into a singular landmass, right? So if you were to say like the United States, for example, is a combination of dead realities, then like Chicago is like an alternate reality, and New York is an alternate reality, and California is an alternate reality, right? Like all these cities and all these states are all just alternate realities, but that they all kind of share this sort of energy that's called the blight energy, in the sense that when a person's there, it quite literally drains off your life essence, right? It'll kill you over time. That's the reason why Wolverine and the Summoner are brought here, is because they have a healing factor, and they are for the most part indestructible. That's kind of what they're referred to. But the reason why this fight is so intriguing is because where Wolverine finally calls out Summoner and Summoner responds to him, that what they end up doing is literally falling through different realities. And as they fall through these different realities, they experience a kind of reality shift. So in one universe, they're just covered in bugs, right? Bugs basically took over this entire universe and killed everything in existence. In another universe, it's more old school. In another universe, you have a scenario where Summoner is actually kind of like an old man Logan type character. There's one universe where they're all kind of futuristic, right? It all kind of bounces and it changes around. One where like the many angled ones conquered everything, right? One where they're chess pieces. It's just any possibility that exists, there's a universe for it. And that's one of the things that Marvel never really explored. And in fact, a lot of you guys had a really cool idea for a video that I will make, that I'm actually going to make on that. Not really a video per se, but a comic book series that I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to make a separate video on that because I think it's really, really cool. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, Wolverine manages to get the upper hand on Summoner, stabs him through the eye and kills him, and he loses. And the reason why is because Saturnine comes along and says, nope, this was a fight to the death. Summoner fought to the death. You fought to stay alive, therefore you lose. As you guys can tell, the odds are basically stacked against Krakoa. That what it looks like is happening is Saturnine is basically cooking the books in order to ensure that Krakoa loses. Now, from that point, we switch over to the Crooked Market. And this is basically just the bar that's run by Jim Jaspers, where you have Wolverine and you have Storm sharing a drink. And what we end up getting is basically a card presented to them whereby it's a drinking contest, right? They both have to drink and whoever lasts the longest ends up winning. The benefit of this is that it's a guaranteed victory for Krakoa. It's a guaranteed point. But the funny thing is that Jim Jaspers kind of has this quick little conversation with Wolverine where he talks about the Blightness is bloody magnificent is what he refers to it as, right? This drink called the Blightness is one of the most exquisite things that either of them will ever put into their mouths. Now, I can't reiterate this enough. This is the first time this ever happened, right? To me, let me tell you something, man. To me, this is exciting. This is hugely exciting. Jim Jaspers meeting the X-Men for the very first time. This only matters if you're a fan of Jim Jaspers, but this guy could end these guys like that. And in fact, Jim Jaspers will actually show off his powers here in a little while. Here, and I think in the next video that we'll do, he'll show off his powers. You'll see what the kind of stuff Jim Jaspers is capable of. But one of the fan theories, and this is a genius idea that one of you guys came out with, one of the theories that you guys came out with on Discord is you said, what if Jim Jaspers is actually the one controlling everything and Saturnine is just doing what he tells her to? He's the one who's actually in control of this and Saturnine is a servant to him. What if that's the case? And I was like, that's kind of nuts because that's entirely possible, right? I mean, this guy is a universal shaper. He can control any space that he's in. It's ridiculous how powerful Jim Jaspers is. And a whim, he could turn these guys into ants, right? Wolverine and Storm. He could break them down and just turn them into stone. He could turn them into each other, right? He could turn Wolverine into Storm and Storm into Wolverine. He could do any number of things, right? This guy, there's no limit. Whatever it is he can imagine doing, it becomes reality, right? That's just how powerful this guy is. But what we also end up finding out is that as they're drinking this, Wolverine starts to get drunk. And that doesn't happen because remember, Wolverine's healing factor keeps him from getting drunk. Now, that is alcohol in the main Marvel universe. This may be an entirely different breed, or at least that seemed to be the case until we find out the Horseman Death, who's currently a part of the Arakan forces working for Arakko. He presents an artifact to Jim Jaspers, and we end up finding out what Death did is he bribed Jaspers to poison the drink of Wolverine and Storm to make them drunk. Not only that, as they start to get drunk, that picks up with the next battle between the forces of the forces of Arakko. That where Krakoa got a battle amongst themselves, Arakko got a battle amongst themselves as well. And the logic behind this, according to Saturnine, is that they all originated from a singular landmass, the landmass of Okara. And so in essence, it is basically groups that are part of the same community, all fighting against each other, right? That's the stance of Saturnine. And so for Arakko to fight Krakoa, they're basically fighting themselves. And that's why these kind of battles among the Krakoan and Arakko forces as part of this tournament is taking place. But what you end up getting here is basically Solemn facing off against the Horsemen of War. And this is a personal vendetta because remember, Solemn had killed the husband of Horseman War at some point in the past. But the caveat to this is that if you guys recall, Solemn and Wolverine met each other and a bargain was struck between the two, that they were both tasked with tracking down the Muramasa blade and that Solemn had gotten his hands on both. And so he was only going to relinquish his blade to Wolverine if Wolverine would strike a deal. And that deal is brought into full fray when Wolverine is teleported away from Storm and brought to this conflict drunk as a skunk. And the bargain that was struck was that at some point in time, at a time of his choosing, Wolverine would fight in the place of Solemn. And he's calling in this favor. Now, the funny thing about this is that it doesn't really seem to matter. That in reality here, that because Solemn has adamantium skin, that it wouldn't really make any difference. War would not be able to defeat Solemn. So something else seems to be going on here. What that is, we don't fully know. But with Wolverine being here and being absolutely drunk, he also reveals that he's the one who killed Summoner. Summoner, of course, being the son of Horseman War. And so Solemn killed her husband, Wolverine killed her son. The Horseman War is pissed. And so because of that, she starts losing it, right? Starts going off on Wolverine, full blast. Now, Wolverine really, kind of experiences this cut. And one of the things that Saturnine really, a comment she really kind of makes here, and what's really interesting is she draws a great concept here. She says, you've become reckless. You've become reckless in the face of the fact that one, you can heal from anything, and two, the resurrection protocols can always bring you back. You've become exceedingly cavalier. You don't know what it's like to fight to the death anymore. And that really, I would say is a great analysis. That's the winning edge the X-Men have lost since they've been on Krakoa. The funny thing is that the idea of creating Krakoa or bringing all the X-Men to that island in the first place by Xavier was to create a place where the X-Men and really the mutant population could have their own government, could have their own island mass. But in the more macro scale, right, the much larger scale here, it was all done from what we saw during House and Powers of 10, right? House of X Powers of 10, that we basically saw this situation where a war was going to happen at some point in the future. And so all of it seemed to have been done for the purpose of making the X-Men stronger. And even Apocalypse himself, in the early days when his family and his horsemen ended up inside Arakko, he made the promise to his wife that he would make the world stronger. But in giving people the ability to always come back from the dead, you make them weaker, because suddenly none of the battles that they're in matter, because their philosophy is, well, no matter what happens, I'll always come back. So even if it's not a conscious thought, it's a subconscious thought. Even if I die, I'll come back. And so they lose the edge that they get when they play for keeps. And that's the point that Saturnine makes, that you've become reckless, you've become complacent. The Wolverine of yesteryear would have slaughtered war, right? Would have absolutely ripped through war. This battle would have been a non-starter. The Horseman War would have died so fast. But over the years, his healing factor, all those things playing in, Wolverine's lost his edge. And it's really kind of a way of Jonathan Hickman criticizing the publishing history of Marvel and saying, you've taken away from the ferocity of one of the most ferocious characters in Marvel, because over time, he always just comes back. And so what we end up finding out is the caveat from having that drink at Jim Jasper's bar as part of the bargain that was struck between Jim Jaspers and the Horsemen of Death is that when they were poisoned, it took their powers. Wolverine has lost his healing factor. He doesn't have the ability to come back from the dead. And so you end up having War, who manages to pin him, get the upper hand, and then go for the killing blow. But of course, she cannot actually kill him because he has an adamantium skeleton. But in the end, the win is given directly to Horseman War because Wolverine cuts off her hand. But the problem with Wolverine cutting off her hand is that's not a killing blow. Because Horseman War got the killing blow, even though Wolverine didn't actually die, the victory goes to Arakko. Now, I'm of the mind that if Saturnine were playing fair, the victory would have gone to Wolverine because he can't be killed. And because he can't be killed, there's no way it can be a fight to the death, right? So that would have been the end of it. But again, it's one of these things where it looks like Saturnine is intentionally cheating in order to make sure the forces of Arakko come out on top. And if that's true, then the question becomes, why? Okay, so we are continuing on with Swords of X, and in this video, we're picking up with X-Force. Yes, we are, in the continuation of this battle. So, the Swords of X event, it gets a little wonky here, right? Like, I always thought it would actually be a duel with swords, like strictly with swords. Apparently, that's not really the case. Well, at the start of this whole thing, the score is Arakko 5, Krakoa 3. We end up having Arakko getting a 6th point, then they get a 7th point, then they get an 8th point, and Krakoa just keeps falling behind. And it's these various weird and wonky competitions, right? Like, who can push a boulder up a hill, or like who can basically outswim monsters and survive. You have an eating contest where you get foods from the crooked world. There's a dance-off, which apparently Cypher does amazingly well, right? He absolutely crushes it, so he gets a point. It's like Penrose steps that they have to navigate through. They have to put together a puzzle, right? So like Krakoa gets a win on that because I guess the forces of Arakko aren't the sharpest tool in the shed. Well, either way, it had to be done because it was forces from the same side. But then like you end up having a runway walk-off, which I didn't even know that was really like, I guess it is a contest in terms of like event. I don't know. I don't really do runways. I know there's a show about runways. Anyway, Storm crushes it, right? And a lot of that's attributed to the fact that it's because she might be drunk. But like consistently across the board, they're just kind of like these wonky and goofy competitions, right? They're just sort of weird and almost nonsensical. The other thing about this is that you end up having Brian Braddock, who's still kind of continuing on. He's within the crooked market itself and kind of continuing on and still a little brushed about the fact that like Betsy Braddock's basically dead, right? And so you end up having him met by Saturnine. And Saturnine, who again refers to him as Captain Britain, he basically disregards that, says, I'm not Captain Britain, don't call me that. She ultimately says, like, the title is yours. And if you won't come around to being Captain Britain willingly, then Fury will work, right? And she basically seems to have the Furies at her back. Now, one of the other things that goes on here, and it's something that I'm not 100% sure I'm on the fence about, is you have Jim Jaspers encountering Captain Britain again. But Captain Britain doesn't really seem to give any indication that he knows who he is. And it would have been a cool little nod. In the sense that you would have Jim Jaspers like, it's good to see you again, Cap. I'm sorry things ended so weird last time, but you know, you tried to kill me and everything. It would have been cool to see that, right? Just kind of a little reference to the crooked world from back in the day. It may be that it's just kind of like, you know, Marvel doesn't really care or Hickman doesn't really care. I don't really know, but it would have been a cool little nod, you know, to see, because I love that story so much. And I love the character of Jim Jaspers because he's just so broken and overpowered. You end up having this thing where it's basically a race between Redroot and Brian Braddock. And Redroot is of course more or less a shrub and she's super slow. But in the midst of all this, when Mad Jim Jaspers says like, you'll be able to find the finish line around here somewhere, right? If you look hard enough, you can find anything in the crooked market, including a finish line. Once the gunfire goes off and Brian Braddock starts running, he's immediately set upon by these Furies, right? These Furies all immediately go after him because it's basically Saturnine working against Brian Braddock and the forces of Krakoa, because Brian Braddock won't be her guy, right? He just won't go with her, right? He just refuses to bend the knee, so to speak, and to, you know, be the whatever it is that Saturnine wants out of him, right? A concubine, I don't really know. Regardless, Redroot basically begins a process of just kind of passing him up. And of course, she's kind of walking, but she ends up bumping into this table and shatters a crystal that happens to land at the foot of Jim Jasper's. And he just kind of says, everything has a cost at the market, right? Everything. Now, of course, she continues on, blissfully unaware of what's happening, and then ultimately crosses the finish line, which is something like 5 feet away from them. Now, Saturnine, of course, does this just for the sake of giving the point to Arakko, right? So she's, again, like the contest is basically rigged, but where Brian Braddock is basically subdued, Jim Jaspers starts talking to Redroot and says, okay, so like now there's the matter of your debt. And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you shattered a crystal, right? This rare crystal idol of Bambu, right? Crafted from the salt of an Umbagonian princess's tears. I don't really know what that is, but he's basically like, it was priceless, right? Everything here has a price. If you break something that's priceless, you have to deal with it accordingly. And so basically with the whole process being done and Saturnine sending the Furies away, which is also a little bit of disappointment that Brian Braddock doesn't recognize who they are, then in turn, Jim Jaspers uses his ability to manipulate reality and shrinks Redroot down and encases her in glass and leaves her there. Like she's literally just kind of stuck there forevermore, seemingly never to be able to escape. And so with that being the case, you in turn have Saturnine who basically says like, you have done untold damage to the crooked market, right? I mean, there's no calculating how much damage you've done here. Everything here is irreplaceable, right? So if Redroot was shrunk down for what she did, God only knows what Jim Jaspers is going to do to you, unless of course you ask for my help. If you ask for my help, then Jim Jaspers won't do anything to you. Now, whether or not that's what he did, we're not given a definitive answer to. Instead, what we end up doing is switching over to these two interesting scenarios that go on in terms of part of this contest, right? The first one comes in the form of magic where she has to answer a riddle. If she gets the answer right, then of course she gets a point. If she gets it wrong, then she loses, right? So the riddle is a white rabbit pulled out of a black top hat and a spell cast by a wizard and the very life force of Saturnine. What am I? And she basically says, that's an easy one, magic, and it's spelled M-A-G-I-K, and she's wrong. So she got that one wrong because she's an idiot. But with Wolverine and White Sword, it's a little bit different. They have to stand in front of a mirror and they have to observe the faces of all the people they've killed. The first one to look away loses. The first one to blink loses. Wolverine actually ends up crying and ends up blinking. Now, this is designed to kind of compare these two characters between each other. The White Sword relishes and loves the idea of battle and doesn't really care much about the people that he's taking out. With Wolverine, it's a wholly different beast because the people that he's lost in some ways have actually been a result of his own actions, specifically his wife dying, the son of Dakin, right? She died partially because of Wolverine's actions himself, right? He kind of led to that situation taking place. The people that Sabretooth killed over the course of his life, like his actions inevitably seem to lead to that. And so because of that, like he, a lot of the losses he sustained have been a defining part of his character, but also crushed him at the same time. And so that's why Wolverine ends up being the first to blink. Wolverine loses. So the score now stands Arakko 15, Krakoa 5, right? They're getting absolutely decimated and things only really seem to get worse, right? They have these things called the rock sirens of Clevermore that almost no one can really resist their call. And Gorgon goes running up on it, right? Just gets naked, starts taking his clothes off like, yeah, man, me and the rocks, we're gonna get it on. And then from there, you end up switching over to Merlin, who presents a challenge to the Horseman War and to Captain Britain and says, your challenge is to kill the kitten. That's your task. And like War just immediately goes to kill it. And Brian Braddock's like, no, you can't kill that kitten. That in that moment is basically him acquiescing. It's showing he wouldn't do it. Krakoa loses, right? So Arakko 17, Krakoa 5. And that's kind of how these things continue. But then you pick up with Storm and you pick up with the Horseman of Death. And the two of them, Storm really kind of seems to come to after having been intoxicated, right? Having been drunk. And they're brought to the realm of Sevalith, right? Kind of like this realm of vampires and so on. And the contest is again, basically a fight to the death. And where Storm initially says, no, we need to postpone this because something's wrong with me. Whatever it was that I had at that bar of Jim Jaspers, I'm effectively drunk now. The response of Death is, no, but you can, but if you do, then you'll have to forfeit. And that's when she realizes he intentionally did this to her, right? He got her drunk, sapped her power, and now like she's gonna have to fight in traditional hand-to-hand combat. The thing about this though, is Storm is no slouch, and she's also one of the best fighters in Marvel. Not the best, right? She's not like in the top 5 or probably even the top 10, but she's a really good fighter and able to hold her own. And as she's fighting this conflict against Death, she gets the upper hand and actually destroys his sword in the process. And so in response to that, Death removes his helmet and he basically intends to use the Death Stare. Now the Death Stare is basically those individuals who look upon it effectively die, right? If you look into his face, his stare will kill you. Hence the reason why he was given the name Death. But he's not immune to his own powers. He's just highly resistant to them. And this comes in the form that when he emits the death stare and that kind of substance comes out and intends to kill Storm, she reflects it back at him using her sword, because her sword is pristine and it's basically a mirror. And so it basically kind of, incapacitates him for a moment. She plunges the sword through his chest and kills a horseman of death. This, of course, leads to all the vampires basically tearing him apart, and the point goes to Krakoa. So at this point right now, because of Storm, they've managed to bounce back, but they're still losing terribly. Right now, the score is 17 Arakko, 6 to Krakoa. No earthly clue how in the world they could possibly make that up. Okay, so before we start this video, two things. One, for those of you guys who are curious about the selling of RobCore rings, that was not a one-off. I'm gonna sell them again, but I'm gonna do it again. I'm not gonna leave you guys just once. Two, those rings sold out in 2 hours. Now, I have not found a way on Etsy to show that the rings were sold out, right? As soon as a single ring type sold out, then like Etsy automatically delisted it, right? So that's why some of you guys went to the store and you didn't see anything there, because they were all sold out, right? But in 2 hours, they were all gone. For those of you guys who did buy RobCore rings, you should be able to go onto Etsy and you should see the status of your order. They should all be on their way. The only exception is we got an order from a guy in Norway and we had a little bit of a complication. It was on our end. It was not anything you did wrong, but we fixed it and everything's all sorted out. So we will order more RobCore rings and we will send out more RobCore rings, and I will place more up for sale. So keep your ears open and I will let you guys know when you can buy them. So anyway, on to the video. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking up with the conclusion of X of Swords. I hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving week. I know I did. I definitely needed that break. I absolutely needed that break. I was going nuts. I think we've been probably doing this nonstop for about 2 years without really taking a break, so I needed one. But we are picking back up with the conclusion of X of Swords, right? We're wrapping this whole thing up. And initially I thought about doing each of these individuals separately, but I think at this point we can just kind of do all the videos together and just sort of call it a day. I do want to touch on the Hellions because we're going to kind of skip over this. The Hellions was a totally unnecessary story. I'm not really sure why it was included in this in the first place. The only real takeaway, for those of you guys who remember, the only real thing going on with the Hellions is that their goal was to get into Otherworld and steal the swords of Arakko so they couldn't even compete in the first place, which would basically seem to nullify the entire tournament. Now, as we saw, not all the fights were being done with swords. Really, only those who needed swords would be disqualified, but then Saturday probably would have changed things. What ended up happening with the Hellions, however, is that it was revealed that Sinister simply wanted to just steal genes of mutants that existed out there. And once the other Hellions found out, Sinister managed to achieve his goal to a degree, and then came back to the Krakoan Gate, back into the main Marvel universe, so to speak, and then pretty much killed all the Hellions, and that was basically it, right? So there's a little bit going on there, but not a whole lot. Certainly nothing that that warrants us covering the entirety of the story. But what's really important here is we pick up with the next part of the tournament, which takes place in Cable, and this is done by virtue of Cable having to face off against Bay. Now, of course, Bay is the wife of Doug Ramsey, right? She's the wife of Cypher, and so Cable's kind of watching all this, or I guess he's really kind of engaging in this, knowing that he's probably going to have to kill the wife of Doug Ramsey, and in that moment of hesitation, Bay gets the upper hand. Now, here's the big difference, because Cable says things like, if I had been who I was before, then this probably never would have been a problem in the first place, and that's true. One of the things, for those of you guys who aren't really familiar here, and I've heard people ask this, why is Cable so young? Marvel introduced a retcon by basically having Cable's younger self kill his older self and then take his place as kind of like the new Cable. It was a way for Marvel to kind of reinvigorate the character a little bit. I kind of feel like it was unnecessary. The older Cable had a lot of great storytelling going on, and I think in situations, he would have been a lot more interesting, useful, and would have made the stories a lot more intriguing, but such as it is, we ended up getting younger Cable instead. Now, the problem with younger Cable is he's not quite battle hardened yet, not in the same way that his older self is. And he's right when he says, if this was his older self, he would have killed Bay like that, right? It would have just been over. Like, he would have just killed her in an instant and would have been like, cool, like, we get the point, done. And he would have like watched Doug Ramsey cry, and he probably would have comforted him and said, hey man, I'm sorry, but like, the entire kingdom of Krakoa and the entire, like, our entire earth is more important than your wife, right? So with that being the case, with Bay getting the upper hand, with Cable kind of hesitating for a moment, Bay basically topples him, she breaks his arm, and then she goes for the killing blow, and Doug jumps in and asks her to stop, right? He says, like, stop, like, you've basically won, this was supposed to be finished, right? And Saturnine had kind of declared this was going to be a battle to the death, right? It was going to be a fight to the actual death itself, but then she kind of relinquishes here and says, but some deaths are of the spirit, right? So in the end, I award the point to Arakko. Krakoa is now down, basically it's 18-6, right? They're down by 12 points. This is a pretty huge number to have to catch up. Now from there, you end up picking up with Cable contacting Jean Grey and Cyclops directly, which is something that he's not really supposed to be doing, right? Using his telepathy and managing to reach to them. But the fact that he was able to do this, to essentially use his telepathy telepathic powers to reach across dimensional barriers and contact Jean and Cyclops, that's a huge thing, right? This is really more of an act of desperation. But for people who create like respect threads, right? Like the power of the telepathy of the power of like Cable's telepathy, or like Jean Grey's telepathy or something like that. This is one of those examples they will use, right? They'll just say like, was able to use his telepathy across dimensional barriers, right? Or something along those lines, right? That's where this kind of stuff comes from. But the reality of this is Cable looks at the situation and says, it's dire and we're probably going to lose, right? Like we're down 18-6. The deck basically seems to be stacked against us, like she wants us to lose. I'm not really sure why, I'm not really sure what's going on here. I'm going to stay here and fight as much as I can, but like tell Esme, right, of the Stepford Cuckoos, the kind of girlfriend of Cable, tell her I love her, right? I mean, that's kind of where this is. Now Saturnine steps in and cuts off his connection, and that's when Cyclops and Jean are like, okay, we need to do something. Now we'll get back to them here in a second. What we're going to do here is we're going to focus on Gorgon, right? He's the next fight. Now Gorgon is one of these guys, and the reason why he wears a bandana around his head is that if he takes it off and he looks at you, you'll turn to stone. But he's being made to face off against White Sword. But facing off against White Sword is not just fighting him, it's fighting his 100 soldiers. And so he says, like, you'll fight me after you fight all of them. And so he says, like, once you get through all 100 of these guys, then we'll battle. And so he says, number 1, right? This first guy comes running in, gets his head chopped off in an instant. Then it's 2 and 3. Those guys get taken down. Then it's 4, 5, and 6, right? Those guys get turned to stone, and one of them manages to make it through and gouge out the eyes of Gorgon. So his primary power is basically gone here. And so now he's basically just fighting using his own prodigious martial arts skill, but then it's, now you have to fight all the rest of the other ones, right? You have to fight seemingly all of them. And so what ends up happening is that Gorgon actually takes out something like 13 of like the White Sword's champions, which moves the number up, right? So it actually gives them a lead, right? Because each one of these individuals that he kills counts as a point. So it kind of seems like Saturnine's more or less balancing the numbers. And so now Krakoa is ahead 19-8. And that's when the Horsemen step in and say, end this, right? Because if he kills all 100 of your soldiers, it's going to move them up. They're going to be 106-18. They're going to crush us, right? Like there's not going to be any chance for us to win. Like the tournament will basically be over, right? I mean, there's not enough, not enough opponents for us to face off against to finish this, right? To come out on top. Now, so that's when White Sword steps in and says, okay, fine, then the battle will be between the two of us. And it's one of these things where Gorgon knows he's not going to win, right? Like he knows he cannot come out on top here. There's no possible way for that to happen. And the White Sword says, I'm going to kill you, and then I will bring you into my army. And the response of Gorgon is, not a chance, right? I walk my own path. Whatever happens to me after this, whatever death awaits me, whatever comes next in this afterlife, it will not be as one of your henchmen, right? And that's when White Sword's like, okay, fine. If you don't want to be, then you don't have to be, right? And then just plunges a sword through his chest and basically kills him. Now, there's two cool things that come out of this. The first is Apocalypse kind of commenting and saying, this is how a mutant dies. If you're going to die, you die on your own terms. You die in saying, I'm not going to be a subject to anybody else, right? You die with what you perceive to be your own honor. The other thing that comes out of this is that Gorgon was, I wouldn't necessarily say an essential member of the X-Men roster, but somebody who probably could do with a bit of revamping. And the reason why is because Gorgon's never really had major roles in Marvel for quite some time. This is kind of an exciting moment because it could be one of these things where Marvel just never chooses to bring him back, right? Hickman just kind of writes him out and he's gone. Or it could be they bring him back and he's totally changed, because remember, he died here in Otherworld, which means if they resurrect him, he'll come back in any number of different versions of himself from across the multiverse. We don't know which version it'll be. So he could come back with better powers. He could come back weaker. He could come back as just some old sage wise man who never fights. He could come back in a wide array of different forms. But with Gorgon having been destroyed, right now the score is currently even. Arakko 19, Krakoa 19. And I need you to keep that in mind. Hold that in your mind as long as you can, because this will become important, because this leads into the final battle between Apocalypse and his wife, who's donning the helmet of annihilation. One of the things that happens here is that Apocalypse challenges his wife to face him off as herself, right? To basically not use the power of annihilation or any of that stuff, to really just kind of husband and wife dueling each other. But the other thing that comes out of this is really more with Jean Grey and Cyclops, that with the message they receive from Cable and the fact that things seem so dire, they go to the Quiet Council, right? And they say, like, we need to go do this. Like, we need to go rescue our son. And the Quiet Council's in a bit of a predicament, right? Because the biggest issue they face is that when they ask Cyclops, what is it you intend to do? Cyclops' response is twofold. One, I'm going to assemble a strike team. This strike team is going to be a smash and grab job, right? We're just going to break into the other world. We're going to pass in there. We're going to grab our X-Men and we're going to come back. We need you to hold the gate open until we do. Now, the issue with the Quiet Council is, but what if you die over there, right? If you die over there, there'd be no way for us to know, right? Because Saturnine has cut off any telepathic communications to that realm. So it's not like we can maintain a telepathic lifeline and know whether or not you survived and say, oh my God, Cyclops and Jean and all the X-Men are dead. All right, close the portal so nobody can get in. They just kind of have to wait and see. But if they die over there and there's no way of knowing they died, they could potentially just be holding the portal open for an invasion that they didn't know was coming. So they could literally sew their own end. The other part of this is that Jean Grey and Cyclops are part of the Quiet Council. And so it'd basically be taking away from their number. Now, anybody who's familiar with governmental positions knows that usually individuals who hold positions of government are not afforded the opportunity of putting their life on the line. Leaders don't have that luxury, right? Because somebody has to govern. It's the responsibility you take on. And so what this means is that while Cyclops and Jean are simply just going to go, right? It's one of these things where it's like, we're going to find a way to leave. So you're going to have to like lock us up or something. Then in turn, the Quiet Council, now that they're met with the idea that like Nightcrawler wants to go, their concern is, okay, then what do we do now, right? What do we do in this instance where the Quiet Council could potentially lose 3 or 4 of their number? Do we simply just hope they come back in one piece? Do we ensure the governing body can function the way that it's supposed to? Because remember, everybody here has a role to play. So the government has to continue on. And so in order to basically satisfy this need, to answer this question, a vote is given. And the vote is given in 2 forms. The first vote is, if you guys pass through that gate and you die, and there's no way for us to know that you die, and we could be holding the gate open for enemies, then that means we have to close the gate, right? We can't take the chance that if you perish there and we don't know, that we allow all the enemies to come flooding in, right? Any chance that we have of closing the gate will be gone at that point. And so what they say is, the first vote is, do we close the gate after the forces of the strike team, Jean Grey, Cyclops, after they all pass through? The answer is yes, right? We close the gate. The second concern is, what do we do about you guys leaving the Quiet Council and potentially dying? So do we just kind of hope that you guys make it back in one piece? Do we put the entire government on hold in order to find out whether you made it back, never knowing how long it could take you to get back? Then if something went wrong and you guys were stuck there for decades and decades, or you guys just grew old there and died because you could never find a way back, do we just kind of allow the Quiet Council to function in its own way without you guys there? Or do we fill your seats? And when they vote, the answer is, if you go, you lose your spot, right? We're going to replace you with somebody else. But at the end of the day, Jean and Cyclops don't care. Their stance is, we don't care. Like, we are going, right? We're going to go with this. Apocalypse is already there, right? And it may very well be that he might perish, that there's individuals who are out there that are supposed to be on the council that could very well die. And so because of that, they've already lost so many of their number, they effectively vote. If Jean Grey and Cyclops pass through this gate and they take this strike team and they go to Otherworld for this mission, then they give up their position on the Quiet Council. And Jean Grey and Cyclops say, we're okay with that, and they leave, right? They basically walk away. Because it's one of these things where they say, if the Quiet Council is the government of Krakoa, then the X-Men are its heroes. And of what use are heroes who refuse to fight? My allegiance is to the mutant population. My allegiance is to the people. And if we as the Quiet Council are going to sit and just rest on our laurels effectively, and just kind of not really do anything in the face of such dire straits, then of what use are we, right? And so Cyclops and Jean basically leave, and where you would expect some measure of condemnation from the Quiet Council, instead, it's really Magneto and Xavier who were just like, that's exactly how we raised you. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. And it's one of these things where we can kind of assume a lot of the reasons why some of these folks don't leave could very well be tied to like Moira McTaggart and the idea that like there's this kind of greater game that was established during the House and Powers of X, and the sense that like if they perish, everything would come to an end. It really seems to point to the idea that Jean Grey and Cyclops are not really that essential to the future survival of the X-Men. Either that, or this is something that has to happen, right? But regardless of the situation, they basically pass through and they go into Otherworld itself. And so picking back up with Apocalypse and his wife, things are interesting here. And this is kind of cool. It's this really, really amazing moment where the wife of Apocalypse gets the upper hand, right? Genesis gets the upper hand on him and like destroys his sword and says, okay, like I give you one last kiss, and then I will hear your surrender and welcome you back to your rightful place by my side. And then she like, when she destroys the sword, she asks like, will you yield, Apocalypse? Here's the thing to understand about Apocalypse, right? Always outnumbered, never outgunned, right? Apocalypse is not a guy who falls easily, right? This is not a man who yields. And that's exactly what he says, man. Jonathan Hickman, man. Jonathan Hickman, man. Man, Man, it's like one of the coolest moments, because Apocalypse is like, I will not yield, not to fear, not to doubt, and not to love. Where Genesis thought she had the upper hand, in 4 moves, it's bap, 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 and then she's done, right? That's the end of Genesis. Like literally, like just swipes right through, and that's that. You know, and it's nuts, because that's the thing, man. Apocalypse, man, she's sleeping on Apocalypse, son. Like that's exactly what it is. And that's what makes it so crazy, is because with her basically being defeated, Apocalypse is like, I don't want this, right? He looks at Saturnine and he's like, I don't want this, right? I don't want to kill my own wife. I'm not in favor of this. Now keep in mind, the score is still 19-19. Whoever wins this wins the contest. And so with that, Saturnine's like, I don't really care what it is that you want, right? Like the tournament must go on. You must slay your wife or be slayed by your wife for a victor to be determined here. But in this moment, when Apocalypse and Saturnine are having this conversation, then suddenly like Genesis puts on the helmet of annihilation, completely heals herself, and it's just like nothing is settled, right? Like I, Annihilation, am now in total control here. Nothing is settled, right? Like this will go on and we will fight. Now, when that happens, right? Like when she dons the helmet of annihilation, she calls in everyone, like literally all the forces of Amonth just come pouring into Otherworld. At this point, it's just like, man, the hell with the tournament, son. Like we're just gonna do this right now. Like that's exactly what this is, right? Now, the different little fairy people, whatever they are, the fish folk of like the forces of Saturnine, right here, little assistants, aides, whatever they are, they immediately run and grab like the little like this kind of box, right, that contains all these little puzzle pieces, more or less. And the idea is that when Saturnine puts this together, it will effectively give her an answer on what her next move needs to be, on what it is that she needs to do in this. But without, you know, beyond Saturnine, what's going on right now is all hell is breaking loose, son. Like all these forces of Amonth are pouring in here, and you've got like 6 X-Men and Captain Britain basically facing off against them all, doing everything they can. Now, where Amonth goes for the killing blow against Apocalypse, and seemingly he's just gonna let it happen, right? Like out of nowhere, she's struck by lightning, right? Out of nowhere, she's struck by lightning, enters Storm, right? Storm's like, okay, so she's only gonna be delayed for so long, right? Like she's only gonna be delayed for so long, like we've got her armies routed, we have to get out of here, right? Like we have to leave. And the response of Apocalypse is like, not a chance, man. Like no way, there's no way I'm leaving my wife behind. But at this point, it's not even the stance of Apocalypse and what he wants. It's like run away, live to fight another day, right? Like we can get out of here, we can get back to Krakoa. Yes, I guess, I mean, the score is currently tied. We can figure this out later, right? But like for right now, we need reinforcements or numbers or something. While that's going on, Bay actually ends up abandoning the forces of Arakko, grabs Doug Ramsey and just runs, right? Just like takes off running, right? It's just like, okay. So like she snatches up her husband, right? Because, you know, she's like, hey, you know, I need to make a man out of you before we're done. So she snatches him up. They just go running. And so all the X-Men, what's left of these guys, are basically just fighting to the point of exhaustion. They're just fighting like to this moment, to this point of exhaustion. And there's not a whole lot that they can do here. It's just like at this point, you've got what? You've got Captain Britain, you've got Wolverine, you've got Apocalypse, you got Storm, and you got Magic. And that's it against this virtually endless horde of all these guys. Well, then out of nowhere, here comes Jubilee, right? Like here comes Jubilee coming in with like all these fairy folk, right? Because she was just kind of hanging out with them for a little while, I guess. It's by no means like a turn, like it's not like it's like the battle is turned, right? I mean, it's Jubilee. She creates fireworks, right? She's like, you know, pew 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 pew. She creates fireworks, right? There's really nothing going on there. But at the very least, their numbers are temporarily bolstered, and it does give them a chance to kind of survive this experience. Now, what you also end up having is Doug Ramsey talking to Bay and saying, look, like basically I love you, right? I mean, that's more or less what he says, right? It's this declaration of love, like I absolutely love you, but we cannot stay here, right? We can't just run away from my friends. We have to go back. We have to help them survive. Like we have to make sure that they live through all this, right? We have to find a way to end this tournament. I can't just leave them alone. And so one of the things he kind of asks her, he's like, you don't have to stay here, right? You don't have to stay with Arakko. You can come back. When this is all said and done, you can come back to Krakoa and you can live among us, right? You can live at my place. Like we're married, right? So I mean, you know, it'll take a little bit of decorating. I mean, it's a bachelor pad, you know, it was a bachelor pad until like a day ago when we got married, you know, and happened out of nowhere and I wasn't really expecting it, but you know, I mean, surprises happen in this game of life, you know, I don't know what to tell you. So it's kind of a, it's kind of a cool little thing, but like basically, of course, Bay ends up traveling back, you know, and it's so the forces are marshaled a little bit larger, but still there's not much they can do here. The funny thing about that is that when all this begins to happen, as all this is taking place, you know, Annihilation, you know, basically Genesis, you know, it's more or less possessed by Annihilation now, is it's like we won, right? Like we basically won here. This not necessarily formal because I haven't killed Apocalypse, but I'm going to, right? I'm going to destroy this guy. Well, then from there, we switch over to Saturnine. And as Saturnine is assembling this puzzle piece, that's when she begins to realize, oh my God, right? She has to reassemble the Captain Britain core. More so than that, this kind of puzzle that seems to have existed before she ever took over was, it's a little ambiguous. It all seems to point to the idea of like the definitive Captain Britain. And the definitive Captain Britain is Betsy Braddock, right? Like the fates have more or less determined it's Betsy Braddock. Now, when I say the fates, I don't mean some individual out there who put this, box of pieces here and then said, okay, now Saturnine, you're in for a surprise when you find out who the person's supposed to be. It's just one of these things where it looks like it's out of her control. That's one of the things about Otherworld is it's very, very ambiguous, right? There's a lot of talk about the fates and how things could unfold and, how it could end and whether or not things would turn out the way that you hoped it to. It's one of those things that's a little ambiguous, but the big takeaway from all this is the Captain Britain core completely gets reformed by Saturnine, right? She reforms the entire core and the entire core comes responding, right? They come pouring in, right? They all come flying in and it's like, okay, like our numbers are bolstered, like we have a chance. The fact that the Captain Britain core is reformed is pretty cool, right? We haven't seen them since the events of the Incursions when they were all killed by the map makers and the Beyonders, right? So this is the first time that we're seeing the Captain Britain core fully reassembled. Now, for the forces of Annihilation, as she continues fighting and as the Captain Britain core comes showing up, they're not really putting up a huge fight, right? There's not really a whole lot doing here, and they're actually getting taken out quite readily. But what she says in response to all this is like, they summon an army, summon one of our own. And she talks to like War, right? She's like, summon one of our own. So they summon all these just hellish looking creatures, all these just terrible looking monsters from the world of like, literally from like Annihilation's realm. They summon like all these different huge monstrous beasts and things like that. Like it's getting kind of crazy, right? It's getting absolutely bonkers. And it's one of these things where you end up having Cyclops and Jean who chime into magic. Now here's the thing that happens, man. Here's the thing that happens, man. So she hits up Cyclops and Jean. Man, let me tell you something. Like Cyclops and Jean hit up magic and they say, okay, like you need to open a portal for us, right? Like we have our forces here, you need to open a portal. And they're like, she's like, okay, like I was wondering how long it would take for you guys to get here, right? So slams her sword into the ground, opens a portal, and when she does, it brings in the entire Sword space station, right? This whole Sword space station, when it opens up, everybody comes pouring out, right? So you've got Gwenpool, you've got Dupe, you got Gambit, right? You got all kinds of people here. You got Quentin Quire. So you've got like this huge mishmash of like all these Omega level mutants and all that stuff. Like it's like almost the entire forces of Krakoa. Like everybody who's currently an X-Man comes pouring out into this thing and all hell breaks loose. Man, let me tell you something. Jonathan Hickman, man. Jonathan Hickman, man. Man, they were not prepared. Dude, the forces of Amethyst, just like it is an absolute massacre, right? Like it's an absolute bloodbath. So they start summoning even more of their monsters, right? Like even more of their absolute monsters. They're like, she's like, summon it all, summon everything, right? Bring everything in here that you possibly can. So all these monsters start pouring in here, right? Like all these things just start dumping in here. The X-Men are all like fighting for their fighting for their lives, man. Like it's absolutely bonkers. And so from there, like you have Cable who's kind of watching all this unfold, and he's like, it doesn't look like there's really a way for us to win. And Saturnine's kind of talking to him, and she's like, what card were you dealt? And he was like, the Fool. And she's like, only a fool would really look at this sword and believes that's all he's really holding. Now, remember back when X's Swords was going on, remember back when they were in the Sword space station, and the whole Sword space station was taken over by those crazy looking monsters, right? Those crazy looking monsters that only desire death and destruction, right? You guys remember that? And they managed to push them all back through that portal and lock them away in their realm of death. What ends up happening is Cable's just like, oh my God, right? Like I totally forgot about that. This is why Jonathan Hickman does this stuff, because they've got an army of forces that are just in the thousands and thousands and thousands that seemingly match the forces of Arakko, right? Or at least that seems to be the case, right? That like match that huge army, the forces of Amethyst. Like it's just waiting in the wings. All they have to do is just unleash it, right? And so like Cable's like, get me to the ship, right? Get me to the Sword ship, get me to that device where all we have to do is unlock it. And they're like, okay. So as soon as they get in there and they literally unlock that door, all those forces come pouring in like hell, right? Like Ileana Rasputin makes a portal. So they all go flying into that portal and they show up into this realm and just start killing everything they find, right? I mean, if anything, it's like Lord of the Rings. You guys remember like that army of the dead guys, the ghosts or whatever it is? like as soon as they show up, like the whole battle just turns, right? That's exactly what happens. There's this amazing moment, right, where like one of these monster things are like, we've suffered in a dead realm for far too long, picked its bones, examined it fully, now we seek a heartier meal. And like in Ameth, right, Annihilation, right, like this chick, the helmet chick with the wife of Apocalypse, she's like, you want the full measure of a world? Then come, creature, taste my metal and feast on Ameth, and like just annihilates this guy, right? Like I love the way that Jonathan Hickman does like these one-liners, like they're just so ridiculously cool. And so like from there, like where she goes to make this other statement, Apocalypse grabs her, right? Just like tackles her down to the ground and rips the helmet off her face, right? Like rips the helmet of Ameth off the face of Genesis. And remember, the helmet of Ameth has its own mind, right? It does its own thing. You know, anybody who wears the helmet is possessed by the helmet. And so Apocalypse puts the helmet on. Everybody stops, right? Everybody stops and it's just like, dude, holy cow, is this really gonna happen right now? Is Apocalypse gonna put the helmet on? And Apocalypse grabs it and sits it on its head. And like, and literally, he's just like, I am remade, right? I am Apocalypse, you know, I am totally remade. And Annihilation Ameth tries to take over Apocalypse, right? Like Annihilation tries to take over Apocalypse, and like, and initially it seems to be successful, but then like Apocalypse takes over control, right? He takes over control of the helmet, and it's just like, no, like I am Apocalypse. I'm not some servant to some arbitrary object that exists out there that some demon entity's in possession of, right? Like when you step into the realm of Apocalypse's sphere of influence, you fall to the influence of Apocalypse, right? I will not be controlled by anybody, and just totally dominates the helmet. Now, while all that's happening, and the way in which we know that everything is going to turn is Iska turns against the forces of Arakko, and that's when they realize we're not going to win, right? Like literally her power is to always win. So as soon as she turncoats, then it's like, okay, then we've basically lost here. And that's when Apocalypse steps to Saturnine and says, can you hear me? And she says, yes, I can hear you and I can see you. And then he says, then fine, I, as a host of Annihilation and the leader of the forces of the Arakko army, I surrender, and just gives up. And that gives the win to Krakoa, right? Krakoa wins. Dude, it's amazing, man. It's just like, dude, that's such a ridiculously cool idea. And then Saturnine's like, cool, done, let's do this, right? So she goes flying in with the Shogo dragon, right? Whose dragon fire, remember, has the ability to melt realms, and just like literally punches a hole in this fabric of space, which rips through all the forces of Ameth, right? It rips them all through, and even those weird demonic looking force entity guys, right? Like, so they're all more or less out of the way. The weird guys from the other dimension, they're all pulled back in. The forces of Ameth are just kind of waiting to find out what their orders are going to be, essentially, like what do we do now? And so essentially the helmet is pulled off of Apocalypse. Saturnine restructures it and turns it into a staff, which is actually really cool. And then from there, it's kind of like, okay, so like now that this contest is basically done, then I want a show of good faith, right? I want a show of good faith that you guys are not going to wage war against each other again. And when the question is, what's this show of good faith? She's like, I want a mutant from Krakoa to go to Arakko, and I want a mutant from Arakko to go to Krakoa. That's what I require. That's what I ask. Now, with Apocalypse, basically he ends up going with the Arakko forces, right? He ends up joining Arakko. Now, this does not mean that Marvel's getting rid of Apocalypse. If anything, they're probably just kind of keeping him on the back burner for a little while, because in reality, this whole X of Swords event was a story about Apocalypse, right? That's basically all this was. It was just a story about Apocalypse. But when the question's asked, who basically speaks for Krakoa? Who from Krakoa is going to demand somebody from Arakko come to their location? Apocalypse says, as the only member, or really the highest ranking member of the Quiet Council here, I will speak for Krakoa. And the person that I choose from Arakko to come to Krakoa is the entire Arakko nation, the entire island itself, right? I want the island of Arakko. And that's true. Remember, Arakko is a sentient island, and it was one half of Krakoa when they were Okara, right? That's the whole idea. And they were split in the sense of like all these forces showing up in the first place. And Apocalypse was basically the one that did it. He's reuniting the island of Krakoa with Arakko, recreating Okara, but he's doing it at the sacrifice of himself. He is leading with his forces. And it's one of these cool things, because what it does is it transforms the character of Apocalypse. It takes him away from this guy who's just like, oh, we're just gonna destroy stuff and test the people who are, the most fit to make sure they're actually fit, and just kind of be a dick from time to time. And it transformed him from like that guy into, I am basically sacrificing my place on the Quiet Council so I can be with my wife and my kids, right? It makes him a tragic hero, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. That's why stories like this are so cool, because Jonathan Hickman is so good at changing up the entirety of characters. And so what you get here is a little bit of an epilogue, and I'm not going to spoil too much here because I believe this is going to go into, what is it, the Reign of X X, and okay, I'll throw this out there. It looks like Jim Jaspers is going to kind of seize control, right? Like it's going to focus on Jim Jaspers kind of rising to control, and then who knows what's going to happen, right? Who has an answer? Because here's something I want to make clear to you guys. Saturnine was bound by magic, right? She's bound by the limits of magic. So there's only so much you can do there. She's bound by like the limits of fate and all that kind of stuff. When it comes to Otherworld, it's all kinds of tradition, fate, all pomp and circumstance, all that kind of stuff. Jim Jaspers is a crazy guy with the ability to manipulate up to, everything up to and including the multiverse, right? This guy is just is on a whole nother level, right? Like Jim Jaspers is ridiculous. Now, like Jim Jaspers, if he's anything like the way he was before, but has more fine-tuned control over his powers, then they've probably been expanded, right? And if they've been expanded, let me put it this way. If Jim Jaspers' weakness that he has to have a reality to manipulate in order to, be at his absolute peak, if that weakness is removed, Jim Jaspers is right up there with like the Living Tribunal. If that's removed, I'm not saying it is, but if that's removed, Jim Jaspers is well beyond the Marquis of Death and Matthew Malloy and Protege and all those guys. He's right up there with the Living Tribunal, if not between the Living Tribunal and the One Above All, right? There's no limit to what he can do. That's a big if, and we don't even have any idea what they're going to do with this character, right? So don't take this as an absolute truth. I'm not saying that it is, but it's kind of bonkers, right? It's kind of crazy because when the dust settles and everything, Saturnine really kind of retakes her place as the Omniversal Magistrix, and she got pretty much everything she wanted. The reformation of the Captain Britain Corps. The one person she didn't get was Brian Braddock. She of course wanted him more than anybody else, but in essence, the entire Omniversal Development Corps has been restored. She's back to being the Omniversal Magistrix, and the Captain Britain Corps has been returned. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to cover the original Mad Jim Jaspers story. All that stuff is coming back, right? All that stuff is basically back to the way it was before. So what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and man, let me tell you guys something. Okay, Inferno is here, and here's the thing: we need to get caught up, man. All right, so so this week we're just gonna dump X-Men content. I know I've said that before. We're actually going to, right? We're gonna dump a ton of X-Men stuff. So that's something to look forward to. Everybody on Patreon, I apologize. We're gonna postpone Patreon stuff because honestly, we just don't have enough time for it all. We're gonna get caught up on the X-Men, right? We need to get caught up on all this stuff because Inferno is amazing. Okay, so I'm very, very excited for this. After this is done, I think what we might do when we have like all the stuff completed is we're gonna do a full story from the beginning of House and Powers of X all the way up to the end of Inferno, right? This is the end of the 3-part act, right? This is where Hickman's done. He moves on. He goes to 3 moons, 3 worlds, whatever it is, right? And just kind of calls it a day. I'm curious to see how long this full story would be. I feel like it'd be like over 24 hours. I have no idea if that'd be the case or not. But what this does is this initially opens up with the Orcus Forge, right? Now remember, the Orcus Forge, because it's been a while since we talked about this, the Orcus Forge is the headquarters of essentially Orcus itself. And Orcus is a coming together of a multifaceted group of people, right? Like advanced idea mechanics, Hydra, just the government in general, right? Like just normal human scientists, all these people working together for the purpose of what is in effect destroying the human threat. And what this does is it focuses on what is basically the X-Force team. Wolverine, Domino, Kid Omega, right? Quentin Quire. These guys are highly capable. And as they get in there, they're immediately met by the arrival of Nimrod, right? Now, this is one of the most important things about the character of Nimrod. We talked about it before, but it bears refreshing here, right? Nimrod has the ability to analyze a mutant, to know what their powers are, and then develop basically counters to their powers. So in the case of Domino has the ability to bend probability to her favor in a localized field. So what does Nimrod do? He says, solution, cluster bombs with quantum targeting, which number in excess of the combat area. Basically overwhelm her powers to the point that there's no conceivable means for her to escape. And ultimately it works. One of these bombs bonds itself to Domino, and she gets blown to pieces. Following that, it goes to Quentin Quire, right? Kid Omega. Nimrod analyzes him. Mutant possesses Omega level telepathy as well as some telekinetic ability. Threat level, enhanced. Processing cores at risk. Solution, rotate psionic shields and phase shift cores into secondary host, then disintegrate target before he can overcome defenses, i.e. Quentin Quire can dominate the minds of both man and machine. So basically create more minds than he can dominate at any one particular point in time and move so fast that he can't react. And that's exactly what happens, right? Like literally Nimrod starts phasing through his mind basically to the point that Quentin Quire can't dominate it. And then while that happens, create a second version of himself himself to attack Quentin Quire from behind. And then he says that just leaves, and then yes, right, Wolverine, the last man left, right, busting out his adamantium claws, tearing a hole through Nimrod, and then he's just easily incinerated by those robots, and then it's just stop, freeze it there. And that's when you basically pick up with Orchis as these guys are talking to each other, right? You've got Dr. Gregor, remember, she's kind of like the scientific person, the one that really seems to be the most hell-bent on destroying the entirety of the mutant population. And then Director Devo, who's the one that's kind of running the whole thing. And the question Director Devo asks is, after 16 times that they've come here and tried to destroy us and Nimrod, what have we learned? That's something to know. The X-Men have tried this 16 times, and they've done a variety of different things. They've brought in different teams. They launched a brood invasion, right? Remember, broods are basically aliens from another dimension that deposit their eggs in, and then those eggs essentially take over the host and then create more brood. And it doesn't matter, right? Nimrod still takes them all out. Every single time the X-Men launch an attack against Orchis, they get destroyed over and over and over again. And as they've analyzed this, the one thing that they began to pick up on when the question's asked, again, what have we learned, is that Dr. Gregor hypothesizes that these are clones, that these are basically the same people who are being sent here, right? Because the bodies are being taken, and you've got multiple versions of Wolverine. Now, that's one thing to know, that Orchis and the rest of humanity don't know that the mutant population has the ability to resurrect themselves. They don't know that. They don't know about the Five, the resurrection gardens, all that kind of stuff. They don't know about any of that kind of stuff, right? All they know is that seemingly these are clones or duplicates, doppelgangers, something like that, but somehow or another, the X-Men are able to duplicate themselves, and they've just been sending teams here. The second thing they've learned is that the X-Men, the strikes that they're engaging in, are basically the same, which reveals a huge revelation here, that while Orchis is advancing, they're becoming more and more capable. They're quelling these X-Men threats faster and faster every single time they're launched. The X-Men threats always come in the same way, which means they don't remember when they were here before. And that's when the statement's made by another person and simply saying, no, it's not entirely they don't remember, someone remembers. That's why they keep coming here. Somebody keeps sending them here. So what you end up doing is you switch over to Moira McTaggart, right? At the time that she creates basically the cure for the mutant race. And when this cure is created and she's basically thanking all the other scientists here, there's a colossal explosion, which is very, very similar to the one that we saw from Days of Future Past back in the day. Basically, everybody's killed except for Moira McTaggart, and she's met by the arrival of Mystique and Destiny. Now, this is a huge thing because this is actually the third life of Moira McTaggart. If you guys recall from House and Powers of X, that Moira McTaggart has lived multiple lives. Now, the way that was explained to us by Jonathan Hickman is that at most she has 11 lives, and that she could just kind of continue living those lives basically forever and ever and ever and ever, right? She's like 11 in at the time that we go from House and Powers of X into the actual launching of Dawn of X, right? Everything that's happened over the course of the X-Men mythos so far has been the 11th life of Moira McTaggart. I'm pretty sure it's the 11th one. But so the question has to be asked here, how long can this go on for? If that's her mutant power, is to basically be resurrected and to always come back, but remember everything from her past life, then how can she possibly be destroyed? And that's one of the things that Destiny talks about. Now remember, Destiny's dead, right? So this obviously takes place before Destiny's death, but she's dead at the moment right now. So she's not really a threat that you have to worry about. But in this life that she has when she's talking to Moira McTaggart, as she says, like, you would think there'd be no way to kill you. You would think there'd be no way to destroy you, but understand, I've seen your future. I know what can happen and I know how to destroy you. And so what you end up learning here is that the only way to kill Moira McTaggart and she stays dead forever is to kill her before her powers manifest. If you kill her 1 second after her powers develop, she'll reincarnate, right? Like a fraction of a second after her powers emerge, she'll reincarnate. But if you kill her when she's like 8 years old, she'll just be dead. She'll never be able to come back. But the question that Destiny has here is that in looking at Moira McTaggart, what she sees is that seemingly Moira McTaggart will always do this. Now, this is the other side of the equation that we never saw during House and Powers of X. For whatever reason that was never really given to us, Moira McTaggart had always worked on creating like a mutant cure. She'd had these different escapades happening over these different realities, but we didn't know why it is that she suddenly went from a person who was looking to cure the mutant population or looking to reduce the mutant population and not necessarily work against them as an enemy, but offer a way for mutants to become normal humans, to suddenly being a person that's like, mutants have to survive. We didn't know the answer to that question, right? It just simply just happened that way, right? It's one of the things we even mentioned during House and Powers of X. And so what you get in this exchange between Destiny and Moira McTaggart is Destiny says, understand, every time that you're reincarnated, I'm there. We are linked. every time that you come back, you have memories of what happened in the life that you had before you die. And so something to understand here, I see your future, right? And every single time that you're reincarnated, I exist in whatever that life happens to be. And I know everything that happened. So I know everything that's going to happen to you. So I know whether or not, or I will know whether or not you will try to create a mutant cure, whether or not you will try to be some kind of a monster and destroy the mutant population. So she says, when she reveals to her, you can be killed as a little kid. It's kind of a threat, right? Sort of a threat that she says, like, we know how to destroy you. We know how to make sure that you can never reincarnate, you can never come back to life, you can never enjoy this process of living out an infinite number of lives in an infinite number of ways, just going on forever and ever and ever until the universe dies of heat death. And so she says, if you ever, over the course of these lives that you live, however many times that you die, if you ever become the person that creates a formula that will find some way to destroy the mutant population, if you ally yourselves with people who will destroy the mutant population, if you do anything other than help us thrive, I will be there and we will kill you. And we will kill you however many times we need to. It doesn't matter. So she says, change, right? Become a person that helps the mutant population grow and thrive, especially because you and I both know that this existence of the mutant population will inevitably always lead to a war with machines or with man or a combination of both. Because she says, do you really believe that humanity will just let you have this formula, right? That you will have this formula out there to cure the mutant population and humanity will say, okay, cool. Well, we'll just let the mutants that want to stay mutants, we'll let them kind of continue doing that. And those mutants who want to become human or want to lose their powers, we'll let them do that too. No, humanity will take that cure from you, they'll weaponize it, and they'll use it to get rid of the mutant population. So she says, as long as you are out there as a person that's doing this, you are an existential threat to the mutant population's entire existence. And so when the question becomes, how do we ensure that you are that kind of person? How do we make sure that you know to never work against the mutant population lest you die in a horrifying way? The response that Mystique gives is, I think the answer is fear. And so Destiny says, perhaps there's only one way to find out. And so what she does is she summons Pyro, right? Remember, Pyro is a mutant that has the ability to manipulate fire. He cannot create it, but he can control it. And she tells Pyro, kill Moira McTaggart, burn her, but do it slowly so she never forgets what changing feels like, right? Make sure she suffers slowly and painfully. That was Moira's third life. Now it goes into Moira's 10th life, right? The current one that we're seemingly in right now. So I guess it's really this one as opposed to the 11th life. But the important thing here is that as we kind of continue on, we switch over to Moira's no place, right? Moira McTaggart. You switch over to the no place, the place that she exists in Krakoa, where seemingly nobody can get to where she is, right? It's basically underwater, right? Where nobody would really know that it's there. Nobody would know how to access it. But when she arrives through her Krakoan gate, she's met by the arrival of Charles Xavier and Magneto. Now, here's a very, very important distinction and set of events that unfold here. That one of the things that was kind of given to us is that as the X-Men mythos exists right now by way of House and Powers of X, it's all predicated on the idea that at some point in the future, there will always be a war between the mutant population and seemingly everybody else. Either it'll be post-humans, right? So those individuals, those children of the vault that we've talked about before in the X-Men mythos, or it'll be humanity, Orcus, who have basically created Nimrod, who will wage war against the mutant population. In one way or another, it always leads to a massive conflict. And every single time, mutants are totally destroyed. And so it always seemed to be that this entire concept was basically an organization, a kind of agreement, and even a friendship that was struck between Charles Xavier, Moira McTaggart, and Magneto. What we're basically given here is this idea that there's trouble in paradise, man. One of the things that happens is that there's a statement that's made by Charles Xavier, right? Like, let's not reminisce on the past, right? It doesn't help anything or anything along those lines. And as the two of them are kind of talking, suddenly that dawns on Moira McTaggart, like, wait a minute. Reminiscing about the past, like, what are you talking about? Like the two of you were here after I came back through my port. Did you know that I left? And that's when they revealed that what they had done is during the initial meeting of the Quiet Council, when they had fed her tea, they had secretly put nanobots in her body that had actually coalesced in her elbow that were developed by Forge, so they could always know where she was. They don't really trust her, right? They don't really trust her at all. They kind of take her at her word because the threat that she presented seemed to be such a significant threat that they had to take it seriously, right? Because Charles Xavier read her mind and realized she was telling the truth. But the honest truth is that they never wholly believed her. The other part of this is that in the conversation that they have, the statement made by Moira McTaggart is, you have to destroy Nimrod and you have to destroy Destiny. Destiny can never be allowed to come back. Destiny can never be allowed to return. If she does, it would mean the end end of everything. But given the context of the beginning of the story, that doesn't really seem to be the case at all. It seems like Moira McTaggart's lying, right? She's just saying that so that she can kind of live out her life the way she sees fit, and then in turn, never have to worry about destiny, which begs the question, if that's the case, if Moira McTaggart approached Charles Xavier and said, all these terrible things are gonna happen in the future, we gotta do something, Bill Krakoa and all that kind of stuff, is what she's doing actually setting the X-Men on a collision course with humanity and ensuring the mutants' destruction? That's the question that you have to ask, because that's one of the things that Magneto and even Xavier himself talks about, right? They say like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Like regarding Nimrod and the robots and all that kind of stuff, every single time we launch an attack, that it basically has done nothing more than allowed humanity to create these things, right? So our actions have really put humanity on the path of creating Nimrod, right? But we did that at your behest because you said it was going to happen and we had to prevent it from happening. From there, it goes into the discussion of Mystique. And the idea is that with Destiny having been a love interest of Mystique, I mean, I guess it wasn't necessarily solidified, but it basically was, right? By all standards of measurement, Marvel told us that Mystique and Destiny have really had a love interest in each other for quite some time, that with Mystique being in a position of power, she will inevitably lead to the return of Destiny. And so in order to ensure that doesn't happen, Mystique has to be removed from a position of power. But arbitrarily getting rid of somebody who's part of the Quiet Council with seemingly no real motivation given is not an easy thing to do, because while they are on the Quiet Council and while they were founders of the Quiet Council itself was founded under the notion of equality, that every member of the Quiet Council is equal to every other member, right? This is not George Orwell's Animal Farm where everybody's equal, but some are more equal than others. It's not like that, right? Or at least it's not supposed to be that way. But what they're basically really planning here, and what Moira McTaggart is telling them here, is you need to find a way to get rid of Mystique, right? Sell it on a season of change, right? Say things are changing around here, everything kind of changes, we're celebrating, the progression of our mutant population. And so what they do here, and this is actually a pretty shady situation, is the statement is made here by Moira McTaggart, right? She says, yes, Mystique has to be erased. She says, by now, everyone knows the process of how a mutant is returned from the dead. What is required is for you to seize the means of resurrection. The Five, of course, cannot be controlled in any such manner. However, the mechanisms by which the process begins and ends can be. Control of the cradles is paramount. And she says, but more important than that is whose hands resurrection begins. I want you to collect what remains of Destiny's DNA. I want you to collect it and I want you to destroy it. Destroy every ounce of it. Destroy it all. Will you do that for the future of our nation? Will you do that for me? Literally, they're going to just destroy the existence of Destiny, right? Prevent her from ever coming into existence. This is pretty shady, right? This is a pretty shady thing for somebody like Charles Xavier or Magneto or anybody to be doing. And to a degree, it really seems to be predicated on the belief that what Moira McTaggart is doing is trying to ensure the future survival of the mutant population. And so in response to this, Charles Xavier says, as a show of good faith, a symbol of our realignment, we will. And then Moira McTaggart responds, don't lie about this. It's what keeps me up at night. It's the one thing I truly fear. And I haven't slept peacefully for 1,000 years. I cannot, will not accept her breathing Krakoan air. I want her gone forever, burned from all existence. And so that's kind of a crazy thing here, is because they're basically plotting to remove Mystique from power so Mystique can never advocate among the Quiet Council the return of Destiny, because seemingly Moira McTaggart's the only one that really has anything to fear from Destiny. And even if she passed on this notion to Xavier and to Magneto that the return of Destiny could lead to the destruction of the mutant population, nobody else in the Quiet Council would have any reason to believe this because they have no interaction with Moira McTaggart. And so if Mystique is able to create a compelling enough case and saying, no, having somebody who can see the future coming back can help us in ways that we can't possibly imagine, because she will allow us to counteract threats before they ever become threats in the first place, right? To prepare for what was previously an unforeseeable future, then she's far more of a benefit than she is a liability that would sway the Quiet Council and ensure that Destiny is able to return. And so in order to initiate this whole thing, this whole process of removing Mystique from power, they start to kind of bring in, again, this whole idea of a season of change, that you have Cyclops basically stepping down from any real position he was in before and simply saying, I can offer myself as a captain, but I cannot be a commander among the Quiet Council anymore, that my job is to be a field member of the X-Men team. I just can't dedicate time to this anymore. And being a commander requires a lot of time and dedication. And so where Cyclops steps down, Bishop replaces him, right? Bishop ends up becoming a commander, which is a cool moment, right? Bishop was just a ridiculously cool character who never got his due. Let me tell you something, man. Under the right circumstances, Bishop is overpowered, man. This guy is so cool. I love the character of Bishop, but he ends up becoming the new commander. Following that, you switch over to the Quiet Council and them having their meeting, and that's when Xavier and Magneto go in for the kill. That's when they go into, yes, it's a season of change, everybody. It's a season of progress. We're evolving as we always do. We as a mutant population stand as the representatives of evolution among the human race. And how can we possibly imbue this idea of evolution if we ourselves do not evolve? Therefore, we need to evolve the Quiet Council. We need to evolve this role the Quiet Council plays. And even Magneto goes as far as to say, if it's the will of the council, even I would be willing to step down if it was required. Even I would be willing to accept this evolution and move to a lesser position. And so ultimately the two of them turn their sights to Mystique. And Mystique's like, you know what? That's a great idea, guys. We've got an open seat on the Quiet Council, and I 100% agree it's a time for change, right? And so she says, I know a mutant we should consider for the council. And the response of Xavier is like, what? And then Magneto tries to cut her off and says, there'll be a time for that, but as a member of the Quiet Council, she can call a vote on anything, anytime she wants to, so long as the rest of the council will let her. And she says, the time is now. The time for this, for the calling of this meeting is now. I offer a candidate for this council who sits in dominion of the mutant island of Krakoa. Come forth, mutant. And that's when you get that line. That's when you get that phrase that was told to Mystique. There will be an island, not the first, but the last. This place will seem to be hope for our kind. When those days come, remember these words, bring me back. And if you cannot, if they will not, then burn the place to the ground. And that's when we end up learning the person summoned here to the Quiet Council by Mystique is none other than Destiny, fully resurrected. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Inferno. Yes, we are. God, this story is so good. Like, the ending of this is nuts. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So Inferno, as you guys know, in the last video that we did, it was basically the return of Destiny, which was one of the most terrifying things for like Xavier and Magneto and those guys, because Destiny is a precog, right? Where Magneto and Xavier are able to guide Krakoa under the auspices that they know what's best for everybody and that they have to just kind of trust their leadership. Destiny can actually see the future. She actually knows what's going to happen. And that's kind of a crazy thing here, because when you're dealing with someone who knows the future, suddenly the manipulations of Xavier and Magneto become a lot harder to implement. But what this does is it actually opens up with really some time before all of this took place, that you actually have Mystique, who basically begins the process of bringing Destiny back. And that was the question that we had, right? How did Destiny somehow manage to return? How did that end up happening? And so what this does is it actually has Mystique basically traveling to Island M, right? The home of Magneto, essentially, right? Using the Quinjet, she arrives on the scene, then basically takes the helmet of Xavier, makes herself look like Charles Xavier, and then goes to visit Sinister. Now, the funny thing about this is Sinister immediately picks up on what's going on, right? He's just like, look at you all dressed up, always playing a part as always, right? Like, Sinister immediately knows this is Mystique. Now, a lot of this goes into just the nature of Sinister himself, right? Sinister's been around Mystique enough times to know what's going on. He's been around her enough times to know when she's being manipulative, and Xavier wouldn't really just show up and visit Sinister like this for this particular thing. The other part of this is that because Sinister hands Mystique something, it looks like it was a prearranged meeting, right? So Sinister already kind of knew that it was Mystique when she showed up here. But the important thing is that this leads to Mystique pretending to be Xavier showing up to the Five. Now, as you guys know, the Five are the ones who are responsible for resurrecting dead mutants and then restoring their memories to them, all that kind of cool stuff, right? The whole resurrection process. Now, the other thing about this is that by and large, when it comes to those individuals, those members of the Five, their belief in Xavier is beyond contestation. They don't question him. they take what Xavier does as an absolute truth. And so when he shows up and he hands them a vial, which is going to serve the purpose of resurrecting a dead mutant, and he says, this is to bring this mutant back. At the end of the day, they're like, okay. They don't question it. It's not like, how did you get this? Like, what's going on here? Like, this is an unexpected resurrection. None of that happens. Instead, it's just like, okay, cool. So of course, they inject the vial into the resurrection pod. And then from there, Destiny basically reemerges. Now, the cool thing about this, and one of the things to keep in mind when it comes to resurrection, is you're basically a clean slate. This was Jonathan Hickman borrowing heavily from the Eternals, right? The Eternals have been doing this for eons, right? For about 1 million years or so, since their existence. Every time an Eternal dies, they basically come back in this exact same capacity. I mean, it doesn't follow the exact form, right? They're not born in an egg. Instead, it's basically just a body for themselves that's created by the machine, right? The Earth itself, right? The systems that were left behind by the Celestials. And so when the question's asked by Hope Summers, okay, Xavier, are you ready to give her memories? Of course, whenever Mystique turns into someone, she cannot copy their powers. She's not capable of that. So when the question's asked, are you ready? Mystique has to find a way to dodge the question, which she does in a fantastic fashion. She actually plays on the nature of Hope Summers, right? So for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with this, after the Scarlet Witch had taken away 98% of the mutant population's powers, Hope Summers was the first mutant who was born after what was referred to as M-Day. And in fact, she is hugely powerful. But the reason why she's called Hope Summers is because she was adopted by Cable, who's the child of Cyclops and Madeline Pryor. The fact that Hope looks like Jean Grey in a lot of ways, that was Marvel initially teasing the idea that Jean Grey was going to come back, and then basically pulling the rug out from everybody and saying, actually, it's a girl named Hope, you know, and then that was basically it, right? It's not Jean Grey, it's just a girl named Hope, and she looks like Jean Grey, and Jean Grey will maybe come back at a future point in time. But the thing about this is that Mystique plays on that and says, like, you're one of the most powerful mutants in existence. That's why we put you here as part of the resurrection process. Like, literally, Hope Summers has the ability to duplicate the powers of anybody she's around and amplify the powers of people she's around, right? There's seemingly no upper limit to those powers. We haven't seen how far it can go, but I imagine it can go pretty daggone far. But Hope Summers is kind of like, I mean, I've never done this before, so yeah, sure. I'm definitely excited about this, right? And so at that point, Mystique's like, cool, right? Here's the helmet, do your thing. And so as Hope goes through and basically finds what is in effect the memories or the personality traits of Destiny and then plants them into her mind, then at that point, Mystique, again, pretending to be Xavier, is like, well, this is a very, very delicate process, right? So I'll hang back here and get this sorted out. You guys go celebrate and do your thing, right? Which basically kind of shunts them off. And then following that, it's the recovery process. Now, this, if anything, was a testament to the relationship between Mystique and Irene Adler, right? Mystique and Destiny. That given the history of these two, right? The romantic relationship they've had, the fact that they've been together for so long, the death of Destiny was this just crushing moment for Mystique, right? Because in that moment, she had seemingly lost everything that meant anything to her in her life. For Destiny herself to be returned to Mystique and for Mystique to have her back creates a sense of unity and wholeness that neither one of them have had for quite some time. The kicker to this is that because of the fact that Destiny has been gone for so long, that all these things that have happened in the past and all these things that are going to happen in the future just come flooding back at one time. And that was kind of the nature of Destiny, right? Because as she began to use her powers and realize what she was capable of, that where they started off as dreams, then she started to realize they were actually precognitive visions, she was able to ease into it. And she was able to kind of grasp everything that was happening because she was able to see them at a reasonable and slow pace because they were coming at a reasonable and slow pace, right? This is like you not reading comics for like 15 years, and then I come along with every single issue of comics that you missed and just sitting them in front of you and say, here you go, right? It's overwhelming. It's immensely overwhelming. And so for her, it almost kind of seems to shut her down, right? It's more than she can handle. And so what we get is this kind of explanation that the first week that Destiny returned, by the seemingly endless atemporal waves of future possibilities that were completely and totally alien to her, right? She was lost, a seer out of time. But as hard as the first week was, the second week was most difficult. Why? Because love brought Destiny back. That and the underlying loyalty of a wife desperate to be reunited with her wife. However, while Destiny was unchanged, frozen in time, from the time they last saw one another, Mystique had changed. It's not as though she died like a year and a half ago, right? So it's like right before the events of Krakoa. She's been gone for a long, long time, and everything that happened in between made Mystique harder. And a lot of that was just because of the fact that Mystique really experiencing the death of Destiny, losing something that's significant to her, made her a hard person. And the funny thing about it is that this kind of hardness that Mystique had, that was a shell, that was an exterior, that Mystique didn't think she was still feel that vulnerable anymore. And talking to Destiny and seeing and actually realizing, right, the reality of the situation, that Destiny is truly back. It's not some kind of vision. It's not like she gets to have a moment with her. She is actually back forevermore until such a time as she dies in the future, just overwhelms Mystique, and she just totally falls apart. It's not something she thought she could experience anymore. But the important thing is that with that, the two of them now being back together, they have a heart, right? They have a greater purpose. So week 3 was them just kind of enjoying the company of one another, right? Week 4 was making plans. And so that goes into the final issue that we had, which was Destiny being brought on to the Quiet Council. Now, here's the issue. Everyone here knows who Destiny is. They know who she is. They know what she's capable of, right? They know what she stands for. And so Xavier is just kind of like, okay, so I have 2 votes that I want to call, right? And then Destiny immediately calls him on the first one and says, do you really want to vote to get Mystique out of here? Because I can tell you exactly how it's going to happen, right? So then that leads into the second vote, right? And the second vote is basically to allow Destiny onto the Quiet Council. Now, seemingly Destiny knows how all this is going to play out, but this is a genius move by Jonathan Hickman. He doesn't tell us, right? Destiny doesn't even tell us. She doesn't say like, here's how it's all actually going to happen. Here's what's going to take place here. Because in reality, if she did, it would seemingly curtail the vote. I would have to imagine in this particular scenario that it would be better, it would be more interesting for Destiny and really more enjoyable to watch Xavier and to watch Magneto fail than it is to basically tell them that they're going to fail, right? To see the shock on their faces. Not only that, a lot of back alley deals have been made here, right? That what you of course have is Magneto and Xavier who are like, no, Destiny cannot join the Quiet Council, right? Storm votes against it as well, but then Nightcrawler votes yes. But he only votes yes because he wants to appease his mom, which actually Mystique was counting on. From there, it goes to Exodus. Now, Bennett Duperre has always been just this really, really interesting character, right? He's stupidly powerful, right? I mean, his telepathy is astronomical, right? I mean, this guy is I would say he's beyond anybody here, right? Beyond Emma Frost and beyond Xavier. Kind of depends on the circumstance, but he was created by Apocalypse, right? This guy's power is virtually unrivaled by any of the superheroes on Earth, minus the reality warpers, you gotta throw those in there. But there was a deal that was struck between Destiny and Exodus, right? And that Exodus basically said, like, over the course of my life, I've been used for one cause or the other. But here on Krakoa, I'm my own man, right? No one uses me here. I have my own outlook on this world. I make my own decisions and I decide what my fate will be. So if you are going to come to me and you are going to ask me for your support in bringing somebody on and you're not telling me who they are or what they're capable of or why you even want them in the first place, then I can't be bribed here. You're going to have to give me a good reason. Now, Exodus is what you call a believer. This guy believes in Krakoa, right? Because it's really the only place that one, he's felt safe, and two, he's felt like he belonged. And so that's what Mystique says. The person that I'm bringing on here can ensure the survival of this place. That she says, like, there is a prophet to be resurrected, right? Now, Exodus very much believes in the idea of prophets. He believes in the idea of those individuals out there that can ensure their survival by seeing their future. And so because that's such an intricate part of his character, she says, like, what if I told you that prophet had a name, and that name was the same as what she offered, a destiny? What would you say then? And the response of Exodus is, I'm in, right? Like he immediately is in. So he of course votes yes, right? At that point, it follows up to the point when she went to go visit Sinister again, all of this happening before the actual vote for Destiny. And of course she says, like, I need your help with this. And he's like, why would I do that? Like, give me a good argument, right? Give me a good point. Why should I side with you here, right? I mean, honestly, I have my own motivations, but I also kind of enjoy seeing you fail, Mystique. So why in the world would I agree to support you and your demands? Illuminate, good thespian. Spell it out for me. And she's like, it's simple, actually. Everybody else is going to demand that you do it. And Sinister's like, no one tells Sinister what to do. I'm down. So that's one of the funniest moments for him. So he's like, I vote yes. Kitty Pryde, of course, is like, no, not a chance. And then at that point, they're tied 4-4. So then it goes to Sebastian Shaw. And Sebastian Shaw, while you would expect the fact that he has a grudge against Kitty Pryde and Emma Frost, and in turn would vote like in support of it just to spite Kitty Pryde, it's actually a little bit deeper than that. It's actually exactly what you would expect it would be. Like there's a kind of fencing thing, right? It's just them kind of doing their thing, right? Sebastian Shaw loves fencing. And she's having a conversation with him while all this is going on. And he's like, so what, do you intend to bribe me or something? She's like, no, I mean, what exists beyond the purse of the Black King, right? There's nothing out there in the world that you can't buy. She's like, so I'll give you a good reason, right? I'll give you a better reason for why you should vote in support of this. And when he asks what that reason is, she's like, I know for a fact that Emma Frost is going to vote against it. And so Sebastian's like, I'm in. Right? That's one of the things, like, well, you could look at this and you could say, oh my God, like it's just Jonathan Hickman doing stupid stuff. No, the cool thing about this is it's petty grudges. That you look at the Quiet Council and what you expect is for something grander here, right? You expect these individuals who sit on this governing body of the mutant population, right? The whole of the mutant population lives and dies by the decisions that the Quiet Council makes, and you expect them to rise above such petty things. But the message that Hickman is conveying here is no. At the end of the day, they're every bit as petty as you think they are. They see themselves as being something better when in reality, they're not. And so what you do is you switch over to really this final vote, right? That you basically have a 5-4 vote, that you basically have yet another tied vote. And so you end up switching to Emma Frost. And at that point, what Mystique has done here was just bribe Emma Frost, right? She presents her with something that Emma's been trying to get her hands on for quite some time. Mystique was able to secure it, and then when she brings it to Emma, the response is, I will give it to you, but only if you will do something for me, right? There's going to be a vote at the next council meeting, and the White King and the White Queen is going to vote yes. And so Emma Frost does that. And what it does is it solidifies the role of Destiny on the Quiet Council. And so at that point, we switch over to Orchis. Now, one of the cool things that Hickman's done here, if you guys recall with Orchis, they're more akin to something like Advanced Idea Mechanics, right? Or like the Enclave or something like that. That while they are composed of Advanced Idea Mechanics and Hydra and all that kind of stuff, all these different scientific minds, and even in some cases, straight up villainous minds, that they're largely operating behind the scenes, right? They were responsible for bringing Nimrod online and all that kind of stuff. But they've largely been working to try to find a way to take out the entirety of the mutant population, seemingly by trying to find a way to hijack their gates. But the important thing here is that while the initial mission or this initial attempt is yet another failure, they've made a little more progress than they did before. But you get a little bit of mystery going on here in the sense that you have Omega, who again is formerly an Omega Sentinel, those created by Bastion, who was a merging of the original Nimrod and the Sentinel creator Master Mold into one mind. That Omega still kind of exists out there, but is basically serving or operating seemingly against the mutant population that has this conversation with Nimrod. And one of the things that we learn here is that Nimrod's been running simulations. In effect, Nimrod's been growing smarter. That Nimrod's been running all these different simulations, trying to make himself more powerful, more capable. What if he faces off against this mutant or that mutant, different things like that, facing his own destruction and then coming back again, that sort of a thing. And the whole idea behind this is that apparently that they are ready for some kind of a conversation. We don't really know what it is. We're not really given any explanation here. Instead, it's just very, very cloak and dagger. But I cover this because I feel like that's going to become very important later on down the line. If I'm being honest with you, I think Omega's a spy. I think she's working for the X-Men population on Orchis and pretending to be a villain because she was at one point kind of a hero, right? So I think that's what's really going on with it. I don't know, but I'd like to believe that that's what's actually taking place. But the other part of this is that if you guys recall the last video, that Destiny had actually caught up to Moira McTaggart when she realized what Moira McTaggart was doing, dying, coming back, reliving these lives, different things like that. And the warning she gave her is that if you continue this, we will destroy you, right? We'll officially kill you. We'll go back to when you were a little child before your powers manifest, and we'll destroy you so that you are officially dead forevermore. What Moira McTaggart is doing here flies in the face of the order she was given by Mystique and Destiny. More so than that, the fact that Destiny's returned seems to really indicate that like Moira McTaggart is facing her own mortality. She's afraid she's gonna die. And that's what she says. Like Destiny, it'll take her no time at all to figure out what's going on with you guys, right? To figure out that there's something that you guys are doing. You're working with some third party. And then from that point, it's only a matter of time before she realizes it's me. And when that happens, sure, her and Mystique, they'll burn all this down. They'll destroy all of this. They'll kill you. Then they'll kill me, right? They will come after us. And so at that point, it's kind of like, okay, they kind of get into this discussion about like, we have to kill Destiny. Now, this is a side of Moira McTaggart, at least as is hinted at, this is a side of Moira McTaggart that Xavier and Magneto haven't seen before. And that's the important thing to understand, that from Moira McTaggart's perspective, this kind of greater goal of ensuring the mutant population's survival, or at least that seems to be the case, that's the most important thing. And everybody here, including Xavier and Magneto themselves, they're expendable. And so seeing that from Moira McTaggart's perspective, while it doesn't lead them to abandon Moira McTaggart, it does change the way they see her, right? It's just kind of like she's having this discussion about like the pragmatic action of just killing Destiny. And when the question's asked, like, can you guys do it? Magneto says, I mean, she wears a metal helmet on her head, right? Like, I could just crush the helmet and kill her, but I'm not going to do that. And when the question's asked why, he says, like it or not, she sits on the council. I'm not a child. I can tolerate a certain level of pragmatism when it comes to how things are run here in paradise, but I have waited my whole life for this place. I will not defile it just because you find it expedient, right? It's kind of an amazing stance from Magneto, that from his perspective, this mutant nation of Krakoa, a land where the mutant population can live absent the fear of death at the hands of the human population, is what he's always wanted. The way he's gone about it has been questionable over the years, but at the end of the day, he does say, however, there is still a seat that needs filling. Maybe we make our own offer that cannot be refused. Now, when he's talking about this, he's not talking about the idea of the Quiet Council. He's talking about this inner council, right? That they bring somebody in. They bring someone in and give them the truth of what's happening here. That Moira McTaggart and Charles Xavier and Magneto are working together, that there's actually a grander plan at play here, and seemingly no one else out there in the Quiet Council or the entire mutant population know about it. And so what you end up doing is switching over to what is basically this kind of, this scenario at the Louvre, when this telepathic instructions are given to all the tourists there, and when they're all gone, they end up bringing in Emma Frost. That Emma Frost, from their perception, is the one person they can trust. Now, there's good reason for this, right? There's good reason for this. Emma Frost, yes, she did historically start out as a villain when she was introduced in the old X-Men stories by Chris Claremont, right? She was a member of the Hellfire Club, but the death of the Hellions changed Emma Frost, right? The Hellions were like her own version of the New Mutants, right? Her own kind of teenage villainous team, and they would constantly fight against the New Mutants. But the actions of Emma Frost, that great big huge conflict, the death of the Hellions themselves, changed her irrevocably. And so that's why she actually joined the X-Men and then became the leader of Generation X, and has essentially been a hero ever since. It changed the way in which she saw the world. Her loyalties to Krakoa, to Xavier, to Magneto, to the cause, they are beyond contestation here. No one could ever question that she's done a couple of unsavory things, but at the end of the day, it was all for furthering the mission of Xavier and Magneto. So when they come to her and they say, we want you to be a part of this, that when she initially sees Moira McTaggart, she's like, okay, that's kind of cool. I thought you were dead. But if she is really the center of all of this, then why? She's a human, right? Why would a human be at the center of the formation of Krakoa and the motivation and reasoning for why it was done? And the response of Xavier is, she's not a human, she's a mutant. And if you don't believe me, read her mind, right? It'd be a much easier thing for Emma Frost to read the mind of Moira McTaggart than for them to like sit down and explain everything, right? So she literally does that, reads the mind of Moira McTaggart, and then is just kind of overwhelmed by what she sees, this grand motivation and all this stuff. But then at that point, she's like, don't touch me. I don't want to have anything to do with any of you. And of course, the response of Magneto is, I understand how you feel. It was difficult when I first learned of all of this. And then the question is asked, how long ago was that? How long ago was it that you learned about this, that you learned about all these futures where the entire mutant population is totally obliterated, completely and totally wiped out, that Moira McTaggart came to you with all this stuff and said, we're going to form Krakoa, we're going to do all this stuff for the grander good. How long was it that you knew about that? And the question is dodged, right? The question is dodged quite a bit, right? Like they never really give her a definitive answer. And so Moira McTaggart steps up and says, okay, fine, you feel left out, that's understandable. But notice she says here, but that's looking at all of this the wrong way. Outside of us, you're the first one that we let in. And the response of Xavier is, because we trust you. And the response of Magneto is, it's more than that. We need you, Emma. Your nation needs you. They try to appeal to her, I guess, patriotism, if you want to call it that. And she ponders for a second. Of course, notice she turns into her diamond form, which you can't read her mind in her diamond form. And she says, of course, for the children. But because of the fact of everything that's happened, because she was essentially sold a lie by Xavier and Magneto, she was never told the truth about what all's happening here, despite the fact that she has displayed over and over and over again that her loyalties are to never be questioned. She says, you've manipulated me for years, and now I can see what kind of threat a precog represents. Well, I am a true mutant. I sit on the council, so I'll give the matter the proper consideration. But my loyalty, you arrogant fools, have lost that forever. Now, this is huge because the question they're left asking here is, did we just make an enemy out of Emma Frost? And if they did, she's the last person you want to make an enemy out of. Because while Xavier and Magneto are the ones that kind of run this whole show, the reality is all these different members of the Quiet Council, Storm and Nightcrawler, Mystique, Destiny now, Emma Frost, Exodus, Sebastian Shaw, they've all got their own contacts. They've all got their own networks, private networks, public networks, underground networks, black markets, different things like that. The last thing you want is someone like Emma Frost that has wildly high levels of telepathy, that has the loyalty of a lot of mutants at her disposal, and has her own network to be your enemy, because Emma Frost could be a one-man army. Not only that, she's intricate to Krakoa. So all she has to do is just cut off the entirety of Krakoa's ability to send its medicines out into the world, or to seed some kind of disdain against the mutant population by sowing lies in the minds of people using her telepathy, and suddenly they have this just massive calamity they have to contend with. There's 1,000 ways she could screw over Xavier and Magneto. It's the last person you want to have against you. And so following that, a final vote is issued for a missing seat, right? For the final seat of the Quiet Council, right? This final vote is issued. Xavier says, we've put the name forth, that name has rung out, right? So you guys are about to vote on this person, a mutant, to join our number and fill the final seat of the Quiet Council. So now we vote. And so at that point, Sinister's like, you know what? I don't like the way this one looks, so no. Exodus votes yes. Mystique votes no, right? Kitty Pryde votes yes. Emma Frost votes yes. Sebastian Shaw, of course, votes no because he's a dick. Nightcrawler is like, I am overjoyed to vote yes, right? I've known this person for a very long time. Storm says yes, right? Xavier yes, Magneto yes, Destiny no. And so it's 7-4, 4 against. And he says, we have once again added to our number. Now we are whole. Welcome, brother. We are honored to have Colossus join the Quiet Council. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Inferno. Yes, our monthly series, which covers all the X-Men stuff. And in this video, we're actually going to get some huge revelations in terms of just what all's been going on here, and that not everything is what you expect it to be, which is exactly what I expected because it's Jonathan Hickman. So here's the thing. What this does is it goes all the way back to the beginnings of Krakoa. Now, if you guys recall, Cypher was just kind of like the guy who seemingly believed in Charles Xavier no matter what, right? That Cypher's the one that can basically discern any alien language whatsoever. And the whole basis behind Krakoa is that Krakoa itself was technically a mutant that merged with an island, but it's basically a living island. And that it made perfect sense as far as Charles Xavier is concerned, that if the mutants were going to have their own place to live, their own utopia, essentially, it should be an island that is in effect a mutant, and that Cypher would bridge the gap between the island itself and the mutant population, essentially be able to communicate with it on behalf of the mutant population and turn it into the utopia that they needed. And so where Cypher didn't initially understand everything that was going on, Xavier, of course, basically gave him like a mental image of what he imagined seeing. And then it was really up to Cypher from there to start building on it, right? To start turning it into something. Now, what we also end up finding out here is that along the way, Cypher, Doug had basically brought in Warlock. Now, Warlock we've kind of talked about before, but we'll sort of rehash this for a bit for people who are a little unfamiliar with that or don't really know who he is at all. So Warlock's a long-standing member of the X-Men community, and he's actually the precursor to the Phalanx, right? So what you had here is basically a group called the Technarchy, and they were essentially kind of like living machinery. Now, when Warlock arrived on Earth, that also coincided, well, really, it was actually a few years later, and coincided with a guy named Cameron Hodge. The desire of Cameron Hodge, who was initially the benefactor of the original X-Factor team, is that he was so anti-mutant that he actually took what was in effect Warlock and then tried to merge him with human physiology, and by doing so, created the Phalanx race as we know it. But that's kind of how Warlock ties into those things. Now, he's not really a member of the Phalanx itself. Instead, he's actually the son of the king of the Technarch and basically just fled because he didn't want to be confined to that life or anything along those lines. But the big thing here, the big important thing here is that Doug trusts Warlock implicitly, right? He trusts him absolutely, and for good reason, right? They've got a lot of history together. But one of the things that he says, and this is something that we weren't even aware of, is that when we initially read this, it was Xavier dropping off Cypher and saying, here you go, man, turn this into something that'll make the Mutant Nation proud. And Doug was like, I'll do everything I can, Professor X. And then, Professor X left, and that was basically it. What we end up getting is the other half of that Doug never trusted Professor Xavier. He asked him, he says, so the professor has plans. Tell me, Warlock, do you trust him? And the response of Warlock is, no, self-friend. Experience says that we do not trust Charles Xavier. Now, that's an important thing to understand here. The X-Men, as they were originally written by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, and even in the early days of Chris Claremont, you look at Giant Size X-Men by Len Wein, there were basically a lot of reasons to trust Xavier. He was a bit of a creep because he had a crush on Jean Grey, which is really kind of strange because she's gotten older and he hasn't, so you really gotta wonder why in the world that works the way it does. But the thing about this is that Professor X, really the first major instance, I would say, of the mutant population distrusting Professor X, and really more the X-Men than anything else, I would say was probably X-Men Deadly Genesis. That was like a huge revelation when you ended up finding out between basically the defeat of the original X-Men team when Krakoa was first introduced in Marvel Comics, and like the new team that he formed in, I guess, Giant Size X-Men #1 by Len Wein. So like Colossus, Wolverine, Storm, all those characters coming together for the first time. That the X-Men Deadly Genesis story in the mid-2000s actually revealed that he had a secret mutant team that nobody knew about. Now, that's not to say that he was wholeheartedly trusted up until that point. There were a lot of instances when Xavier established the fact that either he was a dick or because of his mental state that he couldn't be trusted. So things like the Onslaught saga were a really big example, in the sense that he was so frustrated with humanity that when he shut down the mind of Magneto, Magneto's hatred for humanity merged with Professor Xavier's frustration with humanity and formed the Onslaught entity. So we've seen multiple instances over the years when Xavier's done some pretty nefarious stuff. And so it makes sense that even if they are kind of going with the idea, there is a little bit of distrust there. But we'll actually find out just how far-reaching this goes, because the first response that Doug has is, okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For right now, we need to turn this into something. Now, following that, what you end up learning is that the island of Krakoa had in effect merged with Warlock. And this was all done for an intended purpose. What that intended purpose is, we'll find out at a future point in time. But it's one of those things where Doug, kind of having his secret conversations with, or I guess his personal conversations with the island of Krakoa, was always asking, like, how do you feel about the idea of being turned into an island nation for the mutant population? Then it turns into, how do you feel about like millions of mutants living here? Different things along those lines, right? That in a lot of ways, Krakoa seemed to kind of go with it, but didn't necessarily seem to be a big fan of it. But it was one of those things where it was really like Warlock and Krakoa and Cypher kind of working together in secret, so nobody would really know exactly what it was that they were doing. Now again, the role Warlock plays will become very important later on down the line. But one of the things to also know is that at the outset, the nature of Krakoa is that in order to sustain itself, it has to feed on life energy. And that's one of the reasons why Krakoa just kind of seemed to go along with that, is because as time progresses, what you would basically have is all these mutants occupying this place. And instead of feeding on the life energies of like 5 mutants, like he did in the original Giant Size X-Men #1, which I have, which was autographed for me by Jonathan Hickman and I'll never get rid of, that instead it can feed on the life energies of millions of mutants, but it can still sustain itself the same way. So tiny little bits of energy versus huge chunks of energy. So again, it's kind of an interesting thing, but of course, Doug working directly with Krakoa and all that kind of stuff, end up basically creating the Krakoan gates, which we're aware of. They allow the Krakoans, or at least the mutant population, to pass from one location to the next, all that kind of stuff. But along the way, all these discussions that they have, it always kind of seems to be that they don't necessarily trust Professor X. And all this comes to a head when it turns into what's basically the place where no one's supposed to know about, right? The place that Moira McTaggart exists, kind of like a null space. We're sort of in Krakoa, but hidden away from Krakoa, and not even Krakoa itself can see it, right? In the sense that Doug basically says, like, this is going to create the habitat that they requested, the one that nobody can gain access to. Here's the kicker, right? He says, like, you, Krakoa, will not be able to see this. They've requested that. What they don't know is that Warlock has basically merged with you. So while you can't see it, Warlock can. So Warlock will be our eyes and ears on everything that's going on with regards to this little secret habitat, so we can know what's happening. And that's when we end up finding out that Doug Ramsey, right, and Krakoa and Warlock all basically know about Moira McTaggart. And they know that Destiny's back, and they know that Moira McTaggart wants to kill Destiny. And what this does is it confirms the suspicions that Doug Ramsey had, that Professor Xavier and Magneto cannot be trusted. While he doesn't seem to know the exact ins and outs of what's going on, because they don't discuss every single little nuance inside of this little secret habitat, he has solidified enough to know they've got some kind of secret plans that no one's supposed to know about, that they could in effect get the mutant population killed potentially. That's an important thing here. And so following that, you basically switch over to Destiny and Mystique, who have been summoned by Emma Frost. Now, this is a really, really cool encounter, right? Because Destiny died long before the Stepford Cuckoos were ever introduced, right? They describe themselves as a singular entity split into 5 parts. And of course, Mystique introduces them as 5 parts representing a singular entity. It's all the same thing. They're splitting hairs at this point, right? It's semantics, right? Like it's 5 + 2 versus 2 + 5. It's all basically the same thing. And so as a result of that, they kind of try to establish their dominance here to, a little bit like, no, Mystique, that's not what we represent. This is what we represent, which is basically the same thing you said, just saying it a different way. And so Destiny's like, do you know who I am? And they're like, yeah, like, you're Destiny. They say you're the most powerful clairvoyant mutant to ever live. And she's like, yes. Do you know what I see when I look into the eyes of all 5 of you? And their question is what? And she says, I see 2 who will find love, 3 who will not, 1 who will be changed forever, severed from the 5 in Otherworld itself, and 1 of you will never recover from it, right? That was the nature of Destiny. She always answered in riddles. And one of the things that the Stepford Kakuza kind of put off is that Destiny and Mystique can't possibly comprehend them, right? Because then at the end of the day, they kind of change who it is that wears like this black outfit so they could differentiate, or at least the rest of the world can differentiate between each of them, because the world just couldn't tell the difference if they all were white and so on and so forth. And so when the question is asked, like, well, which one of us is going to go through this? The response of Destiny is like, how would I know? There isn't any difference between any of you. You're all basically the same, right? And then walks away. And it's one of those things where it's not like super significant, but it's basically Destiny busting the balls of the Stepford Cuckoos, right? The Stepford Cuckoos are getting shit tested by Destiny. That's basically what it is. Busting their balls to see how they react. But it's one of those funny little moments here, right? Because kind of going into that, the discussion that takes place between Emma Frost, Mystique, and Destiny is pretty significant here. And the reason why is because if you guys recall at the end of the last video, we basically talked about how Emma Frost was brought in by Professor Xavier and Magneto and given essentially the truth about everything that's been going on. But the fact that they'd held it from her for so incredibly long, despite the fact that she's been a long-standing member of the X-Men community, and that if anybody on the council has earned the trust to know what's going on, that it should have been her, it felt like a massive betrayal. It felt like they just didn't trust her. And so at the end of the day, she just ended up storming off. She, of course, wasn't going to blab their secrets to the world, so she wasn't going to work against them, but she wasn't going to work with them either. And that's what she establishes here, that she's very much on her own. And that's kind of how it's always been for Emma Frost, right? She's always kind of been on her own. The only exception to that is when she first encountered and really began to lead Generation X, or really when she first created and then led Generation X. Up to that point in time, even when she was part of the Hellfire Club, she was very much alone, right? She was very much isolated, just kind of a core part of her character. But what she basically tells Mystique and Destiny is that Moira McTaggart's alive, and where they initially reject the possibility, she gives them just what is in effect a mental indication or a mental view of one of Moira McTaggart's lives. Remember, all that information was given to Emma Frost by Professor Xavier, so she can pass it on to other people if she chooses. And so she basically shows Destiny and Mystique, this is the nature of Moira McTaggart as a mutant, right? She is a mutant. She is not human. She has the ability to die and then resurrect. And that in and of itself is what makes her so powerful, is she can wipe away our timeline, right? All she has to do is just die and then do something different, and our timeline doesn't exist anymore. Now, again, this is Marvel kind of changing the rules of time travel, that in years past, Marvel would have said, no, this timeline would just keep going. The new reality that Moira McTaggart wakes up in is like a new timeline in and of itself. So, if you've got the first time Moira McTaggart died, that's timeline 1. The second time she died, timeline 2. Third time she died, timeline 3, so on and so forth. But they never cease to exist. All those timelines keep going. Now, by all standards of measurement, they might as well not exist, because there isn't really a readily available means for the mutants to like hop from one dimension to the next, right? From one universe to the other. Other people can, right? But the mutants are very much self-contained. So unless they absolutely need the help of like Doctor Strange or the Fantastic Four, they won't really like leave and go explore other universes or anything along those lines. So while those doors aren't necessarily padlocked in the most extreme, they might as well be as far as the mutant population is concerned, because with the tools available to them, they can't readily jump from one universe to the next. And so that's kind of the crazy thing, is because at the end of the day, Destiny ends up realizing that while Emma Frost isn't going to necessarily work with them, she's not going to work against them, but she has brought things that they can use to basically help, right? Things that they can use to kind of work against Professor X and Moira McTaggart to a degree, under the idea that everything they're doing will actually get the mutant population killed. And that's one of the funny things that Hickman really seems to be hitting at here, but doesn't really seem to be explicitly saying, is that, say for example, Moira McTaggart were to die, right? She'll be fine. She'll live on. She'll continue on. And then she'll likely end up grabbing Charles Xavier and Magneto, and she'll kind of tell them everything that was going on. But, Professor X will read her mind, he'll pass that information on to Magneto, and they'll essentially be all caught caught up. For everyone else, sorry about your luck, right? For the life that Emma Frost has formed for herself here, that's gone. For the life that anybody else has formed here, that's gone. That in a lot of ways, they all seem to be pawns in the game that Moira McTaggart, Charles Xavier, and Magneto are playing. And that's one of the things, really probably the biggest thing that pisses off Emma Frost more than anything else, is that they brought her in because they felt like they had to, not necessarily because they wanted to. And so basically this whole situation kind of unfolds with Moira McTaggart coming out of her safe house, which exists outside of Krakoa itself. And once she emerges, she's immediately set upon by the forces of Orchis and then essentially whisked away. Now it's kind of a crazy thing because once you transition over to the Orchis Forge, you basically pick up with Omega talking to Nimrod. And this is where things get interesting, because what happens here is that Nimrod has already picked up on the fact that Omega is not supposed to be here, right? That she's not part of this timeline. She's from somewhere else in the time stream. Now, this was like an itch that I couldn't scratch because I knew I wasn't crazy. When I first started reading this, I was like, okay, I'm for the most part caught up on the X-Men. There's a few things that I'm missing here and there, but for the most part, I'm caught up. But how in the world did Omega go from the character that we last saw to this character here? What's going on here? And so what she basically reveals is that she's from the future, but the future she comes from in all those different timelines, the mutant population always wins. And that's something that Jonathan Hickman had never actually specified. If you go back and you read House and Powers of X, that Moira McTaggart seemed to come from it from the perspective that like the mutant population always loses. But then Omega comes along and says the mutant population always wins. And so what it looks like is they're coming from two distinctly different sets of circumstances in terms of how the mutant, machine, and human war ends up unfolding. Either that or one of them's lying. One of them's not telling the truth. And so because of this, she basically explains, at least in her timeline, how it all unfolds and in the various timelines that she seems to have experienced. Now, whether or not she's on the same capacity as Moira McTaggart isn't really explained here. I would argue that's probably not the case. But the important thing here is that at some point along the line, the post-human race, right, the children of the vault, the ones that we'd seen that story on where like X-23 and Sync and them had gone into the vault and then like barely escaped with their lives, and like X-23 I think was the only one who made it out alive. I don't remember which one lived, but like those people there, so basically hyper-evolved humans, that they would emerge from the vault. The problem is they would emerge too early, and that Apocalypse would return from Arakko and basically slaughter them all. And then a war would break out between humanity and the mutant population, but the mutant population would start to gain the upper hand. In a last-ditch effort to basically win, the human population would create the Sentinel program, and then by extension, they would launch Nimrod. And that in creating Nimrod, it just wasn't really as powerful as they needed it to be, because at that point in time, what had happened is the mutant population was on the verge of complete and total destruction. Now, there was a side project going on, which we'll talk about here in a second, but the mutant population was basically on the verge of destruction. And so what would happen is that they would send Nimrod into the past with the hope that it could destroy the mutant population in its infancy, something akin to like Skynet and Terminator, right? Like basically what they were shooting for here, but that Nimrod would always fail. Now, here's a funny thing about this, right? If you go and you read New X-Men Volume 2, there's a 4-part story called Nimrod. And for years and years and years, people would debate whether or not that version of Nimrod that was fought in New Mutants Volume 2 was the same Nimrod, or like I guess the version of Nimrod that returned from like the old school days, right? From the Days of Future Past universe that went into the past and then basically merged with Master Mold in the Siege Perilous and then went on to become Bastion. What Hickman seemed to be doing here is saying, no, that version of Nimrod they fought in New Mutants Volume 2, that's this guy. It's this guy, and he's arriving in the past from this present here, right? From this future. So I don't know if that's true. He doesn't really say. All that we're really told is that that version of Nimrod goes into the past and then is ultimately destroyed, right? So again, we're not really given a definitive answer, but I feel like it'd be a very nice and elegant way to kind of answer that question that has really been plaguing the fan base since like the mid-2000s. But ultimately what would happen is that you would have humanity which would merge with machine technology, kind of creating like the new post-humans, and that in doing so, they would begin to gain the upper hand on the mutant population. The problem with this is the mutant population had cosmic powers at their disposal, more specifically, the Blade of the Phoenix. Now, the Blade of the Phoenix is a sword that can only be wielded by Rookshire. Rookshire, of course, being a member of the Shi'ar Empire. And if you guys recall, what we've seen so far, especially at the beginning of New Mutants as part of the Dawn of X line, is that the mutant population formed an alliance
with the Shi'ar Empire, right? Now, Rookshire himself was actually a member of the Shi'ar who ended up basically gaining access, or was a host for the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Blade can only be wielded by the descendants of Rookshire, right? Like his direct family line, people who share his blood. Anybody else who tries to pick it up will either be destroyed by it, or it'll just be a random sword, but they'll never be able to use it in the same capacity using the full totality of what it can do with its small shard of the Phoenix, which is imbued to the sword. But in this future, during this war between basically the post-human race, the human-machine hybrid race, and the mutant population, that where the mutant population found itself on the verge of being destroyed, that what would happen is that post-humanity would basically draw the attention of the Phalanx race, right? That race out there that basically is kind of like this super advanced machine race that would achieve higher states of power. And they would literally travel around the universe after seemingly absorbing the cosmic entities, and then in turn start like turning various worlds to their cause. But once a planet had achieved a higher level of technological development, that the Phalanx would see them as worth assimilating into their race. And the Phalanx would arrive on Earth because of the attempt of the human-machine hybrid to draw the attention of the Phalanx in the hope that one, the Phalanx would destroy what was left of the mutant population because they wouldn't see them as being worth merging with, and two, that the post-human race would find this kind of perfection by being merged with the Phalanx race itself. What would actually happen in these timelines, at least in terms of Omega's understanding of it, is that using the Phoenix Blade, the sword of Rookshire, that the mutant population would actually destroy these Phalanx individuals as they arrived on Earth. They would wipe them out. And because of the fact that they were using what was in effect godly technology, there was nothing the post-human race could do. So they would die off as well. And in the end, that's how the mutant population would reign supreme. That's how they would dominate everything. Now, in order to keep that from happening, which is a very reminiscent scenario from Days of Future Past, is that Omega's consciousness was basically sent into the past, into this body, for the purpose of allowing her to basically warn the human population, to ensure that humans could come out on top. So that's what really kind of blew my mind on this, is that in the original Days of Future Past timeline, it was the Sentinels that conquered North America and then eventually the world. And so basically humans and mutants were subjugated by the Sentinel population. And the Sentinels basically ended up just kind of going awry, just continuing on and then seemingly dominating everything. What this is basically the antithesis, that as far as Omega's concerned, this is essentially Days of Future Past, except it's humans and they're merging with machine technology, becoming post-humans that are essentially subjugated and eventually destroyed by the mutant population, and the mutants went out. And so much like the original Days of Future Past, her mind is sent into the past to keep this from happening. The way Kitty Pryde warned the mutant population that the assassination of Senator Moira McTaggart, Robert Kelly, and Professor Xavier would lead to the launching or the return of the Sentinel program under Stephen Lang and eventually Days of Future Past, Omega's here to warn the human population of the mutants' impending victory. She's kind of working quietly behind the scenes. That Dr. Killian Devo was initially just a guy who was out there, but what ended up happening is that Omega actually developed what were essentially mind-altering glasses that led him to believe that he lived this life alongside her. And maybe he did, right? Maybe he actually did. We're not fully told if that's the case, but basically he ended up seeing the destruction of the human population, and that's why Orcus and all this is being done, is to ensure their own survival. And it's crazy because from here what you do is you actually transition to Terra Verde. That basically that's where Moira McTaggart was taken when she was kidnapped by Orcus, and that Mystique and Destiny were seemingly given this information by Emma Frost. And that what happens is when they arrive on the scene, that it looks as though Moira McTaggart has either been defeated or killed. But one way or another, it's kind of hard to tell. You basically end up having Destiny and Mystique, who were at this location, that seemed to be basically tormenting Moira McTaggart. Again, we're not really sure if she is dead now. Like literally, you kind of have those moments when she's seemingly being tortured by Mystique and Destiny. So of course, she seems alive at that moment. But when you have Xavier and Magneto walk in, like her arm's just sitting there in a chair. So it looks like they did just lop her arm off and now they just got her in some other location and that's basically it. But a trap has effectively been set, because when Xavier and Magneto walk in here, suddenly the teleportation portal starts activating. And when it does, you get a whole bunch of foot soldiers coming in, and then you get Nimrod. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Inferno, Magneto versus Nimrod. And it's really more Magneto and Charles Xavier versus Nimrod, and the fight is epic.
It's ridiculously epic. Okay, so here's the funny thing. This is the conclusion of Inferno. And initially I forgot that it was 4 issues long, right? Like I got to the end of the story and I was like, I mean, this is weird. This is a weird way to end a comic. Like it feels like it's over, right? And then I looked it up and I was like, well, that's because it is over, right? Because Marvel does so many 6-issue stories now that it's almost kind of weird when they drop a 4-issue series and like, that's it, right? It just kind of takes you by surprise. But in the last video that we did, we basically covered this segment and really covered the events where essentially Destiny and Mystique had gotten their hands on Moira McTaggart. They had taken her. We didn't know exactly how they did it. We simply just knew that they had. And the result of this is that Xavier and Magneto were led into a trap where they believed Moira McTaggart had been taken, where they believed that Mystique and Destiny were holding Moira McTaggart, which was on the Orcus Forge. And so as soon as Magneto and Xavier teleport here, they're immediately met by the arrival of all these Orcus forces. Now, once all that stuff pops off, right? Once everything happens here, it gets kind of crazy because you had a kind of conversation between Magneto and Xavier where, remember, Magneto can gently lift his helmet and he can overhear the telepathic thoughts of Xavier. Anything short of that and Xavier won't be able to get in, right? Magneto won't be able to hear anything Xavier is saying telepathically. The result of this is that they kind of have this quick bit of a discussion where they're like, that's Nimrod, right? Like Nimrod is alive and well. I mean, they kind of knew he was alive and well, but as you guys know, when it comes to somebody like Nimrod, there's a big difference between hearing he's alive, having it reported to you that he's alive, and standing in front of Nimrod, right? Because as we know, Nimrod killed Apocalypse, right? In one of the different lifespans of Moira McTaggart, Nimrod killed Apocalypse. So this is no small thing, right? This guy is literally a living weapon. He can determine what your powers are and then basically develop the systems he needs to essentially counter them or even negate your powers. But the crazy thing about this is that you have this kind of thing where Omega, right? Remember, she's basically kind of like a future version of herself, or at least a version from the timeline where she's there to basically make sure that the war pops off the way that it's supposed to and the rise of the machines actually take place, right? So like the Sentinel program develops as it's supposed to, all of which will basically lead to this moment. And then presumably in the future, the idea of machines conquering humanity and the mutant population. And so when you have one of the Orcus agents who says like this is your last chance to go, the response to Nimrod is like, do you guys not realize the look in these guys' eyes and the eyes of Xavier and Magneto? They're ready to die, right? They're ready to die for their cause. And the Orcus agent's response is, so would we. And the response of Omega is, and so you have. And literally like Nimrod and Omega eradicate every single Orcus agent here, right? They kill them all. Like that. It happened so fast. None of these guys ever had a chance. The reason behind why they did this is because Omega and Nimrod hate humanity. And the reason why they hate humanity is, remember that while Omega is still more of a cyborg than she is a pure human, she allies herself more with the machine than she does with her biological components. Nimrod is just full-on machine, right? He's literally an artificial intelligence that has basically gained sentience, right? Gained its own level of self-awareness and operates according to essentially ensuring that the mutant population is destroyed. But throughout the entire history of humanity's use of machines, they were tools, right? That's the thing that's really kind of said here by Omega is like, they're tools. And it's one of these funny things is because from their perspective, and it's almost one of these things where Hickman kind of toys with the idea of like Skynet, right? Terminator, that kind of a thing. The whole idea behind like the Animatrix, the war between like man and machine. This notion that like robots can basically have feelings, right? They can experience sadness and anger and pain and so on and so forth. Now, of course, in Marvel Comics, machines are very, very human in terms of how they're depicted. The only real exception to that are like Sentinels. But the important thing here is that humanity has always viewed and used machines as tools, but machines themselves, right? Nimrod being used as a tool to destroy the mutant population, so on and so forth, right? It basically pisses them off. They've hated humanity because of it. And so that really seems to be, and really seems to be the basis behind why it is that the machine population waged a war against humans and mutants. And it's why it looks like in that far-flung future, humanity basically had to merge with like proto-humans, right? Like the next stage of human evolution. Those individuals who were locked away in the vault, right? We saw those. They escaped for a time and then basically they went back in again, right? Those guys, right? Why humanity had to merge with them because it was the only way for humanity to survive. That in the face of a war between super advanced technology and mutants who could have powers ranging from the ability to read minds, spanning all the way up to controlling the entire entire Earth's electromagnetic spectrum, humanity was powerless. There was basically nothing they could do, especially when the one weapon they did have, which was machines, turned on them, right? And so you get this crazy thing because at that point, like literally Magneto just grabs a giant satellite, just brings it crashing down on him, which both of them knew nothing was gonna happen because of that, right? It's a hard sell to get anyone to believe that Nimrod could be killed by a multi-ton piece of just machinery. That's never going to happen. And in fact, Omega and Nimrod both escape the entire thing, and like the fight basically begins to break out. Now at that point, Xavier, and really what he's trying to do here is find where Moira McTaggart is, right? I mean, they want to escape with their lives, but they also realize the longer this fight goes on for, the higher the likelihood they are going to die. Because the reality is, while Magneto is powerful and while Xavier is powerful, they're not on the level of power they need to defeat people like Omega or Nimrod, right? They just don't have that level of power. And so you get this kind of crazy moment here where Xavier just like freaks out, lashes out, and attacks Nimrod and just lets off this massive burst of psychic energy, which actually shatters Nimrod's entire brain. Now, on that surface right there, you would think that he would be killed. But before we find out, you actually switch directly over to Mystique and to Destiny. The reason being is because while Moira McTaggart's here, remember, they've got a vendetta. Their desire is to kill Moira McTaggart. And so when they're here down in this place below Krakoa, literally a gun is pulled by Mystique. And when the question of Moira McTaggart is, are you really gonna kill me, right? You realize if you kill me, the entire universe will start over again. A new timeline will be created. You will have forgotten all of this. Maybe Destiny could come back and maybe Destiny will remember it all. We won't know for sure. But everything that's happened here will be obliterated. And the response of Mystique is, yes. And she pulls the trigger. And everything fades, right? Everything just blips. And like, that's it. At that point, you jump back, right, to the initial conversation that took place between Emma Frost and Mystique and Destiny. We didn't know exactly what tools Emma Frost had given to Mystique and Destiny to help them achieve their goal of capturing Moira McTaggart and then presumably killing Moira McTaggart and being able to do it all without Charles Xavier or Magneto realizing what their intention was. What you end up finding out here is that with this whole thing going on, because their goal is to kill Moira, of course, Emma says the same thing. If you kill her, you will restart reality. You cannot kill her as long as she is a mutant. That cannot be allowed to happen. And so at that point, Mystique just kind of starts to realize what it is that Mystique is saying, and she says, Forge once told me about the worst weapon he ever made, a gun that turns us into them, that makes a mutant human. But I saw the look in his eyes. He would never give that to us willingly. He would never, ever do that. And that's when Emma Frost presents the gun, right? She says, gifts. How to find Moira and what to do with her once you have. And so what you end up finding out here, this is the craziest thing. What you end up finding out here is that every instance where Moira McTaggart was basically taken by Mystique, right? Everything that had to happen in order for that to take place, it was all orchestrated by Mystique, who was shape-shifting, right? It was all orchestrated by her, shape-shifting into people, switching from one person to the next, right? Creating dissent and confusion among the ranks of Orchis, driving them to attack each other, and then tricking Nimrod and Omega into fighting Charles Xavier and Magneto, right? Literally, Mystique orchestrated all of it. Now, here's the reason why that matters, right? Over the years, and really in more recent years, just the overall dangerous nature of Mystique has fallen to the wayside. And a lot of that's because Marvel never really did anything meaningful with her, right? She was just there. And Marvel kept her around because she was a legacy character, right? She'd been a legacy character since the days of Chris Claremont. She'd been a legacy character since like the old school X-Men days. She'd been a legacy character since X-Men the Animated Series, right? I mean, she'd just been around that long that she was a character you just couldn't really kill off for any real measure of time. But there was nothing really ever done with her that really illustrated how capable she was. What this does right here is show you just how dangerous Mystique is, right? If the world does not succumb to complete and total nuclear catastrophe, it's because Mystique allowed it. Like, that's really how dangerous she is. At any point in time, Mystique can impersonate a sitting president and then press the button and just launch a nuclear arsenal at another country, and there goes the world. That's the nature of Mystique, right? You could quite literally craft a story where Mystique kills the Marvel Universe and it would be believable, right? She's that capable. And it's so great to see Jonathan Hickman just like do her character justice, right? It's so great to see somebody who's not like, yeah, there's Mystique, she's a person there. No, to be like, no man, like Mystique, dude, she's on a whole different level, right? This girl has been around for quite some time. She's almost as old as Wolverine is, and she is stupidly dangerous, right? And so that's when you have this kind of crazy thing where basically Mystique reveals to Moira McTaggart, we made you human, right? Like, we made you human, and that's it. And so that's when Moira's like, that's your plan, is to like take my powers away and then kill me? Like, that's it? And so that's when Moira McTaggart basically spills the beans and says, you hardly understand what's going on here, right? Like, your desire to kill me here is because of some vendetta where I'd basically been messing with timelines and stuff like that, and like you set me on fire, right? And like I've been hiding from you and so on and so forth. Like, you think you understand what's going on. You have no clue. This timeline, right? This whole timeline that I've created, where I basically drove Xavier and Magneto to form the Quiet Council, to build the nation of Krakoa. From their perspective, I'm saving the mutant population. The reality is, I don't care anything about Krakoa. I don't care anything about the mutants on Krakoa, right? I have lived these lives 1,000 times. I have seen this happen so many times, and every time it ends the same way. It ends in a war between the human population and the mutant population and the machine population. And humans sometimes merge with the post-human race, and sometimes they're destroyed by the post-human race. And all that's left are post-humans and machines and mutants. But no matter how it happens, no matter what takes place, no matter how it unfolds, mutants always die. We always get destroyed every single time without fail. That's what happens. There's no way to stop that. If any timeline is created out there that allows the mutant population to propagate long enough, we will be obliterated. The reason why I created Krakoa, the reason why I orchestrated Xavier and Magneto doing this, forming the Quiet Council and consolidating the entire mutant population down, is so I could destroy it. So that what I could do is quite literally start manipulating things behind the scenes so that kids who are born on Krakoa are born without powers. That I would basically neutralize them. This gun you have in your hand, it's a basic, simple thing, right? It takes the powers away from a person. I aim for mutant genocide. I aim to set things up so that there will never be mutants who are born again, right? So this war between the mutant population and any other populations out there will never come to fruition. The mutant race will survive because the mutant race will not exist. All of us will be made into humans. That was the goal of Moira McTaggart, and it's just like, damn, son! Like, she was basically boxing the mutant population in so she could wipe out the mutant population. That's nuts, right? Basically, we would sterilize the mutant gene in the mutant population, and that would be it. And it's just like, okay, like, this is crazy. Like, this is absolutely nuts. And so at that point, you switch over to Professor X and you switch over to Magneto, right? Now, here's a crazy thing that goes on here. Magneto was playing possum with Omega, right? Like, Charles Xavier hits up Magneto and says, we're running out of time, we have to find Moira. And Magneto says, yes, I know, Charles, we will, right? And that's when he asks Omega, like, you heard him, didn't you, right? We have a question that we want answered. And the answer of Omega is, you shouldn't worry about him, you should worry about yourself. And the response of Magneto is, no, you should worry about me. And like, seizes the mechanical components of Omega, right? Like, it seizes, man, oh, man, dude, it's about to get nuts, son. Okay, here's the thing. Dude, it's, man. Y'all are not prepared, right? So here's the thing. While all that's going on, right? Like remember, like literally, like Xavier destroyed the head of Nimrod, but remember, Nimrod can reconstitute himself, and this is a far more advanced version, right? Remember, the original Nimrod is referred to as Nimrod the Lesser. This was referred to as Nimrod the Greater. He's more powerful and he can regenerate faster, right? This guy's designed to just be an absolute wrecking machine, and that's literally what happens. Is just like as Magneto is basically interrogating Omega by pulling her machine components off of her body, that immediately, as soon as Nimrod reconstitutes, he grabs Xavier, and that's when he tells Magneto, he was just like, we don't have time for this, right? Like, here's the thing to understand. You probably need this guy as much as I need her. So you have to ask yourself, how much will others have to pay when your actions put their lives on the line? Now, the crazy thing here is Xavier basically tells Magneto, no, we should leave. Like, we should leave here right now. They will kill us if we stay. But Magneto won't. He won't give, he's like, no, that's not gonna happen. Like, I'm not giving it up. Like there's no circumstance where you leave here alive, Nimrod, right? Now, Nimrod's whole thing is, if you let her go, I will let him go. We'll call today a draw, we'll go our separate ways. And so essentially it's kind of Nimrod and Xavier who are somewhat on the same side here, where it's like Magneto, let them go, right? And it's one of those crazy things, right? Magneto's like, here, this machine, I have lost everything multiple times, so I am well conditioned to accept some small losses for greater gains. And so because of the fact that Nimrod's basically told, I will die and destroy you here before I let anything else go on in this place, the response of Nimrod is fine. Then ultimately, this is a grudge between you and me, so then we'll make it a grudge between you and me, right? Like, I will let them go. I will let Xavier go, and you will let Omega go, and then you will, like, they'll leave. They'll get out of here. And then it'll just come down to you and me. And so the response of Magneto is, what do you want me to do, Charles? Right now, this is very, very important, right? Charles says, they don't have Moira McTaggart, Eric. She's somewhere else. That knowledge will die with us. We have to try. You have to trust them, right? Like, if we die here right now, we will not remember where Moira McTaggart is. Like, all this information that we've gained here, we won't recall. And so we'll basically have to start this search all over again. And so in turn, Magneto's like, fine, I agree to your terms, release him. And the response of Nimrod, I am so sorry you trusted me. Flat! And then just totally eradicates Xavier. At that point, Magneto loses it, just totally loses it, just freaks out, just totally crushes Omega, right? And then at that point, goes after Nimrod. But remember, Nimrod can duplicate. And so at that point, it's just creating duplicates of himself, right? And so it's literally Magneto fighting two Nimrods, and it is crazy because while that's going on, Omega is still somewhat alive, right? It's still like she's still somewhat there. Man, here's a great thing, man. Magneto's holding his own against two Nimrods, man. That's no small thing, right? Like understand, a Nimrod killed Apocalypse. Magneto's holding his own against two, right? It's crazy to see this happening right now. Here's the kicker behind all this. Omega's not dead, right? I mean, her body's basically ripped to pieces. She's all over the damn place, but she can still communicate with her psychic components. And at that point, like literally, she says like, I have something special for you, mutant, a surprise, a power dampener, activates it and shuts off the magnetic abilities of Magneto. As soon as that happens, here comes Nimrod and it's wow. Nimrod takes out Magneto. And at that point, Omega reconstitutes herself. And then like literally Magneto's just kind of laying there, right? He's like, this is not over, right? Like there's no way this is over, right? We're gonna keep going, like we're gonna keep fighting. And the response to them is like, no, right? And they literally blow the whole place up, right? They just detonate the whole spot. And Magneto's like, I will see you again, right? And the response of Omega is, of course you will, mutant. It's inevitable, right? It's inevitable we will meet again. We will see you in the future. And when that war comes, we'll destroy you then too. At that point, switch back over to Mystique and to Moira McTaggart and Destiny, right? Just crazy ass thing. So you have this whole conversation going on, right? Where it's like, okay, so the goal of Moira McTaggart here was to basically sterilize the mutant population over the course of a couple generations and then basically ensure that the mutant population had no powers by the time this war came to fruition, right? And so basically they're just like, let's kill her, right? Let's just kill her and be done with it. Enter Douglas Ramsey, right? Cypher. Now remember, Cypher's been watching all of this, and that was one of the things that was established, right? This is why Jonathan Hickman writing is so important, is because things that were referenced a couple issues ago or things that were referenced a year and a half ago are incredibly important by the time you get to the end. And so to kind of reiterate here, one of the things that we'd learned is that as soon as Doug Ramsey was contacted by Professor Xavier to visit the island of Krakoa and to basically find a way to turn that place into a kind of a refuge for the mutant population, Cypher never believed in Xavier. I mean, he believed in him, but didn't believe him, right? He thought that there was something else going on. He's like, I've been a new mutant, I've been an X-Man, I've been a part of the mutant community long enough to know that Xavier's not the most trustworthy person out there. And so working alongside Warlock and basically the island of Krakoa itself, that where the hub of Moira McTaggart was created, and it was basically going to be hidden from the eyes of everybody except for those who could access it, Douglas Ramsey used the power of Warlock to basically create a kind of backdoor for himself so he could witness everything that was going on. So every single conversation that had ever transpired between Moira McTaggart and Xavier and Magneto, everything that was supposed to be hidden from the mutant population, where no one was supposed to know what was actually going on, Cypher knew it. Douglas Ramsey knew it. And then for a really interesting reason that doesn't seem to be made clear, that Douglas Ramsey believes in Krakoa. Even if he doesn't necessarily believe in the ideologies or the philosophies of Xavier and Magneto, and especially not Moira McTaggart, McTaggart, he believes in what can happen here on Krakoa, and he's been watching all this unfold. And so as soon as he arrives, he basically says, okay, here's the thing, Mystique, you could kill Moira McTaggart, but here's the problem. I believe in the laws that we have here. And what's the first law of Krakoa? Murder no man. You have made Moira McTaggart a human. Now you intend to kill them. You intend to violate one of the most sacred laws of Krakoa, which is not to kill a human without that human having been put on trial, or to simply just not kill them at all, right? These laws that you fashioned for the rest of the mutant population, now you're gonna break them themselves. Is that how it is, right? Like the rules are for thee, not for me, right? Is that, I mean, are you Reddit, right? Do you create rules everybody else has to follow, but you don't follow them yourself? Is that really what this is? And so at that point, that's when Destiny chimes in, because where Mystique's like, well, I mean, okay, fine, we could just kill you and be done with it, right? Like we could just kill you right here, right? And then you could be reborn and you'll never remember any of this, Doug Ramsey. You'll never recall any of what happened here because I sit on the Quiet Council and I can manipulate behind the scenes and determine what it is that you do and do not recall, right? Corruption of the highest order. But at that point, Doug Ramsey's like, I mean, that's possible, but what about all of them? And that's when he brings in, right, Bay the Blood Moon, his wife from the Ten of Swords event. You guys remember that? She's wildly deadly. There's no way Mystique could take on Bay, right? I mean, that's never gonna happen. Mystique is capable, but she's not gonna kill this girl, right? And then there's just the whole island of Krakoa, which at any point in time could just expel the mutant population, just be like, you're all out of here, right? Everybody leave, right? Literally evict them from their own home. Like it's any one of these things. And so at that point, there's no way Mystique could basically kill Doug Ramsey without her actions being made public, and then she'd essentially be confined to the pit for pretty much for all eternity, just sitting down there with Sabretooth. And so as a result of this, that's when Destiny chimes in and says, no. Here's the thing, if you kill Doug right now, you'll basically be confined, right? It'll be the end of you. I will remain on the Quiet Council, but I will die 6 months later. And that Douglas Ramsey will basically remain in his current position, right? That he'll be reborn and that everybody will know what you did, everything will go on, and like literally for you and I, we lose. For everybody else, they win. And then the question is, well then what do we do about Moira McTaggart? And the response of Destiny is Moira McTaggart's future, it fluxes wildly, right? It branches. Who knows what's going to happen here, right? Like we have no clue what's going to happen with her character. All we know is that she's human now. So whatever world is out there for her, she's going to have to just figure it out on her own. And so in turn, Doug Ramsey's like, okay, your life is saved, Moira McTaggart, but understand you're now exiled. You can never come back to the nation of Krakoa. Like literally, Krakoa will let you use this gate one final time, but as soon as you pass through this gate, all gates to the mutant nation of Krakoa will be closed to you, right? It'll give you a head start. And so in turn, you have like this kind of amazing statement that's made by Mystique, right? Where she says like, you have what you've always wanted, Moira McTaggart. You have your humanity. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while you run, right? The response of Mystique is like, we're going to find you and we're going to kill you. Make no mistake, Mystique and Destiny would forego their inclusion as part of the Quiet Council to kill Moira McTaggart. But also understand, Moira McTaggart will be out there in the world. There's nowhere she can go where she can hide from Mystique and Destiny. One, even if Destiny wasn't here, Mystique's capable enough, has enough resources and enough contacts, she could find her. But two, Destiny being here, she's a precog. She would ultimately be able to find out where Moira McTaggart is somewhere along the line, right? As Moira McTaggart's future becomes more clear, they would ultimately be able to locate her. And so because of that, like her days are numbered. It's only a matter of time before Moira McTaggart dies. And so picking up 1 week after all of this, Magneto and Professor Xavier are brought back. And when the question is asked, how much time has passed, right? How long has it been? The response of Emma Frost is long enough for things to change, especially those which needed it most. And so when Xavier asks, like, what have you done, Emma? She says exactly what you would have done, Charles, something quite radical. I told the entire Quiet Council everything that had happened. I told them about Moira McTaggart. I told them about your secret meetings with Moira McTaggart. I told them everything you had kept hidden from them. But here's the irony of this. The Quiet Council seemingly agreed that Charles Xavier and Magneto keeping these secrets from the rest of the mutant population was the right thing. The mistake was keeping those secrets from the Quiet Council. Now, here's an important distinction to understand, right? Let's say that like NASA with their advanced telescopes and all that kind of stuff figured out that a meteor was coming to Earth and it was going to crash into the Earth in the next like 3 years, right? Like it was on a collision course, it was going to hit the world, it was going to wipe out all life on the planet. The question you have to ask is, should humanity be told? The correct answer to that question is no. You do not tell the rest of humanity. Why? Because humanity will do the only thing it knows how to do in a time of desperation. It will panic. And when that happens, it'll just create chaos, right? Literally, humanity will destroy the world before the meteor does. That's exactly what's going to happen. That human beings cannot be trusted with the knowledge of their impending death, right? That humanity has consistently, time and time and again, shown that it cannot handle that kind of information. If the Quiet Council had revealed all of this to the entire mutant population, it would have destroyed everything, right? It would have destroyed everything that had happened, right? And it probably would have led to some kind of a civil war among the mutant population. That civil war would have spread out into the rest of the world, and then all warmongering eyes would have fallen on the nation of Krakoa, and literally the mutant population would have brought about its own destruction because some kind of conflict somewhere would have led to the shores of some human nation somewhere and would have inflicted catastrophic damage, right? I mean, you guys remember the events of Civil War when Nitro detonated in Stamford, Connecticut, and that initiated the passage of sweeping legislation regarding the ability for superheroes to act with their identities being kept private. And so at the end of the day, the Quiet Council agrees this information will stay with us, right? The Quiet Council is a curse as much as it is a burden now, right? Like the information that you have is now our information. We have to go forward essentially knowing that our own doom is impending, and we have to try to find some way to keep that from happening. And so what this does is this ends Jonathan Hickman's work on the X-Men. What it looks like after this, I have no clue. But Jonathan Hickman's gone, right? He's done. He's actually been gone from Marvel for a little while now, right? He's working on Three Worlds, Three Moons, whatever it is, with like Scott Snyder and all those guys. So he's doing his own thing. But like right now, yeah, Hickman's run is finished. Hickman's work is done. At this point, who knows? Like we know we have Jerry Conway writing X-Men right now, but who knows how the X-Men landscape's gonna look? It could be in 2 years, Marvel just sets everything back to the way it was before and goes back to writing crappy X-Men stories. So who knows? But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.